of them. He looked straight and thought that he hadn't written a single song all year, but that was his dream. Sung-hoon wiped the sweat from his forehead, ordering himself to push away his pessimistic thoughts. He narrowed his eyes and reminded himself that he needed money to cure his mother. He then squeezed the bottle and decided that he couldn't afford to hesitate. The bottle flew into the trash. The guy put on a helmet. Then he looked down. The tank of his motorcycle was almost empty. Parking was visible. Someone poured gasoline while the mercenary pondered whether the children were fearless or brave now. The girl was filling his tank, and he thought that this area could be attacked by monsters, but she worked here. The worker hummed a song with a smile, and Sung-hoon concluded that she was well paid here. She put the hose back in its place. Then, with a smile, she said that it would cost 20,000 won. The guy handed her the money. The worker walked away, and the protagonist thought that she was full of energy, and he had not felt like this for a long time. He put his hand on his head and thought that his goal now was to accumulate 10 million won, without which he would not be able to cure his mother. He imagined a mandrake and thought that such a plant-type monster was worth a fortune, and its flower was considered a cure for all diseases. The mercenary imagined the flower and thought that this was the only way to save his mother. He narrowed his eyes and thought that the medicine was extremely rare, so it cost 10 billion won. He was covered in sweat when he heard a strange sound. The young man looked to the side. There was a tank. The wheels screeched loudly. The guy leaned down, cursing loudly. He drove away, not understanding where the tank came from. The explosion destroyed everything around. The mercenary drove away from the epicenter of the explosion. His eyes were wide open. Suddenly he opened his mouth, letting go of the roll. He began to fall down, thinking about his mother. Sung-hoon opened his eyes, not knowing if he was dead. Above the shattered ground, a huge dragon could be seen, laughing at the fact that a pathetic person was able to reach his level. Akalaman soared in the sky, a magnificent creature who had asserted his superiority over the demigods. The monster was surrounded by clouds. It said that every mortal being was able to overcome its limit, but an ordinary person could not yet hurt it. His eyes turned red, and he said that their world was full of unknowns. The guy was floating in the air, not understanding how it was possible to injure such a huge dragon. He looked away in surprise when he heard another voice. The man, who had half of his body left, said that they would no longer be able to have fun. The dragon looked down and said that there was nothing that could be done about it. Blood was dripping from Crethoris's mouth, and he said he had an ace up his sleeve. The monster opened its mouth wide and laughingly asked if he was talking about reincarnation magic. A blue light appeared on the man's neck, and he said that someday he would definitely find a rival again. The protagonist furrowed his brows, not understanding what the magic of reincarnation was. Akalaman created mana in his mouth. Then he fired a projectile. The stream broke through the mountain. Crethoris flew back. The young man raised his hand, looking at him. Then a loud explosion appeared. The magician was next to Sung-hoon. The guy was hovering in the middle of the red space. He thought that he was not dead after all. Suddenly he pressed his hand to his head, feeling a great pain. He opened his eyes with an effort. Clouds of smoke could be seen. Blood was dripping from the guy's hand, and he thought that he had wasted his life. The protagonist was lying in a pool of blood. There were red spots on his face. He had been reborn after all the hardships to live his life like this. He looked at the mist and thought that Crethoris was his past incarnation. The wind blew the wizard's hair, and the main character thought that he felt strange because memories from his past and present life were mixed. There was a fire and black smoke in front of him. The guy clenched his fingers and concluded that all his bones were intact. There were red spots on the ground, and he said that his bleeding was quite severe. He then put his hand on his forehead and concluded that he had used reincarnation magic to get a new life, but had lived it so miserably. Then Sung-hoon got to his feet. He held a helmet in his hand, saying that he needed to check the mana flow first. He sighed. Closing his eyes, he felt the energy pass without any problems. Then the young man opened his eyes. His body emitted blue light. A white flash appeared, and the connection to the Akashic system began. The mercenary furrowed his brows, and the awakening began. He looked at the screen, which said that he had now become awake. A golden symbol could be seen. 10 years ago, when the first portals appeared, someone who introduced himself as the director of the Akashic began to cooperate with humanity. A crowd of people could be seen. The director chose random people and woke them up. Female and male silhouettes were visible. There was a leveling with the help of the experience gained and the ability to use skills. Opposite the swordsman there were system notifications. Simple abilities reminiscent of the game's system appeared. The hunter attacked the monster. People subdued the power granted to them and used it to fight enemies. Sung-hoon looked to the side and said that the ability was compatible with him as well. He put on his helmet and added that the one who introduced himself as the director of the Akashic was clearly not from Earth. A status window appeared in front of the young man. He touched his chin. He then brought his finger to the mana value. The guy snapped his fingers and concluded that he was a special case because he had just woken up and there was no profession. The main character stood in the middle of the destroyed land. He looked up at the sky and decided that he needed to concentrate some mana, because he didn't know what could happen. His body emitted a white light. The mercenary stretched his arms to the side. His heart was enveloped in a golden glow. Then a wave of energy passed. The protagonist looked down, and the system reported that he had mastered the skill of magic. He raised his hand and thought that nothing less was expected from the god's ability. Sung-hoon's eyes widened when the system revealed that he had obtained the profession of an aspiring wizard. There was a window in front of him, and he assumed that the system was unaware that he had memories of his past life. He brought his hand to the screen, contemplating his ability. He then looked to the side and said that he would have no trouble manipulating mana while moving. The guy looked straight at me, saying that it was nice to see the results right away. A strand of hair fell on his nose. The fire did not stop. A tank was visible. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his mouth in a daze. With horror on his face, he realized that the border had been destroyed. The fence was visible. The military border was created after the signing of a ceasefire agreement between North and South Korea in the past. A creature hovered in the sky. After the monsters destroyed North Korea, it began to be called the last line of defense. The soldiers have been fighting, and at the moment the combined forces of the Awakened and the military are defending the line from the hordes of monsters advancing from the north. The mercenary looked at the corpses of the hunters. Then he stepped closer. He took another step forward. A girl was lying on the ground covered in blood. The guy closed her eyes. He arched his eyebrows and thought that right now, he would hardly be able to resurrect the dead here. He sat down on his knees and decided that he had to move out. Suddenly, Sung-hoon's eyes bulged in amazement. There were red stones on the ground. They shone brightly. He took the cannonball and assumed that a decent amount of money could be obtained for them. The main character looked to the side and assumed that a transport with crystals was passing nearby. But he was thrown back by the explosion. There was a stone on his hand. Then the object shone brightly. The young man brought the core to his face and thought that in his previous life, they were called magic stones. This is the source of mana frozen in the form of a stone. He collected the crystals in a bag and said that 22 cores were worth about 10 million won. The protagonist turned around and asked where his scooter was. There was black smoke in the air. The mercenary looked down in surprise. The motorcycle was lying in a puddle of gasoline. Sung-hoon released some magic and said that it was wasteful. Kneeling down, he added that there was nothing he could do about it. The main character raised his hand and said that he was done. He put his hand on his waist and said that it was like turning gold into lead, but he needed to get out of here quickly. He put his hand on the ground. Suddenly the motorcycle began to disperse. It began to dissolve into thin air. The system reported that the young man had mastered the skill of the magic circle. The protagonist looked straight ahead. The image of the scooter became clearer. The system notified that he had mastered the skill of recovery. The guy smiled. There were no scratches on his vehicle. It shone with purity and novelty. The mercenary approached the motorcycle and said that it looked good. Sung-hoon looked to the side. New inscriptions appeared on the screen. Sung-hoon looked down and said that he knew that the system made the world look like a game, but he didn't expect it to register magic as skills. He put his finger to his stats and thought that the energy for activation was provided by the director of Akash. He touched his chin and decided that he could use as much magic as he wished without worrying about himself. His legs suddenly began to tremble. The young man looked away in bewilderment. 3 dark silhouettes were visible. The protagonist gritted his teeth. An explosion thundered next to him. He turned around and thought that the strangers had almost hit him. He was standing next to the scooter. An armored hunter was picking up a huge stone. The mercenary opened his eyes in amazement, asking if most of the Awakened were alive. The girl broke a pile of stones. There was another hunter beside her, and Sung-hoon decided that he shouldn't leave while they were here. He shook his head to the sides and said that if the monster was able to break through the last line of defense, then there was a high probability that they wouldn't be able to stop him. He got on the scooter and decided that he had to leave quickly, because he had a bad feeling. Suddenly the guy looked away. The silhouette of the monster appeared in the sky. He gritted his teeth in shock. Then there was an explosion. The mercenary furrowed his brows. He raised his hand and ordered the mana to protect him. The dome shielded him from the blast wave. Smoke passed by the young man. His eyes bulged in shock. The silhouette of an animal could be seen in the fog. The beast bared its sharp teeth. The ogre shouted deafeningly. The main character raised his hand, clenched into a fist. While the other hunters were fighting the enemy, the guy came to the conclusion that this beast was too strong for him. He looked to the side and decided to leave. Suddenly, the mercenary was covered in sweat when he heard someone asking for help. He turned around and asked if he had imagined it. A man was lying under the rubble of stones. The girl was covered in blood, quietly asking for help. Sung-hoon opened his mouth, recognizing her as a gas station girl. A blinding flash appeared. The Awakened attacked the monster, and the protagonist thought that they were fighting better than he expected. He scratched his head and decided that there was nothing he could do. Then he got off the scooter and said that there was still time left. The young man raised his hand to his face. Then he ran forward. Blood ran down the girl's face. A shadow was visible. Unintelligible speech was heard. The protagonist sat down next to her and assumed that she was unconscious. There was a dark puddle under her. She was bleeding heavily. The guy looked under the rock and thought that he needed to pick it up. He touched his head, saying that it was time to get down to business. The mercenary put his hand on his chest and increased his mana. Then he pointed his hand at the cobblestone, reducing its weight. He rubbed his wrist with a smile. Then the guy picked up the stone. He took it with both hands. Sung-hoon threw the cobblestone aside. It flew far ahead. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist in surprise. Then he sat down next to the girl and turned her onto her back. He closed his eyes as he used the healing skill. He brought his hand to the worker's stomach. Her eyes were closed, but she was breathing. The young man took her in his arms and said that he had not been able to fully heal her due to the low level of magic, but so far it was the best he could. The hunter turned. Suddenly he found that there was no one next to him. His eyes rounded in surprise. An explosion thundered next to him. The air filled with gray smoke. Sung-hoon sat down on one knee. He covered himself with sweat and said it was close. The wind blew the fog. The guy held the girl in his arms, not understanding what had fallen from the sky. He saw an indistinguishable silhouette. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, assuming that it was a woman. The stranger sat in the middle of the smoke. Blood fell to the ground. There were red spots on the girl's face. Then she fell down. A bright puddle spread beneath her. The mercenary's eyes widened, looking at her. With a surprised look, he assumed that it was Yerim. The girl was armored. She is one of the high-level awakened of their country, known for her skills. There was a wound on her waist that was too serious even for the awakened. The young man closed his eyes. Then he looked up and suggested that it was worth helping Yerim before she died. Behind the fog I could see a monster. The guy took the cannonball. He sat down next to the awakened woman and activated the healing skill. He brought his hand to her stomach. Suddenly, notifications from the system appeared next to him. Sung-hoon held his hand to the girl's body, suggesting that he should try to heal her with the skill suggested by the system rather than his magical powers. It emitted a green light. Suddenly, the hunter furrowed his brows and thought that magic needed time to concentrate mana, but system skills were activated as soon as a word was spoken. The young man was sitting on his knees. His gaze was tense. The wound began to heal. Erin was lying on the ground. There was already skin on her stomach. The protagonist pressed his palm to his mouth and suggested that she had several self-healing skills. The huntress was unconscious. The guy closed his eyes and said that it's not every day that you can see a star so close. Suddenly she opened her eyes. She immediately sat down. Aram looked away and asked what had happened to the ogre. The protagonist was covered in sweat and thought that she was expressing herself as a drill sergeant. She opened her mouth in surprise. The young man was sitting next to her, and she asked who it was. Suddenly, Yerim's cheeks turned red, and Sung-hoon thought she was cute. He pointed his finger back and said that there was an ogre having fun, and he had cured her. The huntress stared at him. She brought her hand to the place where the wound was and said that the attack had gone through the defense. She then stood up and promised that she would definitely repay the protagonist, so he should contact her later. Aram looked to the side and told the mercenary to run because their enemy was strong. He widened his eyes tensely. The girl walked away. He raised his hand, saying that he understood her. Suddenly, the huntress soared sharply into the sky. Fog appeared. The guy looked to the side and said that it was impressive. Aram immediately rushed into battle, and Sung-hoon said that she was undoubtedly a high-level awakened, and this power was just something. He took the parking attendant in his arms and suggested that he should not worry about his rear. The young man looked to the side and asked those hunters to do their best to protect himself until he regained his true strength. The team was still fighting the ogre. There were white clouds in the sky. The patient of the hospital expressed her gratitude. The mercenary stood next to her, saying that he just wanted to do the right thing. He put his hand on his head and added that he was glad that everything worked out. He turned around when her mother called out loudly. The woman began to cry loudly. She hugged her daughter, saying that she shouldn't work in such a dangerous place. The protagonist sighed with a smile. Tears flowed down the girl's cheeks. The guy went to the exit. The door closed. The man in the suit reported that the reason why an ogre of around the 80th level appeared was still unknown. The presenter pointed to the picture. The hunters attacked the monster. Sung-hoon stopped in front of the TV. Then he turned away. Walking past the trees, he decided that first of all, he needed to take care of himself and start his life from scratch. The hospital building was visible. The device beeped. The boy's mother was in a coma. He curled his lips. The main character was sitting next to her. He touched her arm. He was sitting on a stool. Then, he took out the cores and thought of disordered mana syndrome. The woman's eyes were closed, and the mercenary thought that such a thing happened when mana affected a person in large amounts at a time, and the body could not withstand it. He sorted through the crystals, thinking that it was very easy to cure this disease. Looking down, the young man thought that he needed to adapt his mother's body to mana, but the process itself was quite complicated. The guy introduced the mandrake and thought that the flower of this plant is one of the proven ways, but there are others. He imagined two silhouettes and thought that the easiest option would be to extract the excess mana that was in the victim's body. Sung-hoon closed his eyes and thought that only a high-ranking magus could do this. He gritted his teeth and said that he needed to reach at least the 3rd level. The hunter sighed. He took his mother's hand. Sitting by her bedside, he said he would help her wake up, and he would do so before the weekend. He pressed her hand to his face. Then the main character opened his eyes and promised that he would definitely cure her. There was a clear sky above the buildings. The stones sparkled. The protagonist was smirking. His mana stat was increasing. He was lying on the bed. Suddenly the core evaporated. The guy reached into his bag and said that he could extract mana from low-quality stones up to 3 times before they broke. He took another crystal and concluded that it was a costly but still useful method. The cannonballs disappeared in the young man's hand. He sat next to the window, increasing his stats. He smiled contentedly as he looked at the screen. Sung-hoon then stood up and said that it was now time to proceed with the next step. He threw down a sheet of paper. Then he sat down on his knees. Redstone shone. The main character took a box cutter. He concentrated his energy and ordered the blade to become sharper and stronger. A spark appeared in the mercenary's eyes. He then began to cut the crystal, thinking that he needed to be extremely careful. He sawed off part of the object and said that he would say goodbye to his finger if he cut himself with the enchanted blade. A red scattering was visible. The cannonballs turned to dust. There were stars and the moon in the night sky. A bright light was burning in the room. The young man threw the knife aside. Then he fell on his back and said that this work was very tiring for him. He looked away. It was already 10 o'clock, a lot of time had passed. The mercenary sat down and decided to finish his business and also register as an awakened one, but not today. He sat in the lotus position. The protagonist had a cube in his hands, and then it began to evaporate. Sung-hoon brought the object to his face and said that it turned out perfectly. He began to cut the stone with the blade again. He scratched his head with a knife. Patterns were visible. Then the main character put the object down. He raised his hands, activating the mana energy skill. The guy winked as he looked at the mana cube, the main weapon among mages. Voices could be heard in the awakened registration office. Sung-hoon walked over to the counter and the worker said that he was registered in the support class. She handed him an ID card. The protagonist took it and asked if he was now officially awakened. He turned around and wondered who would take him for an awakened one without equipment, made from monster parts. There was a poster on the building, and the young man thought that he needed to buy at least the cheapest one if he wanted to find a team. He walked away, thinking that even a mana cube would be enough for him to kill monsters, but without equipment, it was unlikely that anyone would take it with them on the hunt. I could see a hunter's shop. The mercenary raised his eyebrows and decided to take something cheaper. There was an inscription above the doors. The employee greeted the guest with a smile. The hunter turned around and thought that everything was very expensive here. The girl said with a smile that in their store he would find equipment that he could afford. The guy was covered in sweat, doubting that he would stay here for long. He put his hand on the back of his head and asked to see something cheaper. Light armor for classes that did not participate in battles was visible. Sung-hoon's eyes bulged in surprise and thought that this was quite interesting. He looked at the fabric, and the saleswoman said that their brand's gear was enchanted to restore mana, so most supports chose that. The protagonist touched his face and thought that this was inconsistent and unnatural. He looked to the side and thought that most of the equipment was enchanted with a similar level of magic, and he couldn't do it yet. There was equipment on the shelves. The protagonist closed his eyes and assumed that this was due to the influence of the system. There was a lamp on the ceiling, and he asked for a recommendation of something within 7 million won. He was wearing white shoes, and the saleswoman began to offer him goods. The young man looked at the boxes in bewilderment. He turned around and asked if it was really no more than 7 million won. The girl raised her hand and said that the equipment could not be returned. Tears appeared in the mercenary's eyes, and he thought that he hadn't even noticed that he had gone over budget. He then walked away, thinking that he now had the necessary equipment. Wires were visible. Someone stretched out his hand. Insu introduced himself as the leader of the group with a smirk. Sung-hoon shook his hand. He turned when the commander pointed to the healer. The girl looked down and asked not to disturb her over trifles. She looked at the phone, and the main character thought that such people are called the noble class. He winked and thought that the leader was capable, since he could lure her into his small team. The man raised his hand and said that the hunt would be easy, because they had a healer and a support with them. The hunters chatted, and Insa said that their rookie's abilities were amazing. There were white clouds in the sky. Everyone looked at the commander. He opened his mouth wide and ordered everyone to get into the cars. The awakened ones ran to the trucks. They took turns climbing the stairs. Sung-hoon also climbed onto the roof. The tank closed the door and said it was time to go. The wheels spun. The magician looked straight and thought that it had all begun. The car drove away. The sky was clear. Hiller listened to the music. A sign of the last line of defense appeared. They crossed it. The young man looked to the side. The girl slept with her mouth open, and he thought she was too relaxed. She sat in an armchair and looked very carefree. The hunter took out the cube and decided to prepare. His body began to emit white light and he activated the enhancement skill. He closed his eyes, and the system reported that he had mastered agility and endurance. The girl woke up when she felt the movement of mana. The other hunters also turned around, asking if the rookie was using his skills just now. The guy touched his face and replied that as long as they were in the hunting area, they needed to be prepared for anything. They were sitting across from each other, and the guy said he wanted to have healer skills too. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that supports are treated much better, and their presence in the group makes hunting monsters much easier. He raised his hands and said that he would strengthen the skills of his comrades. His hand began to radiate a green light. Hiller looked down at her hands in surprise. The other awakened ones also looked amazed. The young man raised his hand to check if he had become stronger. Everyone looked at their status windows. The girl widened her eyes in shock, asking if a first-level support was really capable of such a thing. Sung-hoon closed his eyes and thought that their numbers should have increased by about 20%. The car stopped. The young man turned around and asked if they had arrived. He opened the map. I carefully began to look at the hunting area again. He gave the command to the driver, and the team headed for the target. They stopped in an area near a hill and a forest. The hunters entered the wilderness. The team froze for an initial assessment of the area. The hero smiled, rejoicing in his first hunt after waking up. He looked at the leader. He repeated again that a large monster had been spotted within a radius of a kilometer. He was their target. As agreed, they were using an aerosol to lure him here. Healer and the support are not involved in the battle, so they must make sure that they keep their distance. As a last resort, Enro promised to protect them. There was a confident smile on his face. He ordered the attackers to attack the monster as soon as it showed aggression. The hunter raised his gun. He asked to rely on him. He was eager to try out the buffs from the hero in practice. The leader told everyone to be careful not to let the monster get too angry, because if they pour too much damage at once, he will switch to the shooters, and they don't need it. He just laughed and said that they were not in the first one and asked not to worry, because they know how to work in a team. Enro looked ahead with satisfaction and suggested that we start. Hunters installed a device that began to spray aerosol. The man clenched his fist and noted the incredible buff. He looked at the hero and asked if he was exactly the first level. He buffed him for strength, agility, stamina, and even mana. Sung-hoon smiled at him and replied that he was just lucky with the class. Enro was glad that they had brought him with them. He remembered that the hero had said that he could also debuff enemies, and he calmly replied yes. As the leader turned away, Sung-hoon said to himself that, of course, he could use not only debuffs, but also search, teleport, and attack skills since he was a wizard. Not far away, a noise was heard in the forest. Enro took out his weapon and told him to get ready. The monster's paw appeared among the trees at the exit from the forest. The man smiled, ready to meet him. Everyone began to tune in for the upcoming battle. A cute-looking, but rather large lizard appeared from the forest. The beast slowly began to approach the people. Suddenly it opened its mouth, and in it you could see many rows of sharp fangs. Sung-hoon grinned embarrassedly. He asked himself, who had thought of calling him by such a cute name as Salamander? Suddenly, the hero noticed that the girl behind him was trembling. She put her hands behind her back in embarrassment. Was she frightened? Sung-hoon nodded and agreed that the monster looked creepy. Healer continued to tremble, noticing the beast's slimy hide. The guy looked at the monster again and thought that he should apply a debuff. Enro screamed and a powerful aura began to emanate from him. The monster was blinded by a bright light. His pupils narrowed and he cried out questioningly. The man's body was covered with a bright light. Sung-hoon frowned. He realized that the man had used a technique that increased the level of aggression in the monster. Fury flashed in the salamander's eyes. He immediately rushed to attack. It would rather be more correct to call such a technique an effect on consciousness. It influenced the mind of the monster and forced it to focus on the tank. Enro looked at the shield and shouted that his plan had worked. He turned sharply, and he successfully repulsed the first attack with his shield. The impact even pushed him back, but he braked. The shield slashed through the lizard's head hard. Enro put the hammer forward and shouted that the monster had become aggressive at him, after which he gave the order to hit the legs. First he needed to immobilize the creature. The riflemen raised their weapons. Sung-hoon squinted one eye slyly. It was not bad. Fire was opened. The leader relied not only on skill, but also understood how to use the shield to his advantage, and the attackers did a lot of damage. It was unlikely that they would need a healer. The shots tore the flesh of the monster. You never know what might happen, so a doctor is always necessary. The salamander began to swing its paws, saving important organs from bullets. Sung-hoon put his hand to his mouth and began to think whether he should join the team as a support or healer, since it would not be difficult to find attackers. He will have to face such unforeseen circumstances as a strong monster or frauds among the awakened. He bit his lip in displeasure. If he were at least a wizard of the third ranag, he could create a golem. But now he does not have enough mana. He turned sharply. His hand immediately grabbed the mana cube. The hero cursed and said that a strong monster had appeared. The beast appeared in front of them. Another salamander, much larger in size. Enro glanced back and shouted that this monster was not on the mana sensor. Where did it come from? The support has already begun to cast the necessary spell. The leader of the group anxiously moved towards the team. He called the support to him, simultaneously trying to understand where the blind spots were on the map. The salamander opened its terrible mouth. At this time, magic circles appeared around the hero. Sung-hoon smiled and ordered to leave. At arm's length, the lizard grew its feet into the ground and froze. The crew looked at such miracles with horror. The support smugly stroked the beast's face and said that he would hold it for now. The rest should calmly hunt one monster at a time. After a while, the staff was already loading the corpses of monsters into trucks. A bottle of water was thrown to the hero. He caught it and opened it. Enro said that everything went smoothly only thanks to him. Enro pointed at him with his hand and asked how many skills he had. Supports with such skills were highly valued. Hanggu turned to them and said that he was curious about what the hero was using. Sung-hoon smiled, raised his finger, and said that it was exhaustion, illusion, and paralysis, 3 kinds of debuffs. The teammate who was resting behind asked if the level 1 hero was true besides his skills. His adaptation to the situation was on par with any expert. Hanggu noted that he also thought that the hero was an avid hunter. Enro nodded and agreed. He said that they still separated easily. Despite his mistake, he had to prepare for such a situation since the sensor has a small range. The man bowed, leaning on the shield. He was sincerely sorry. The hero calmed him down and said that he was fine and asked not to worry, because he would still protect them. Sung-hoon winked at him and added that he too wanted to try out his skills on his first hunt. Insa straightened up. Now he was calm. Hanga smiled and said that a support with SS skill would definitely be taken by large companies. He was even a little jealous. At this time, Hiller sat under a tree, hugging her knees, while the men said that it was much more profitable to be in a team with permanent members than with strangers. Didn't the hero know? He smiled and replied that, of course, he knew, because he had been a bait for quite a long time. The men were surprised. Insa asked if the hero had any plans for the future. The leader clapped his hands and thanked the hero again for finishing early and without any problems. He looked at his men and asked if they still had mana. The answer was about 70–80%. Tank looked at the hero with excitement. He smiled at him, winked at him, and said that he still had enough mana. Everyone stared at him again and asked if he also had incredible mana reserves. He buffed all of them, used the skill on the monster, and he still had something left. Many had heard that such techniques required a huge amount of mana. Sung-hoon was embarrassed, while the healer behind was silently waiting for an opportunity to chat with the hero. She drank the water with displeasure, embarrassing the support even more with her look, but he did not understand why she was looking at him like that. Did she really want to say something? The hero abruptly turned away from the unbearable gaze. The girl at that moment asked herself, maybe it was not too late for her to say hello to him? Insa looked at her at this moment, and asked if she still had mana left, and she nodded. The man smiled happily, and since everyone agreed, they would continue the hunt. The team was going to hunt until they ran out of mana. The sun was still high, a cicada nearby, playing its song. A whole day passed and sunset came. Night followed. The trucks were already being unloaded at the base. The employee examined the corpse of the monster. He noted that the carcass was intact, only with a single wound on the head. Insa folded his arms contentedly. The officer asked if they had planned everything and practiced shooting, or something like that. The tank just laughed and said that it was quite difficult to kill them without causing much damage, so now he had to unfasten them more money. The man agreed without question and asked if the hunters had a new way of hunting. He pursed his lips and looked at the corpses again. He said that they were of higher quality, then he could throw 15% on top. Insa smiled happily and asked if there were really so many. The merchant happily told that intact mascara had many uses. The hunter told him in response that they had known each other not so long ago, but he was already ready to see him more often. The men agreed to work together and continue. Sung-hoon squinted at them from the sidelines. If he used a mental check, he would be able to tell if the merchant was lying or not. The fist clenched the mana cube. It was impossible to apply this check at his level. It caused great inconvenience. Therefore, he walked away, thinking that he needed to become a rank 2 wizard as soon as possible. The leader said goodbye to the merchant. The team was waiting outside the base. Insa gathered everyone together and said that they would share the bounty. He took out his phone and began to count. His eyes fell on the healer and the support. Hanga and his partner looked at him in anticipation. The leader said that there was some difference between the payments. His face lit up, because for each salamander skin, including magic stones, 15 million won for 10 pieces, they earned 150 million won. Hanga clenched his fists happily. Nagarata seemed to them something unrealistic. The man agreed, but clarified that since they were intact, the price increased a lot. He began to show everyone the numbers. Sung-hoon cast a glance at the girl behind him. Thanks to him, they earned 4 times as much. The blonde's eyes widened. Sung-hoon smiled warmly at his team. Insa looked at him proudly and said that with such an amount of money, he could happily go home. He looked at the girl and said that they would give 40% to the healer first, because this was their average salary. The archers looked at her in confusion. Hiller looked anxiously at the envious men. Insa turned to the guys and said that 20% went to the attackers. The tank itself would take 30, but it would take only 20. The hero looked at him in surprise. Now he has 20%, including 10% of the leader. Hanga looked at him cheerfully and said that he would also share. Because no one was hurt thanks to him, he couldn't give much, so he asked to take 2% of it. His friend did the same. The blonde watched the act of respect and gratitude in embarrassment. Suddenly, she grabbed her headphones and shouted that she would only take 10% because she hadn't done anything. She thought it was well deserved for a healer. Suddenly, the entire crew stared at her in complete shock. The hero's eyes sparkled in surprise. The girl turned away. The guy grinned, because he thought that she was a loner, since she belonged to the noble class. A smile appeared on his face. It turned out that their healer was just a shy girl. The attackers in complete delight began to think about how they would divide her 30% among the rest. 15 days passed. Sung-hoon bought himself ice cream. He earned 500 million won in 2 weeks. He realized that money is hard to get, but how easy it is to spend. He bought land and paid for the construction contract. His list of tasks was open on his phone. He only needed to wait while the house was being built. Electricity and mana were comparable to each other. By converting electricity into mana through magic, he could quickly increase its reserves. The electricity bill would be enormous. A sly grin appeared on his face. The problem will be solved by an autonomous house that is able to provide for itself. In his previous life this was simply impossible. thank science. The hero did not suspect that it would split into 2 indicators. Perhaps this is because he used both. The guy was sitting on the bed next to a woman's poster. It seemed that the number 16 in the system window represented his own mana, and the other number 25 was given by the Akashic system. Relying only on the system was wrong, it was for the best. His house would be ready in 2 months. It would take 20 days to become a 3rd-rank wizard if he gave it his all, and in 3 months, he would be able to heal his mana. There were many envelopes with invitations nearby. The time on the clock showed the 4th hour. In one of the windows of the apartment building, you could hear the young man shouting that he was already late. The hero went to the cafe. I ordered a glass of soda. A man in a business suit was sitting in front of him. He was pleased to meet him. He introduced himself as the deputy head of the HD combat department named Jisik. The man was from a hunter's organization. Their field of activity was similar to other agencies. They supported the Awakened and provided all the amenities. Sung-hoon looked at his interlocutor seriously. The main difference was that the Hunters organization was sponsored by the country's leading corporations. Jisik said that the other day they checked the hero's hunting history and abilities as much as possible. He started flipping through the dossier on his tablet, and said that not too long ago, the hero worked as bait, and then woke up. Jisik looked up and added that the hero's mother was in the hospital with a disease caused by the rifts. That's right, the hunter replied that, as expected, such a large company had an excellent information network. The man adjusted his glasses, his eyes flashing seriously. He stated that if they didn't have enough eyes to see the outstanding newcomers in this field, they would have already gone bankrupt. Such a harsh truth, because management is no easier than hunting. Under the window were attractive pastries and cakes. The deputy said that there was one thing that everyone who had hunted with the hero over the past 2 months confirmed. Sung-hoon ate a piece and looked at his interlocutor carefully. The manager leaned forward slightly and stated that Mr. Sung-hoon was capable of using the skill of paralysis. Their company was sure that his ability was of great value when applied. It was an amazing skill. Meanwhile, the hero was slowly chewing. He took a sip of soda, put down his glass, shook his head, and said that with such a skill he could hunt without any losses, and with a commander of trained hunters, even catch monsters alive. Giziak nodded calmly and said absolutely right, if you compare the price of a living and a dead monster. He drank his coffee and explained that a living monster would cost 10 times as much. The cup returned to the table. The deputy handed the tablet to the young man and asked him to familiarize himself with the offer from their company. Sung-hoon leaned back and began to read leisurely. Concentration froze on his face. 1 billion won was a very large amount for a beginner. Nevertheless, a tiger cub is still a tiger, the manager explained. He smiled slyly, leaned on his folded palms and added that it would be right to make an appropriate offer for someone with such a bright future, a healer and support, with a SS skill like paralysis. Now this deal is slightly incommensurable. The guy thought for a moment. He put the tablet down to his cup of coffee, sighed, and asked if he could be given time to think. Jisik was suddenly surprised. He straightened his hair. He did not understand. Because he believed that the hero would like their proposal, he calmed him down and said that it was excellent. Then he showed a large stack of envelopes with other offers and slyly added that they were also no worse. Among the offers there were even foreign ones. The manager grinned and straightened his hair. He assumed that the young man was interested in other organizations with a fairly good reputation. Sung-hoon stared at him. He was alone and there were many companies willing to hire him. The hunter drank more soda. Despite the fact that his interlocutor represented a state corporation, he had the advantage in negotiations and they would have to try. After a while, the hero went to the hospital. The darkness in the woman's eyes began to blur, and she heard the conversation between the young man and the doctor. She hummed. The man interrupted the conversation and assumed that the patient was waking up from sleep. The woman's eyes slowly began to open. Sung-hoon sighed and called out to his mother. Mother looked wearily at the hero and asked, "Could it be him?" Her hand reached for him helplessly. A slight smile appeared on her face. Mother thought that she had lost consciousness again and asked how much time had passed now. She began to stroke her son's head and asked for forgiveness for her stupid illness. She was already getting better. The guy was crying, kneeling in front of her and holding her hand. Mother was amazed and asked what it was. The hero gently lay down on her stomach and began to thank God that his mother really woke up. The doctor scratched his chin happily and asked if the gentleman could step away. They were to check on the patient. The woman looked at them in disbelief. The doctors began to examine. The man said that the pupils reacted. Now he demanded to check the blood pressure. The nurse looked at the device and recorded 110 to 80. Everything was normal. The doctor said that later they would conduct a more detailed examination to identify abnormalities. But so far everything was fine. The nurse looked at the folder and said that the mandrake undoubtedly works wonders. It was the first time she had observed the effect after using it. It seemed that the rumors were not lying. The health and physical condition of the patient was the same as in his youth. Mother immediately got up in bed, hearing that 2 whole years had passed. In the distance he could see the hospital building. The branches of the tree were illuminated by bright sunlight. The mother was riding in a wheelchair that was moved by her son. Without showing emotion, the woman asked if the doctor was telling the truth. Closing his eyes, Sung-hoon replied positively, adding that she had been cured thanks to the mandrake. Turning her head, the lady said that she knew that the plant was very expensive, wondering if he had done dirty work. Stepping forward, the main character replied that the interlocutor knows that he is not such a person. Asking to take a look, he announced the hunter's license. His mother's face looked surprised. A license appeared. Looking ahead, the woman inquired that her son was now awake. Hugging the mistress, the son replied that since he belongs to a rare class, he receives a fantastic salary, adding that the initial payment under the contract alone was 200 million won, noting that he had enough money not only to pay for her treatment, but also to build a house for her, so there was no need to worry about anything. Tears appeared on his mother's face. The protagonist suddenly feigned surprise. Standing next to the woman, the guy asked if everything was all right, asking what had happened. Continuing to cry, the lady declared that her dear son had given up on his dream of becoming a musician and was working as a hunter because of her, asking how she could not blame herself. The young man raised his head, replied that she should not worry, because he got a job in a state company, asking if it knew this organization. The man took his mother's hands. Smiling, Sung-hoon said that she could now believe that they would live in prosperity. Covering her face with a handkerchief, the lady asked what would happen if he was wounded, because he could die during the hunt. In turn, the son replied that he was a valuable member of the team, noting that he was definitely not in danger. Getting back on his feet, the main character said that it was time to return, because she would remain in the hospital for a more detailed examination. Turning around, the woman asked where he would go. Holding his head, the protagonist replied that today was his first day at work, adding that as soon as he finished, he would immediately come, asking his mother to rest. The crown of the trees appeared again. 2 tall buildings appeared in the distance. The motorcycle rushed forward. Looking at the building, the guy took off his helmet. The man, stretching out his hand, asked what was the purpose of his visit. In turn, the young man replied that he was awake, noting that a meeting was scheduled today. Standing on the ground, the man said that he had come to meet with the deputy head of the combat department. His eyes were fixed on the entrance to the building. Holding his hands in his pockets, the main character heard a voice that called him to him. Raising his hand, the man said that he was glad to see him. Closing one eye, the protagonist said that it was mutual and asked how long he had been waiting for him. Holding out the pass, the gentleman replied that the security had reported that the guest had recently arrived and also added that he was also a busy man. Smiling, the guy asked if they really decided to send him to the front line, because it was unlikely to be useful due to the low level. In turn, the interlocutor answered ambiguously, saying that their company was preparing one interesting project. Standing at the turnstiles, the man said that they had assembled a team of newcomers, but the guys are not so unique, but they show promise, adding that they plan to develop them, pushing them to grow. The 2 of them were standing by the elevator. Protagonist, looking to the side, asked if they would really develop from the very beginning and noted that he liked the idea. But was it possible, thinking that for any awakened person, abilities are earnings, so the management is looking for high-level or rare skills, but such people are difficult to get, and some of them are completely reckless. After that, the guy looked in the other direction, closing his eyes. Raising his hand, the deputy replied that it was possible due to desperation, while the young man asked again. While the man replied that, for example, after waking up, money was not the limit of his dreams. Suddenly, the elevator door opened. Pressing the button, the person asked what would happen if the means were needed to achieve the goal. Turning his head, the gentleman said that family or personal problems, bankruptcy are unpleasant things, and companies like Sung-hoon are ready to hire for any money. In turn, the main character thought that those who have not reached his level or who have awakened with rare abilities, but in the gray zone, regardless of the value of their skills, are kept by the financial crisis. The silhouettes of the heroes appeared, and it was clear that if they created a team of such people, they would be able to increase their authority as they developed. Because you need to train as much as possible and send them into battle as often as possible. Holding his hand to his chin, the protagonist replied that it was definitely not a bad idea, wondering if he really needed to be part of such a team too. Turning his head, the deputy replied positively, adding that he should level up, because they didn't need to create a new combat team, because a novice leader would cope with this role on his own. The young man had his hand on his chin. Exhaling, the man said that it sounded very tempting, adding that such a thing would play into his hands and also asked what kind of teams would be. A red arrow on the display showed the direction of the elevator. Looking to the side, the master replied that there are now 3 teams, which are called Alpha, Beta and Omega, while Sung-hoon replied that he would like to get to know the guys as soon as possible. There was a special reader for the access card at the door. Standing against the wall, the guy asked if the famous super newcomer would join them. In turn, the man answered positively. Making a disgruntled face, the awakened man asked if their team needed another assistant. Smirking, the head said that he was not just an assistant, but a multi-class, and would be able to fulfill any role the team needed. The girl raised her hand and immediately clenched it into a fist, and also said that she had heard many rumors that a beginner could use many skills. Pressing the button, the man replied positively, continuing that she could take a look at all the information herself. Showing surprise, the lady said that it was very cool. The protector smiled and said that he should have been here by now, noting that he had finally arrived. The doors began to open and a hero came out of them, who said that this corporation is not deprived of good equipment, adding that he was glad to meet you. A ventilation hole was located on the ceiling of the room. Smiling, The guy said that he had heard that the teamwork of the guys was one of the best, continuing that he was still a beginner, so he could make mistakes, hoping that they would point out the shortcomings and help correct them. Getting to her feet, Miss said that he had finally come. Grinning, the man replied that it was mutual, introducing himself. Closing her eyes, the priestess also introduced herself, saying that he had come just in time, because the team was talking about him. As she walked forward, she asked if she could call him anything else. Standing in front of a colleague, the lady stated that being awakened with a multi-class was something special, and added that she had just gone through all the information, hoping that they would get along. Waving his hand, the archer apologized for being late, greeting his friend. Stretching out his hand, the warrior inquired that Sung-hoon was the newcomer, continuing that he was a warrior. After shaking hands, the main character introduced himself. Holding the guy by the shoulders, the lady said that he was their boy archer. In turn, the awakened greeted his partner. In the end, the protagonist replied that he was glad to meet him. A member of the team looked at the guy. His gaze immediately shifted somewhere to the side. Turning, the man introduced himself as a support. Making a cunning face, the young man thought that he was afraid that the man would take his place, since he was also an assistant, and realized that there was no need for this. The main character took his place. Folding his hands, the deputy said that since everything was already here, it was worth starting the meeting, noting that the floor was passed on to the assistant manager. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that today they will hunt in this area. Surprise appeared on the employee's face. Leaning on his fist, the main character thought that he saw that people here had everything systematic, because the company was a large corporation, noting the strategy, the analysis of the terrain and the characteristics of the monsters, as well as a detailed explanation of the backup plan in case of failure, so the guys are head and shoulders above everyone else, because with such training, any beginner can easily adapt. The subordinate's hand was on the screen. The newcomer, considering the new members of the team, namely the girl and the archer, realized that the relationship between the participants is just excellent, and judging by how happily the guys share ideas, we can already say about the effectiveness of their teamwork. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that they were undoubtedly very different from raiding groups consisting of strangers. The sky above the city was covered with clouds. They quickly flew back, as the car was rapidly driving along the road. Gesticulating, the girl said that this was too much for her mother, because she randomly opened her own business and went bankrupt, and then her father was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Wiping away her tears, the lady said that she was lucky to be awakened, and Sung-hoon replied that he understood her. Raising his hand, the man ordered his girlfriend to stop, because he had heard this story 1,000 times. She in turn, the lady replied that the uncle should calm down, because the newcomer was hearing it for the first time. Smiling, the defender said that she knew that they did not have such a big age difference, adding that she could communicate with him informally. In turn, the miss refused. Making a happy face, the main character thought that in his past life he had never been called this way, and he had never had a relationship. Immediately afterward, the fighter remembered that devil from his past life and realized that Akaluman was a woman, the only girl he remembered. The protagonist's gaze was directed to the side. Looking ahead, the teammate asked if he was too modest for a super beginner. In turn, the guy replied that he worked as a bait, so such a title is excessive. In the end, the colleague noted that then it is not surprising why he is so shy. In the end, the defender replied that he managed only thanks to his strong body. The car continued to drive forward when the words were heard that Sung-hoon had been working with the bait for 2 years and then woke up. The wheels moved on the ground. Suddenly, the eyes of the two soldiers opened wider. Knitting his eyebrows, the warrior said that something was coming. In turn, the protagonist thought that he had a ranged combat class, assuming that he also had the skill of reconnaissance. The wheels of the car stopped their rotation. The car made a sharp turn. A certain monster was visible through the window, and at the same time someone shouted that the armored vehicle would overturn, pouring a blow, so we needed to counterattack. Rushing into battle, the guy replied that he would start first. A magic cube appeared in his hand as the young man ordered the monster not to move. His hand was already near the window when the spell headed straight for the monster. The creature's horns were raised into the sky. Suddenly the paralysis worked on the opponent. Looking out the window, the colleague said that it was cool, wondering if it was the famous paralysis skill that could instantly stop the monster. The enemy was lying on the ground. Suddenly, the defender stepped on the ground. Holding the axe at the ready, the man said that the monster was passed out. Making a surprised face, the warrior said that this was indeed the case. Getting out of the car, the hero explained that the effect was extended by 5 minutes. In turn, a colleague replied that you should not be modest, because the duration does not matter, because the mere existence of a person changes the way the whole group hunts. Looking at the monster, the spearman said that he liked to hunt without fighting, noting that he could handle it. In turn, the defender replied that it was time to start the attack. A hand with black energy appeared. Stretching out his arms, the man used the summons of the demonic spear. His weapon began to appear in front of him. Looking to the side, Sung-hoon inquired about his equipment, as he wondered how much. Sung-hoon, making a surprised face, thought that the master of the demonic sword was like a mixture of a summoner and a melee warrior, adding about the multiclass. There was a spear in the man's hand, and it was clear that the weapon looked quite impressive judging by the energy emanating from it. Smirking, the man said that he was jealous of the skill of summoning a spear, noting that he thought about it whenever he saw it. Looking ahead, the priestess agreed, continuing that she would not give up such a skill either. In turn, the main character asked if the spear was really that strong. Without showing his face, his partner said that this was not true, but that he got a free weapon, adding that the spear also costs money. Stretching out the weapon forward, the man stated that a spear easily pierces heavy armor, unlike the same sword or axe. The pike was near the target, and it was clear that the man would finish him off with one blow. A red light emanated from the spear. His ally's eyes showed confidence as he used an ability called the Death Spear. There was a blow. A shockwave emanated from the monster's body. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he could break through the monster's defenses with a single blow, adding that he had heard that such skills existed, suggesting that the Death Spear was one of them, noting that it seemed that it wasn't just the strength of the class weapon, as the man had a skill that complemented it perfectly, continuing that he would be able to quickly level up with his comrade. A cloud of dust rose. The spear struck the ground. Without showing his face, the defender stated that the task was done perfectly. In turn, the hero replied that he had only killed a paralyzed monster, adding that anyone could have done it. Putting her hand on his friend's shoulder, the girl asked how their team was. In turn, the guy replied that it was better than he expected. In the end, the lady said that if they continued to hunt at the same pace, they could take first place among the best teams. Clouds floated across the sky. A drone appeared in the sky, and it became clear that when the young man worked with low-level hunters, it was used as bait because monster parts and skins were more valuable than human life. However, high-level teams sponsored by various organizations use a troop of scouts and drones to scout the area and lure monsters. Despite the crowds of monsters in the area, technology was still useful. The drone flew away. A lot of cars were parked near the rock. Sitting in an armchair, the lady said that she had received a recording from a drone. Without showing his face, the man ordered the image to be displayed on the main screen. Suddenly, a huge insect appeared in the image. Hiding his face, the guy could not say a word. In turn, the defender asked what had happened, because there was an earwig there. A creature appeared, and it became clear that she was a species of beetle that creates colonies and lives for the sake of its queen. Looking ahead, Miss asked if earwigs had been there before. Looking to the side, the partner assumed that they were exploring new territories, and there was a scout in front of them. The priestess replied in turn that she hated bugs. Turning his head, the man said that there must be their nest somewhere nearby, continuing that it was a dangerous undertaking, but they could hit the jackpot. Looking at the computer, the assistant stated that judging by the territorial map of the monsters, they should not be here, noting that she would request information from the database of the Hunters Association. Stretching out his hand forward, the man inquired that earwigs were monsters similar to ants. Making a sleepy face, the girl replied positively, adding that they also nest underground, and they have a queen who is a second-rank monster. Putting his hands on his belt, Sung-hoon said that at least it wasn't the same A-rank ogre that had broken through the defensive line, while his friend replied that of course it wasn't A-rank, but there were usually a lot of them, which was very annoying, and they were also good at hiding. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that this was true, because killing an A-rank monster would require the intervention of the state armed forces. Turning around, the man asked them to get ready, because monsters are very annoying, continuing that they could make good money, asking if the guys agreed. In the end, people answered positively. The sky appeared at sunset. The creature rushed forward. A piece of meat was tied to the drone. All the monsters paid attention to this device. Smiling, the young man said what he had finally found. Glancing to the side, the defender told him to attack as soon as he could, and he would take care of the rest. In turn, the friend agreed. The monster's paws appeared in front of his opponents. Knitting his eyebrows, the man ordered his weapon to pierce the enemy. Starting to shoot, the guy used an ability called Rapid Fire. The arrow flew straight at the target. 3 holes had formed on the monster's body. A cloud of dust hung over the monster. Making a surprised face, his partner asked what had happened. People looked stunned on their faces. The creature's head fell to the ground. Lowering his head, the man asked why she could not withstand the shots. Turning around, the man said that it was hardly a matter of protection, wondering if he had raised the level. A blow rang out, making it clear that a piercing demonic spear had been used. Moving his hand back, the ally asked for forgiveness. In turn, the defender asked that he could do the same thing. With a smirk, the team member said that it seemed that he should be more careful with his strength. Summoning the spear, the man said that it was incredible. In turn, the protagonist asked what he was talking about. Looking ahead, the girl asked why he had said that it was unbelievable. Pulling the bowstring, the warrior replied that they were using normal attack skills, but the damage had skyrocketed, and the only caster on the team was the guy. Turning his head, the master asked if their damage had increased many times over. Smiling, the young man replied that he was only doing his job, thinking that it was nice to see the results of leveling. Holding the axe in his hand, the man wondered if it didn't seem like the hunt would be too easy with Sung-hoon's power-ups, adding that they didn't even need it. The man looked back, and it became clear that 7 earwigs had been spotted on the side of the car at 6 o'clock, and they were also approaching from 3 directions at 9, 12, and 2 o'clock, so he needed to prepare for the second round. The sky was covered with a few clouds and the leader could be heard giving orders. Holding an axe in his hand, the man stated that he would provoke the monsters for 12 and 2 hours to buy some time, asking if the archer would help him. In turn, the man replied that he could rely on him. Raising his head, the gentleman said that the girl should stay there and treat if necessary, adding that the main character should be with the lady and use paralysis when necessary. The protagonist shook his head. Turning his head, the man said that it was worth starting, calling a friend with him. In turn, the warrior asked his teammates to be more careful, and the man asked where the nearest monster was, receiving an answer about the direction for 2 hours. The young man looked ahead, making it clear that the monsters would soon appear for 9 o'clock. A cloud of dust appeared in the forest. Monsters fled to people. Suddenly, an arrow rushed forward. The shells began to hit the enemies. The monster's head was pierced through. The spear pierced the opponent. Showing 2 fingers, the man said that there were no monsters for 9 o'clock now. In turn, the headquarters confirmed this information. Dark energy emanated from the spear. Red rectangles suddenly appeared on the map. Making a surprised face, the girl asked how this was possible, noting that more than 3 monsters had been seen. Birds flew up from the branches of the trees. Holding his hand close to his face, the coordinator ordered to leave the area immediately. With a stunned face, the lady spoke of the 8 earwigs, adding that the number of creatures continued to grow. Frowning, the chief thought that this was very bad. In turn, the lady said that they had received an image of the entrance to the nest. Immediately after, an image of their new enemy appeared on the screen. The man ran forward. Looking to the side, Sung-hoon asked if there were any problems, while the interlocutor replied that if they appeared, the heroes would have already contacted. In the end, the leader said that the provocation squad had discovered the nest, so it was being chased by a group of monsters, adding that he needed to prepare for a counterattack, because it was time to move on to Plan B. Clouds flew over the mountains. Covering his face with his hand, the young man said that they were approaching, while his friend asked which way they were coming. Their comrades were approaching, and the archer said that the monsters were well provoked. A horde of creatures appeared. Taking out the arrows, the guy said that first it was necessary to reduce the number of monsters. In the end, the man agreed with this idea. Immediately after, 2 opponents were hit by his shells. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that they were really lucky to find the nest so quickly, because the protector's skill, which provides psychological destruction, attracts the attention of enemies. Turning around, the head asked the guy to step back and use an ability called fatigue. The ally attacked with a spear, and it became clear that this was not a bad thing, because, due to the effect of the terrain, monsters chase a person, although he only runs away. Stretching his arms forward, a team member used a skill called slowing. Without showing his face, the young man thought that this was also interesting, adding that it was akin to something like a slight fatigue due to magic, wondering if he should intervene. The man smiled suddenly. A fist appeared, enveloped in light energy, as the Song-hoon shouted the name of another ability. Turning around, the defender said that he had done a great job, ordering him to get rid of the paralyzed monsters. The man looked away. Violet energy appeared. Holding a bow in his hands, the guy said that it was impossible. Smiling, the protagonist continued to cast a spell called paralysis. The master ran forward. Suddenly the ally stopped. Turning his head, the defender asked that he could immobilize several monsters at once. Without showing his face, the protagonist asked if he wasn't talking about it. Keeping his hand on his face, the warrior said that, thanks to the guy, the day was full of surprises. Making a surprised face, the girl said that it was surprising, asking how much mana he had. Spreading his hands, the young man said that the skill lasts for 5 minutes, so they should take care of the creatures. In turn, the man replied positively. Turning his head, the defender said that at this rate, Sung-hoon would do all the work for them. Grinning, the main character asked what he was talking about, adding that they help each other. Lowering his head, the lord replied that in this case he would also do his part by ordering the destruction of the nest to begin. Blood splatters appeared. Night had already fallen on the city. Hot water was flowing from the shower, and the man, standing under the water, said that today was an amazing day, continuing that they had earned 10 times as much and also increased their levels. Leaning on the fence, the archer agreed, noting that he would like it to always be so. Looking ahead, the guy thought that he had earned about 1.7 million won and had obtained the 7th level. Looking out the window of the system, the young man realized that his mana had increased to 50, and even new skills had been discovered, and then it was not clear what the system was hoping for, because it was bestowing this strength and energy on people without any knowledge. Wiping his hair, the ally asked if he was going to have a drink with the team. In turn, Sung-hoon apologized since he would not be able to do it today, because in fact he had to drop his business and come here urgently, since the hunting schedule was agreed upon in a short time. Leaning on the fence, the main character thought that first it was worth taking his mother from the hospital, and finding a place where they could live until the house was built. A cloudy sky stretched over the crowns of the trees. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist listened to the fact that Jisik made it clear that his house was completed. A windmill could be seen in the distance. Someone began to get out of the car, saying that, as he asked, they installed panoramic windows from the 1st to the 3rd floor along one of the walls. Stretching out his hand, the man stated that everything was furnished inside, adding that they needed to look around. Looking ahead, the mother asked if it was their house. In turn, the son answered positively. The director, standing on the site, noted that, also, the maximum number of solar panels was installed on the roof, and they released several fish into the pond in front of the house. People walked forward. Coming closer, the woman asked about the fish, asking if they were really needed. In turn, the guy thought that it was time to take on the duties of his son, since in his previous life he could not afford it. The lady entered the house, and it became clear that the first floor had a living room, a kitchen, and a guest area, and the second and third floors had a living area, and the basement also had 3 floors. A room in white tones appeared, and it was interesting to know if the equipment that the young man had asked for had been installed. Without showing his face, the deputy said that it was time for him, asking him to contact if there were any problems. In turn, the son thanked him for his work. Holding on to the sofa, the mother asked if he had spent too much. In turn, the man replied that everything was fine, because he had spent only 10 million won. With a stunned expression on her face, the woman questioned how Sung-hoon had spent 10 million on a whim alone. With a wink, the main character said that everything was fine, because he was making great money, noting that he was paid more than 1 million won for the last hunt, continuing so that she did not worry, because the protagonist would work even harder. The guy squeezed the mistress's hands. Hugging her son, the woman pronounced the name of her son. In turn, the young man asked why she was crying, because today is a joyful day. They stood and hugged. Several fish were swimming in the pond. The guest, holding her mother's hands, said that she had a beautiful house, adding that the lady was all glowing. In turn, the woman asked them to come in. Starting to walk down the stairs, the man thought that it was worth leaving, continuing that it was not that he hated gossip, but that there were more important things to do. Sung-hoon pressed the button. Entering the room, the main character said that now he will evaluate the building. Smiling, the protagonist stated that the magic circle made 99.9 of gold, and without a single mistake, noting that it was fantastic. Squatting down, the guy said that if he put some mana into the electricity received from the solar panels, he would be able to convert the electricity into mana. Putting on a serious face, the young man stated that as the master of magic, he was ordering the magic circle to activate. Suddenly, there was a burst of energy. Standing in the magic circle, the man thought that now he only needed to absorb mana. Looking ahead, Sung-hoon ordered the main to live inside him. The energy began to gather in the protagonist's body, and it became clear that the mana values began to increase by 0 as much as 1/10. The protagonist closed his eyes. Keeping his eyes closed, the guy said that it was great. A building appeared, making it clear that 15 days had happened. Sitting on the floor, the young man said that modern technology was indeed quite useful, because in a previous life, it would be difficult to create such a magic circle. Making a happy face, the young man thought that his mana value was now 160, and he had gained 32 points in 15 days, adding that knowledge was therefore power, continuing that it was worth starting the next stage. The man was turned in the other direction. Sung-hoon was sitting in the golden magic circle, and it was clear that the accumulated mana should be enough. The protagonist's eye closed. His heart was filled with bright golden energy. Without opening his eyes, the protagonist used skills called mana compression and spinning. Without showing his face, the young man realized that one additional magic circle had been added, and it had gained the 2nd rank. Smirking, the young man stated that he had finally reached the 2nd rank, adding that he now had dual spells available to him. Bending down slightly, the man thought that he could use electricity without fear of huge bills, which meant that it would take about a month to reach the 3rd rank, continuing about how he would be able to create familiars and kill monsters alone, noting that the contract team had to hunt twice a month, which lasted 2 years, and it turned out to be a total of 24 hunts. Holding his head, Sung-hoon thought that the habit of the past was taking its toll. Stretching, the main character said that he decided to live a new life at ease, so you should not rush, because you need to play games, eat something delicious and bathe in luxury. Taking the phone in his hand, the protagonist answered the call. In turn, the assistant manager replied that the next hunt was already planned. Putting his hand on his belt, the young man asked when it would take place. In turn, the interlocutor wondered if he would be able to do it in 5 days. In the end, the ally thought that he needed to absorb as much mana as possible in the remaining time. Coming around the corner 5 days later, the man greeted the defender, saying that he had come early. In turn, the man returned the greeting. Turning his head, the master asked if he had raised his level because his strength had increased. Starting to change clothes, Sung-hoon replied that he had trained a little according to the author's methodology. In turn, the man realized that he trained in addition to hunting. Grinning, the main character asked how he guessed, because no one knew about it. Putting on the gauntlet, the defender replied that one of his skills was animal instinct, and the skill helped to assess the strength of the enemy. Looking away, the protagonist thought that this was a very useful thing, because the system had something to do with the gods, because there were no other creatures in the world who could freely lend their power. Putting on the suit, the guy tried to understand how the system works, assuming that the gods have immeasurable power, but they cannot do anything without some interference in their world, but it may be because of the rifts that appeared on Earth. Stretching out her hand forward, the girl said that she had come first. Looking to the side, the gentleman said that they were already there, and in turn the lady replied that she might not be the first. Smiling, the young man said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The building of the Awakened Association appeared, and it became clear that people came one after another. Pointing to the map, the assistant said that their target was in that place. In turn, The guy thought that he had already seen that monster when he was working with the decoy, adding that in any case, no one except the defender knew about his strengthening. With folded hands, the man listened to the words that this would be the end of the meeting. Closing his eyes, Sung-hoon thought that it would be very problematic if the team learned that his mana pool had tripled since the last hunt. A view of untouched nature opened up. People looked at the main character. Holding his head, the protagonist stated that he had an improved version of paralysis for hunting. The team members, coming closer, said that it was very cool. Glancing to the side, the man said that he had wanted to ask one thing for a long time. Without showing his face, the master asked how many times he could cast and what was the interval between uses. In turn, the ally replied that he could use about once per second, and with the amount of his mana, then about 100 per day. Making a cunning face, the guy thought that with the mana cube, he could use any spell as many times as he wanted, but the team did not need to know about it. Raising his hand, the archer asked how much mana he had, and the lady asked if that skill was really that good that it could only be used 50 times a day. Looking ahead, the defender asked to wait, because he wanted to ask how quickly his mana was restored. In turn, the interlocutor asked a counter question about how quickly he recovered. Smirking, the man replied that it took him about a week, while the lady added that it was quite fast. Holding the axe on his shoulder, the master asked what about Miss, and the priest replied that if she spent all her mana, she would need about 10 days. Holding her hands behind her back, the lady said that in her memory such a thing had happened very rarely. In the end, the head thought that 2 or 3 hunts a month would be enough. Remembering the golden magic circle, the hero realized that he had often encountered this when working with bait, but it was no different from those, because 3 days would be enough for him to restore mana by itself, and with the help of the magic circle in the house, it would take several hours. Turning around, Sung-hoon listened to the archer speak that if the assistant used a skill called paralysis, he wouldn't have to use many abilities. Turning his head, the defender replied that it was worth checking. A monster with a huge mouth appeared in front of them. Putting his finger forward, the protagonist stated that it was his turn, using paralysis. The animal suddenly froze in place. Holding a weapon in his hand, the man said that they would not have to strain much. In turn, a colleague asked what he was talking about, because their job was to accompany the guy. One of them rushed forward somewhere. The young man was above the monster. The man landed directly on the monster. The bowstring began to tighten. His arrow was already ready to fire. Immediately afterwards, his hand let go of the bowstring. The arrow struck the creature's head. The beast fell to the ground with a crash. Smiling, the ally said that it was amazing. Looking to the side, the archer said that at this rate he would be able to shoot more than 100 arrows, adding that the man was indeed pulling them with him. In turn, his colleague replied that he was flattering because he was just doing his job. The tongue fell out of the monster's mouth. Stretching out his hand, his companion said that he was undoubtedly a rising star in this world, noting that the team was grateful to him. Making a happy face, Sung-hoon thought of the rising star, continuing that the offer of hiring was not bad, which meant that they expected a lot from him. After that, the soldier turned away. People began to work, as they decided to first deal with the carcass of the monster, and then continue hunting. A person's reflection appeared in the rearview mirror, and it was clear that the target had started moving. Smiling, the man said that then they needed to speed up. The mountains stood under the blue sky. Putting his hand on his belt, the worker said that the car was full. Blocking the sunlight with his hand, the defender asked what they had done so quickly. The bright sun shone on this forest. Looking ahead, the man said that they had done it before lunch. Raising her hand up, the girl asked if she wanted to hunt again. In turn, the master asked how much mana they had left, while the main character replied that there was enough left. In the end, the man said that they would join with the main forces and return to the city, so they would resume hunting after they dealt with the skins. The car drove up to their hunting place. Raising their hands, the people shouted affirmatively. Folding his hands, the protagonist thought that money is a good thing, but leveling up is even better, adding that this idea is not bad. Holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, the worker said that the connection had been lost. Making a surprised face, the man asked what it meant. In turn, the guy replied that it happened for the first time. Using the transmitter on his head, the defense attorney asked what was going on. From the young man's eyes, you could tell his stunnedness. Making a serious face, the gentleman announced an ambush. Shots began to hit their comrades in arms. Standing behind the shield, the young man thought about the shots, noting that it seemed that black hunters had appeared, and immediately remembered that his colleague was a protector, so he would hold out for a while. But it was very dangerous. Holding his shield at the ready, the man shouted for them to leave quickly. One of the bullets struck his armor. 2 enemy vehicles appeared higher up the slope. Without showing emotion, the man thought that this team had a great leader and therefore he could not be allowed to die. Closing his eyes, Sung-hoon said that, as the Lord of Magic, he ordered him to be protected using a shield of magic. Hiding behind the body of the car, the main character thought that with such a weapon they would not be able to break through the shield created from half of his mana, and he would have time. Without showing emotion, the protagonist stated that, as the Lord of Magic, he orders lightning. Looking up, the young man ordered a magic arrow to pierce, adding that let the two become one, combining the 2 spells into a lightning arrow. Using a shield of mana, the young man realized that he possessed a skill called a lightning arrow. The man put his hand forward. The villain continued to shoot. There was an explosion. Stretching out his hand, the man said that the enemy machine guns had been destroyed, and the enemy was 200 meters away from them, having heard the command to prepare for battle. The priestess healed the wounded. Fury appeared on the archer's face. After shooting, the guy used a skill called Storm Arrow. The shell was approaching the enemies. Someone immediately stretched his hands forward. The opponent directed a red shield. Without showing his face, the opponent said that it was not even ticklish. Gritting his teeth, the warrior said that he had used the most powerful skill, asking what level the villains were. Their enemies opened fire again. The red barriers in front of them continued to block the bullets. Knitting his eyebrows, the defender thought that their attacks hadn't even scratched them, continuing about how if things continued like this, the people wouldn't last long, noting that at this rate, they would all be killed. There were drops of sweat on the spearman's face. Starting to bare his teeth, the man said that they could consider themselves lucky. Making a surprised face, the man thought about what his colleague had just said. The girl helped one soldier to get up. Looking ahead, the main character said that, as the Lord of Magic, he ordered to dig in. Suddenly, a huge crater formed, making it clear that the protagonist had mastered a skill called undermining. A stunned look appeared on his opponent's face. The villains fell down. A cloud of dust rose into the air. The crew looked confused. The archer turned his head. The girl's eyes were wide open. Suddenly the guy stepped on a stone. The young man looked at the offenders who were walled up under a layer of sand. Looking down, the man thought that they were still alive. Someone tried to pick it out from under the thickness of the earth. Making an angry face, the enemy asked what kind of evil trick the scoundrel had used. Smiling, Sung-hoon replied that the stupid would not understand it anyway, ordering him to go to sleep. The enemy's eyes immediately rounded after this order. Glancing ahead, the defender turned to his comrade in arms. Turning around, the main character said that, fortunately, they did without casualties. In turn, the man asked what it was. People lay dead on the ground. Folding his hands, the protagonist replied that it was a skill called undermining. In turn, the master asked to tell about fatigue. In the end, the colleague said that there was nothing special about it, because it was an ordinary earth spell that digs up part of the surface, because it was an explosion that moved the soil to the side, forming a hole. They were all standing by a large pit. Looking to the side, the guy said that it was of course only effective against the people in it, blocking the view, and sometimes a good distraction, adding that the skill called fatigue was similar to his own paralysis. The villain slept on the ground. Sitting down on the ground, my friend asked how many skills he had. The lady looked away. The young man looked away. Smiling, the man replied that it was a secret. Holding his head, the warrior declared that he was indeed full of secrets. Holding his chin, Sung-hoon realized that a single pit spell looked much better than a double spell called Lightning Arrow, but transformative and counterattack magic were always useful, noting that he was going to use a larger area for an offensive skill later. His mouth parted a little as he thought that this was the first time this had happened to them. The lady began to tremble. The priestess crossed her arms. Raising her hand, the girl thanked her colleague, because she was very scared. Her body was still shivering. A white glove appeared on the lady's head when the hero said that he needed to see. The girl immediately closed her eyes when the fighter pronounced a certain spell. Looking at the hand, Miss asked what had happened, and the friend replied that he had used a skill that calmed her down, adding that defenders have a skill called taunt, and this ability works the other way around. Stretching out his hand, the young man asked the guys to come forward so that he could use the steadfastness of his soul on all people. In turn, the archer asked if he had too many secrets. In the end, the priestess asked if there was anything that he could not do. A smile appeared on the man's face. Remembering the numerous high-rises in the city, the hero realized that nowhere can he be considered safe, because people attack him even after he was reborn here on Earth. Because first there was a sudden appearance of a monster, and why black hunters with the power of the system, so no social system has ever been devoid of crime. The car was driving quickly somewhere. Closing one eye, the protagonist stated that in a past life, he did not leave enemies alive. Suddenly, the phone rang. Smiling, the guy greeted the interlocutor. In turn, Jisik introduced himself as the director. Making a surprised face, the young man wondered when he had been promoted, noting that he was the one who had found him, suggesting that this showed that the organization had high hopes for him, saying that his friend had been promoted, congratulating him. Holding the phone next to his ear, the man replied that everything happened thanks to Sung-hoon, since he signed a contract with the main character, continuing that, after all, he was calling about today's incident. Closing his eyes, the protagonist told about the attack of black hunters. In turn, the interlocutor answered positively, adding that this is a rather rare incident. In turn, the guy asked who they were, because, judging by their skills, hardly any of the third-rate hunters. An image of that opponent immediately appeared in his mind. Hitting the laptop, the man replied that they were trying to find out as carefully as possible, noting that there was one assumption that they were sent by one of the competitors. In turn, the young man asked if this was true. Holding the phone to his ear, the man agreed, adding that this sometimes happens. Making a displeased face, the man thought that there were such madmen among them, suggesting that it wasn't particularly surprising. However, the enemies outnumbered and leveled them, going on to say that if it wasn't for his transformation magic, everyone would have died there. Sung-hoon's gaze went down. Sitting in a chair, the interlocutor said that they were soon solving this problem, adding that he would like to discuss something. because today he used a new skill that can change the landscape. A file with a photo of the protagonist was opened on the screen. Without showing his face, the director said that from a strategic point of view, he was extremely important, not to mention that the skill had an effect on the area. Holding the phone in his hand, the protagonist thought that it was a little annoying that he was still surprised by something, because all the abilities are very non-standard. By imagining a person next to the skill scale, the fighter remembered that an ordinary awakened has no more than 10 skills related to his class. Smirking, the guy realized that rare and powerful classes with the prefix unique or legendary have access to the skills of other classes, and at best, they combine 2 different types, and extremely few people have the opportunity to use the skills of 3 different classes, because they are so rare that statistical indicators are not taken into account. After these thoughts, the man imagined a fighter with 3 skill windows. Suddenly, the names of abilities appeared. Making a surprised face, the man said that the young man was the only one in the world who could use skills from 6 different categories. Closing his eyes, the man thought that if he found out that there were actually many more of them, he might die of shock. Without showing his face, Sung-hoon listened to the question of whether the newcomer was hiding something from them. In turn, the main character answered ambiguously, adding that he himself was not yet sure, and it would be clear to him when he raised the level, noting that he knew what the director was getting at, so he would not cancel the contract in the near future. Sitting at the table, the interlocutor asked if it was really so obvious. In turn, the protagonist replied that anyone would understand if he was not a fool. Grinning, the person asked for forgiveness if he caused inconvenience. Bowing his head, the superior said that he would look at him again to discuss all the details. Holding the phone to his head, the guy replied that it would be great. Putting down the phone, the young man said that a rather funny situation was developing. His finger was already near the call hang-up button. The man's hand touched the sensor, and it was clear that he was at home. Light poured through one of the windows. Making a surprised face, Sung-hoon thought that once he regained his former strength, he would need to study modern technology and expand his field of knowledge. After all, semiconductor technology is amazing, but he wants to learn more about electrical engineering and other technologies. There were things on the floor. Starting to change clothes, the protagonist said that today they were supposed to bring a batch of stones, which he ordered. As he took the elevator down, he thought he had heard that the people in the company had left them in his basement, though to others who were not versed in magic, the magic circle would seem like a mere insignia. Smiling, the young man said that everything went perfectly because the stones were in place, adding that although the magic stones were of poor quality, and they were not processed, they were very large, noting that the organization had coped with the request perfectly. There was a chest on the floor. In it lay the same red stones. After tossing the crystal, the man thought that it was perfect because it was heavy, so he started the activity. Sitting in the golden magic circle, Sung-hoon realized that one additional magic circle had been added, and it had been given the 3rd rank. The main character was sitting in the lotus position. Exhaling, the protagonist stated that it was somehow fast, compared to his previous life. Starting to stretch, the guy decided to create an object from rough stones as follows. Holding a cutter in his hand, the young man used the enhancement skill. The broken pieces of the stone fell into his hands, forming a cube. Closing his eyes, the man said that, as the Lord of Magic, he commanded that 2 should become 1, using the synthesis of objects. The mage held his hand next to the cube, and it was clear that it had mastered a skill called communication and synthesis, and had mastered a new ability called object synthesis. The artifact was almost finished. Opening his eyes, Sung-hoon realized that his skill level was increasing by 1 point. Turning around, the main character said that the synthesis of items is part of another level. Holding the 2 pieces of stone in his hands, the protagonist asked if he should test the new skill, adding that he would try to combine the mana cube he used with the new cube using magic crafting. Suddenly, a reaction between objects began. Looking at the cube, the guy realized that the item had been successfully created, saying that it was worth trying to synthesize the staff with the cube that appeared, once again using the creation of magical items. The staff touched the artifact. Suddenly a light caught the young man's eye. The holding building appeared, and it became clear that the group of companies has 2 leading divisions that are known in their industries, one of which is an international leader in the production, supply and sale of monster parts, and the holding company manages them. Various objects that were on the orange line appeared. A company sign appeared. People stood at the meeting, making it clear that the director had been summoned to a meeting at the main office. Folding his hands, the man asked if it was true that an awakened man had appeared with 6 skills of different classes. Dae-sok, looking ahead, asked if it was true that an awakened man had appeared with 6 skills of different classes. Jisik, parting his lips, replied positively and added that they had checked everything to avoid possible mistakes. Turning his gaze sideways, HD President Holden asked the CEO what he thought. The old man, holding the documents in his hands, said that in terms of power, his strength is on a par with nuclear warheads. After adjusting his glasses, the manager said that there was a high probability that he would soon become one of the 5 strongest awakened in the world, after which he was asked if having rare skills meant that he would become an outstanding awakened, and he noted that this was true. After all, hunting monsters puts a lot of strain on the human body, and that's why many people give up halfway. The head explained that the report contains only verified information, and the facts do not lie, and the upcoming chairman asked if he wanted to say that it was worth investing in. The old man said that they would hit a big jackpot, and then Desak, frowning seriously, asked the director what he thought. The guy, looking ahead, said that he completely agreed with the CEO. Lowering his gaze, Jisik said that he hadn't added something to the report, because it was only his guess. Behind the deputy head of the combat department, a picture of the main character appeared, and he said that there was a high probability that he had 7 skills. The leader narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Holding his chin, the man clarified whether there was evidence. Standing behind the lectern, the employee explained that according to the investigation, he had an item that could not be purchased. A red object appeared on the screen, and the worker said that he was calling it Manacube. Stretching out his palm, the young man noticed that they did not yet know what the cube was, and therefore they assumed that Sung-hoon was capable of creating objects. Sitting at the table, the president of HD Holding asked if there was anything else. Jisik, tilting his head down, said that he had found 2 suspicious things, the first being his unusual request for a large amount of jewelry, rare metals, and magic stones, and the second being a room built in the basement of the house. The upcoming chairman stood up abruptly. Raising the corners of his lips, the man said that he had done a brilliant job, and asked what the CEO thought, to which he said that he agreed with him, because he was a very capable employee. Desak said that from that day on, Giziak was the CEO, and Giziak, raising his eyebrows, thanked him, and at the same time, the president of HD Holding asked to take care of Sung-hoon, and gave him all the powers, adding that they could not let him leave for another company. Suddenly, the deputy head of the combat department stretched out his palm. Looking in the direction of the head, the employee said that he was afraid that they would not be able to keep him by standard methods, after which he clarified why, and whether there were any problems. The upcoming chairman turned the pages. Frowning seriously, the leader asked if he thought this was the minimum offer they should make, and although he understood what it meant, and then the worker noted that he believed Sung-hoon was hiding even more skills or abilities. Putting his hand to his chin, Giziak said that he still hadn't figured out his motive, and perhaps he was trying to buy time to level up. A moment later, Desak dropped the papers. Smiling, the man said that he approved. Turning his gaze to the side, the president of HD Holdings said that he did not care what he did. The upcoming chairman said that if his guess turned out to be correct, then they should get him, no matter what it took, and then the guy clenched his fist happily. The head noticed that he could go and asked him to make a list of what else Sung-hoon could be used for, to which the officer, lowering his head, replied positively. The leader's leg appeared. Desak asked the CEO if he agreed, and at the same time, the CEO, following the president, explained that he was looking at the big picture, and, as I said, seemed quite capable, and also thought that they could entrust him with this job. Closing his eyes contentedly, the upcoming chairman said that qualified employees should be generously encouraged. Standing at the window, the man said that his father's birthday was coming soon. A view of the daytime sky opened up. The wheels of the car were spinning rapidly. The main character pressed the pedal. Holding the steering wheel, the protagonist said that although he was supported, he was still on the move. A heavily armored truck weighing 10 tons was speeding along the road, and the guy explained that he had bought it for solo hunting, and added that it was quite difficult to hire a driver who would be silent. The young man's expression was joyful, and he remarked that it would be troublesome if everyone knew about his abilities. Turning his gaze to the side, the teenager wondered if he could start here. A view of the field opened. The awakened man got out of the car and said that it was a perfectly open area. The hunter held a bucket in his hand. A moment later, Sung-hoon poured the red liquid onto the ground. Closing his lips, the main character said that there is nothing better than the smell of blood to lure monsters, and added that everything was ready. The daytime sky appeared, and at the same time, the protagonist used the skill of scanning the terrain. The guy was surrounded by magic lines, and the system reported that he could see all enemies within a radius of 1 kilometer. The young man was standing on the roof of a truck, and at the same time, artificial intelligence wrote that he used several skills. The teenager opened his eyes. Clenching his fist, the awakened man said that it was wonderful. With a wink, the hunter noticed that this would help in unforeseen circumstances. An unusual beast stood near the tree. Looking ahead, Sung-hoon wondered if his first target would be a blind bull, and if he should take advantage of it. Suddenly, the main character took out a staff of Manacube. The monster was looking in the direction of the protagonist. The guy stretched his weapon forward. The young man's gaze was thoughtful, and he used a lightning bolt. Bright flashes suddenly appeared. A second later, a powerful explosion rang out. Turning around, the teenager said that it was definitely a success, because the lightning arrow instantly multiplied. A defeated monster lay on the ground. Looking sideways, the awakened man said that he would not be paid for the charred carcass, and perhaps he should use paralysis and carefully kill the monsters. The hunter lifted the corners of his lips and decided that he would focus on leveling up today. The evil undead appeared, and Sung-hoon said that he would not allow such a warm welcome to go to waste. Lowering his eyebrows, the main character realized that it was time to improve. There was a view of the mountain of monsters' bodies. The main character, looking ahead, muttered that he had slightly overdone it. Placing his hands on his side, the awakened confirmed that 25 monsters had been killed. A system screen appeared in space, and at the same time, the guy noticed that he had managed to score 10 levels. And this is what he called improvement. after which he clarified whether he should disable system notifications. Pressing his finger on the hologram, the fighter said that he loves to hunt alone, because at this rate you can reach the 100th level in a month. And then he thought that ordinary people distribute points without thinking, but he is uncomfortable with the fact that this power is not his. The artificial intelligence notified that his score was 70, and the protagonist remembered that he had also never heard of a god like Akasha in a past life. Suddenly, the numbers on the screen began to change. The hunter lowered his chin and said that it was excellent. In the status window, a button was visible to confirm the amount of mana. Holding out his palms in front of him, Sung-hoon read that the lower mana utilization had been upgraded to medium, as well as the lowest mana regeneration had been upgraded to medium, and then thought that this was pretty good. Suddenly, the protagonist turned his head to the side. Writing down the data in a notebook, the man said that they had calculated the payment, and in total it came out to 372 million. To which the hunter said in his mind that not so much, but as he thought, it would be easier to save money himself. Adjusting his cap with his fingers, the employee explained that under the contract his share was 353.5 million, after which he added that the tax was calculated separately, but could do it for him if he wanted. Folding his hands, the guy asked him to do this, to which he was told that they would make an electronic payment with a deduction of 38% tax. Putting his palm on his side, the fighter thanked his interlocutor for his work, and then he thought that the most offensive thing was that many countries levied a tax of 38% of their total income, so they were arrogant bastards. But he did not understand whether he should move to where he was lower. Wrapping his fingers around the phone, the protagonist is upset that he cannot hunt anymore, as the truck is running out of space. As he walked past the workers, the awakened man muttered that he was also wasting time on the way back and forth, and then decided that he needed to level up so that he could use 5-fold spells that combined 5 types of magic, and that he would need to be a 5th-rank wizard to cast them. A diagram of a person's movement by ranks appeared, and it turned out that this could be a living creature who went beyond the boundaries of the universe 3 times. And this is exactly what Sung-hoon was like in his previous life. The main character adjusted the mirror with his hand. Sitting in the military vehicle, the hunter realized that he was completely powerless now, and that he probably should not have started that fight with Akaluman. Looking back, the guy said that this is a car wash, and the services of HD groups are right everywhere. The man was typing with his fingers on the keyboard when suddenly he was informed that there was a report. Turning around, the general director clarified whether he was going hunting even after yesterday's conversation, to which he received a positive answer. Jisik was pressing his hearing aid with his finger when he was told that he was moving towards the hunting area, according to GPS trackers they had installed with his consent. The truck was speeding down the road. The chief remarked that this was very ridiculous, and then asked if they were tracking the awakened man so ridiculously, to which the subordinate, leaning his palms on the table, replied that they were doing it from the main observation center. A drone flew in outer space. Sitting in the chair, the manager asked the interlocutor not to worry and continued to take notes. Taking up the mug, the man asked if it was clear to them that they should collect as much information as possible. Turning his head to the side, the CEO remarked that if they noticed anything else worthwhile, they should inform him immediately. Narrowing his eyes, the worker muttered that he knew that Sung-hoon was hiding his own abilities. Standing by the window, the manager said that he could combine 8, 9, or even 10 skills from different classes, and then added that there was no one in the world who had 7 skills, so they had to keep him no matter what, because his very existence was already beneficial to the company. Stretching out her chopsticks, the woman offered to try it, because it is very tasty. Happily raising his eyebrows, the main character replied that he was no longer a child, so she should stop. The hunter looked anxiously at the dinner table when his mother asked what it meant not to be a child, since he hadn't even finished his dinner, and then reported that she had heard that hunters had to eat well to keep them healthy, so she didn't know what he was thinking. Bringing chopsticks to his mouth, Sung-hoon asked how he should eat while hunting. Lowering the corners of her lips, the parent advised him to take food with him, and clarified why he left it at home. There were various items on the shelf, and the main character promised that he would take it next time. Looking back, the awakened man admitted that thanks to magic, he did not need food at all, and no one would die if he missed one meal. The guy closed his lips sharply. Leaning her cheek on her palm, the woman asked when her son was going to get married. Suddenly, the protagonist spat the contents out of his mouth. Holding out his palm in front of him, the hunter declared that he was awakened, and because of this, people avoided him. Frowning angrily, the lady noted that she had heard that the awakened were very wealthy in marriage. Holding the plate in his hand, the young man replied that he had no idea, and suggested that he not bring up the topic anymore, to which he was told that he needed to take the initiative into his own hands. Closing his eyes, Sung-hoon thought that he missed his mother's nagging, but this was too much when his parent asked if he realized that he would not have time to look back, and it would be 30 years old, when suddenly a notification appeared that not enough monsters had been killed. A moment later, the main character raised his head up. There were glints of light in the eyes of the awakened man, and he did not understand what was happening. The system reported that the world was moving to the next stage while people wandered the streets of the city. Citizens passed by trees in the square. Suddenly, the man grabbed his ears with both hands and cried out loudly in pain. A bright red flash appeared in the sky, and then everyone realized that this was a real rift. Stretching out his hand to the side, the townsman shouted that he needed to get out of here. With his mouth wide open in rage, the guy said that his girlfriend was a fool, because monsters would climb out of him. The unusual space began to descend closer to the ground. Holding the phone in his hand, the blogger noticed that this was a good shot. Pointing a finger back, the content maker exclaimed that few people managed to capture the rift close-up, but if he published his photo, it would gain 100 million views. At the same moment, the young man's eyes widened in fright. A sinister monster began to climb out of the portal, when suddenly loud screams were heard. The monster's pupils instantly narrowed. Drops of blood flowed from the mouth of the huge dinosaur. A view of the Statue of Liberty in the United States of America opened. People quickly moved their feet on the ground. Near the clock tower in England, a magical passage to the dungeon appeared. In China, a vicious bird flapped its wing. Putting his palm to his head, Sung-hoon was surprised by the update of the system and noticed that there were some problems again. At the same second, the main character turned his gaze back. A black space appeared above the small pond, and then the awakened man wondered if there was a rift there. Snapping his fingers, the guy said that it was too noisy, so he needed to make him calm down. The woman lay with her eyes closed, and her son said that the magic of sleep would not harm her. Putting his hand in his pocket, the fighter decided to create a shield, and then added that he had recently built this house, so he would not allow it to be destroyed. A magical barrier surrounded the walls of the building. The magic portal was enveloped in magical streams, when suddenly the system announced that the first level dungeon had been opened, and it could only be entered up to the 50th level, and the protagonist was surprised by the level limit. A black wing appeared in the air. The awakened man looked up thoughtfully. Standing in front of the monster, the young man assumed that they were looking down on him. Smirking, the swordsman remarked that they had opened a rift in the courtyard of his house, and then asked if it was a praying mantis. Red rays flew out of the monster's eyes. Parting his lips, Sung-hoon summoned lightning. An electric discharge pierced the enemy's body. Covering his ears with both palms, the main character cried out loudly. White smoke rose from the crater, and then the hunter wondered if he had not calculated the strength. The sinister insect raised its paws when its opponent said that he needed to remember something more appropriate. Stretching his fingers forward, the guy remembered that telekinesis is suitable for this. The undead's pupils turned sharply white. A purple aura surrounded the fighter's palm, and he said that he would use it to carefully kill the monster. Suddenly, the monster's body was torn in two. With a sly grin, the protagonist explained that if he broke his neck, it would not affect the price of the mascara. 3 enemies crawled out of the portal, and then the awakened man was surprised that several more came out, which is quite interesting. Spreading his arms to his sides, the young man asked how they dared to show up at the wizard's house without a trace of fear, and then added that he would kill them all and use them as ingredients. There was a view of a building in the student district of Suela, and the cleaner was heard saying that it was clean. Standing near the corpse of the monster, the fighter said that it was also clean next to him. Pieces of crumbling concrete walls lay on the ground, and the hunters did not understand how many people had died, and their captain ordered to find out the total number, because when the rift opened, there were many civilians in the area. Pointing his finger back, the soldier noticed that he did not even know what would have happened if he had not been resting nearby, and the interlocutor said that they had many more awakened besides him. Smirking, the man said that not all of them were capable of fighting with their bare hands. Jumping off the back of the monster, the leader asked what the situation was, and whether the system said something. A black magic portal hovered above the ground. Putting his palm to his hair, the cleanup worker clarified how long it took for the monsters to emerge from the rift, to which he was told that he thought it was about 20 minutes, and he asked if they were finished. Closing his eyes, the man said that it made no difference, after which he added that the work was done, and the vacation was hopelessly ruined. The colleague bit his lips in confusion and said that he agreed, because this was a complete horror. A bloody body lay under the rubble of stones. Folding his palms together, the hunter asked for forgiveness and wished to rest in peace. Stretching out his hand to the side, Sung-hoon said that he was the last one left. Looking back, the main character did not understand whether they had stopped crawling out after an hour. Stepping on the remains of the monsters, the hunter wondered thoughtfully if he should close the rift, and then added that it would probably be better to study it. Putting his fingers to his chin, the guy thought that he would not do this, because this was his and his mother's home. Putting his hand in his pocket, the fighter muttered that he did not have enough strength yet, so he could not stop a possible threat on the threshold of his own house. The protagonist's palm was enveloped in thin magic threads. The portal lit up brightly, when suddenly the system announced that he had mastered the skill of spatial influence, time interference, secret wisdom, and hidden integration. Raising his lip, the awakened man declared that he would be closed, whether he liked it or not. Clenching his teeth, the young man exclaimed that next time he should remember to knock first. Suddenly, an unusual seal appeared in front of the wizard's face. The teenager kept his hand in his pocket, and at the same time, notifications appeared that he had forcibly closed the rift and received the achievement of the first to close the rift, which adds 10 points to all stats and 10 slots in the inventory, as well as the achievement of an impossible action, due to which the system began to monitor him. Lowering his eyebrows in bewilderment, Sung-hoon was surprised that the system was watching him. Closing his eyes, the main character grinned and clarified whether they had been interested in him before. Waving his finger in the air, the hunter noticed that the Akash system was not as significant as he thought, and then decided to open the subspace. When suddenly he was informed that there was a mistake during the mastery of the subspace skill and adding it to the inventory. Grabbing his hair with his fingers, the guy shouted that the subspace was only his, and then added that there was no need to worry so much. Staring at the system screen, the fighter noticed that the inventory was a system ability, unlike his spell, so they might not even try to combine them for no particular reason, after which the artificial intelligence notified that he had received a gold box with a reward for mastering the subspace skill. Raising his hand, the awakened man decided that he would sort it out first, and wanted to accept it. After casting the recovery skill, the wind blades began to spin. Behind the fence I could see the silhouette of a young man, who said that it seemed to be clean near him, and that he would buy new koi later. Looking down, the warrior admitted that he felt like he had found something unusual on the side of the road, and wondered what was inside the gold bounty box, and the system was still watching him. Waving his hand upwards, Sung-hoon said that he didn't know what she wanted, but he could watch as much as he wanted, and then muttered that he was somehow hot. A purple haze flew near the back of the protagonist's head, and then he realized that the day would come when the true power would return to him, and although he did not know whether it was God or not, he would find him even at the end of the world. The news showed changes in the rift, and someone said that the world was changing. Sitting at the table, the journalists reported that the rifts no longer appear in isolated areas, and his colleague added that the awakened ones who were nearby said that they noticed changes in them. The guy turned his head towards the TV, from which he heard the question of whether it was about dungeons, to which he received a positive answer and an explanation that they did not yet know what was inside, but other countries had already sent their strike forces. The old man lowered his jaw when he was told that their lives were at risk, but they couldn't leave things as they were, to which the old man replied that this was absolutely true, because many rifts appeared in settlements. Bringing the mug to his mouth, the protagonist muttered that he was quite interested. Touching the small screen with his finger, the awakened man noticed that this was no less entertaining, because in the gold box with the award there was detection, scanning and analysis, but it was only possible to find out that the thing inside was made of an unknown material. Lowering his gaze, the young man did not understand what the Akashic system was, and although the gods have immeasurable power, their interference causes consequences in their world. Scratching his head, the warrior clarified if this box was some kind of rare one that could fall out of the monster. Thoughtfully, holding his chin, Sung-hoon noticed that it was also golden, so he did not know if it was rare or unique. Leaning his fingers against the hologram, the protagonist said that he would know when he opened it, when suddenly the system asked if he wanted to open the gold box with the award. At the same second, the hunter pressed the confirmation button. Suddenly, currents of air rushed near his body. A silver ornament appeared, and the artificial intelligence notified that it was a ring of operational support of the Akashic system of mythical rarity, the special effects of which are to recast the used spell twice without costing time and mana. Spells of the 3rd level and below do not take time to activate, and the speed of casting spells increased by 200%. Sung-hoon put his hand under the jewelry. The decoration shone brightly, and then the main character decided to see if it almost doubled his attack. Pressing his finger on the system screen, the hunter stated that now he would not have to worry about spells of the 3rd level and below, since the mana buffs of the staff and rings stack. Biting his lips, the guy said that it was good. Putting the jewelry on his hand, the fighter said that he would gladly accept it. Looking at the palm of his hand, the protagonist read the system's message that the item would be tied and asked if he wanted to wear it. With a wink of one eye, the awakened man noticed that he would be able to hunt more often with this artifact. Suddenly, a call screensaver appeared on the phone screen. Sitting down on the sofa, the young man greeted the interlocutor, who said that it was Jisik. Looking sideways, the wizard said that he had heard from the manager that he had been promoted to CEO, so he was congratulating. A pink sticker was glued to the monitor, and the man thanked him and explained that it didn't matter now, because he was calling him on urgent business. Putting his palm to his ear, the leader clarified whether he had watched the news, after which he added that a few hours ago there were rifts in the city center, and there were many victims. Closing one eye, Sung-hoon replied that he had seen it, and one of them had just appeared near his house, and then asked him not to worry, because he had already taken care of him. Stepping on the fluffy carpet with his slipper, the main character explained that he had forcibly closed it. Jumping up from his chair, the manager asked if he had gone inside all alone. Holding the phone in his hand, the hunter said that he did not go into the dungeon, because he has an ability that allows him to close the rifts. Closing his eyes, Jisik breathed a sigh of relief and noticed that the guy never ceased to amaze him. Lowering his eyebrows, the CEO asked if he could find out how this was possible. Leaning his shoulder against the glass, the fighter explained that thanks to his unique skill, but it can only be used near the house, when suddenly the interlocutor began to talk about other rifts. Smiling, the protagonist said that it would not be possible to deal with them yet. Running his fingers near his lips, the HD group employee said that this could happen in the future, after which he clarified if it was due to the level. Lowering his eyelids, the young man replied that he had guessed right. Taking off his glasses, the supervisor muttered that this was incredible, and then added that this was another reason why they should do their best to help him. The wizard asked if he was calling him on some important matter, to which the latter, sitting down in a chair, replied that he wanted to ask him something now. The shadow of his head was reflected on the computer screen, and at the same time the manager asked what his current level was. The wheel of the car stopped on the road, when suddenly the driver announced that they had arrived. Getting out of the car, the wizard thanked him for giving him a ride. There was a view of a ruined street in the city, and Sung-hoon said that it was a mess. The body of an angry monkey lay near the wall, and the main character realized what monsters had climbed out of the rift. Turning his head to the side, the hunter noticed that there was another one in this place. Raising his eyebrows in confusion, the guy did not understand whether there was such a pogrom in other places, if there were still several hundred lizard-like species in this place. Suddenly, the man in the suit stretched his hand up. Jisik stood surrounded by the awakened and shouted for the protagonist to come over to them. Yun rounded her eyes enthusiastically and exclaimed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Squeezing his eyes shut, the young man said that he was glad to see her, to which she asked him to do without formalities, and she was told that this would happen later, and clarified whether everyone in the room was aware of what was happening. Holding the documents in his hands, the man said that he would explain everything in detail during the briefing, after which he offered to start. Military tents were set up on the territory of the city. Pointing to the board, the CEO revealed that rifts are now officially called dungeons. Holding the pointer between his fingers, an employee of the HD group noticed that due to the notifications that the awakened receive when approaching them, there are currently no Korean hunters who would dare to go inside, but many representatives of foreign countries have already done so. On the screen there was an image of the globe. The leader looked at the folder and said that 3 of them had even sent their own strike forces there, and for comparison they were still marking time, and then added that they had been informed that the United States of America, China and England would also soon send troops into the dungeons. Yun lowered the corners of her lips uncertainly. Pressing her hands to her feet, the girl said that their company was well informed, and asked how they managed to find out all this. Smiling broadly, Jisik explained that they were an international corporation, so no one kept it a secret. Adjusting his glasses with his fingers, the man said that there is another problem, which is that an order came from the government. On Dujin's face, there was a shadow of a mask on her head, and then he wondered if it was mandatory. Closing one eye, Sung-hoon asked if they had been left with a choice. Taking hold of the back of the chair, the HD group worker replied that everything was correct. There was a view of lush clouds in the sky. Standing in front of his charges, the man said that as they knew, the awakened receive orders from the government in case of emergencies such as monster invasions, which is what is happening now. Lowering his chin, the manager noticed that they could not use all their strength, so certain people would be involved in this matter. Sanjin folded his hands and asked if these people would be from each class. Closing his eyes, Jisik said that this was true, but that HD groups had to close 12 dungeons, after which he began to talk about what the problem was. Suddenly, the guy parted his lips and said that the problem was the level limitation. The protagonist squeezed his eyes shut, and his supervisor remarked that this is true, and thinks that they are aware that monsters continue to crawl out of dungeons every 3 hours. The dark outlines of the monsters appeared, and the CEO explained that if everything was left as it would continue like this, and not only on Myeongdong Street, because 35 dungeons appeared in Seoul alone. Fault points were marked on the map, and at the same time, the man said that they had discovered a total of 81 dungeons in urban areas, and if you add to them those in suburban and rural areas, a total of about 200 dungeons appeared in Korea. Lowering his eyebrows, the executive stated that the only thing they should worry about is that no one knows how to close them. With her eyes rounded in bewilderment, Yun muttered that this could not be. The guys were looking ahead with concentration. The protagonist put his cheek to his palm. Tilting his head down, the man said that it could be, but so far no one has returned from there. Stretching out his hand forward, the awakened man was indignant that this was recklessness, and did not understand whether they wanted them to go to such a dangerous place without any information, and whether the government was in its right mind. Clenching her fist, the girl shouted that it was true, because it sounded the same as telling them to go and die. Suddenly, the hunter stretched out his hand upwards and drew attention to himself. Spreading his fingers, the young man said that he had a question whether they would be paid. Putting his hand aside, the man explained that the government is not so petty as to ask them to do so without proper remuneration, after which he added that hunters who participate in the operation will be exempt from paying tax for 5 years. The chart showed the percentage of the current tax at 38%, and at the same time, Sung-hoon said in his mind that the tax break was quite generous. Looking down, the awakened man wondered what it was considering how much money they would save in those 5 years, and then asked if there would be anything else. The guy ran his fingers along his chin, when suddenly he was told that they would be provided with special equipment. Lowering his eyebrows, the soldier realized that at least something interesting was finally happening. Smiling broadly, the protagonist assumed that it would remain with them later. The CEO tilted his head down and said that this was true. Folding her hands in displeasure, Yun wondered if it was a small payment when their lives were at stake, and the manager noted that the government would also pay all their debts. The blonde-haired hunter's pupils narrowed sharply after hearing this. Sang-jin silently touched his partner's shoulder. Smirking, Gizyuk suggested that this offer was not so tempting for Sung-hoon. Closing one eye, the main character explained that this was not entirely true, and then muttered that he had never had debts. Closing his lips, the awakened man asked if there were penalties in case of refusal. The smirk did not disappear from the face of the leader, who said that it was not in their interests that experienced hunters leave the country because of such actions. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that this was correct. Putting his fingers together, the young man said thoughtfully that he agreed. Throwing one leg over the other, the wizard admitted that he would like to see the equipment first. Pointing his hand towards the metal doors, the man said that it was there, and since the situation was urgent, he was immediately brought to them. The soldiers were unloading the boxes, and their boss explained that compared to what is sold on store shelves, the quality of this equipment is many times higher. Gripping the axe in both hands, Dujin was surprised, and Yun asked him not to remove the bloody rag from the weapon, while Giziak noticed that some of them were obtained from the reward boxes. There was a piece of jewelry in a small box, and at the same time, the fighter muttered that it was not bad, when suddenly the system reported that it was a black dragon bracelet that gave immunity to poisons and acid, physical enhancement, and also had mediocre abilities, as it was created from the bone of a newly hatched black dragon, but was only suitable for magic classes. Putting the jewelry on his wrist, Sung-hoon said that items can be rare, unique, legendary, mythical, and excellent, and this is not bad for a legendary bracelet. Suddenly, an extra limb appeared behind the protagonist's back, and he exclaimed in surprise and asked if the characteristics add up. Closing his lips, the guy said that it was excellent. There was a view of the white sky above the buildings in the city, when suddenly Dujin asked if they were moving, and Giziak wished them good luck. Bright particles could be seen in the dark space, and the system reported that they had entered the dungeon. A long rope stretched through the trees in the rainforest, when suddenly a notification appeared that they would not be able to leave it until they killed the boss. Behind the thick foliage, the sky was not visible. Turning her head to the side, the lady asked if this reminded her partners of the jungle, and if it was really a dungeon. Pulling on the whip, the guy asked if they were in another world, to which his partner replied that he did not think so, because the system was still working. Suddenly, one of them declared that it was an inferior dimension, to which San-jin looked sideways in confusion. Sung-hoon tore a leaf from a branch. Looking at the part of the tree, the main character explained that he had just heard something, and now he realized what it was, after which he asked if everyone knew what a dimension was. Yun squeezed her eyes shut and said that it was still common in games, and it looked like a curvature in space, while Dujin said that he had read about it in science fiction. Grinning, the guy remarked that since they knew the essence, he would tell me briefly. Stretching out his palm forward, the awakened man announced that this was nothing more than another but small universe. The leaf began to fall down, and the fighter explained that the lower dimension copied her concept. Part of the tree fell into the grass, and at the same time the protagonist added that it was several times smaller than their world and in many ways inferior to it. The archer stepped on a stone with his foot and said that he thought he understood everything. Looking back, the young man wondered if this meant that the dungeon looked like another space, and then added that it was quite simple. Holding the arrows in his hand, the hunter said that they were in a lower dimension, but did not understand what had suddenly happened. A green liquid splashed in the air. Lowering the corners of his lips in bewilderment, the fighter was surprised by the shield, when suddenly someone shouted that there were monsters there. Suddenly, the guys turned their heads back. The red spear quickly rushed forward. A hole formed in the beast's body, and then it began to growl loudly. The Awakens stood under the protective dome, and asked if they were surrounded. The fighter thanked Sung-hoon for saving him, to which Sung-hoon looked away and replied that he had nothing to thank him for. Stepping on the grass, the warrior exclaimed that everyone needed to prepare for battle, because he was using AGR. Dujin clenched the equipment tightly in his fists, and began to shout loudly. A crowd of angry monsters moved forward. The beast's eyes burned brightly with red. The main character winked with one eye and noticed that he had a pretty powerful skill. A moment later, the terrifying monkeys pounced on the guy. Pulling the bowstring, the hunter declared that they had not raised the level in vain. The sharp tips of the shells pierced the bodies of the enemies. Bending his torso to the ground, the awakened man cried out that he wanted to be left to him. The swordsman looked back thoughtfully. The monster violently opened its mouth. The young man raised his weapon above his head. Immediately afterward, his face was covered with green drops. The man abruptly spat something out of his mouth. A cloud of gray smoke appeared behind the fighter. Suddenly, furious monsters appeared high above the guys. Giziak lowered his weapon and ordered his ward not to let his guard down. Taking aim, the archer fired directly at the target. A projectile pierced the head of the lizard-like beast, when suddenly one of the members of Team Alpha asked if the others thought that the monsters here were not so strong. Yun clenched her fist and exclaimed that it was very cool when Sung-hoon stated that they would be able to clear the dungeon. A white footprint appeared on the ground. At the same moment, the huntress turned her head back. In the reflection of frightened eyes, the silhouette of the enemy was reflected. The monster passed through the foliage, and the young lady did not understand what it was. The eyes of the vicious animal emitted a bright red glow, when suddenly his partner shouted that she needed to run away. Rushing from the spot, Dujin said that he would distract him, and at this time the others could retreat. Lowering its jaw, the tank began to scream loudly. The monster's pupils turned into a spiral. Looking up, the archer did not understand how he managed to sneak up on them with such a size, or if he used a stealth skill, to which the protagonist replied that this one looks like a boss, so he thinks that a skill that affects consciousness was used. A moment later, the huge monster raised its fist high into the air. The warrior withstood the blow with a strong shield. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy cried out loudly. The ground beneath his feet instantly began to crack. Blood flowed from Dijin's nose and mouth. Suddenly, the hunter's pupils bulged out in fright. Holding her hands out in front of her, Yun used her healing ability. The warrior pointed his spear forward and shouted that the enemy was behind. Approaching the monster's back, a member of Team Alpha reported that he would kick its legs to slow it down. At the same moment, the sharp tip of the weapon dug into the beast's fur. The man clenched his jaw in alarm. With his mouth wide open, Sanjin asked his partner to be careful. The giant monster placed its paw over the opponent's head. Raising his lip, Sung-hoon decided to use his shield. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the rainforest. The protective sphere around the protagonist began to collapse. The awakened man lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment, and was surprised that he had managed to destroy him with one blow, so it wasn't that easy to fight him. Stretching her fingers forward, the girl used the healing skill again. Falling into the grass, the hunter cried out loudly in pain. The warrior rested his foot firmly on the ground. Holding the shield to his side, the tank told the beast to look at him. Raising its fists up, the lizard-like monster began to growl furiously. Suddenly, pieces of earth scattered in different directions. Dijin tried to cover his body with a shield. The guy clenched his teeth tightly in pain. Shifting her gaze to the side, Yun muttered, her strength not enough, and then began to ask for help, but at the same time she didn't know what to do. Furrowing his brows angrily, the protagonist realized that even with all the buffs, his comrade was not able to fully repel the damage, so things were only getting worse, and that was why it was not surprising that no one had returned yet. Lowering his eyelids, Sanjin muttered that he hoped he would succeed. The awakened man opened his eyes abruptly. Raising his weapon, the young man used the skill of fatigue. Suddenly, the enraged monster was enveloped in streams of purple magic. Turning his head to the side, the awakened man exclaimed that he succeeded, and the negative effect worked. Magical energy began to pour into the arrowhead. The archer let go of the bowstring and hoped that he would cause a gale of winds. At the same moment, a bright beam rushed forward. A powerful explosion occurred in front of the body of the lizard-like beast. Drops of green liquid fell on the trunk of the tree. Lowering his jaw, the assistant shouted that everything was fine, so his partner could continue to attack. Closing his eyes, Sung-hoon thought that with each skill he used, it became more difficult for him, which meant that they required a lot of mana and did not deal significant damage to the boss. His unusual blood dripped from the opponent's fingers. The enraged monster opened its mouth wide, and the main character noticed that, in his opinion, they only made the enemy angrier. The lizard-like creature grabbed the trunk sharply. A moment later, the enemy uprooted the tree. Gritting his teeth tightly, the tank asked the others not to worry. A cloud of dust instantly rose into the air. Lowering her jaw, Yang called out loudly to Dijin. The awakened man exhaled steam from his mouth. Suddenly, the monster released a huge log forward. The frightened archer took a step back and realized that he could not dodge. The guy's hair went up. Closing her eyes, the healer began to scream loudly. At the same second, a powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the rainforest. The assistant's pupils have noticeably decreased in size. The general director parted his lips in confusion. Sharp roots approached the hunter's face. The stunned teenager abruptly fell to his knees. The animal clenched its mouth in bewilderment. The young lady was covering herself with her fists, when suddenly someone was heard saying that it was harder than he thought. Sitting in the grass, the healer was surprised at what she saw. The guy put his fingers forward. The barrel abruptly began to fly in the opposite direction. From the blow, the enemy flew far back. Opening its jaws, the angry monster roared loudly. Among the dense foliage, only a part of the enemy's paw was visible. With enthusiastic rounding of his eyes, the archer called out to Sung-hoon. Sanjin looked up and asked what had just happened. Looking back, the main character explained that this skill is called telekinesis. Hovering in midair, the awakened man noticed that anyone could use it, but it only needed to practice, and then added that everyone needed to save Dijin first. The tank was lying under the rubble of pieces of earth, and asked Yun to heal it as soon as possible. The girl lowered her jaw in fright. Jumping from her seat, the healer exclaimed that she was already running towards him. Blood ran down the young man's face, and then he asked if he had heard it. A bright glow appeared near the fighter's body, and he noticed that his partner called him senior, to which she said that he was on the verge of death, when suddenly he asked her to be honest with herself, and did not understand why his skill hurt him so much. The protagonist closed his eyes and assumed that he had placed the shield at the right time, although it was very dangerous. Holding the staff in his hand, the wizard wondered what he should do with it, because it looked strange after taking damage. Suddenly, the lizard-like beast began to stand up. Sung-hoon noticed that his eyes were red, and then assumed that he had gone into a rage. A strong explosion rang out in the middle of the rainforest. The enraged monster jumped on top of the man. Spreading his hands to the side, the main character said that now he is much faster. The animal furrowed his brows menacingly, and the hunter said that his movements were predictable. The guy abruptly twisted his palms in the air. After using the ability, the fighter managed to throw the opponent behind his back. Flying away from the cloud of white dust, the protagonist muttered that he could easily change their trajectory with the help of telekinesis. Lowering his head down, the awakened man noticed that this worked while they were in the air. Sitting on the ground, the members of Team Alpha watched what was happening. Looking straight ahead, Yun asked what class their comrade thought their uncle had. Looking sideways, Dujin replied that he didn't know, and then added that they had never seen anything like this before. The wizard's face was enveloped in a magical glow, and then he decided to summon lightning. A moment later, bright bursts of energy appeared in the space. Through the veil I could see the silhouette of a monster. Lowering his chin, Sung-hoon wondered if the magic had worked. Suddenly, the enraged beast approached the man. The main character abruptly moved his head away from the blow, and realized that he had a high resistance to magic. Dodging attacks in the air, the hunter noticed that he also had a strong body. At the same second, the guy happily parted his lips. Holding tightly to the hilt of his staff, the fighter decided that this did not mean that he would not be able to kill him, after which he announced that the analysis was complete. Flexible branches of tropical trees wrapped around the body of the furry monster. The lizard-like animal stretched its paw upwards. Hovering upside down in the air, the protagonist suggested that they start hunting. A magic seal instantly appeared in space, and at the same time, the young man muttered about his master. The monster's eyes increased sharply in size. A moment later, blue smoke spread throughout the jungle. The members of Team Alpha stood next to each other and did not understand what was happening. Yun pinched her nose sharply with both hands. Turning away from his comrades, the archer was indignant at where this unpleasant smell came from. Smirking, Sung-hoon explained that it was a poisonous cloud that smelled 10 times worse than untreated sewage. The enemy's head plunged into the magic sphere while the protagonist cast a spell that would replace the oxygen in the air. The monster reached for his neck with his paw, and his opponent exclaimed that he would then concentrate everything in one point with the help of telekinesis. The lizard-like beast began to stagger from one side to the other. Suddenly, the branches of the tropical trees were torn apart. Winking with one eye, Sung-hoon wondered how he was going to survive if he couldn't breathe. At the same second, the enraged monster fell to the ground, when suddenly the system reported that the hunter's level had increased by 1. The guy was flying over the body of the slain opponent. Looking at the screen, the fighter didn't know if that was all while he continued to receive notifications that his level was improving. Dujin put his fingers to his lips, and it turned out that they had passed the dungeon. Turning back, the archer was surprised that their partner managed to kill the boss alone, and then everyone received a message that they could now leave the dungeon, and that it was closing. Looking up, Jisuk breathed a sigh of relief and admitted that he was glad it was over. Rubbing his chin with the back of his hand, the protagonist noticed that he had received the achievement of the first person to clear the dungeon, for which he received 2 points to all stats and 2 slots in the inventory, as well as an additional reward. The edges of the cube shone brightly, and it became clear that it was a copper box with a reward. Touching his hair, the awakened man wondered if he had only been given a copper box for clearing the dungeon, and if it was because it was of a low level, when suddenly he was called out loudly. Suddenly, the wizard looked back. There was a view of the clouds in the sky, and Sung-hoon was asked if they were coming back. Running forward, the healer asked how he managed to do this. Grabbing the small box with both hands, the young lady said that telekinesis was an incredibly rare A-rank skill, and then clarified what it was. Putting his palm on his side, the main character said that it was a box with an award, to which the interlocutor exclaimed that it was the first time she had seen such a thing. The hunter looked back when he heard that he had been thanked for everything. Dujin stretched his fingers forward and noticed that he had managed to save everyone again thanks to his new skill, and then admitted that he was actually curious about what kind of class he had. The protagonist closed his eyes in embarrassment and began to grin. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard in the midst of the foliage of the tropical trees. The warrior tilted his torso down, and Yun cried out that she called him uncle because he didn't understand the general mood. Pursing his lips in confusion, the awakened man asked if she herself was curious, to which she asked a counter-question, whether he had noticed that he had changed the subject when he spoke about the reward box, when suddenly the interlocutor clarified whether it was true. A portal appeared above the surface of the ground, and at the same time, one of the members of the Alpha team reported that this was the exit, and then added that they needed to take the monster's carcass with them. The teleportation beams sparkled brightly, and the leader of the squad invited everyone to return. Silhouettes of people could be seen near the military tents, asking if they could stay there. Suddenly, Sung-hoon stepped on the ground with his foot. Looking to the side, the main character breathed a sigh of relief, when suddenly someone shouted that they had returned. Yun turned her head back sharply. Pointing his finger at the hunters, the reporter ordered his colleagues to shoot faster, because it was a sensation, and then wondered if they had won the lottery. Bringing the microphone to his mouth, the man said that there was urgent news that the hunters who entered the dungeon on Myeongdong Street had just returned. The camera recording showed part of the presenter's face, who noticed that this was the first precedent in their country. A crowd of HD Group employees ran forward and called loudly to the guys. Waving her hand, the healer exclaimed that they had returned. The guards spread their hands to the sides and said that it was impossible to film, and television workers asked what was inside the dungeon and asked the men to calm down. Jisuk put his hands down and asked if they were injured anywhere, and if there were any casualties. Looking at the young lady, Dujin said that they were safe, after which he added that fortunately, they managed to clear the dungeon without much trouble. Smirking, Sung-hoon thought that it was so tiring, so he decided to hide from the eyes of other people for a while. The Awakens stood next to the members of the HD groups, and the main character said in his mind that the tank would deal with everything on its own. Suddenly, the man stretched out his hand up and asked him to wait. The CEO turned back, and the news anchor clarified if they said they had cleared the dungeon, but he was more interested in what exactly happened there, and then asked if he could find out what dungeon clearing meant. Bright flashes were visible. The reporter was holding a camera, and it could be heard that their team was tired after completing the dungeon. Sung-hoon's expression was pleased, and Doo-jin said that they would just summarize all the important information for them. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy said that after entering the dungeon, a quest was given to hunt the dungeon boss monster, and until they defeated it and cleared the dungeon, they would not be able to leave it. The main character winked sharply. With his hand on his side, the hunter said that he would answer one question, and then they would end the interview. Stretching out his palm, the journalist exclaimed that he had a question, to which the young man replied that he could ask. With his mouth wide open, Jin-jun introduced himself and asked if he could describe the internal layout of the dungeon in detail. The foot of the awakened man appeared, and he noticed that it was a completely different world. The bright sun illuminated the dense forest, and Doo-jin explained that the place they found inside was something like the Amazon rainforest, and there was sun, clouds, and not a dungeon, but rather a completely different world, and also added that it felt like it was an artificial world. The man, raising his eyebrows, said that he had one more question, and added that from now on, HD Group will answer all further questions regarding details. Opening his jaw, the reporter asked what kind of monster the boss was. Turning around, the young man said that it was a yellow monkey, like the ones that came out of the portal, and at the same time, the young man asked Yun if she was okay, because it was hard today, to which she replied that she had spent all her mana. Imagining the evil monster, the awakened man said that it was larger, and almost the same size as the ogre that had appeared not long ago. Looking ahead, the journalist noticed that it was a rank. Jisik, pushing the correspondent away, explained that the rest of the detailed answers should be agreed with HD groups, and he apologized to him. The teenager looked back and said that there weren't as many reporters as he thought, and the girl said she didn't care because she wanted to rest. The CEO said that this is not the only place with a portal, and added that reporters are everywhere where the portals are located, which made the guy open his mouth in surprise. Raising the corners of his lips, the leader asked the guys to take a break and said that they had booked a room in a hotel nearby. The hunter was climbing the stairs, and it was heard that fortunately they had all returned alive and well. Yun closed her eyes, and at the same time, the head remarked that it was difficult, but he felt like she had used up all of her mana. A view of a cloudy sky opened up. The woman, frowning seriously, asked why he had gone to such a place. Grabbing her son's hand, the lady asked if he knew how frightened she was, and he said that she was too close, and therefore the hologram was cut off. The lady said that she had woken up, and the news was talking about a dangerous dungeon, and he went to such a place, after which the main character, clenching his fist, replied that it was his job, and his mother wondered that even how could he leave in the morning without telling her about it. Closing her eyes, the woman could not understand why only her son scared her to death. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist said that she didn't have to worry and asked if she trusted her son, and also noticed that boys and girls younger than him did it. Lowering her eyebrows, the lady exclaimed that it was not a matter of trusting him or not. The guy touched his mouth. The lady parted her lips. The mother of the main character clarified whether her son knows how worried she was about him. Stretching her hand forward, the woman explained that she was just afraid that something might happen to him. After a moment, the young man closed his eyes and said that he would be careful, and added that she was too worried. A call with the protagonist's mother appeared on the screen, and she exclaimed that he was making her nervous, and the teenager asked her not to be nervous, to which she asked why he was talking like an old grandfather who had just woken up. A cherry blossom branch was drawn on the wall, and at the same time the wizard said that he had to go, and they would see each other at home. Taking hold of the doorknob, Sung-hoon said that his mother was worried too much. The protagonist's expression was surprised. Noticing the lying guys, the protagonist thought that everyone looked exhausted. Awakened sleepers appeared, and at the same time the guy realized that their mana was at 0. Yun, looking sideways, asked if he had finished talking on the phone. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the young man replied that he was finished, and the girl asked him to speak as usual. Bringing his fingers to the healer, the wizard wondered if he should help them a little. Suddenly, the healer, waving his legs, shouted that she was ticklish. The teenager raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking at his partner, the hunter clarified how she was. Pressing the pillow to herself, the priestess of light reported that she was normal. Yun blushed sharply. Scratching his head, Sung-hoon noticed that it was a little strange and asked how she was feeling now. Clenching her fist, the girl said that her mana had returned. Turning her gaze to the side, the healer said that this could not be, and asked if the mana had been restored. With a wink, the main character answered positively. A view of the city opened up, and then the healer exclaimed that as she thought it was wonderful, and added that it was still harassment. Tall buildings were visible. The awakened man narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, and it was audible that they had finished. Closing his eyes contentedly, the hunter declared that there was nothing else to surprise him, even if it was the ability to restore mana. Pulling the remote forward, the warrior said that they were just lucky to have Sung-hoon on their team. The man was holding a microphone in his hand, and it was reported that they were connecting with their reporter, and lately it has been said to be the first completed dungeon in the world. Frowning seriously, Jin Jun explained that here in Myeongdong, after the hunters left the portal, he had disappeared without a trace, and the Military Awakened Association had deemed the dungeon no longer a threat. Lifting the corners of his lips, the protagonist wondered if it was the first in the world, after which he muttered that the difficulty of the dungeon was hardly comparable to the level limit, and also wondered if the rest of the countries could handle a boss of this level, and it was heard that the defensive lines in Myeongdong would be dismantled in the near future. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist thought that there were not many awakened people with useful abilities. The guy turned his gaze sideways and asked if they had just said that they were the first in the world. Yun, rounding her eyes, clarified whether this meant that their team would become truly famous. The reporter reported on the Alpha HD team, and then the hunter asked if they were putting too much pressure on them. Stretching out his palm, the warrior said that Sung-hoon had cleared the dungeon alone, and if he hadn't been there, they wouldn't be here now. Suddenly, the door to the room opened with a creak. Jisik, clenching his fingers, asked if everyone was resting well. The awakened one, leaning his head on his hand, greeted the director and said that thanks to the protagonist, they had all fully recovered, and his partner asked if it was noisy outside. The leader's gaze was surprised, and he wondered if the main character still had some ability. Frowning seriously, the head told Sung-hoon that he had read the report, and then wondered if everyone had seen the report he had written. Looking ahead, the girl replied that they had already read it. Giziak asked the protagonist if they could talk one-on-one for a while, causing him to raise his eyebrows in disbelief. The lady pushed back her chair and said that she should sit down. Putting the drink on the table, the assistant noticed that it was a cold Americano, as he had requested. The man brought the mug to his mouth. A moment later, the CO emptied his glass. The leader slammed his cup on the table. Smirking, the head said that he would be brief, and clarified how many abilities he had. Closing his eyes, the guy explained that if he counted them all, it would come out quite a lot. A young man could be seen in the reflection of the drink, and he muttered that magic could do many things. Presenting a stack of books, the teenager said that magic can distort space, disrupt time and destroy life, and with such an immoral motivation, one can seem almost like a god among peers. But a god without knowledge is nothing more than an empty, imperfect being, and wizards are only gods of their knowledge. Touching the table with his finger, the awakened man said that he could not give an accurate answer to his question. Biting his lips, the hunter said that he was still developing, and even now, Jisik's expression was thoughtful. Looking ahead, the wizard said that if he were compared to the other awakened, he was a sounding ability user. Bringing his palm to his forehead, the man noticed that he had 10 classes in one, and asked if he was still improving, to which he received a positive answer. The CO sighed heavily. Holding his chin, the leader said that he would be completely honest with him, and added that his abilities held limitless possibilities. Lowering his eyebrows, the head explained that he was the very first in the world, and even the only one. Closing his eyes contentedly, Sung-hoon said that it was so, and muttered that anyone with a reincarnation spell would be the same. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist said that without using such magic, he had heard that there were people born with the memory of their previous lives, and unlike him, the great wizard king, they were most likely ordinary commoners. Taking his laptop out of his bag, Jisik said that that's why they'd taken serious care of his situation. Looking up the screen, the CEO admitted that they had never encountered anyone who looked like him. Turning the device towards the interlocutor, the man explained that they would like to make some amendments to the contract, after which he added that they want to extend it for 10 years, and clarified his opinion on such a proposal. Folding his hands, Sung-hoon asked his interlocutor to continue. Sitting in the chair, the main character thought that there would be no more such a person as himself, because even the system said that they were watching him. Shifting his gaze to the side, the hunter decided that this was why he should have already known that he had memories of his past life. Holding on to the computer screen, Jisik announced that they were offering 100 billion, the right to buy any of the company's gear at cost price with priority over all others, and a share of 10-0. The guy thoughtfully leaned his chin against the back of his hand. By swiping his finger over the touchpad, the fighter clarified whether this meant that he was getting everything, to which he was told that it was true. Looking at the interlocutor, the protagonist noticed that the company did not receive any benefit from this, after which he asked how he managed to make such an offer to him. Suddenly awakened in bewilderment, his eyes widened. In the photo, the young man lowered the corners of his lips, and the CEO explained that it was the fact that they had hired one of the strongest awakened in the world. The wizard looked at his own image on the laptop screen, while the man said that only his existence was already beneficial for their company. Smiling broadly, the manager said that there had never been such contracts, so his contract was already the best offer in the world. Holding his chin with his fingers, Sung-hoon wondered if they would use hiring him as a marketing strategy to raise the company's stock price, but otherwise, there would be no benefit to doing so. Looking at the art painting, the main character realized that this means that they expect a lot from him in the future, and this is enough to put everything on the line. Closing his palms, the hunter admitted that it seemed to him that 10 years was too long. Adjusting his glasses with his fingers, Jisik suggested that he take a look in this case. Stretching out his hand, the guy asked how about 5 years, and then added that if they agreed to 5 years, he would sign the contract. The man lowered his eyebrows in confusion. Running his hand over the head, the CEO clarified whether it was true that they had no choice, and then said that they agreed. Looking directly at the interlocutor, the fighter noticed that this was very good. After the conclusion of the treaty, the heroes shook hands. There was a view of thick clouds in the sky, when suddenly the young man was heard thanking the leader. The wind blades were spinning rapidly, and at the same time, the host revealed that they would now move on to an interview with Dujin from Team Alpha, who was the first team to clear the dungeon. The hunter reached for the microphone, and then he was asked to tell about the monsters they met in the dungeon. Smiling, the fighter said that it was a huge yellow monkey with unusually hard skin, and that it was not a low-level monster, while Sung-hoon thought that his partner was good at interviewing. After taking off his shoes, the protagonist said that he had come home, after which he decided that he did not need to reveal his abilities now, and even if he was strong enough now, he needed to be at least at the 5th level to rest without worry. Touching the wall with his palm, the hunter called out to his mother. At the same second, the woman quickly ran to her son. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked her to wait. There was a view of the solar panel above the window of the apartment. The protagonist jumped sharply and cried out loudly in pain. Furrowing her brows angrily, the lady was indignant that her child dared to leave again and did not say a word to her. Closing his eyes, the awakened man clarified what would happen if he left again and did not say anything to her, to which she cried out that in this case she would not let him go at all. A bright glint of light appeared in the air, and at the same time, Sung-hoon remembered the dungeon with a limit of level 50. Behind the backs of the hunters lay the corpse of a lizard-like beast, and the main character said in his mind that they had finally shown the corpse of the boss monster, whose size was comparable to an orc. Putting his hands on the table, the host announced that the Alpha team from HD groups had done it. The guys ran forward. Someone was heard saying that they were at the Hongdae portal, and the hunters had finally come out, from which there were victims. The man opened his mouth wide and the reporter explained that this was a state of emergency, and as for the terrible situation they were facing, they had to be calm. Huge monsters were walking around the ground, when suddenly there was urgent news that the portal had not been closed. 3 large screens were visible, and it turned out that the monsters were coming out of the portal, and all the hunters were destroyed again. Holding the sheet in his hands, the man in a business suit asked if they had seen all these notes. Sitting at the semicircular table, the supervisor stated that in such a case, they would start this special debate session, which deals with the situation the world is facing, and his colleague added that the main issue is the level cap, and the dungeon monster boss must be defeated, but the cap does not allow them to send more suitable personalities. Raising his palm, the man clarified whether it was true that only one team cleared the dungeon without casualties. Adjusting his glasses, the manager said that it was the Alpha team of the HD groups, but he had heard that they were all awakened with unusually rare abilities. Frowning, their colleague noted that as they already knew, large corporations had already deployed and created regular teams with such personalities, but it was just an Alpha team that managed to clear the dungeon without casualties. The old man closed his eyes and muttered that even the SH group team, which is considered to be the best national team, couldn't do it without casualties, and then added that some, or rather many, had failed and allowed the monsters to come out of the portals. Snapping his fingers, the manager asked if the problem was with teamwork or ability. Shifting his gaze to the side, the head admitted that he thought it was all together. Placing his palm on the surface of the table, the man stated that they should be thankful that the dungeons were only 2 levels now, and then asked if it was true that the restrictions of the 2nd level dungeons were now 75 and below. Raising his finger up, the manager wondered what would happen if the same thing happened to the dungeons of the 3rd or 4th levels. 3 types of multicolored rifts appeared on the screen, when suddenly someone said that it would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. Looking sideways, the worker in a business suit began to speak. The man held the phone in his hands and heard that starting from the 4th level, monsters that they considered to be A rank would appear from these dungeons. The guys were standing opposite each other, and someone clarified that if many monsters, and not just one, appeared at once, to which the answer was heard that they would experience disaster firsthand. Citizens were crossing the road at a pedestrian crossing, and it became clear what the 4th level dungeons meant for humanity. There was a view of the tall buildings on the street. Putting his hands in his pockets, Sung-hoon noticed that there was one more thing he wanted to ask. Looking back, the protagonist asked if his interlocutor knew if there had been any successful attempts to explore the Akashic system. Closing one eye, Jisik replied that there was not a single such situation. Raising his palm, the man explained that thanks to the Akashic system, they were able to use skills and mana, as well as use them in various technologies, and then added that they had already received permission to research in this area, but for some reason, after all the research, they had found absolutely nothing. Turning his head to the side, the CEO admitted that it was impossible to know, because it was like they didn't know how their world was created, when he suddenly asked if he cared about anything. Suddenly, Sung-hoon closed his eyes. The main character furrowed his brows in concentration. At the same moment, the silhouette of the hunter was surrounded by streams of magic. The guy's hair was flying in the wind, and then he thought that at first science had surprised him with things that he knew nothing about, but without any knowledge of magic, there is no meaningful research on space and time or spiritual entities, so it is surprising how civilization has advanced so far without the use of magic. A status window opened against the background of the symbols, and the system reported that the mana indicator was constantly increasing by 0 points. Lowering the corners of his lips, the fighter decided that he needed to hurry, because the message that the system sent last time was also a problem. Squeezing his knee with his fingers, the awakened man realized that if the world was changing, he had to be at least an S-level mage, and from that moment on, he could be sure of his personal safety and that of his mother's safety. Sitting on the floor, the wizard thought about the dungeon and the rift in space. Holding his legs with his hands, the young man realized that if more appeared, the end of the world could not be avoided. A view of the planet in space opened up, and at the same time, Sung-hoon noticed that this planet was already on the verge of extinction. Shifting his gaze to the side, the main character wondered if he was still lucky. There was a bag in the box, and the hunter wondered that he could get the materials in one day here, when it had taken months in his previous life, and could also reduce the time it took to fully recover. Throwing his head back, the guy decided to do it, even if it was somewhat stressful for him, and it would take about 20 years to fully recover. The fighter inhaled sharply. There were bright glints in the protagonist's pupils, and then he remembered that he needed to do it in a maximum of 5 years. The mountains were covered with a thick layer of snow. An unknown object flew high into the sky. Suddenly, the object fell to the ground. With his mouth wide open, the guy shouted that he needed to stop the attack. Through the white flash, the silhouette of a monster appeared. Tilting his torso down, the hunter repeated that he had told everyone to stop, and asked if the idiots wanted to die. The enraged beast bared its teeth. Lowering his chin, the fighter told everyone to look at him. At the same moment, the monster jumped on people. From the impact, a white haze spread to the sides. Due to the heavy weight of the undead, a crater had formed on the surface. The awakened man clenched his teeth tightly in anger. Part of the monster's fur began to glow brightly. Raising his hand sharply, the young man shouted that he needed to be careful. The enemy's tail flew up. Looking away in bewilderment, the girl cried out in displeasure. A moment later, sharp pikes appeared from the ground. A magical veil formed in the mouth of the enraged beast. Clenching his jaw, the warrior did not know if it was breathing. A powerful stream of wind rushed forward. The hunter reacted quickly and held up his shield in front of him. Blood spilled out of the fighter's mouth. The swordsman instantly put his hand on the ground. Holding her staff forward, the lady began to talk about his life. Clenching the metal glove into a fist, the awakened man began to sigh heavily. Lowering his jaw, the warrior noticed that this was ridiculous, because it seemed to him that he would die. Jumping up, a member of the dungeon clearing squad announced that it was his turn. Immediately after that, a guy in a suit hit the enemy on the neck. The lady furrowed her brows angrily. Pulling the weapon behind her back, the hunter began to scream loudly. The muzzle of the machine gun rose up. Taking aim, the shooter made an attack. The monster clenched its fangs furiously. The man bulged his pupils in alarm and was indignant that this was a very absurd defense. Drawing his sword from its scabbard, the awakened man muttered that he did not want to use it. Raising her hand, the assistant asked him to do at least something quickly. Holding the glove in her teeth, the team leader ordered her to prepare to use the treatment. Suddenly, blood splashed in the air. Stretching his palm forward, the warrior shouted that the curse of hatred would strike their enemy. Purple streams approached the body of the evil spirits. A blue spot appeared on the monster's body. Suddenly, the enemy crashed into the snow. Lowering his jaw, the man cried out that it was excellent. The hunter rested his foot firmly on the ground. At the same moment, the captain put his shield in front of him. The girl abruptly threw the weapon over her shoulder. The spearwoman quickly waved her equipment in the air. His opponent opened his mouth wide in pain. Parting his lips, the shooter decided to use an accelerated shot. A lump of bright energy began to gather near the muzzle of the machine gun. The bullet passed near the head of the undead. Blue blood began to drip on the snow. The lady bulged her pupils in bewilderment. At the same moment, the swordswoman leaned back. Crouching closer to the ground, the leader of the dungeon clearing team shouted indignantly. Raising his hand to his head, the man clarified whether everything was in order. My partner touched my ear with his fingers and replied that there was no problem. The healer looked sideways and said that no one was seriously injured, while the awakened man muttered that the treatment was painful, so he didn't want to use it. Grabbing her robes, the hunter reported that she was not all right, because she was frozen to death. A huge carcass of an animal lay on the snow, and the commander replied that he could not help it, so he offered to share it. Holding the shield with his hand, the man explained that if they burned the fat, they might be able to warm up, after which he asked the two to cut the body and take only the fat. The swordsman held the knife in his mouth and agreed to do so. Lowering his chin, the leader of the dungeon clearing team said that he would seek shelter for the time being, but first he needed to warm up. A view of the night sky over the rocks opened up. A thin stream of smoke rose upwards. Putting his feet on the fur, the awakened man said that he was very warm. Closing her eyes, the girl wondered if her partners thought they could make a good comeback. Leaning his back against the wall, the warrior said that he should not have agreed to come here. Twisting a strand of hair between her fingers, the swordswoman asked what they should do next. Touching the ground with his palm, the leader replied that he did not know, after which he added that it was not even the boss, but they were in such a miserable state after killing one pathetic fry. Looking sideways, the man asked who had how much mana was left. Pressing her knees to her chest, the lady said thoughtfully that she had about half, and the shooter reported that he also had about half, so they were finished, while the healer said that she had 70%. Lowering his eyebrows, the fighter said that he thought they could get out. The members of the dungeon clearing team bulged their pupils in bewilderment. An ice igloo was standing in the middle of a snowy clearing, and at the same time, the Awakened revealed that his spirit familiar had just told him that they needed to find the core of the monster they had just killed, when suddenly the captain ordered everyone to show the items they had collected. At the bottom of the bag was a shiny shard. The guy looked down in fright. A magic crystal appeared, and the system reported that they had found the Hearthstone, after which it asked if they wanted to return and asked for a name. Pressing his finger on the screen, the hunter asked if everyone had received the message, and then invited them to return. At the same second, a bright flash of light appeared in space. A thin needle touched the metal. Listening to music, a person sealed a piece of jewelry. Closing his eyes, Sung-hoon declared that he was a magical blacksmith from nothingness, and then exclaimed that he would do whatever he wanted. Unusual lines were drawn on the surface of the jewelry. The laser beam abruptly closed the circle, and the main character said that it was excellent. The guy had goggles on his face, and he said it was activated. Holding the golden chain on his fingers, the hunter said that everything was ready. Removing the protective equipment from his face, the fighter exclaimed that the current technology was indisputably the best, as things were only getting better and better, and then added that since he had almost unlimited resources, he could still do such things, although he was only a rank 3 magus. The protagonist closed his eyes and was happy that everything was super cool. Lifting the pendant, the awakened man was interested in how Akashi would evaluate it, when suddenly the system announced that it was a pendant of a magic cube. A red stone was inserted inside the jewelry, and the artificial intelligence notified that it was a unique magical product that was created from magic cores, and that was why it generated the necessary mana on its own to activate abilities. And also this special magic product was created with knowledge that was not available in this world. Pressing his finger on the screen, the young man muttered that it was a good job and an accurate description. Grabbing the jewelry in his fist, the wizard was surprised that the method of manufacture was even written down here, so he had no complaints. Closing his eyes, Sung-hoon noticed that he had not seen sunlight for a very long time. A tangerine peel lay on the table. Standing behind his mother, the son called out to her. Putting his palm to the sofa, the main character said that it was a gift, and asked to try to put it on, to which she clarified what it was. Putting her palms under the jewelry, the woman exclaimed that it was very beautiful, and then asked where he managed to get it. Moving away from the parent, the hunter told that he had made it himself with the help of his abilities, to which she remarked that she had never seen such objects of beauty before. Putting the pendant around her neck, the lady wondered if there was any power in it like the one shown on television. Opening the refrigerator, the guy said that she was right, to which she clarified whether it was serious. Taking a can of soda in his hand, the protagonist answered in the affirmative. Looking away, the awakened man explained that the world was very dangerous these days, so he did this thing for her, and then asked her to always wear it. Raising her eyebrows with sadness, the woman quietly called out to her son. Closing his eyes, the young man muttered that she shouldn't cry because of this. Wiping her tears with her finger, the lady explained that she had not done so much for him. Drops of sweat ran down the wizard's cheek, and then he noticed that his mother had been crying a lot lately because of any nonsense, and wondered if it was because she was younger. Sung-hoon asked if she had ordered anything, to which she straightened her hair with her hand and replied that she had not ordered anything. Reaching for the intercom with his fingers, the main character did not understand who it was, but realized that at least it saved him from an awkward situation, after which he clarified who came to him. An image of Gizyuk appeared on the screen, who said that it was him. The man was holding on to a small saucer with a cup. Smiling broadly, the woman told the guest to stay as long as he wanted, to which he thanked her and replied that he would gladly do so. The parent began to walk away. Turning his head back, the man said that she had become healthier, to which the guy replied that it was all thanks to Mandragora, and that he was still grateful for it, although it seemed to him that she had become younger and mentally. Taking a mug of coffee in his hand, the CEO stated that Sung-hoon could apply. After all, it was the deal they both wanted. Reaching forward to put a can of soda on the table, the protagonist stated that he was still grateful to him as a son, and then asked if something had happened, since a week had passed since he was in the dungeon. Pushing the documents forward, the man asked him to take a look at it. Raising his eyebrows in bewilderment, the hunter clarified whether closing the first level dungeon was a new task. The head of the HD group smiled and replied that it was true, and then said that they were sure that he would soon be able to become the 50th level. Flipping through the papers, the guy said that he had moved to the 36th level after the last dungeon. Wrapping his fingers around the cup, Gizyuk wondered if he was much stronger than all the other people of the same level. Lowering his eyebrows, the fighter said that the government wanted him to do away with these dungeons. Placing the mug on the saucer, the manager explained that if he read the document in more detail, then the danger that even the first level dungeons bring is not something that anyone can handle. Sitting on the couch, the man said what would have happened to Team Alpha without him. The protagonist turned his head to the side and thought that everyone on this team would have been killed inside the dungeon, when suddenly the interlocutor reported that they had experienced a lot of things in trying to close the rift, and asked him to close the dungeon as well as look at the last page. Awaken flipped through the documents to the end when the head of the HD groups revealed that many other companies and even the military are trying their best, so they don't have much information. The paper depicted a magical shard, and at the same time, the young man wondered if it was the stone of return. Closing his lips, the man explained that this is the object that allows you to get out of the dungeon without clearing it. Shifting his gaze to the side, Sung-hoon clarified how he could be found, to which he received the answer that although he was inside the rift, it was very difficult to find him without those who used the sensory type of abilities. The main character ran his fingers over the picture. Looking down, the hunter realized that it was an object from the dungeon. A view of the surface of the planet in space opened up, and then the guy thought that the Akashic system seemed friendly to humanity, so it would not allow people to just die. Raising his palm, Giziak said that the existence of the Hearthstone had been reported 3 days ago, before adding that this was why sensory ability users always participated in a cleanup, to which he was asked if they did it to escape in case of danger, and he gave a positive answer. The news was broadcast on the TV screen, and the CEO noted that the information was spreading quite quickly. A white symbol appeared, and the man reported that because of this situation with the rifts, the World Summit had been called for an emergency meeting. The protagonist asked the interlocutor again, to which he put his palms to his feet and replied that all the presidents of the respective countries would be convened for a meeting, although it would be an ordinary conference. Adjusting his glasses, the leader said that in any case, the point was that if the dungeons were left open, the destruction would be substantial, and then added that those in the center of important cities were especially problematic. A view of the destroyed buildings opened up, and the manager noted that not only would the economy of these areas be in chaos, but it could affect the development of an entire nation. Closing his eyes, the young man asked if it was true that the puzzled government was looking for their team, to which he was told that they were the only ones who cleared the dungeon without casualties. Throwing the folder on the table, Sung-hoon asked if the HD group would like him to accept this assignment. Closing his lips, Jisik explained that everything was correct. After running his fingers through his hair, the main character decided that this was an opportunity after all, so he would set his own conditions and organize another team, when suddenly he named the amount of 500 billion. Looking anxiously at his interlocutor, the man asked him again. Holding his palm up, the hunter asked him to bring magic cores worth 500 billion from the government for him, and then clear the 5 dungeons. The car's headlights illuminated the way. The car was speeding along the wide road. Leaning on his arm, the leader said that the ability to create items was definitely a rare skill. Furrowing his brows, the member of the HD group remembered the awakened man saying that he most likely already knew he was using various abilities, one of which was the creation of objects. The blacksmith was forging a new artifact, and Giziak was thinking that it was a skill that helped to imbue an object with mana or upgrade it to increase the user's abilities or stats. But they were rarer than the awakened ones, which were focused on combat, and besides, without their existence, it would be difficult for humanity to use the system to its full potential with only one science. The craftsman was holding a newly made weapon in his hands, and it turned out that this is why it is natural that they are extremely valuable. Placing his palm on the armrest, the man realized that they were not as important as the top classes of the awakened, which were focused on battle. Looking down, the CEO gave his name. Daesok grinned and asked if his subordinate had managed to make a deal. Parting his lips, the colleague said that everything worked out, but that guy set an additional condition, after which he added that he wanted magic stones worth 500 billion. Turning his head towards the window, the supervisor remarked that, as they had assumed, he had the ability to create items, but he needed magic stones to create items. Standing in front of the blinds, the president of the company clarified his opinion on how the government would react to this. Sitting inside the car, the manager said that it seemed to him that they had no choice but to agree. The car's headlights lit up the road, while Jisik explained that it was because he was the only one who could solve the problem with the first-level dungeons, so if they could deal with all the rifts for 500 billion, then it would be a good deal. Running his finger over the stack of papers, Daesok said that if there was no benefit from them, then these damn politicians would even start selling the country. The sheets fell on top of each other, and the president of the organization noted that most likely everything will go as his colleague said, because the level limit is still the main problem. Lowering his jaw, the head said that not only that, because the opinion of society is deteriorating every day. The car quickly sped past the store, and the man said that if they could only use $500 billion to get rid of the dungeons, even politicians would gladly accept the offer. There were red characters on the sign, and at the same time, the boss said that if this was the case, then they should listen to him and get the most out of it. The head asked his subordinate to continue in the same vein with this hunter, and they would deal with politicians and the government, to which he pressed his fingers on the communication device and thanked the interlocutor. Waving his hand, the president said it was a good job and suggested that we have lunch together sometime, after which he asked the general manager to contact Park's representative. Jisik closed his eyes silently. Suddenly, the earphone fell on the seat of the car. Taking off his glasses, the man muttered that everything was going well, but it was tiring. The brake light on the back of the car lit up brightly. A view of the streets of the night city opened. As he put on his jacket, Sung-hoon informed his mother that he needed to leave for a while. Taking the bag with both hands, the woman clarified whether it was serious, because she also wanted to take a walk, to which the son asked where she would go. Grinning, the parent said that she wanted to see Misoka, because he could not constantly call her to this house, to which he asked if she called a car. Standing near the stairs, the lady did not understand what kind of anxiety it was if she could just take the bus, to which the child stated that it was all part of the contract, and then added that she could just tell the driver to give her a ride, otherwise he would be paid for nothing. Squeezing her eyes shut, Mom asked if it was serious. Looking back, the protagonist realized that she was definitely thinking of taking the bus. Putting the phone to his ear, the hunter said that she could forget about it, because he would call herself, and then asked the manager to send a car not for him, but for his mother, to which she shouted loudly that she said that it was not necessary. Wrapping his fingers around the steering wheel of the moped, the fighter said that he had this guy. Putting his palm to his helmet, the protagonist decided to drive. At the same second, the front wheel of the scooter flew up. The awakened man furrowed his brows sharply and stated that he needed his own group. Holding the phone in his hands, the wizard said that he had decided on it. Looking down, the young man asked in the chat if anyone had time to meet tomorrow, after which he added that he hadn't contacted them since the last hunt, but if everything was fine, then he was interested in their opinion about the meeting, because he had some things that he would like to discuss. The archer smirked and gave a positive answer. Dujin was sweating after training, but wrote that he could too. Lying in bed, Yun asked where their meeting would take place. Two guys sitting at the dinner table said that they would also go. Sung-hoon's jacket fluttered in the wind. On a high pole hung a sign indicating the directions to the cities. The door to the cafe began to open slowly. The main character confidently looked ahead. Waving her hand, the girl said that they were here. Scratching his head, the hunter said that he had called them, but he was too late, and then added that he was sorry when suddenly he was told to sit down. Raising her palm, the healer noticed that he was not late, but on the contrary, everyone had arrived 10 minutes earlier, because they had not even ordered anything yet. Squeezing his eyes shut, the guy said that it was good, but still a little awkward. Stretching his fingers forward, the warrior wondered why they didn't start after something was ordered. After a while, there were drinks and desserts on the table. Lowering his eyelids, the protagonist explained that the reason he wanted to see them was because he wanted to make them all an offer. Yun's eyes widened enthusiastically. Smirking, Sanjin stated that he knew that he wouldn't invite them here just to spend time. The archer put his hands on the surface of the table and said that he knew that a guy who never went to lunch after work was suddenly calling them all. Running his fingers through his hair, the wizard grinned and apologized to his partners. A magic staff appeared in the teleportation beams. The fighter looked ahead and clarified whether this thing was his. Stretching out his hand forward, Sung-hoon revealed that it was an item he had created. With their pupils bulging in surprise, the hunters asked if it was a created object. Looking at the system's screen, the healer exclaimed that it had impressive characteristics, but not too different from the ones they had received from the gift boxes. Lowering his eyebrows, Dujin wondered if his sentence referred to the item he had created. With a sly grin, Sung-hoon stated that he would help them gain new abilities and also offered powerful items. Snapping his fingers, the main character noticed that it would cost them something. Raising her eyebrows in alarm, Yun clarified what it was, and the archer said that the items were wonderful, but if they could learn new abilities, it would be incredible, to which the hunter replied that this was why he would act as a defense mechanism. A black modern lock hung on the door. The girl entered the room backwards, and the guy said that he had the ability to make a contract between two people, but whoever violated the terms of that contract would lose his own life. Lowering his jaw, the awakened man exhaled heavily and said that he would make a contract with everyone for abilities. The young lady collapsed on her face into the pillow. Spreading her hands to the sides, the hunter did not know what to do. The phone, which was lying on the bed, suddenly began to vibrate. Placing the device in the palm of her hand, the girl read a message asking her to help again, and at this time everything was serious, to which she realized that her mother was going to open a fruit ice shop. Yun sadly lowered the corners of her lips when her parents said that this was a trend, and that it was not a lie, because she had already seen everything, so how would the jackpot be this time? The awakened woman threw the phone into the pillow. Lowering her head, the girl muttered that she was in a good mood. Furrowing her brows angrily, Team Alpha continued that her mom had ruined everything. Looking down, the young lady remembered how Sung-hoon had asked them to think seriously about it, and when they decided, they could contact him. Raising her fist, the healer decided that she would agree to do this. A view of a multi-story residential building opened up, and then the hunter was heard shouting that she needed to tell her mother to stop behaving stupidly, and stop talking about different businesses. A crescent moon could be seen in the purple sky. The air currents approached the body of the protagonist, who sighed heavily. At the same second, his silhouette began to emit a bright glow, when suddenly the system reported that he had received the ability to constantly improve. The awakened one raised his palm, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence notified that an aura had been created, and the skill he had acquired allowed the user to control otherworldly energy and aura with knowledge that was not available in this world. Opening his eyes, the guy read that energy comes from the life force itself and can expand, after which the effect of permanent or temporary improvement is obtained. Bringing his finger to the screen, the protagonist did not understand why the explanation was so short. Twisting the air currents with his hand, the hunter noticed that they had no idea what things the aura could actually do. Clenching his fist tightly, the young man realized that it could be considered a reflection of the life force itself, so creating such a force in the body could have a positive effect on physical prowess. But there were many advanced training levels that could create it, and he himself had used one of those. Bright lines lit up inside the man's body, and at the same time, the wizard remembered that in his previous life, it was called the dragon's heart, and by creating a mana base in his heart, he had managed to make mana circulate through his blood vessels to create an aura. The Maga's cloak flew up, and it turned out that at the same time, during the process of creating the aura, his body had gone through a change. The heart burned with purple flames, and the awakened one thought that the reason was to learn constant improvement, as wizards create a ring of mana around the heart, which is the source of their mana and power. In the past, the young man had lowered his head, but now he had decided that the problem of anyone who increased his rank was to increase his mana density, so by the time he reached the 8th or 9th rank, his heart might shatter into pieces. As he put his writing pen to the paper, Sung-hoon thought about the fact that he had done a lot of research to avoid this problem. The wick of the wax candle lit up, and the main character decided that it was possible to enlarge the body with the help of magic and develop it, becoming an aura master, or become a spiritual being, giving a physical body. The young man's eyes were hidden behind his long hair, and it was said that he wanted to do an outstanding deed before becoming a spirit being, namely to obtain the 10th rank. The shadow of the strands fell on the face of the hunter, who reflected on how the reason why he had trained to use constant improvement in his previous life was to reach the 10th rank to train his body to withstand the increase in mana, after which he realized that he had learned a lot about becoming an aura master and later became one after learning how to use the aura effectively. Looking intently ahead, the protagonist decided that this is why he is doing it again. Sitting in the chair, awakened in thought, he said that he did not think that he would need to learn everything over again in this life, but there is still a lot of material to study. Suddenly, the young man closed his lips and began to speak. Folding his hands, the wizard wondered if he needed to work on thinking about the future. Holding his chin, Sung-hoon said that in the 21st century, a democratic society is supported by basic human rights, and at the same time announced that he was making a plan to become the 10th dragon. Writing about the obstacles, the main character noticed that they could also be encountered. Closing his eyes, the hunter said thoughtfully that there would be many difficulties. Circling the inscription about the state with a marker, the guy spoke about the nation, the state, business, and even other awakened people. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist explained that the most important thing is how he manages to secure his own benefit, but at least he thinks that this world is better than the previous one. Standing in front of a plastic board, the young man noticed that in the end, the best way to defend himself was to create a group under his own command. In the center of the white silhouettes was a single purple figure. After introducing his armed teammates, Sung-hoon explained that this is why he decided to become the leader of the Alpha team, but this is not enough, which is why he will not always be able to use HD groups as a shield. Resting his home shoes on the tile, the main character said that in the end he himself would like to organize a business and independently recruit awakened people who can be trusted, and this is quite troublesome. In the past, there had been unusual creatures behind him, and now he thought that was why he had created an army of humanoids without souls in his previous life. Stretching the marker forward, the hunter began to talk about what he should do. The protagonist began to write down his thoughts on the board and said that in any case he needed to ensure the installation of an electric generator, find employees and a manager for the company, as well as create artifacts, an automatic production system, and find a place to sell them. Closing his eyes, the awakened man was indignant that he had a lot to do, although he only wanted to gradually increase his mana. Wrapping his fingers around the felt-tip pen, the young man realized that he could not continue to do this, and then he noticed that finding the participants was the last thing for the group, so he could leave it for later. Looking intently ahead, the wizard muttered that there was what he needed right now. Lowering his chin, the fighter thought that it was important for him to strengthen his body, and then decided to install an electric generator first. The inscription on the board was underlined with 2 lines, and at the same time, Sung-hoon said in his mind that he needed more mana and people. Throwing the marker on the stand, the main character did not understand what to do with the ground. Suddenly, the phone screen lit up, and the hunter heard a call. The guy put the communication device to his ear, and the director said that he was calling him because there was something important, to which he noted that it sounded like something urgent, and asked if something had happened. Jisik said that it was approved, when suddenly the fighter removed the smartphone from his cheek. The protagonist's eyes widened in bewilderment when the leader explained that his demand for magic stones worth 500 billion had been approved. Putting his hand to the books, the awakened man replied that this was good news. Turning his head towards the window, the young man said that he understood everything, and thanked the interlocutor for the call. The wind blades spun rapidly, and the wizard realized that time had passed again. A magic portal appeared in front of a large building. The reporter held the microphone in his hand and said that right now they were in front of the capital, and many high-level hunters had been alerted and were now guarding the perimeter. The back of the man's head appeared, who said that the press secretary said that HD Group would deal with this situation with the dungeons. Turning back, the journalist said that the hunters had just arrived, so they would try to be interviewed. Green stones were visible on the soldier's boots. Wrapping his arms around his wrist, Sung-hoon didn't know if they were serious, when suddenly the soldier said that he hadn't heard the geo. Closing his eyes, the main character replied that he was just talking to himself. The magical rift sparkled brightly, and at the same time, journalists exclaimed that they would like to ask him a few questions about whether it was really possible to clear the dungeon alone. The hunter bent his knees when asked if there was a reason why he was going to such a dangerous dungeon alone. Turning his head back, the guy asked to take care of it for him, to which the colleague said that he did not have to worry. The soldier jumped down from the roof abruptly. The protagonist's silhouette instantly began to emit a bright glow, and then he said that he went when the system wrote that this was a dungeon for level 50th and below, and asked if he wanted to enter. The awakened man pressed his finger on the confirmation button. Lowering his eyelids, the young man did not understand what it was, because his skin and nose were irritated. Furrowing his brows angrily, the wizard realized that it was poison. Stepping on the surface, Sung-hoon said in his mind that he now knew why the first groups never returned. Grass and trees could be seen through the blue haze, and the main character noticed that everything here is just filled with poisonous gas, and it looks more like a poisonous zone, namely an area filled with poisonous and evil creatures, and for the same reason, even plants are poisonous. Closing his nose, the guy realized that from insects to reptiles, even some mammals have dangerous poison. The fighter resolutely moved forward and thought that the poison was also contained in the air, which could irritate his skin and nose. Raising his head up, the protagonist remembered his partners and realized that everyone would die if they came here without preparation. Shifting his gaze to the side, the young man muttered that it was a good idea to come here alone. After all, everyone else would be just ballast. The ring on the awakened man's hand began to emit a bright glow, while the wizard claimed to be different. Unusual symbols appeared in the air, and Sung-hoon revealed that it was a ring for which magic stones worth 250 million were used, and had only one simple function. Closing his lips, the main character used a spatial call, after which he thought that there were only 2 artifacts that were stored inside the jewelry. The jewelry was enveloped in teleportation rays, and at the same time the hunter noticed that this was an adaptive ring for survival in different environments. A halo flew over the guy's head, when suddenly the system reported that the player's artifact had been activated, and the resetting of the status, detoxification, physical recovery, as well as the activation of protective magic began. Particles of magic hovered around the unusual object, and the fighter explained in his thoughts that it was an angel halo, which is an extremely rare item that is only used by wizards at prohibitively high levels. Moving through the forest, the protagonist remarked that it was a good thing that he decided to create this item in advance in case of extreme environments like this. Parts of a mechanical device appeared, and it turned out that the second artifact was a 6-legged spider robot. The cyborg raised his forelimbs, while the young man mused that it was a golem that was created with the help of magic, but it was more of a robot from a modern perspective, since modern society was not yet advanced enough to distribute advanced artifacts with intelligence, and besides, contrary to the opinion of others, robots did not use electricity, but mana. Touching the created object with the palm of his hand, the awakened person noticed that he needed to continue. At the same moment, the young man saddled the mechanical spider. With a sly grin, the wizard decided to start scanning the area for the presence of living beings, except for life forms with intelligence. Furrowing his brows, Sung-hoon ordered everyone to be killed. The robot's eye lit up brightly and reported that the master's order had begun, while its creator thought that wizards should always be prepared, with no exceptions. There were inscriptions on the body of the golem, and the main character muttered that with enough money, knowledge and time, even this level of training is possible. Suddenly, the holes with weapons opened. Blue rays raced through the poisonous air. The laser scanned the area in the middle of the bushes. A moment later, the trees shattered into many pieces. The poisoned area was abruptly enveloped in a bright glow. The muzzle of the machine gun surrounded the magic ring. A stream of flames quickly flew across the ground. A powerful explosion occurred on the territory of the dungeon. Closing his eyes, the protagonist wondered if he should be helped. Wrapping his fingers around the rod, the awakened man as the Minister of Mana ordered to summon a mana boost. A bright flash appeared in space, and the young man spoke about coals that combine into one. The mechanical spider continued to fire at the area. Furrowing his brows angrily, the wizard noticed that they even spread fire. A fiery beam swept high in the air. A ball of light stopped near one of the trees. At the same moment, the poisoned forest began to burn. Covering his face with his hand, Sung-hoon exclaimed in surprise that everything burned quite well, which he called efficiency, and then added that if he burned everything, the monsters would die, when suddenly the system reported that his level had doubled. Looking at the screen, the main character said that burning monsters still brings him experience. Throwing his palms behind his head, the guy said that fighting only in an advantageous position was real magic, which was similar to the art of war or 37 tricks. Leaning his back against the robot's body, the creator said that he didn't care, so he could continue to burn. A bright glow enveloped the space, and at the same time the mechanical spider announced that it was carrying out the order. A powerful fire broke out over the poisonous forest. A notification appeared in front of the golem's face, which said that 12 living beings had been discovered. The protagonist bit his lips when the assistant noticed that they were approaching at high speed and would arrive in 1 minute and 12 seconds, to which he clarified if there would finally be a few monsters that were worth killing. A robot appeared, and Sung-hoon asked him to turn on the protection mode, to which he replied positively. An unusual shell appeared around the car. Bright flames could be seen, and it was audible that they would arrive in 10 seconds. Looking down, the protagonist wondered how this could be. A terrible monster was visible, and the protagonist wondered if it was a centipede. Looking up, the guy said that she looked strong. The young man's gaze was surprised, and he muttered that the opponent was about 10 meters long, and also wondered if something like that could appear in a low-level dungeon. The monster tried to break through the protective shell. Grinning, the teenager said that it was a good try, but it was not enough. The undead raised their heads, and at the same time, the Awakened noticed that they could not break the mana shield if their attacks were not strong enough to drain the golem's mana. The robot, looking ahead, said that the enemy's attack was confirmed, and therefore reacted with a spider camera. A mechanical weapon appeared. A moment later, the cyborg released long threads. The rope swirled around the monster. The rope began to squeeze the centipede's body. Lowering his eyebrows, the wizard asked to cut it into pieces. Suddenly, dark bursts appeared. The monster's head flew up. A bright flash was visible. Looking back, Sung-hoon wondered what it was. Terrible evil spirits appeared in the distance. A lot of monsters ran towards the main character. Long threads flew in the air. Ropes surrounded the bodies of centipedes. Suddenly the monster's head came off. A gray haze appeared. Defeated enemies lay on the ground. Lifting the corners of his lips, the protagonist asked if this was all. The monster's eyes glowed red, and the guy wondered if they were weaker than what they looked. The centipede stood in front of the robot, and at the same time, the young man muttered that they should also not allow the wizard to change the distance. Holding a magic staff in his hand, the teenager used the skill of lightning connecting together. Magic rays flew near the finger of the awakened man. Suddenly, a magic seal appeared, and then the hunter used the ability chain lightning. The monsters opened their jaws in bewilderment. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out. A bright flash was visible, and the system reported that its level had increased. Sung-hoon's expression was pleased, and he said that it was excellent. After all, they were only capable of resisting fire. Sliding his finger across the screen, the protagonist said that he had even leveled up by 3 points thanks to this, after which he wondered if they should be strong and added that they were weaklings. The protagonist turned his gaze sharply to the side. Noticing the purple glow, the guy remarked that he should have burned their mana stones too, and noticed that this was the second time he had destroyed them, so he had to be more careful. A view of the red sky opened up, and the young man wondered where the boss was. A passage to the cave appeared. Red eyes shone brightly. Suddenly a centipede appeared. The monster rushed upward. The robot said that a huge amount of mana had been discovered, and then the teenager, opening his jaw, said what he saw. The cyborg said that the enemy was approaching at high speed, and the awakened one, standing on top of him, explained that the golem would not be able to cope with someone of this size. Hovering in the air, the hunter asked to remove it. The undead frowned menacingly. The monster viciously opened its mouth. Looking up, the wizard used the teleporter. In the distance, a powerful flame could be seen. Sung-hoon, once on the mountain, realized that he was obviously stronger than the ape. Closing his lips, the protagonist muttered that this dungeon should be the hardest among the nation's low-level dungeons. The centipede turned its head to the side, and the protagonist thought that this boss was not only physically strong. A magical aura appeared, and then the guy noticed that his physical strength, magic and spells were amazing. Looking down, the young man said that he wasn't sure, but he was definitely stronger. The monster was surrounded by a magical shell. Dark clouds could be seen. Suddenly, a bright flash rang out. Standing in a fighting stance, the teenager muttered that it would not work on him. The hunter left magic particles behind him. The monster looked in the direction of the main character. Sung-hoon, hovering in the air, wondered if the extermination of these creatures did not create even more problems. The undead opened their mouths, and the protagonist wondered what if his level after killing the boss exceeded the limit. Squinting, the guy said that he didn't know what the Akashic system was waiting for, and asked how other people were going to clear them if the low-level dungeons were so difficult. Suddenly, purple shells appeared. After a moment, the crystals increased in size. The young man's gaze was surprised, and he wondered what it was. Suddenly, the monster fired magic bullets at the teenager. Stretching out his palm, the awakened used the air barrier ability. The hunter spread his hands in different directions. Lifting the corners of his lips, Sung-hoon exclaimed that this is a very interesting skill. Suddenly, the mouth of a centipede appeared under the main character. The protagonist's pupils narrowed rapidly. The monster waved its tail. The guy flew away. Looking ahead, the young man noticed that he had surprised him. The limbs of the undead could be seen, and at the same time, the teenager wondered if he could not only attack from a long distance, but even fly. The monster rushed towards the awakened one, and he realized that despite his size, he was very fast. Frowning menacingly, the hunter used the teleporter. The centipede's eyes burned red. The monster looked at the main character with displeasure. Opening his mouth wide, Sung-hoon said that it was enough to gather information, and added that he was attacking, so he needed to get ready. Suddenly, a magical seal appeared. The undead opened their mouths, and at the same time the protagonist used the ability Curse of Magical Stability. The guy spun around in the air. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man realized that weakening was working. The teenager looked back sharply. A bright aura surrounded the body of the awakened man, and he said that it was stupid because resistance was useless. Suddenly, the opponent waved his tail. The hunter held a staff in his hand. Sung-hoon's eyes widened in bewilderment. Suddenly, the monster fired a huge number of magic projectiles. Clenching his fist, the protagonist wondered if he had predicted his location after the teleporter, after which he thought that he had relaxed, and also added that he needed a shield. Sharp crystals were visible. Baring his teeth, the protagonist exclaimed that it was too late. Covering his face with his hand, the guy hoped that his armor would withstand it. Blood appeared on the young man's cheek. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. A magical flash appeared. The unusual aura shone brightly. A white cloud appeared in the sky. A dark silhouette could be seen through the thick haze. The teenager parted his lips. Grabbing one of the projectiles, the awakened one noticed that it was dangerous, and if it weren't for his protection, things would have been much worse. The hunter broke the cartridge into small pieces. Clenching his jaw, Sung-hoon called his enemy a weakling. Raising his palm, the main character shouted that he would pay for it 1,000 times. Suddenly, a lot of magic seals appeared. The protagonist released a huge number of bright rays. The projectiles hit the monster's body. In pain, the centipede opened its mouth. The guy hovered in the air. Touching his hand, the young man used the skills of restoring and speeding up time. The teenager's pupils lit up red. A terrible monster appeared, and then the awakened one used the ability to physically strengthen. After a moment, the hunter rushed forward. Grinning maliciously, Sung-hoon used the removal of the limit. The protagonist's staff released powerful energy. After releasing a magic beam, the protagonist said that he would do away with it. Unusual threads flew towards the enemy. Suddenly, magic ropes passed through the head of the undead. The monster's body split into 2 parts. The boy's expression was thoughtful. Holding his hands at his sides, the young man said that he felt that he had changed a lot. Holding his chin, the teenager said that in his previous life he had not been so impulsive when he was provoked, and it looked like he had a bit of a short temper in this life. Scratching his head, the awakened man remarked that it wasn't a bad thing, and added that he was still him, and from his past life and present life was still him. Smiling slightly, the hunter said that the rewards were quite good. Sung-hoon stretched out his palm. The main character, standing near the remains of the monsters, said that it would take him some time to remove all these centipedes. A view of the purple sky opened. The cabin of the car was visible, and it was heard that 4 hours had passed since he had entered the dungeon, but so far neither the monsters nor the protagonist had appeared from there. The reporter, holding a microphone in his hand, explained that high-level hunters and military personnel were currently preparing for battle in the worst-case scenario around the portal. Dujin, looking at the smartphone screen, asked if everything would be fine with Sung-hoon, even though he knows that he is special. Yun, raising her index finger, replied that he would be fine, because they were talking about the main character. Touching her cheek, the girl muttered that she was a little worried, but everything was fine, and then the guy exclaimed that he was leaving. The healer, grinning happily, asked where and whether everything was fine with him. The protagonist was surrounded by fog, and at the same time his partner noticed that he looked completely unharmed, and the healer reported that he was as magnificent as ever. The young man put his hand on his chest, and at the same time the priestess of light offered to call him. Closing her eyes contentedly, the lady said that the director should be near the portal, and they would just call him now. After which the awakened man asked her to stop and said that he was sure that Sung-hoon and the director were busy with the journalists. As the car drove along the highway, Yun asked if he thought so, and then said that since he was fine, everything was fine, and there was a question if he was too comfortable, since he had cleared the dungeon himself. After a moment, the girl lowered her gaze. The hunter, looking sideways, noticed that he would no longer help their team if he continued like this, and added that he was on a completely different level than them. Placing the smartphone on the table, the warrior explained that if they wanted to stay with it, they simply needed to become stronger, and therefore they needed something else. Reporters, holding cameras in their hands, exclaimed that the main character was coming out of the portal. A bright flash was heard, and at the same time journalists reported that it was unbelievable, because the portal was closing. The protagonist, covering his face with his hand, thought that he would go blind from all these flashes, and at the same time, the correspondents noticed that this was the first dungeon cleared alone. Jisik, smiling, said that he had succeeded. With a wink, the guy said that he had already said that he could, and added that it was much easier to do it alone. Stretching out his palm, the CO said that it was still surprising and asked what monsters were in the dungeon, to which the young man replied that he would explain later, because he would like to rest now. Crossing his arms, the supervisor clarified if he could answer a couple of questions, as it was a historic moment, and also begged him to do so. The teenager's expression was thoughtful. Turning his gaze to the side, the awakened man thought that fame would help him. The hunter's legs appeared, and he said that he would do it. The man, standing on the stage, explained that Sung-hoon was currently exhausted from the battles, and therefore they would only accept one question from the company, and if they made a fuss about which question to ask, they would forcibly remove them from the interview, so let them ask questions in a friendly manner. The head remarked that the reporter could begin, and the reporter, looking ahead, introduced himself and said that first of all he would like to thank them for closing the dungeon, as one of the citizens of this nation. Dougie asked if he had found any survivors in the dungeon, after which the protagonist, sitting at the table, replied that unfortunately he did not find any survivors, but he did find their remains. Jisik, his mouth wide open, exclaimed that regarding this, they, HD teams, would deliver their family to the victims. The protagonist's back was visible, and then the CEO asked to ask the next question. Raising his palm, the journalist clarified what the dungeon was like. The guy closed his eyes thoughtfully. Imagining the purple aura, the young man said that the forest and the ground were soaked in poison, and therefore slightly gasped when he entered the dungeon, and also added that if the previous teams could not cope with the poison, then they were killed immediately after entering. Holding a microphone in his hand, the correspondent asked how he managed to survive, and at the same time the manager objected that he had asked without queuing, and therefore let the next reporter ask the question. The man turned his gaze sideways in disbelief when he heard that he had something to say about it. The teenager, parting his lips, said that from his experience, the hardest thing in the dungeons was not killing a few monsters. Fingers crossed, the awakened man explained that it was an environment, and added that the dungeon he had just been in had been poisoned, but there was the possibility of other life-threatening environments. After introducing extreme mountain ranges, Sung-hoon said that if hunters don't have any information about the dungeon, then they should be prepared for any twists and turns to increase their chances of survival. A dungeon was visible, completely filled with water. Plains of red-hot lava appeared. Looking forward, the protagonist recommended walking around at least in an astronaut costume if they don't want to die. Standing up abruptly, the protagonist said that he would like to end with this interview, and then he was asked to wait. The guy closed his eyes, and the reporters wanted to ask another question, to which the CEO replied that this was the end of the press conference. The legs of the leader appeared. With a thumbs up, the head thanked the young man for staying so long and added that it was a fantastic press conference. Sitting in the car, the teenager said that he was flattering him and asked if it was not just a formality. Grinning, the awakened man said that he had just done the bare minimum, although he had been serious at the last part. The hunter's expression was pleased, and he said that he wanted him to take care of the rest, and explained that he was extremely tired, and therefore would like to rest. The wheel of the car was visible, and at the same time Jisik noticed that the main character could rest as much as he wanted, and he would take care of everything else. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist muttered that it was exhausting, but he got a lot in return, and therefore it was normal. The man, sitting at the table, clarified whether this was possible. His colleague turned his gaze sideways and replied that according to the Prism Research Foundation, if this awakened Sung-hoon used the ability of Hexa, then it was possible. The old man, frowning seriously, said that this was ridiculous, since even the Americans possessed only 2 people who used Hexa abilities. The gentleman, smiling, said that there are no rules, that one such person cannot appear in Korea. The important person, looking ahead, said that there was a possibility that he was a Hept ability user. The CEO showed up, and it was heard that they needed to find him in order to catch him. The American, poking his fingers at the keys, said that based on what they knew, he must have the ability to adapt to the environment since he was able to survive in the poisonous zone, and added that air purification, poison immunity, detoxification proficiency, and combat abilities are at a good level to return back alive, which means that he uses at least a Hexa ability. His ally, squinting thoughtfully, noticed that a newcomer with terrifying potential had appeared in Korea. After looking at the screen, the man clarified that this was not the only problem, because he would soon not be suitable for the first-level dungeons. Crossing his arms, the old man said that it was true. After all, his level would continue to rise, and he would no longer be able to enter them. The gentleman's gaze was serious, and he asked what was going on with the preparation of his immigration status. Putting his feet on the table, the important person said that it was next and asked if they should continue, after which his colleague said that they would put a little pressure on Korea using foreign channels with which he had a connection, and clarified which location required urgent intervention, to which he received an answer about New York. The man held up his fingers and explained that the codename would be the first, and in order to succeed, they needed to do what they had to do and make a request to send it to New York through the company where he worked. The gentleman, parting his lips, obeyed the order. His partner, looking ahead, agreed with the instructions. A view of the building opened up, and it was heard that he had an idea. A folder appeared, and at the same time, Sung-hoon said that the first-level dungeons could not be completed by people whose level was higher than 50th, and it didn't matter how many people entered, as long as their level was not higher than 50th. Images of monsters were visible, and at the same time, the main character said that their type varies depending on the danger of the environment and the special ability of the boss monster, and also added that this is the conclusion that he made from the report, and it is not much, but even with this information, it is possible to clear the first-level dungeon with minimal casualties. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noticed that the wisdom and knowledge of people always find a way out of any situation, and the problem is time, because even in this world, time is the most valuable resource. Turning his head, the guy muttered that just destroying the monsters that appeared from the portals in large areas of the city takes a significant amount of time. Placing his hand on the documents, the young man explained that many military personnel are required to remain on the alert nearby, and given the huge economic decline of this zone, it is not surprising that such things would be sent to him. Opening the folder, the teenager said that this was New York. Introducing Brooklyn's Bridge Park, the hunter said that 3 groups of Awaken had entered, but none had managed to close the portal, and the death toll was currently 81. Snow-capped mountains appeared, and Sung-hoon noticed that according to the data, this is an extremely cold environment, and the monsters are adapted to the climate, and the temperature is minus 80 degrees, and monsters crawl out of the portal every hour. The monster's eyes glowed red, and then the protagonist muttered that even now groups are still going there, and this can be even more dangerous than a poisonous dungeon, and added that it is very stressful. The protagonist's gaze was thoughtful, and he said that especially the monsters that appear every hour, because this is the main problem. A moment later, the guy threw the documents on the table. Crossing his arms, the young man explained that as a person, he had to go, but it was too far, and on such dangerous days, he had to guarantee the safety of his home first of all, because his mother's safety was the most important thing, and he also needed to train more. Suddenly, a woman, standing near the stairs, called her son to eat. Opening the door, the teenager exclaimed that he was coming. There were many different dishes on the table, and then the awakened man told that dinner with his mother was the most important part of the day, and perhaps this was because he did not have a family in his previous life. Closing his eyes contentedly, the hunter said that from his past life, the real one was two completely different people, and it was about mental state and personality. But due to the fact that he had memories of both lives, the two different opinions often clashed. Bringing the chopsticks to the dish, Sung-hoon muttered that the past he exuded pride and strength, and therefore thought that the real him would be overwhelmed by his previous personality. After tearing off a small piece of meat, the protagonist remarked that this doesn't have to happen, taking into account how he thoughtlessly attacked the centipede just because he got angry. The lady, sitting across from the protagonist, asked if it was too dangerous that there was poison or something like that. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy asked if it was so. The young man said that everything was fine because he was awakened with a powerful ability, after which his mother brought the chopsticks to her mouth and reported that even if he said so, she still couldn't help, but was only worried. Stretching out her index finger, the lady said that Yujong had once talked about this young girl anyway. The teenager sneezed sharply, and then the woman asked if he was okay and said that he should drink water. Taking the glass in his hand, the hunter said that he would take care of it himself, and therefore let him not worry, but before marriage he would first meet. The lady, lowering the corners of her lips in bewilderment, asked him again. The lady exclaimed that he had not had a girlfriend for the last 8 years, which made the wizard's pupils quickly turn white. Frowning seriously, his mother said that some people of his age called old men, and at the same time, she asked what kind of young girl would agree to an old man. Looking sideways, Sung-hoon explained that he was still young. The main character clarified why he would date girls younger than him, and added that it was obvious that he would find someone his age, after which the woman asked if he knew that at his age most girls are already with guys, to which she received the answer that most of them have them, but there are still a few who do not. Turning sharply, the lady wondered if anyone was supposed to come. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist muttered that he had told them to come back after they had thought things through carefully, but it wasn't long before they did. Yun winked and asked if Sung-hoon lived here. Covering his eyes with his palms, the guy said that this was the worst time, and his mother said that this was something new. The girl, opening the door, clarified whether it was his room. With a smirk, the healer said that it was spacious enough and wondered why he hadn't decorated it. Standing near the window, the young man explained that he did not really like decorating. Stretching out his hand, the teenager noted that in any case he did not think that she would decide so quickly, and added that she was the first, and could sit down on the bed. Moving to the bed, the healer asked if she was his first. The awakened man answered positively, which made the priestess of light round her eyes in surprise. The hunter's gaze was thoughtful, and he did not understand what the sound was. Looking ahead, Yun clarified if it was time for him to call her as usual. Closing his eyes, Sung-hoon said that he didn't think it was a good idea. Touching the arm of the chair with her foot, the girl asked why, and said that friendship is an important thing in a partnership. Crossing his arms, the main character said that this was so, and suggested that he speak normally. Joyfully raising her palm, the healer exclaimed that she agreed 100%. Smiling, the protagonist noticed that it was very fast, and thought that children were solving everything too quickly these days, and an old man like him could no longer keep up. With a satisfied grin, the healer explained that the guy was just slow, and added that she had finally managed to do it after a month of failures, and her comrade was actually old. Averting his gaze, the young man asked if he was already an old man, as far as the age difference was concerned, to which the priestess of light replied that he was also strange, but usually everyone liked to be called elders. After looking at Yun, the teenager said that some people like to be called uncles, and then the girl called him a pervert. Standing up abruptly, the awakened man said that he didn't think that because he liked someone who called him old, it made him a pervert, and added that this was just an example. Opening her mouth wide, the healer said that he was seriously strange, and very different from what she had imagined. Lifting the corners of his lips, the hunter asked if she had already decided. A transparent paper appeared in front of the healer, and Sung-hoon explained that a magical oath was a form of magical curse that created conditions that the parties to the contract could not violate. An unusual document appeared, and the main character noticed that, as in the case of black magic, the parties to the contract lose their lives if the magical contract is broken, and therefore they will not break the oath. Lowering his eyebrows, The protagonist asked again if she had looked at the contents of the contract, and if she still agreed to do so. Frowning seriously, the Priestess of Light replied that she would do it, and at the same time, the young man was surprised at her determination. Stretching out his hand, the young man asked for her hand and said that he needed some blood. A moment later, the teenager touched the girl's finger. Yun, squinting, said that it hurt her. Red drops were visible. The healer looked at the document, and the awakened man said that she needed to read the last part of the contract aloud, and added that it would work if the participant in the contract read it himself. Blushing, the healer asked if she should do so, and remarked that it was like summoning an evil black dragon. Grinning, the hunter said that he should do it. An unusual piece of paper hung in the air, and at the same time the Priestess of Light said her name. A magical seal appeared, and Yun swore with her will and soul when accepting this contract. Closing her eyes, the girl explained that no outsider should interfere with the terms of this contract, because this way it is protected by souls. Sehun stretched out his palm forward. Suddenly, a fiery particle appeared. The healer's hand was surrounded by red threads. Magic lines flew near the protagonist's wrist, and then he said that the contract was signed. The healer lowered his gaze, and the system wrote that the system was watching her, and the contract was also added to the system. The protagonist looked sideways, and realized that Akasha was watching as he thought and wondered if she was going to do anything about it, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence reported that he had signed a contract with player Yun. Smiling, the Priestess of Light said that she had some strange messages popping up. Closing his lips, the guy explained that she did not have to worry, because it meant that the contract was successfully concluded. Raising his index finger, the young man offered to go to the store for clothes. The girl's expression was confused. The healer clenched her fist sharply. A bright flash appeared. The healer opened his mouth wide. Moving her legs, the Priestess of Light noticed that she thought that the awakened man wanted to go on a date, or something like that. The teenager, lowering his eyebrows, said that he was sorry, but they did not have time, after which his partner said that he was cunning, because he unexpectedly used an ordinary tone. The wizard, running fast, said that this contract just made them closer, and it was strange that they hadn't changed at all, to which Yun replied that she was just the same as usual. Turning his gaze to the side, Sung-hoon asked what was wrong with her stamina. The girl opened her jaw and said that she had 50 stamina points. But now the healer needed at least that much, otherwise people behind her back would talk. Raising her eyebrows, the healer explained that she had invested 45 points in this, and then with the help of training, she increased it by another 5, and then clarified how long they would run. Opening his mouth wide, the main character noticed that this was a preparation, and they would run until she was completely tired. Looking away, the protagonist said that he would teach her what he mentioned last time when they finished, so let her enjoy. Stretching out her hand, the Priestess of Light replied positively. A view of the daytime sky opened up. A bright light appeared. Yan, lying on the floor, asked for water. Holding the bottle with his fingers, the guy exclaimed that he should take it. Through the sweat on his face, the young man said that she needed to drink slowly, because if she choked, it would be bad, and added that they would take a short break and immediately move on to learning the skill. Drops of water ran down the girl's chin. After a moment, the healer opened her jaw happily. Raising his eyebrows, the teenager said that he would teach her a skill called continuous improvement, and asked if she needed a towel. Sitting on the floor, the hunter explained that awakened humans use mana to activate the ability, but the moment all the mana is consumed, it is the turn of the energy called life force. After imagining the energy inside the human body, the wizard said that the life force was often referred to as an aura, and in addition, this force could strengthen her body, and if we talked about how much stronger it would become, it depended on her training, and her defenses could become stronger than those of a tank, and her attacks could be stronger than those of an attacker. The Priestess of Light parted her lips in bewilderment, and Sung-hoon noticed that with the help of studying constant improvement, she would be able to kill monsters herself. Standing up abruptly, the protagonist said that after the battle, she would be able to heal herself, and it was like an attacker who healed himself, although she still wouldn't be suitable for the role of a tank, and at the same time, Yun wondered why she couldn't be a tank, as she thought her defense would grow. Shuffling his legs, the protagonist said that just because she had good defense, it didn't mean she was a tank, and added that she needed physical abilities as well, after which the girl asked him again. The healer raised her head, and the guy said that depending on the situation, she could act as a support tank. Stretching out his palm, the young man said that in any case, it was time to begin. The healer turned his gaze to the side in bewilderment. Suddenly, magical particles appeared, and the teenager took advantage of the skill of transferring knowledge. Yun's pupils glowed brightly. The Priestess of Light's expression was confused. The awakened man sharply touched his partner's shoulder. Holding the girl, the hunter noticed that everything worked out. The healer narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Suddenly, the healer's eyes widened. Turning around, the Priestess of Light asked what it was and exclaimed that something had crept into her head, to which the wizard replied that everything was fine, and added that she needed to calm down, because it was just one of his skills. Stretching out his index finger, Sung-hoon said that he could transfer knowledge. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, Yun said that it would be convenient for exams, after which the main character said that it was useless because knowledge was quite fickle, and therefore she constantly needed to use it, and if she did not use it, she would immediately forget everything. Crossing his arms, the protagonist noticed that he needed to start right away, because she should already know what to do. Looking ahead, the guy muttered that her talent for teaching the aura and how well she would use it to make her body stronger were two completely different things. Magic threads could be seen. The system wrote that she had learned a new skill of continuous improvement, and a new status window would be opened, causing the girl to open her mouth in shock. Happily clenching her fists, the healer exclaimed that it really worked. Holding the bottle in his hand, the young man asked if she had already checked the system window, to which the healer replied positively and asked if she was now a user of several abilities, and her partner explained that this was true, but she needed to train constantly to see the result. Smiling slightly, the teenager said that there would be more of him if she trained in this room, and so let her do it as hard as possible while she could. Looking back, the priestess of light asked if it was just in this room, and then the awakened man said that it was, and she asked what he was doing in the cellar, for she had seen many rooms while they were coming here. Closing his eyes, the hunter asked her to focus on her training, and said that her aura status had to exceed 100 points for her to actually do anything. Standing beside the girl, the wizard noticed that what she had just learned was the foundation, and with the help of this concept, she would also be able to increase her mana through training, and she also needed to learn techniques and martial arts that use the aura. Smiling, Yun said that she would try. Closing his lips, Sung-hoon thought that she needed to hurry up and become stronger so that she could be his ally. A view of the daytime sky opened up, and the main character muttered that during the training with the healer, the others also contacted him. The protagonist clenched his fist sharply. Sliding on the ground, the guy said that every member of the Alpha team had signed a contract with him, and he had taught them to constantly improve. Standing in a fighting stance, the young man noticed that the terms of the contract were not something special. Pressing his leg to the surface, the teenager explained that it was necessary not to tell strangers about what he had taught them, to become his ally and maintain friendly relations with him. After a moment, the awakened man rushed from his place. There was a bright flash, and then the hunter said that the most important thing was never to betray him. The wizard's expression was pleased. A blue sky appeared. Sung-hoon, standing on the mountain, revealed that he was going to teach them the dragon heart, a subtype of constant improvement, and the martial art that was most suitable for everyone. The protagonist's back could be seen, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote that he was using the dragon heart skill and constant improvement without the help of the system, and therefore his skill had increased significantly. Putting his hand to his mouth, the protagonist said that the Akashic system was trying to find out everything without a moment's delay. Lowering his gaze, the guy noticed that this annoyed him, and it seemed to him that he was being followed. Opening his mouth, the young man explained that he could not do anything about it. Lifting his foot off the ground, the teenager muttered that he had to be rank 7 or higher to fool the all-seeing eye of the system. The awakened man looked back, and the artificial intelligence reported his characteristics. The hunter's belongings lay on the stump, and it was heard that he should take the phone. Taking the gadget in his hand, the wizard thought that the new ringtone sounded silly, and then asked if it was Director Jisik. Sung-hoon wiped the sweat from his face. The man, sitting in the car, clarified how he was doing, and whether he was resting well, to which the main character replied that everything was fine, and asked if he needed anything. Sitting on a wooden surface, the protagonist asked if the dungeon was the next entry, after which the supervisor said that the next dungeon was located in the Ganem office area. A map was visible on the screen, and the guy asked if there was any information about the dungeon. The head, turning his gaze to the side, said that there were no survivors in the first group, and they had not sent anyone since then. And then the young man said that there was nothing, and added that they would go to America after this dungeon. Looking to the side, Jisik asked if he had decided to accept their request, and the teenager explained that it wasn't that tedious to accept the job, and asked if it was true that there was still some problem. Smiling, the awakened man muttered that he would go to America alone to fix their problems, but did not have to go until the reward satisfied him, and said that he would agree to do it for magic stones worth 1 billion won. The CEO raised his hands in surprise. Holding the phone in his hand, the hunter noticed that they were one of the key forces in the world, and therefore they could provide him with at least that much, and thought that he had become very greedy lately, having used a stupid price to make them refuse, and wanted them to accept it. A view of the daytime sky opened up, and the question was heard if they were there. The wizard, standing in front of the guys, used the aura sensor skill. The warrior's expressions were satisfied. Running his finger across the screen, Sung-hoon said that everyone had been training hard. Sang-jin scratched his head. Jin-sung kept his hands at his sides. Jin-soo lifted the corners of his lips. Do-jin clenched his fist and exclaimed that he had taught them something amazing, and especially for him, it was perfect. Yun, closing her eyes, said that she had the first place. Holding his chin, the main character muttered that everyone's aura points exceeded 20. Imagining the equipped fighter, the protagonist thought that constant improvement creates a strong body similar to the body of a tank, and improves attacks that can rival the attacker's attacks. And Do-jin, in addition to playing the role of a tank, now also deals good damage, and without a doubt, this suits him. Crossing his palms, the young man said that along with this, he would grow into one of the best tanks in the world, after which he said that since they all had a little aura, he would teach them martial arts using constant improvement and the dragon heart. An unusual aura swirled around the young man's hand, and he explained that it was called the dragon sword grinding technique, and on Hanja, it was the separation of dragon body parts with the sword. Looking ahead, Sanji noticed that it sounded like it was outside the scope of Mirim's functions. Stretching out his index finger, the teenager said that he would teach them the dragon sword grinding technique by transferring knowledge like last time. However, due to the fact that this is the dragon sword grinding technique, then they need to test it, and they will immediately be sent to the training area. Parting his lips, the wizard asked to come to him one by one. The girl, closing her eyes, said that she didn't really like it. A bright sky was visible. The guys bowed their heads from fatigue. Suddenly, a question was heard if everything was okay, to which Jinsu, touching his forehead, replied that they were normal. Standing in front of the awakened ones, Sung-hoon said that the first lesson was the dragon step, and added that it was written as the path of the dragon. A brown leaf appeared, and at the same time, the protagonist muttered that the concept of the dragon step is a balanced but fast movement that is based on spatial awareness. Stretching his palm forward, the protagonist remarked that they should understand what he means when he talks about rapid movement, but some may not know what he means by spatial awareness. After imagining the red lines around him, the guy explained that spatial awareness is similar to being between two pictures. Turning his gaze to the side, the young man reported that using the 5 senses, the exact position of an object within space is determined. Holding his chin, the hunter asked if it was possible, to which he received the answer that you just need to believe him and follow his example. A magical portal appeared in the sky, when suddenly the awakened one used the summoning. Wooden sticks spun in the air. Stretching his fingers forward, Sung-hoon decided to create a complex. Suddenly, the equipment broke into several pieces. At the same second, the objects fell to the ground. A tent with a roof was created from bamboo trunks. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the test strip, the guys asked if their leader borrowed it from martial arts films. Turning back, the protagonist replied that it was true, as their training was to pass through the bamboo field as quickly as possible. The guys came closer to the path with tasks, and their mentor noticed that they were forbidden to touch the ground regardless of the situation. Putting her hand to her chin, Yun clarified if it was possible at all. Stretching his shoulder, the fighter said that he would show them once. Running his foot on the ground, the protagonist reported that his aura points are now 223, but he can restrain himself. Stepping on the stump, the awakened man said that he would only use 20 aura points, and then advised them to look carefully. Lowering his head, the young man announced that he was going. The disciples opened their mouths in alarm. At high speed, Sung-hoon ran through the obstacle course. The guys bulged their pupils in bewilderment. After a short amount of time, the main character jumped out of the tunnel. The hunter abruptly began to break his feet on the ground. The guys lowered their jaws in surprise. Closing his eyes, the hunter asked for their opinion, as well as whether it was true that it was simple. Raising her eyebrows, the healer did not understand whether he was speaking like an old grandfather who loves strange phrases, to which her companion replied that he was. Sitting on the bench, the fighter thought that it was quite difficult to go through the complex and not touch the ground with his feet. But that is why this method was chosen, because this is the most effective training that will allow them to use their entire body. The protagonist's limbs were enveloped in blue magical streams, and then he said in his thoughts that he was also not just sitting doing nothing, but increasing the amount of mana as usual. A magic seal appeared under the wooden surface, and the awakened man noticed that he had connected this place to the magic circle in the basement of his house, so the effectiveness did not drop much. The spacious room was brightly lit, and the young man realized that this circle in the house was working at full capacity even now. The wizard lowered the corners of his lips, when suddenly the system reported that his mana was constantly increasing by 1/10. A black woman's shoe stepped on the ground. Streams of smell appeared in the air. Closing his eyes, Sung-hoon didn't know who it was. The main character's gaze was directed deep into the forest, and then he used a triple spell. His pupils increased dramatically in size after using sharp vision. The girl put her palms to her knees from fatigue, and the guy wondered if she was a foreigner. Raising her head, the stranger asked what kind of endless road it was, because an hour had passed since she began to walk, after which she asked if it was possible to find out her location. Putting her hands on her side, the lady muttered that the GPS said she was just going around in circles, and then she sighed heavily and realized that she had just wasted time and energy, and didn't know if she should call him or something. Looking at the magic barrier, the students were interested in what it was. Yun asked if this was one of the mentor's abilities, to which he put his palm forward and explained that it would help prevent outsiders from seeing their training, so they could just continue while he went and met the guest. With a sly grin, the wizard wondered if it was true that they should greet her in such a case. Sitting on a stone, the foreigner was breathing heavily. Maps of the area were open on her phone. Drops of sweat dripped down the girl's face, and then she muttered that it was bad, because the truth could not escape from here, after which she asked if this was also his ability, when suddenly they greeted her. Sung-hoon closed his eyes and asked if her clothes were appropriate for the place. Shifting her gaze to the side, the stranger admitted that she was glad to meet him. A smirk appeared on the protagonist's face, and then he asked if she had come here to meet him. Snapping her fingers, the lady remarked that it was really hard to find, and then revealed that she was an employee of the Central Intelligence Agency. The heroes shook hands, and the hunter said that she spoke Korean quite well, to which she thanked him. There was a view of clouds in the sky, while the guy invited the interlocutor to sit down and talk, and she apologized and asked if she could ask for a glass of water. The protagonist put a container of liquid on the table. Sitting down on a chair, the awakened man asked why she needed to meet him. Grasping the glass object in both hands, Mitchell reported that her superiors wanted to recruit him. Closing her lips, the girl explained that they wanted him to finally move to the United States of America. The young man put his fist to his cheek as the Central Intelligence Agency employee talked about how their proposals would be tax exemption and a doubling of his salary. Looking intently ahead, the lady remarked that in return they wanted him to deal with all the dungeons in America within 1 year, after which she added that all the loot and found items would be with him. Sung-hoon thought for a moment, and put one foot on top of the other. Lowering his chin, the protagonist asked what about the international laws on the taxes of the awakened, and then recalled that the international laws of the taxes of the awakened are the reason why in all countries there is a 38% tax on prey for hunters, which was created to prevent disputes over attracting promising personalities. The guy said that even America would be in trouble if they went against them, to which the lady put her hands on the table and asked him not to worry, because there was a way to avoid international tax laws of the awakened. Sitting at the table, the protagonist clarified whether this was considered tax evasion, to which he was told that it was not, and in short, his taxes would be paid by the state. Looking away, the awakened man did not think about whether this was something illegal, and they also pretend that they did not know it. Touching her knee with her palm, the Central Intelligence Agency employee explained that it was possible because the United States of America had agreed to adopt some special international laws of a confidential nature, and then briefly said that China and Russia could do such things without breaking the law, and added that there were only 2 people who were treated this way, especially in America, namely the Titanium Colossus and the Thunder Runner. The big man folded his hands, and the young man thought that both of these people were 260 levels, and one of them was a tank and the other was an attacker. The hunter's eye emitted a bright glow while the wizard thought about how the Titanium Colossus had the fearsome attack power and impenetrable defenses of the tank, and the Thunder Runner was capable of destroying everything around it, after which he wondered if they were going to treat him like these two. Sung-hoon rubbed his chin and noted that this was an incredible offer, but thought that he couldn't agree to just that. A sly grin appeared on his face. He said that the girl was too stingy. Was he really so valuable to them? Mitchell frowned. Was the guy trying to bargain? She asked what he meant. The hero sighed. He would be brief. He could not accept this offer. The employee covered her face with her hand and grinned nervously. It was unexpected. She thought that they had given him the best offer possible. She said that the hunter complicates everything. In the earpiece, they demanded to find out the initial motivation. Sung-hoon raised his hands. He could hear them. It was difficult enough for other awakened to hear from such a distance. But for mages like him, it would not be difficult to hear what was being said even a mile away. He said that the CIA had given the best possible offer, but they had not been able to establish its real value. He raised his finger, and the girl asked. The guy winked and asked if the CIA thought he was defending the dungeons alone, not taking into account the golden monkey from the first dungeon. He waved his finger. Mitchell followed him with her eyes. Then the finger pointed directly at her. The hero asked, "Do they really think that he cleaned it up?" The girl raised an eyebrow. The hunter waved his hand over the table and stated that they didn't know anything. He asked for 1,000,000,000,000 to clear only one dungeon. But he believed it was too generous for such a task. The employee sighed and said that the gentleman was saying frightening things, but it seemed that she began to understand. She hugged herself and looked down. She looked like a well-trained agent. The magician was glad that she immediately understood the essence. Sung-hoon smiled. In addition, he refused to emigrate to the United States, although he agreed to accept some requests, and if the award suited him, he was immediately told to retreat in the earpiece. Mitchell nodded curtly and replied that there was nothing she could do to help. She understood what Sung-hoon was getting at. She stood up and admitted that their investigation was quite superficial. She was glad that she could at least introduce herself to the hero. She bowed and promised to visit her master again. Her face was tense. He felt a little sorry for her, because in the end it was all useless. However, he only chuckled. He understood that it was the CIA's fault if they did not understand its significance. Although even if they realized his value, he still would not go to America. He has something more important here than money or fame. It was his mother, who turned inquiringly to her interlocutors. One woman poked her cheek with her finger and said, "Look at this girlish skin. Thanks to her son, she is normal again. Someone may even think that she is her daughter." Her friend took out her phone and wanted to show the woman how good she looked in the photo. The hero's mother used to spend time gossiping with her friends. Why did she leave? Sung-hoon looked at the correspondence. He tried to make it as comfortable as possible for his mother to live. First the family, everything else later. The CIA agreed to the next dungeon. A smile appeared on his face. Until his command was useful, he should probably deal with it himself. He put the phone back and hoped that his teammates were training hard. He clapped his hands and said deactivation. The world around him began to crumble with pink sparks. A team appeared from the void. The guy looked at them in surprise and assumed that they must have been training hard. The wards looked at him and asked if anyone had come here. The magician replied that he was a bit of a famous guy, so people appeared from here and there to lure him to their place. Suddenly he remembered that they had lunch and a break, and after that, the wards would continue training. He would need to leave because he had a dungeon. The hero went to the Gangnam station. This is where the dungeon was located. It appeared 2 days ago, but, as in New York, the request was to clear first of all. Real estate is the real reason, even if they ignore the rest of the citizens. The mage looked slyly at the buildings around him. He understood that society always moves to where it is most numerous. That's why he was called to clear the dungeon in the center of Ghana. The journalists crowded around the entrance to the gate. They held out microphones and asked if the hero had anything to say. The guy gave them an annoyed look. A bunch of hands with devices reached out to him. Journalists asked if the hunter would go alone again. But what was his opinion about what the whole world was talking about these dangers? Was there a reason why he chose this dungeon in Gangnam in the first place? The guy turned to them. He raised his hand and politely asked for silence for a minute. He was going to give a detailed interview after clearing the dungeon. He raised his finger before he entered. He wanted to say something. He smiled and said that he would clear the dungeon every day starting today. So tomorrow he would be in the dungeon in Samchun, then the dungeon in Mokdong would follow. Including the cleared dungeon in Myeongdong, it will close a total of 5 dungeons very soon. The journalists stared at him in amazement, and began to exclaim, "Is this really true?" They swept in with great force. But the mage had already turned his back on them and said that they would see each other soon, while he was showered with a bunch of questions. The hero stopped near the entrance to the dungeon. His hand reached out to the streaming light, wondering what kind of place it would be. His eyes were closed, the air around him was changing. Suddenly, a bright light forced the hero to step aside. By unknown means, he ended up in the sky. He pitched among the giant clouds. Sehun looked around and cursed. He sarcastically said it was surprising that people were dying. How would people without the ability to fly survive? He asked Akasha if it was too much. The horizon appeared from under the clouds. The hero couldn't even see the ground. There was water under him. If there were water monsters here, he would need to fight and swim at the same time. Even if he landed successfully, that's a completely different problem. A staff with a mana cube appeared in his hand. The guy pushed off the void in the air with magic and activated flying. This is a 3rd level spell. Now he could fly. The hunter flew to the water surface at high speed. My feet hovered above the surface, the energy causing small circles on the water. Sehun looked around. There was just a water surface around, so it would be very difficult to find monsters. However, he smiled and decided that in such an environment it would be perfect. A giant spider robot appeared in the sky. That was the choice. The robot sank to the surface of the water. The guy climbed on his back. As he said, in the dungeon you always need to be on your guard. Of course, this is not a problem for him. Under his feet was a universal all-terrain vehicle golem, a spider model. Sehun looked at his creation with satisfaction. He improved the previous model so that it works in all environments. The hero activated the water mode. He remembered that it took a lot of time and money. But thanks to this, he does not have to worry about unforeseen situations. The magus looked ahead with a smile and ordered the destruction protocol to be activated. The peephole on the camera was running. He scanned the nearest monsters to kill them. As soon as he noticed, the voice announced the acceptance of the master's order. The robot sank underwater. His propellers began to twist the water, and with a powerful pull, the spider rushed into the depths of the sea. Sehun sat right in the air and said that killing the boss of the 1st level dungeon shouldn't be too much of a problem. He scratched his head and realized that there might be more serious problems. The guy looked around and realized that just waiting here would be too boring. He sighed and had the idea to try a new workout. My feet touched the water. The magician spread his arms to the sides, using the power of the aura in his legs to break the surface tension of the water. In martial arts this is called water steps. Suddenly, a wave washed over his legs as Sehun remembered that such training helped increase aura control and consumption. He looked at the wave in surprise. A few dozen meters away, a large column of water burst out. The hero smiled and called what he saw in the middle of the water a funny dude. A huge shark-like creature jumped out of the water. It was about to dive again, while the mage tried to determine its type. The surface beneath the monster began to boil, and a bright light began to beat. The monster screamed. The spider jumped out of the water. His shots hit the thick skin of the shark. In addition, the blows fell on the fins. The spider hovered over the creature as it screamed in pain and tried to dive again. The robot's voice said, "Retaliatory measures against the large creature." The shock needle was ready. He asked to wait. Then he landed on the back of the creature. The shark gave him a furious look. The spikes dug into his skin. Current was passed through them. Excess electricity escaped through the mouth of the creature, pierced by a powerful charge. Sehun dodged the water spray. He noted the robot's pretty good fight. The battle was even more effective than he expected. The system reported that his level had increased by several points. The hero smiled contentedly. He watched the shark hit the water and said that everything worked out. His level has risen again. It will be problematic if he continues to level up so quickly. The robot remained sitting on the carcass of the slain creature, smoke streaming from the scorched skin. The hunter asked if he should take a few people with him to share his experience. He landed on the corpse and realized that he needed to come up with something else. The rover's eye looked at him. The owner wondered if he should lend it to someone else. Sehun stroked his head and thought that with the spider, clearing the dungeons of the others wouldn't cause much trouble. He banged his cam on the body of the car and thought that mass production of these things would be a super hit. The hero turned around and promised himself to think about it after he raised the 50th level. The first level dungeons are very spacious now. The danger of the environment and huge monsters without specific features do not pose a threat to him. In this dimension, evening began to fall, Sung-hoon pondered. At this time, a crowd of journalists outside was reporting. One of them said that everyone was now witnessing how the Ghana underground began to disappear. As soon as Hunter Sung-hoon stepped out of the portal, it began to slowly close, just like in Myeongdong before. At this moment, the portal emitted a powerful burst of light and lightning. Sung-hoon was confident in the frame. People said that he had already cleared 2 dungeons and shouted how cool he was. Fans asked to take them. Someone shouted that this guy was very dangerous. The entire internet was filled with posts and videos about Sung-hoon. A bunch of provocative and clickbait headlines were circulating on the network. People wanted to be like a hero. A few hours passed, and night fell. Sung-hoon raced along the highway in the back seat. In the office, the manager threw a bunch of documents on the table. The manager said that he wanted their organization to get rid of another dungeon. Sung-hoon was sitting on the arm of the chair. A new request came from the government, and they especially asked for it. Second Deputy Director General of the National Intelligence Services Cho Seon was standing by the window. He said that leveling up a hero has become a problem lately, so they would like to attract members of the Alpha team. He frowned at the guy and said that if he shared the experience he had gained, would he be able to clear more dungeons? Sung-hoon replied that it was true. The deputy remarked that it would be hard, to which the hunter asked what happened to the most persistent Deputy General Director. Why did he make such a face? He replied that it was more than just 1 or 2 dungeons for the hero and for elimination. Sung-hoon smiled and looked at the document. He thought again about the possibility of clearing more than 1 or 2 dungeons. He had a conclusion and asked if many other teams had failed to clear the dungeon. The gentleman put his hand on his face and tiredly replied that it was just a precautionary measure, but the possibility of successfully clearing the dungeon was less than 50%. Giziak opened a list of hunters. While the deputy continued to say that it was quite difficult to adapt to the dungeon environment, Sung-hoon reminded himself that it was for this reason that he had constantly warned them. Many people below the 50th level had disappeared into the dungeon. Kyeolsun turned, raised his hand, and revealed that the government no longer intended to lose the awakened with great potential, and the best way to use one awakened, a hero, with his best abilities. The hunter frowned. He asked in his mind, would he be paid even 1,000,000,000,000 for clearing 1 dungeon? He looked at the room around him, propped up his head, and thought that the government was obviously in a hurry. But with its level, it posed no threat. He closed his eyes as he rode in the car and pondered this meeting. Reaching the level of his previous life would take some time as long as many obstacles appeared on the way. The car accelerated. You had to be careful. A completely different story if someone notices that the hero has knowledge that is inaccessible to this world. The young man looked out the window. His knowledge can change the paradigm of this world. His finger tapped nervously on his jacket. Even the states were interested in his abilities. Sung-hoon had to create an 8th level spell without the help of the system. Then he would be able to deal with the consequences of using his knowledge. He needed to hurry up like a magician. A new day came. The hero took notes and said that, however, he was a little ashamed. He scratched his pen behind his ear and wished that his level would be a little lower. It seems like it's time to stop wasting his precious time in such low-level dungeons. He turned the page. Now the main problem is how to improve his abilities. The pen returned to the notebook. The magician activated his status. Purple windows with information appeared in front of my face. Just as Sung-hoon had thought, his mana had begun to increase more slowly, and he still had 115 points to spend. His hand began to scroll through the indicators. The guy did not want to spend points on mana. He pressed on luck, realizing that he himself could pump strength, endurance, and agility. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by something that gave himself away. Sung-hoon thought for a moment, and said that even if the ability to partially control the possibilities themselves, as he thought, it would not be an exaggeration to call the Akashic system divine. Including the achievement, his luck level is now 192. Of course, no one will invest points in luck as they did, as it is not clear when it will help in hunting monsters. A smile appeared on his face. Everything was fine. The mage stood up, dispersing the dust with his feet. He looked at his ward, rested his hands on his hips, and said that everything that ends well is good. Training began. Now all of his students could complete the complex quickly enough. Suddenly, Yun hit her head on the crossbar. The hero concluded that the students did not evade everything yet. It was good that they were able to go so far in a short period of time. Sung-hoon clapped his hands and called a break, and said that they were stopping training for the time being. Hiller didn't hear him, just stood there holding her head. The coach smiled and stated that everyone was quite successful in using the aura. Now they will go to the real thing. The disciples gathered around him. Dujin asked if it was about hunting, and the leader replied yes. He winked and said that they would go to the hunting zone and the students would have to use their skills not only in training, but also in real situations. The leader would be Dujin as usual. Tank threw a towel over his shoulders. Sung-hoon warned that he would only intervene when there was serious danger. They would just test their aura abilities. The man said that if the teacher didn't participate, they could hunt as usual. The hero turned to the healer and told her not to relax her vigilance. Her ability was still weak. He smiled. Now the next step was ready. He He should first establish a loyal relationship with his allies. After all, they would increase his strength, and now it was time to give them the gift he had prepared. Meanwhile, at an altitude of 2,600 kilometers, the satellite flew in orbit. The first movements were detected, and recording began. The antennas began to adjust to the new signals. Direction prediction began, the first possible direction of the hunting zone. A few hours later, the truck was already in a forest area. There were picturesque views with ponds around. The wheels raised columns of dust behind them. The man smiled and said that they had arrived. The doors of the truck began to open. Yun went down to the ground and stretched. All she thought was that they hadn't been here for a long time. Jinsu proudly stated that they were busy training. His girlfriend asked him how he liked his new equipment. He replied that it was magical. He could not believe that it was so good. Sung-hoon took out his staff, winked at the students, and told them that this equipment was a gift prepared for them, the team that would be the best in the world. Dujin looked at his new weapon and noticed that it was similar in design and stats to what fell out of the dungeon's rewards. It was unbelievable that the hero had created all of this. The magus shook his head and told them to keep this equipment a secret. They wouldn't get any benefit if outsiders found out about his abilities. The students asked what to say about how they got them. The leader asked them to come up with an excuse like they got it in the dungeon or something. The drone was released into the air. Sung-hoon ordered reconnaissance to begin and ordered everyone to be ready. Today's hunt would be different from the usual ones, he warned. He had asked Dujin not to use the agra. He himself would protect the machine, so they would all hunt separately. The girl watching the area shuddered. The camera showed that the monsters were approaching. They were two-tailed wolves. The tank looked at his comrades and asked if such monsters were found in this area. There were 6 of them, a very small group. Sung-hoon waved his fingers slyly and stated that this was a good time to try to hunt them, and it was a good opportunity to use his skills. His hand gripped the staff tighter. The leader ordered to prepare for battle. He would protect the machine, and the students should try to use the maximum of their abilities. Dujin threw the axe on his back and took the instructions. Sung-hoon climbed onto the roof of the transport and activated the magic shield. Energy honeycombs began to appear in the air. A bright light flashed. The manager from the observation point looked at the screen seriously and contacted Dujin. He said that they could determine their locations right now. He told them to get ready. Jinsu jumped onto the roof of the truck and took out a bow. He glanced at Hen and said that he would also stay here. After saying that, his gaze quickly began to scan the area around him. It was time for him to use his new skill. He drew an arrow and activated the aura. His eyes flashed with orange light. Waves of aura began to float around his face. He looked at the field ahead and stated that he saw a monster and reported that he was going to hit the target. The wolf, grumbling with saliva, galloped towards them. The guy calmly released the arrow, equipping it with the ability to chase the wind. At great speed, dispersing the dust around, the arrow rushed forward. The wolf stopped and threw up his mouth, screaming shrilly. Jin Sung's eyes flashed with delight. She said that the arrow had pierced the beast's skull, even though such a hard bone was almost impenetrable. The hero looked at the rest of the students and said, "Let's see what Dujin and Jing Song can do." He warned that wolves are faster than they seem, and told them to be more careful. The monsters only accelerated their run, energy flowing from their eyes. The hunters prepared for battle, their heavy boots squeezing the ground beneath them. The tank made a dash forward, closing the distance to one of the animals. There was a sweep. A bunch of creatures were thrown in different directions with a single blow. The clean air stained the blood. The man smiled contentedly. He asked himself, was it possible that two-tailed wolves, known for their agility, were always so easy to hunt? Blood fell to the ground. Jin Sung also proceeded with his attack. He had no reason to lag behind, he reminded himself. He made a powerful blow, and a wave of energy rushed forward. One of the wolves jumped to the side, riveting his predatory gaze on him. However, an explosion immediately rang out around him. The man backed away in shock. He had made a rookie mistake because he wanted to show off a little. But it was too much. Now he couldn't see anything because of the smoke. The surviving animals confidently made their way through the smoke. 2 jumped out of it, coming close to the hunter. Jin Sung's eyes widened. He realized that he had relaxed too much. Suddenly, something flashed in front of his face. The hunter reacted instantly. He relaxed the grip of his spear, and so he was able to nimbly turn it in all directions, repelling the wolf's attack. The monster successfully landed in front of him, taking minor damage. Jin Sung prepared for the next attack. At this moment, Jinsu tore apart another wolf with his arrow. Jin Sung plunged his spear into the slain creature, sighed heavily, and said that he had already panicked. He looked at his weapon lovingly, and said that he survived thanks to his dragon step. Yun was surprised to notice that the man really killed them all. Support and healer stood on the sidelines embarrassedly and didn't know if they should use their buffs, heals, or debuffs. Yun looked at the archer. He waved back at her. The girl was amazed at how strong they had become. According to her, Jinsu had killed 6 wolves alone. The hero jumped off the roof and said that it was a good job. He threw up his hands and said that there was a small problem. But it was destined to happen, since the tank did not use Aegir monsters. He explained that fighters are always in the front line and they need to survive, regardless of whether they used Aegir or not. Sanjin looked thoughtfully ahead and asked if they were even needed here. Sung-hoon looked at him slyly and confidently said that everyone was needed, and honestly, he clicked and said that they needed more tanks. The assistants looked at him uncomprehendingly, while the teacher told an example that if there is an enemy who can ignore AGR, how do students think what can happen? The group will be defeated and destroyed. The magician smiled and said that he had prepared as many backup plans as possible. After all, safety comes first, and students cannot forget that when hunting, they put their own lives on the line. Dujin smiled at him. The hero said that therefore he believed that a tank was necessary besides him. The man smiled and asked if the hero was talking about an additional tank, a role supporting the tank. Sung-hoon folded his arms over his chest. He knew what he was talking about, the position in which you would use your body to protect the others. If the main tank lost aggro, he said that with the appearance of dungeons, new monsters appeared here as well, and it was not a fact that there was no monster with aggro immunity. He looked ahead seriously and said that this was one of the reasons why he had taught them all how to use the aura to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. The team looked at their teacher seriously. The hero said that Jinseong and Yun could now be tanks as well. The man straightened his shoulders and said that he was glad. Hiller tucked her hands behind her back and thought about how things really must be terrifying since they now had 3 tanks. Thinking about it, what skills should Hiller use in this situation? Dujin looked at her and said that she didn't look worried. Did she really think she could do it? The girl asked again. Sang-jin looked at her in confusion and repeated her becoming a tank, causing Yun to fall into a precipitate. The manager heard a strong indignation through the headphones. Hiller pointed to herself as a tank and asked in shock if they were really serious about her becoming a tank. Sung-hoon waved his hand while the student said that she was super weak, asked if she was on the Hiller's command, but the hero asked her to calm down. He held up his finger and said that for safety, he was sure that 3 tanks in the team were necessary, and if Yun couldn't do that, they would need to find a new person on the team, and she must have misunderstood one thing. The girl began to listen attentively. The teacher explained that she was really not used to actively using her body, because she was a healer, but she had the most aura among everyone in the team. The magician looked at her seriously. Honestly, she was more than he expected, so he asked her to be more confident. He knew that she would cope. Yun gratefully accepted these words and straightened her hair. Suddenly, Jinsu raised his hand and asked, "What about Tariq San-jin?" The archer looked at the teacher and said that it doesn't matter if he acts like a tank or not, but the more tanks, the safer, isn't it? The guy frowned. Dujin added that 4 tanks should be too many, spare tanks only for emergencies. Jin Song replied that in this case, their roles were not entirely clear. Support scratched his head, silently listening to the arguments about him. Sung-hoon smiled at everyone and asked them not to worry. After all, he had another plan for San-jin. He was going to teach him something completely different. Suddenly, the managers jumped into the conversation and reported the approach of new 2-tailed wolves. They did not understand where they came from. The assistant asked the director to calm down, because he should know that everything was under control, but he said that he was shouting just to calm down. He demanded to explain. A humanoid creature with a spear was seen in the frame. The name of this monster was a lizard man. Each of them has its own class. The monster stared around with its evil eyes as the scientists revealed that this monster was one of those that reproduced rapidly and increased its numbers throughout South America. The lizard swung his spear. The reason for the rapid reproduction was the spear rushed forward, the man saying that in a changing environment where they could live. The director looked at his subordinate and asked if the theory of where some of the dungeons appear in the real world was true. The old man adjusted his glasses and told them with delight that they believed it was some kind of spatial synthesis. The director leaned on the dashboard and repeated the words he had heard. He asked, "Can monsters really synthesize something like this?" The scientist threw up his hands and replied that according to NASA and their long-term space observations, they had a theory that the current situation, but the director interrupted him and told his interns to tell it later. The man straightened his tie in irritation and told him to speak briefly. Then the subordinate said that the master could think of it as overwriting a computer file. Then the head asked if it was originally overwritten on Earth, and the scientist replied that it still only exists in the dimension at altitude. Kim put his palm on the table and swore that it was all a mess. He looked angrily ahead. Not only did the monsters appear from the dungeons, but now it was also Wednesday. He turned to Frank and asked if he was making any progress. The employee showed the phone and suggested that he had not even met with their agent. Recently the hero told her that she could contact him through HD Group. The head nodded curtly to him and shouted that everything was going awry. His fist slammed into the table. The man straightened up, looked at the screens and ordered to tell Mitchell, let her sign contracts with the members of the Alpha team, with the same conditions as the representatives of the HD groups. He does not care about the method, but he needs to do everything to find out about what is happening. His teeth gritted. Kim stated that Sung-hoon was a potential key to solving all this. The door opened abruptly. An employee ran inside and said that they had just received a new video. Kim turned to his subordinate. While he was frantically typing something on the tablet, he asked the master to look at the main monitor. The old man slowly turned his gaze and cursed in amazement. In the footage, Dujin single-handedly killed wolves. It was the tank of the first team. The employee smiled. According to the information, he is at level 38, and his main role is a tank. Frank looked at him in surprise and asked, could it be that a level 38 tank could kill 2-tailed wolves with a single blow? Kim raised his finger and demanded to rewind the video, began to look for the right moment, and immediately said stop. Now he asked to bring it closer and ordered to use the reader on the lips. The neural network began to scan the movements of the hunter's lips. The system displayed the word aura. Frank was amazed and repeated it aloud. The scientist flinched, clenched his fist, and shouted that they had received the information, that he had learned it from the first. It was not a skill, but a technique. He knew that the hero was not just a skill user. He trembled again and shouted that the hero had knowledge from another world, and began to think of options. Kim frowned at him and sighed heavily. He clapped his hands so that the scientist would not pester the employee. After that, he straightened his hair, pointed to Frank and ordered to use all the staff to find out what Sung-hoon was hiding, and he also needed to find information about his surroundings and establish contact with them. He needed to increase the staff tenfold. The man confidently turned back, made an approving one. Kim said in the back that he would not tolerate mistakes. The man started the call while the director approached Bill, who had brought the video, and ordered her to leave a rehabilitation request from the Amazon. The old man looked under his breath in displeasure, and said that they would let the Ministry of Defense deal with it. And now, at this moment, Sung-hoon appeared on the monitor, who was looking directly at the camera with a cunning look. Director Kim gave the order to put all their efforts into obtaining information. Mitchell Howard came out on the mission. Oe was a CIA agent as well as a psychometrist, presumably around the 70th level and able to obtain any information about objects within a radius of 150 meters, an ability user whose brain activity far exceeds that of a normal human. The agent frowned ahead, her ability working. She was looking at the house she needed to get into. She decided to check the surroundings to find all the information on the hero. Suddenly she was surprised. A little girl came up to her and pulled her leg. The girl asked where her mother was, after which she called her by name. The girl took her hand and asked how her sister found out her name, but she replied that she didn't need to know, and she also couldn't just follow the first person she met, because so, through the headphones, she was told to stop talking to herself. She was asked whose thoughts she was reading again. Before that, Frank asked if the agent could read the hero's mind, but Mitchell replied that no. The theory that the former could block her abilities turned out to be true. She closed her eyes and replied that with all the information they had gathered, it would be true to admit that he was a magician, as he had said. Besides, he could manipulate the knowledge at will, and they had already concluded that he had aura knowledge. The man looked down thoughtfully. He put the folder on the table and said it was a good job. A smile appeared on his face. He stated that they would act according to her assumptions. He left her a report to the headquarters as well as a request for the classification of information. Now Mitchell adjusted the earpiece in her ear. She was told that the target was in this house. The agent was already going up the elevator. The staff had already checked the tank. He was alone. I had to go and talk to him. The blonde looked ahead seriously and said that she understood. In the meantime, dinner was being prepared in the apartment. Dujin sat in front of the TV. He told himself that he had slept almost all weekend. He started eating noodles. Now he couldn't argue with Yun when she called him an old man. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. His hand automatically reached for the cache of equipment. A few seconds later, the man saw a beautiful blonde in a business suit outside the door. She greeted and introduced herself as a CIA agent. The hunter looked at her in surprise and asked what the CIA needed. Suddenly Mitchell was indignant and said that she was hot. But this was not a cover. Dujin looked at her embarrassedly and thought, did he really say this out loud? The girl smiled nervously and explained that the United States government was interested in the Alpha HD group team. If they could talk, the psychological warfare began with a blow to the weak points. Meanwhile, the mage was working hard at his home. His hand reached for the phone. The guy replied to the messages. The tank team said that he had just met a woman. She called herself Mitchell Howard from the CIA. She said that she had already met the hero before and they even knew about each other. The hero lay with the book pushed down on his forehead and grunted thoughtfully. Dujin anxiously waited for his answer. Sung-hoon revealed that he had refused all offers from her. He dialed and asked if everything was all right. A smile appeared on his face. Dujin wrote that the US is more aggressive than he thought. They even found out about the aura. Sung-hoon thought about how he had already blocked this agent's abilities, so they must have been spying through drones. He sat up straight and decided that the agents most likely did not know that magic could block the effects of consciousness and non-scientific abilities, but that their attempts were futile. The hero said that everything was fine and he simply refused their offers to hire himself. He demanded not to tell them too much. Dujin wrote a message. He understood everything. The mage got up and removed all the inventory in his room. The states are a world power for a reason. Due to the fact that nothing can be done with him, they began to follow the people around him. A spear appeared in his hand. Sung-hoon understood that the states were just buying him time. It was time to move on to the next stage. He needed to get more magic stones to increase the production of artifacts. The mage's gaze became serious. He realized that it was time to do it himself. Sung-hoon got out into the city. The news was broadcast on the street screens. Very often it was interviews with hunters, with whom they talked about the incidents with destruction and attempts to avoid them. The one who was interviewed said that the victims of the first hunters who entered the dungeons were a tragedy, and without them they would not have been able to get information about the dungeons and their structure. The hero frowned at what he heard. The hunter noticed that he did not agree, because they could reduce the number of victims with a large difference in strength. The guy thought that at present this world without magic or superpowers is completely different from his past life. Society here was incredibly difficult. The past world accepted discrimination as the norm. Unlike racial discrimination, it was discrimination of absolute strength over others. Those who were born with power were bound to become nobles, and the strongest of them became royalty. Discrimination of absolute strength was a habit similar to breathing. But the land of the 21st century is something else. It is an electronic world in the information age and an adapted hierarchy complex. There was an immense amount of information around. It was an era where being informed about what was happening and quickly analyzing them in detail became the highest need. The news was also open on the phone. Because of this, it was quite difficult to stay afloat in the new world. Sung-hoon wanted to leave for a while to regain his power, but due to the appearance of dungeons, the others would notice. A sly smile appeared on his face, and the thought in his head was that there was not much left to do here. If he became at least the 5th rank, then even an awakened of the 200 level would not be able to deal with him. The hero entered the establishment. The door was touched by a bell announcing the arrival of a guest. The employee greeted the guest while he was corresponding. She bowed. The guy said that he was sure that his company was in the 3rd room. The girl obligingly accompanied him. The magician opened the door and immediately apologized for waiting. Mitchell was sitting at the table opposite and eating with an appetite. The guy immediately asked if the CIA was starving her. The blonde wiped her mouth, apologized with a gesture. She did not think that the hero would arrive so quickly. The hunter moved a chair to sit down. Just by chance he had some business to do in Seoul. His fist propped up his face with a sly smile. The magus asked, so why did she contact him to meet him in person? Mitchell took out the documents and replied that she was going to give him information that spies had recently discovered. The hero asked in surprise. Mitchell held out a piece of paper and said that China had begun to act. Sung-hoon smiled and asked what the agent meant by these words. The girl put the paper on the table and said that after the advent of the Akashic system, China had put a lot of effort into making their traditional martial arts a weapon. The hunter began to study the document, repeating in his head what he had heard. He frowned at his companion. He asked if this was something like what is shown in action movies. The hero smiled mischievously and asked if China really succeeded, and, unfortunately, they even succeeded. Sung-hoon turned the page. He was curious. He thought it was something similar to the constant improvement, an aura that he had studied in his previous life. If these martial arts are as effective as continuous improvement, and they work, it most likely means that there are people with knowledge of the supernatural. The guy frowned. He asked himself, why did this knowledge decline? He looked ahead in surprise. Mitchell said that there was a group in China called Yokshin. She looked at her tablet and revealed that they used material arts along with their abilities. In addition, they had become quite strong and the level didn't matter to them, just like with Sung-hoon. She put the phone on the table and asked to look at the video. A cloud of violet energy was visible in the frame. A girl got out of it. Her body was dressed in China's technological suit. Fiery energy began to form in the girl's hands. She was called the Fiery Fist Yakoyan. She was looking for a hero right now. Sung-hoon winked and scratched behind his ear and asked if there was any special reason. Mitchell smiled and said that it was a simple contact to establish friendships, or even make an alliance. The agent said that they highly appreciated the hero's abilities, so she came to talk to him personally about their request again. Sung-hoon took the offered tea. Mitchell asked what the hero thought about moving to America. She explained that if he became their resident, such problematic things would never happen. The guy remarked that it sounded great, but again refused. The blonde shrugged her shoulders and asked if she couldn't beat the hero again. It seemed to her that there was nothing she could do about it. And even if they didn't have much information on this person, however, Diakoyan was strong enough to kill level 150th monsters. The magician closed his eyes and replied without interest that this was very interesting information. He assumed that he was indebted to her, and then he would thank her next time. Mitchell happily straightened her hair and said that she would be looking forward to it. She got up. Her work here was finished, and she didn't want to waste the hunter's time. Continuing the negotiations, the guy asked if she was leaving. The blonde confidently went to the exit and asked, didn't she say that she didn't even have time for lunch? Then the young man clarified, is it possible that even if something interesting happens now? Mitchell opened the door and froze, asked. A sly smile appeared on the hero's face. In his thoughts he said that the enemy was already here. The agent looked back in surprise. Had she just read the hero's mind? She shuddered, and in her mind the hunter asked her if the 3rd room was here. The door immediately swung open. Diakoyan walked inside and snidely asked if they were waiting for her. Sung-hoon smiled at her slyly. His thoughts turned to Mitchell. The girl only laughed in confusion, as she thought, this guy knows what her abilities are. The guest came to the table, rested her hand on her side and asked to clarify one thing out of politeness. She asked the hero if he was the same Sung-hoon from Korea. The magus slowly turned to her and asked if that was the case. What next? He knew that she must have a subject to translate from his language. Diakoyan put her fist in her palm and released powerful energy. She introduced herself and stated that she would make the hero talk to her face to face. Mitchell just smiled. She knew that she was seeing the result of turning martial arts into weapons. Power was literally born out of thin air. A powerful aura hovered around the guest, or to be more precise, the power of ki. Mitchell frowned. She realized that Takoyan had arrived much faster than expected. Flame Fist Takoyan was too eager a woman. She adjusted the camera in the form of a button on her chest. She decided that since this girl was also one of the targets of surveillance, she should gather some information. There was a sweep. The representative of China clutched the torn button in her hands, noticed how they, the Americans, liked to peep without permission. She unclenched her fist, spilling the debris of the cell on the carpet. She could not allow the CIA to poke her nose into this matter. Mitchell looked at the huntress in amazement. Immediately her shirt began to unravel, exposing what was hidden under it. The blonde covered herself in embarrassment. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She said that this was her job as a CIA agent. Diakoyan smiled menacingly at her and replied that she knew that they, the Yankees, had no shame or conscience. Sung-hoon raised his hand and invited Miss Diakoyan to sit down. She had come to find him. The guest pondered. She sat down on the table and asked if the hunter was surprised. She allowed herself to take up a lot of space, stated that the hero behaves so calmly after her reception. What a trick he uses. Even some awakened cannot bear it so easily. Sung-hoon winked at her and raised his finger to his mouth and said that it was a secret. He looked at the agent and thanked her for the day. He remarked that the lady would like to talk to him privately. Mitchell fastened her shirt with a paper clip and said irritably that she understood everything and was now leaving. She looked at the hunter from China and stated that she still couldn't stand such a rude personality. She went to the exit and asked him if she really understood that he now owed her. She wondered how he would repay. Sung-hoon smiled at her, folded his hands, replied that there was nothing luxurious. It would be something small. After these words, the door slammed shut. Diakoyan released an aura and offered to listen to what the hero had to say. He released an aura in response, making the guest astonished. She smiled and asked if he also had fighting abilities. She was glad to see that he wasn't an absolute weakling. Sung-hoon smiled even wider. He said to himself who else was checking whom, grinned. He shook his head, reminded him that, as Mitchell had said, his interlocutor was quite rude. She used an informal style of communication even though they had met for the first time. The girl was indignant and asked what difference it made what she used. It was too boring for her. The earring on her ear emitted a faint light. She stated that it was the fault of the translation device. They did not have a formal and informal style like they did. She leaned forward and explained that she could address him formally. But was it necessary to address a person like him? The hero scratched his head and was surprised. He warned that then he would also talk to her informally. The guy looked to the side and asked, so why did someone who didn't address him formally come to visit him? She had traveled quite a long way. He added that America insists that he join them, promising him free citizenship. Is China going to do the same? Takoyan folded her head in her hands. She said that they could give him a better offer than America. The magician asked what kind of offer they were talking about. The girl showed him 3 fingers, 3 sentences. Legal immunity, tax exemption, and as much money as he wants. It can even be a blank check if he asks. Sung-hoon furrowed his brows. He thought about the scale of a large country. He knew that this was definitely a good deal. He asked how far did the legal immunity extend. Diakoyan smirked. Putting her hand behind her head, she explained that they would not punish him even if he killed a person. But the only condition was not to shine in the media. The hero chuckled and noted how generous it was. The girl's smile took on an evil color. Her fist was covered with ki. The magician asked what their people had found, since they were offering such a deal. Diakoyan clenched her fist and said that she was also very interested in it. Her assistants, who were standing in the corridor, looked at each other. It began. Whether everything would definitely be fine, the partner replied that they had evacuated all the civilians. She reminded that this was not the first time. Had she forgotten? Diakoyan unclenched her fist. The chair in front of her shattered into a pile of splinters from the impact. A lot of questions arose in her head. After all, she grabbed it. The girl narrowed her pupils. She didn't feel anything. But the hero evaporated. She looked around. From the other end of the room, the magician asked where she was looking. From the energy of the impact on the security seal, a wave of energy swept through. The assistant frowned at her, noting that it was getting noisy. Was the madam trying her best? In fact, they couldn't block Miss Takoyan with their barrier if she dispersed. The huntress's hand touched the wall. She looked angrily at the hero and asked if it was an illusion. He replied that she realized it herself. Wasn't that why she suddenly attacked him? He put his hands in his pockets and asked how she was going to assess his abilities. If she panicked just because of this, her opponent cursed at the question. Her hair began to rise because of the powerful ki. If Sung-hoon wanted to provoke her, then he succeeded. All the objects in the room trembled. The whole building followed the room. Sung-hoon frowned. His eyes flashed. Everything as he thought. It was incredible. He looked at the girl. Even in his previous life, there weren't many people who had trained their bodies to this level. Diakoyan stated that the hero still had to show what trump cards he had up his sleeves. He thought martial arts must be amazing. The huntress's next step shattered the floor. He laughed embarrassedly and asked him to stop with gestures. But at that moment, the girl came close to him for a blow. The wave began to smash the wall behind him. It could not stand it and collapsed. Stone debris fell on the street. People around began to panic. The street was filled with dust. Diakoyan's assistants tried to hold the barrier. They realized that the mistress had hit another wall. They didn't know what to do. They demanded that each other fix everything as soon as possible. The guy looked out into the street through the hole, sighed heavily, and said that they were still in the center of Seoul. He raised both hands as he looked at the wild fighter and told her that she would be in trouble if she continued to escalate the situation further. Shouldn't they stop? Takoyan frowned. but calmed down a little. The mage said that he was also interested in her. He looked outside again and said that martial arts had piqued his interest, so he suggested that they stop there and fight later. His hand lay on his side. The girl asked if he really said that he wanted to fight somewhere else. He pointed at her with his finger. That's right. He said that the hunter can decide for herself where and when. He will accept her choice. Diakoyan closed her lips and thought. The guy turned around and said it was great. The girl walked away. She was going to tell the place and time later. She walked up to the guy and poked him in the stomach with her fist, smiled mischievously, and said that he should be prepared if he wasn't as good as she expected, in which case he could forget about returning home unharmed. Sung-hoon nervously smiled back at her, asked what would happen if he won, but her opponent said that it was unthinkable. She went to the exit and said that nothing would happen if he won. Obviously he was going to ask for something unreasonable now. She smiled slyly. She didn't see the point in making promises just to be at a disadvantage. The door opened. The huntress put her hands on her hips, told her to just wait. She would contact him, and in the meantime let him prepare. Sung-hoon closed his eyes and nodded, telling himself that he was cursed, because funny things happen to him wherever he goes. A few more pieces of debris fell from the wall. The hero went outside, talked on the phone about a fighter from China. He warned that everything was fine, asked if they shouldn't inform the government before they continued. From the other end of the phone, they promised to take care of it. Sung-hoon took the phone away from his ear and asked if everything would be okay with the Korean government, but there was silence in response. After a while, the mage arrived at HD Works. It was their equipment store. There aren't many unique or superior items here. The guy put his hands in his pocket and smiled. He understood that it was better than nothing. It was time to shop. In addition to armor, he only had a black dragon bracelet, an Akashic system operational support ring, and a subspace ring in his equipment. The rest of his things are in subspace. The guy walked inside and looked around. He thought about how the subspace ring didn't help him in battle, so he only had 3 things that could help him in battle. He noted that his main craft was much better. But it just takes too long, the employee greeted him. He pointed to the door and said that they were waiting for him. The man showed a shelf with VIP items and said that the store had already prepared suitable items. The hunter thanked them. He opened one of the boxes, rings, necklaces, bracelets. He asked for what would be most useful. But he will have slight problems with finances after purchases. The system showed the characteristics of the ring. Sung-hoon frowned. Usually items are divided into 6 levels according to rarity: common, rare, unique, legendary, mythic, and divine. This ring is marked as unique, which is exactly in the middle. The price difference between the levels is terrifying. In addition, there are many rare things that cannot be bought with money. A smirk appeared on his face. Even if he hadn't sold the Akashic System operational support ring for a huge sum, he put on the ring, thought that in this case, he could save his mana if he used the mana of the ring. His hands reached for the new case, yet the hero did not trust the Akash system 100%, so he only used it for simple things, because in the end, he would need to replace all his equipment with the one he created. Sung-hoon took another item, a dwarven bracelet. It had 15% magic resistance. It sounded interesting. There would definitely be even more enemies with magic attacks. The man returned to the hunter and offered him a cup of coffee, at the same time asked how he liked these items, whether he liked at least one of them. The guy replied that they looked practical. He took out a card and said that he would pay with it. Coffee was put on the table. Some time passed. The magician arrived at the Chinese Tenjin group, the Korean branch. The guy got out of the car. He was wearing new equipment. He looked ahead and noted what an amazing building was in front of him. One building had a monster carcass processing area and many other devices to eliminate any inconvenience when living here. The magician's face was serious. He looked at everything once again and concluded that China had a lot of money. They created a whole city in one building, the Korean branch of the Tenjin group. He decided that this was the base for further research and study of monsters that live only in Korea. One of the employees came out to the hero to establish his identity. The man led him along. Sung-hoon slowly followed, admiring the views. He found himself in the battle arena, where Diakoyan was already standing and shouting that he was too late. Her assistant approached her. At this moment, Sung-hoon studied her battle suit. He could feel the concentration of mana in it. The guy put his hands behind his back, slowly walked forward, and replied that it was natural to prepare for the upcoming battle. His eyes swept over the stands. He thought that the girl should have prepared better than him. Diakoyan waved her hand confidently and stated that she used martial arts, so she was always ready. The magus nodded calmly and smiled. He didn't want to be completely humiliated, so be it. Diakoyan looked at him seriously and asked what was that smirk just now. Could it be that the hero was laughing at her? The magician shook his head and replied no at all. Well, do they start right now? The opponent rested her hands on her hips and asked in response if there was really any reason to wait. If not, she offered to start. She turned to Chun and Hong, telling them to create a barrier. The girls took out a yellow piece of paper and shouted, "Let's begin." Barrier energy began to ooze from the leaves. Luminous pillars appeared around the perimeter of the arena. The 8th barrier of the illusory field was created. Sung-hoon was amazed at the barrier art. Diakoyan chuckled and warned that there was no need to worry. It was just a funny thing they had prepared along with a barrier to protect the building from them. The sun began to beat directly into his eyes. The hero covered himself with his hand in displeasure. Everything around turned into a grass field. The guy looked around in surprise. Everything around was not like an illusion. Now he was interested in this art. The girl explained that this is the 8th bearer of the illusory field that they created with the help of their Chinese arts. She spread her hands around and asked how he thought. This place seemed quite cool to her. Sung-hoon noted to himself that these arts were sparking more and more interest in him. He smiled anticipatingly and said that China was developing the Akashic system in a unique style. Diakoyan beckoned with her hand and said that the conversation was over and offered to start already. Sung-hoon knitted his eyebrows. His rival was 100% sure that he was weaker than her. He spread his legs for a fighting stance, began to think about whether he should hit her when she relaxed, once he had experienced how good her martial arts were with his own body. The hero clenched his fists and used the aura expansion. The opponent smiled, realized that this would be followed by a fight at close range. She said that this puppy did not know his place, since he went against the tiger. There was a flash. The hero jerked the distance and raised his fist to strike. Diakoyan blocked it with both hands. The force of the blow threw her back a dozen meters. She slowed down with her legs. The boots pressed into the ground, destroying the coating. This was followed by a retaliatory attack by a Chinese fighter. The blows of opponents created powerful energy bursts around them. The opponents continued to exchange blows. Diakoyan rushed forward. The ground cracked under her feet. She raised her knee to strike. The girl attacked Sung-hoon directly in the forehead. The young man, covering himself with his hands, thought that his opponent seemed to be made of iron. With a smirk, the warrior said that she was disappointed that he had problems even with basic attacks. She threw the protagonist back, and came to the conclusion that he could only talk with such worthless abilities. The mage's feet left a furrow on the ground. The fighter summoned an aura to his palm. Diakoyan immediately took a defensive stance. The guy struck a direct blow with his palm, but the opponent managed to block him. In the next moment, Sung-hoon seemed to turn over. He flew to the nearest rock, and it collapsed from the collision with his body. The young man clenched his teeth, letting out a cry of pain. He opened his eyes, trying to understand why close combat was so difficult. But the girl was already flying straight at him, wondering where he was looking. With a confident face, the warrior announced that this was the end. The protagonist was hit by a falling meteor. The assistants clutched at their faces, begging her to stop them. Dust and debris settled on the ground. The girl's gaze expressed surprise. She saw that as soon as the blow reached the enemy, he disappeared. When the mage appeared from behind, noticing that she had destructive power, it dawned on Diakoyan that she had hit the illusion. The warrior smiled grimly, and clarified whether the opponent's specialty was an illusion, since he had slipped away at the last moment. The guy put his palm on his shoulder to heal himself, suggesting that he start again, and he would be serious this time, adding to himself that he wanted to see how the constant improvement would hold up against the martial arts of this world, but close combat was not his strong point. The girl's face was hidden by a shadow when she realized that this boy was really just ill-mannered. Sung-hoon was smiling as he had been scanning her body all this time, but her opponent hadn't noticed, and he had finished analyzing her mana flow, which could improve his fighting style. Diakoyan narrowed her eyes, and asked not to disappoint her anymore, as she hated men who whined after losing. He narrowed his eyes in response, noticing that she was confident enough to know what he was capable of. The young man raised his hand, using the summoning. MK-03 jumped out of the portal at the call of its master. The warrior froze in surprise. The protagonist held out a staff, and reported that he had created the creature and given it power, and since it was part of his abilities, it shouldn't be a problem. The robot began to shake, reporting the activation of the system and preparations for subjugation of the target. The girl stared at the car, which said that she did not thirst for the victim's blood, but studied her surroundings. The opponent gritted her teeth and asked if she was being mocked. The mage looked at her confidently, and said that if Diakoyan was careless because his familiar looked like a toy, he would die. The warrior frowned, wondering how this should frighten her. A flash of light lit up the area. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She barely managed to repel the robot's attack. A beam of light tore a piece from the nearest rock. The stone fell on the enemy. She turned back, realizing that this thing was very strong. Diakoyan accumulated energy on her fist. The flow of energy thundered like an explosion. But the machine flew out of the affected area, squealing that it launched an evasive maneuver. The warrior closed her eyes, muttering that the small and fast robot had dodged. The iron familiar fired his laser again. The girl barely had time to dodge to the side. Sung-hoon, watching the battle, muttered that the enemy was too distracted and forgot about him. At this time, Diakoyan had already reached his familiar, demanding that he stop. Triumphantly, she announced that she had caught the pest. The next moment, magic seals lit up above her, and the protagonist retorted that he had caught the girl. She turned sharply. Magic arrows fell on the girl. As she dodged them, she realized that she had focused on the familiar in vain, forgetting who had summoned him. But then the warrior's eyes widened as she wondered where the robot had gone. A new laser charge answered her question. With her palms, she blocked this attack. Diakoyan clenched her teeth as she asked aloud why this little thing was attacking so hard. A light flashed brightly and a scream rang out. MK-03 stopped, reporting reloading. But the warrior had a new reason to be surprised. She saw that there were 3 opponents, and realized that she was facing a cloning technique. The girl stared at them puzzled, thinking that the illusions were already unpleasant, but the annoying abilities did not end. When the seals shot again, she realized that there was no time to hesitate. The arrows flew directly at the enemy. Takoyan rushed forward. With the help of the Cloud Dragon Step, she managed to bypass this attack. But suddenly the shells turned around, pursuing their target. The warrior looked around, not knowing if this was part of her opponent's abilities. The ground heaved under the girl's feet. She took a more stable posture. Her eyes flashed, deciding that if she couldn't dodge the attack, she would crush her. Her arms moved as fast as if they had multiplied. With the Fist of the Thunderstorm, she managed to deflect most of the arrows. The assistants who were hiding behind the shelter whispered among themselves that it was the first time that their mistress was so hard, as if a war had broken out in the stadium. Chung asked her friend if Miss could lose, but she didn't believe it. At this time, Sung-hoon pondered that his opponent was much stronger than he expected. Even if the enhanced magic arrow was basic magic, ordinary people couldn't ignore it given the young man's magic power, but Diakoyan only deflected them all with her fists. The warrior's eyes widened as her hand passed through the arrow, and she realized that it was an illusion as the protagonist deduced that she was mediocre in reading her opponent, as she had no experience in fighting against someone stronger than herself. The girl abruptly walked down, clicking her tongue in irritation when she realized that the magician was using the illusion in his attacks. She flew to the side, realizing that she couldn't continue to just swing her fists. The opponent landed on her feet. Then she prepared her hands for protection. The arrows swirled in a magical stream. A cut appeared on Diakoyan's cheek, and she let out a war cry. An explosion thundered. The young man chuckled as he realized that the warrior had distorted the space with her useful skill. Dust began to settle under the girl's feet. She stood in the middle of the crater, breathing heavily. With a smile, Sung-hoon asked if the opponent was ready to continue. She narrowed her eyes, realizing that she would lose at this rate if she continued to defend herself. Diakoyan looked at her opponent, musing that it would take her time to find the real one among the clones, and muttered that it was a difficult task. At this point, a small annoying toy came to life, announcing the end of the reload, which complicated the situation. The girl headed forward, deciding that only her unfinished technique could help here. It was risky, but she bet on it. The young man watched her, rejoicing aloud that the enemy had not surrendered. The warrior's eyes lit up, and she admitted that she had learned enough about the mage, and decided to show him her final move as an apology, and if he persevered, she would admit defeat. The protagonist arched an eyebrow and clarified what it meant. Diakoyan bent her knee, gathering energy for the final blow. She opened her eyes abruptly, and when she lowered her foot to the ground, a blast wave burst out from under her. MK-03 was thrown back, and he tried to use an emergency maneuver. The warrior rushed forward, but the mage raised his hand, magic circles appearing again, launching arrows. With a wave of his hand, the guy sent shells directly at the approaching enemy, but they flew through. Sung-hoon raised his head to find out what this final move would do. The arrows continued to chase the girl in the air. The shells were getting closer. Diakoyan concentrated the aura in her leg. She managed to push off one of the arrows. In the air, she flipped over. The warrior confidently flew down, shouting that since she could not find the difference between illusion and reality, she would simply beat them all off. She sped up sharply. The girl used the empty destructive step technique. Then she clapped her hands. A light disc spun in her hands. The guy below watched his arrows twist. His face expressed surprise at the incredible amount of energy for the final move. But the lady, not listening to them, flew like an arrow into the flash of light. A huge explosion thundered. The girls barely had time to repel the blast wave with a barrier. A cry rang out from the settling smoke. Observers were amazed that the art of illusion withstood this destruction. The men in the observation post jumped up, delighted at the amazing battle where Fire Fist had to give his best. Another man began to loudly ask where Diakoyan had gone. A smoking crater remained in the middle of the hall. From the dust cloud, an iron familiar gave life. The warrior squatted, reminding herself that the great heaven-destroying palm was the constant clash of yin and yang against each other, which maximized the destruction. But now, choking on her blood, she knew that her key center had been disrupted due to the recoil. But even now, there was no doubt about her victory, since it was impossible to deviate from such an attack. In the next moment, her face stretched in shock as the opponent's voice noticed that the destruction was remarkable. Sung-hoon hovered under the ceiling, acknowledging that one force of destruction could be called the final movement. The girl looked at the protagonist in surprise, asking how many more abilities he had. The young man sat down on the stone fragment, and was surprised that this woman was interested in his abilities, even if she had tried to fight against him without worrying about it before, had never tried to use her head, and had never fought against someone stronger than herself. The mage frowned, adding that the saying about the frog from the well was clearly about people like his opponent. Diakoyan slammed her fist into the ground. The guy was surprised. The warrior trembled, breathing rapidly. She vomited blood. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows in surprise. The girl threw up her hands, calling the enemy a scoundrel. At that moment, the assistants were already running to the scene of the battle, who witnessed their mistress lose consciousness. The girls began to slide down the hill, grumbling about Diakoyan's temperament, even though they had asked her not to use such dangerous techniques. The young man turned around when he heard the name of this movement. His opponent lay face down while the protagonist noticed a violation of Ki's internal circulation. The mage squinted at the approaching crowd, and voices that the fire fist had been defeated. As the maids tried to stir up the miss, they muttered that she had overdone it. The guy began to disappear, admitting aloud that he felt guilty, because this was not what he wanted, which meant he should have cleaned up before it became completely noisy. Sung-hoon turned around for the last time, promising that they would meet again. A voice rang out in the room, announcing that the fire fist had been defeated. The elder poured himself some tea, and asked who had defeated her. The servant bowed and explained that he could not cope with even the slightest damage and had been deceived. The old man raised the cup to his lips and asked if his opponent had played with this girl. His interlocutor stretched out his hand to a button on the table, and said that he would show the video, and that its inexperience played a role in the defeat of the nation's pride. The projector spat out the screen above it. The elder put the cup on the table, noticing that the Korean looked like an experienced shaman. He narrowed his eyes and asked if they could benefit from shamanism. The servant put his hands in his sleeves, and said that the analysis did not agree with this. It was assumed that Sung-hoon's abilities were similar to those of European mages or something similar. The old man propped his face with his fingers, and remembered that the West was trying to benefit from magic as much as they were in martial arts, and wanted to know how successful they were. He looked at the image of the young man on the screen, and ordered to find out the details about the cooperation of the European Society of the Awakened with him. The elder frowned at his subordinate, and ordered it to be done quickly, as Korea was supposed to remain their close ally and fight them against the states. At this time, the protagonist returned home. He analyzed the data on the discipline of the internal ki that flowed through his opponent's veins and found it to be much more effective than permanent improvement, although there were stability problems due to direct injection into the veins. The magus lay on the bed as he flipped through the information, adding that Chi's control definitely required investigation. The guy flinched when the system reported that Yun had entered the house, and was surprised that he had come at such an hour. The girl clenched her fists and demanded that her training begin immediately. Sung-hoon looked at her in surprise. The young man invited his friend to come in. He turned around and asked why she did not wait until tomorrow. But the healer smiled sweetly and admitted that she was a little worried, because she had to act as a support and a tank at the same time. Yun turned around and added that she couldn't be one in her current state, as she had never killed a monster before. The girl clasped her fingers together, saying that even if she had the blessing of the Akashic system, it was hard for her to do anything new. The protagonist, slapping his slippers on the floor, thought about it. The more a person used the power of Akash, the calmer he became and the less fear he felt. This is a psychological manipulation mechanism that allowed people to fight monsters even though their character was not suitable for it. Therefore, the Akashic blessing was something like a shield protecting a person. The magician turned to the girl, agreeing that her idea of a special training was correct. The guy pressed the elevator button, and explained that the others already knew how to use weapons because of their initial classes, and in order to catch up, the healer would have to invest an incredible amount of effort in training. The girl looked at the blacksmith with interest and asked how he would teach her. Sung-hoon squinted at her and replied that he had just finished with the training equipment for everyone, because the bamboo complex course was too primitive, and he simply did not have the money and material at that time. Yun smiled sweetly, acknowledging that it was indeed a bit old-fashioned. She closed her eyes and added that her older brother could create something like virtual reality. The young man smiled, admitting that she knew him even too well. The elevator went down, and the protagonist explained that it was really about virtual reality for training, which surprised his friend. They continued to descend, continuing to discuss this shelter, which had to withstand even a nuclear strike, and in general, his own dungeon is the dream of every man. Soon the elevator stopped. When the doors opened, the guy admitted that she was the first stranger to see this, and asked to show at least a little surprise. The healer's eyebrows crept up when she saw the devices that created virtual reality. The blacksmith led her friend into a large room, and his explanations about the generator of this very reality seemed to her to be the words of an otaku game developer, and she was also shown the direction to the locker room and shower room. As Yun ran away, Sung-hoon muttered that it was useless. He put his hands in his pockets and decided that he should get ready too. The young man put his palm on the fingerprint scanner, and the system confirmed his identity. The cells of the matrix began to move. The protagonist with a smile commanded to create a virtual space to simulate a first-level rookie battle. The car began to glow, announcing the load. A column of water rose from the hole in the floor. Soon, a bubble appeared in the middle of the room. At that moment, the girl returned and asked if there were clothes for her, and the magician noted that she was sitting well. The healer asked embarrassedly why this equipment looked like a swimsuit. The guy grinned and admitted that it was him. The friend looked at the blacksmith embarrassedly, and asked if he had any obscene thoughts. Sung-hoon pulled his hand out of her fingers, and explained that the more her skin came into contact with the fluid of the equipment, the more synchronization was needed, and this was required to increase the effectiveness of the training. The girl pouted, and was surprised that the size of the swimsuit fit her perfectly, to which the protagonist noted that he was provided with all the information from the documents. Finally, the healer paid attention to the bubble, and the young man explained that a virtual reality would be created inside, and only an hour would pass in it in real time in 3 days. But she doubted that she would be able to breathe there. Her friend covered herself with her palms while the mage tried to explain to her that it was all about his acceleration, and that this skill not only affects the body, but also affects psychologically, and in general, it will help raise the level of aura mastery. Suddenly, the guy demanded to raise his hands up, which Yun did. After that, the blacksmith used telekinesis to pull off her t-shirt. The girl immediately became indignant, trying to cover herself, but she was pulled by the arm. The next moment, she was already submerged in the water. The healer opened her eyes, and the said brother wished her to train hard. The computer immediately connected a new user and began the simulation. Sung-hoon watched Young, wondering aloud what to come up with for the others before tomorrow. It seemed that the girl had just fallen asleep, but she herself seemed to open her eyes in another dimension. Suddenly, the light of the magic seal enveloped her, and a mechanical voice greeted her and announced the end of the analysis. She looked around when she was asked to choose a weapon. Several options appeared around Yun. The girl stretched out her hand to the sword, deciding that it was the best option. But then something caught her attention. She saw combat gloves. The healer felt the pads, noticing how soft they were. In the next moment, her eyes widened as the system confirmed the choice of gloves, and the script for the Dragon Fang technique was launched. Yun pulled on her gloves, and decided that just hitting might be better than using a weapon while the system continued to process the information. The space around lit up when the start of the training dummy scenario was announced. The bright light almost blinded the girl. The next moment, she was in an unfamiliar place. The healer looked around. She found herself in a tent in full combat gear. She was here alone, and decided that it looked like a military forward base. The tent canopy shifted, and an unknown woman ordered the private to go outside. The girl touched her lips with her glove, trying to understand what was going on here. From the tent I heard explanations of how a soldier should behave. Yun went outside, and noticed that the weather was good and the surroundings were quite realistic. She looked at the instructor's back, and guessed that it was a non-player character. Following the woman, the healer wondered where she was being taken, and the lack of explanation seemed rude. Hazeda put on her glasses and introduced herself. The girl stretched out as the instructor said that she was just a child whose number had barely reached 200. With such a skill she would not be able to survive on the battlefield. The woman adjusted her glasses, and added that she was even ashamed to call her soldier. While the warrior was opening the gate, the healer wondered why her elder brother had introduced such settings, and what kind of webtoons he had read about battles. Yun went inside as ordered, and she turned around in fright when she was informed that monsters would be summoned here for her training. The girl clenched her fists, and when the instructor said that she needed to score 50 skill points, she asked to stop. But then an orc appeared right in front of her. The healer began to panic, not being sure that this was definitely the level of a beginner. The enemy covered her with his shadow. The monster swung his club. Yun squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. But the next moment she jumped away from the enemy. With her eyes wide open, the girl realized that she had dodged. The orc glanced at her. The healer stared at the monster, realizing that they were the steps of a dragon. After all, Sung-hoon warned about them. The enemy rushed at the girl again. Yun continued moving, deciding that it was doable. The monster swung at her. The girl launched a dragon lunge, and she broke right through the orc. She even managed to be surprised that it worked. The healer turned around. She used the knowledge that her mentor had passed on to her last time, and it turned out to be easier than she thought. But suddenly the orc bit her head. Screaming, Yun woke up in the tent, where the system reported a fatal blow. The girl's eyes widened. She was lying on her sleeping bag, thinking aloud that she had died, so she started training again. The instructor entered the tent just as the healer wondered what it meant to start the training all over again, and repeated the same words. With a confident look, Hazeda again said that the rank and file should react faster. Yun sat down, thinking that in this scenario she could not worry. A smile appeared on her face. The girl confidently stated that it was time to make it true. At this time, Sung-hoon was standing near the window, and Dujin was reporting on the phone that the small one had already begun, and asked him to come to him as soon as possible. He pulled the phone away from his ear, and added that he would have to stay for a couple of nights. The young man put down his phone, reasoning aloud that if he coached his team members in virtual reality, he would have 20 days instead of 1 week. This means that they will easily pass the beginner test. The protagonist narrowed his eyes when the system reported that Mitchell had entered his house and noticed that he had a lot of guests today. The magician put the mug on the table, and asked what brought the girl here at such an hour. The agent squeezed the container with her palms, and admitted that this was rude of her, but she had no choice. The guy put his hand on the table, and asked to immediately tell him the purpose of the visit. The American rubbed the edge of the mug with her finger, and admitted that she had little time. With a serious look, Mitchell said that he should come to the States as soon as possible, and preferably right now. Hearing this, the protagonist folded his hands and said that it was too unexpected, adding that he had heard about how the United States was doing a good job with dungeons, which meant that most likely something had happened. Mitchell looked at him, and replied that it was so, that there was an anomaly in the Brooklyn dungeon. She took out a laptop and added that the monsters had changed, and the CIA had described it as evolution, but the main problem was the consequences. After saying that, she inserted the flash drive into the laptop and asked the guy to take a look. Sung-hoon saw an ice troll in the video. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, he asked what kind of problem he should see. Then his interlocutor frowned and replied that he could not see her on the screen. But according to the hunters, not only the monsters, but also the dungeon changed its level to the second. She introduced the portal that the humans came out of and added that they sent a raid team with hunters around the 70 level. But that was 24 hours ago, and there are still no changes to the dungeon, and monsters have not appeared from the dungeon since the team entered it, so they believe they are still alive. After listening to Mitchell, the main character put his hand to his chin and said that on average it took a week to clear the dungeon, and this definitely takes longer. Without lowering his hand, he added that in this case, the reason why she came. Before the guy had time to finish, the girl, closing the laptop, firmly answered yes. Raising her hand, she added that they would like to formally request him to rescue the survivors of the dungeon, and to pay for their request. Upon hearing the amount, the protagonist smirked and said that he believed that the most important thing was the raid team, while simultaneously asking himself what this colossal amount was offered to him. Mitchell suddenly held out her finger and said that since this was an urgent matter, they had already prepared everything, and the state stormtrooper was already waiting for his response to go to the States. She narrowed her eyes slightly and added that it would take about 3 hours to get to Brooklyn, and they would like his decision to be as quick as possible. Hearing this, Sung-hoon took a leisurely sip of his coffee and said that he wanted to ask her something. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what he wanted. Then the main character put out 2 fingers and firmly said twice. Smiling, he looked at his companion and added that he wanted them to pay him twice as many magic stones as they had offered, and if they could do so, he would reduce the time it would take them to get there by a third. With that, Mitchell's eyes looked surprised, and she asked in confusion what he was talking about. The guy then spread his hand to the side and replied that since it was an emergency, he could use his abilities. With a wink, he asked what about it, adding that he thought it was a fair deal, while saying to himself that he felt out of place bargaining with the lives of people at the front, but they were the super powerful classes of this world, and if he obtained a large amount of magic stones, he would be able to increase his mana to the level of a level 4 magus. Until then, he should focus on teaching his team their best abilities. Squinting, Sung-hoon was looking at the girl in front of him when he suddenly said that he would like to get paid in advance. After listening to her interlocutor, Mitchell put her hand to her forehead and replied that she did not seriously understand him, but in the end the deal was concluded. Before flying to the States, the main character placed his teammates who came in virtual reality, and then went to the airport. The bright light blinded him, leaving a black shadow behind. After a while, he was already standing at the airport and telling his mother not to worry. The guy held the phone to his ear and added that he was just going on a business trip, but he already had to go, so he hung up. With that, he ended the call. A few seconds later, Mitchell came up to him and said that the pilot's suit fit him well, to which he replied that she was flattering him. The girl took a few steps forward and told him to follow her. After a while, they reached the hangar where the plane was parked. The man, winking, smiled broadly and asked if this could be today's honored passenger, adding that he would take him with special care. They shook hands, and when the protagonist introduced himself, the man said that he could call him Tom, adding that he had pretty good English. Then he looked at Mitchell and said that he had heard that this guy was an amazing hunter and that the big shots back home had called him because it was an extreme case or something, to which she replied that, as he had said, his passenger was amazing. Sung-hoon, not taking his eyes off Tom, suddenly asked if it was true that he could arrive in the United States in 3 hours. Upon receiving such a question, the man, closing his eyes, smiled even wider and exclaimed, "Of course," adding that even in the States he was the only one who could fly like this, after which he asked if he really said that he could make his Emma even faster. The main character put his hand on the plane and asked himself if it was mana. Folding his arms over his chest, he realized that Tom was awake too. After these thoughts, he smiled and replied that the man would see his abilities when they were in the air, but they were in a hurry, so it was time for them to go. The black night sky was littered with stars, and Tom said that in this case, he had to get ready, because the pressure after Mach 4 was quite strong, and he hoped that everything would work. A bright light appeared from the rear of the plane. The protagonist sat inside and said to himself that he knew about the F-22 being able to reach Mach 2 and 6/10, but up to 4, adding that he was confident that they had increased the power of the aircraft with their abilities, and it seemed that he was underestimating the creativity of this world. Thinking of this, he put his glasses on his eyes. A few seconds later, the plane took off. At great speed, it sliced through the sky. There were only white and fluffy clouds ahead. Tom suddenly turned to his passenger and said that they had reached an area where there were no clouds, and then asked when they could fly faster. Sung-hoon looked at the man and replied that he wanted to ask before they started if his pilot could fly faster than Mach 12. This question made the man's eyes look surprised, and he asked in response if it was some kind of joke. The protagonist did not move and replied that it was not a joke, explaining that he would strengthen the skin with his abilities so that the plane would not fall apart. But the problem was whether the pilot would be able to handle it. Looking ahead, Tom firmly replied that he was a pilot to the core, and there was nothing in this world that he could not do. After that, he tilted the handle forward. Sung-hoon snapped his fingers at the same moment after saying that he believed in him. He used the abilities to speed up time, reduce friction, and increase strength, after which the plane accelerated. Tom's eyes filled with shock from the overload, and he shouted loudly, "Forward!" The plane was moving at such a speed that it left shock waves behind it. A magical plume followed the plane. The two men had been watching the whole time, and one of them was saying that the speed was about Mach 12, and it was faster than the railgun, to which the other replied that he did not remember the last time he was at home, after which he asked if he was joking, but if they should shoot him down. They continued to watch the fighter, and the first replied that it was faster than all the military missiles in this world, so it was almost impossible to shoot it down. In the United States, in Brooklyn, clouds floated across the blue sky. The man handed the protagonist a small suitcase and said that it was a long-range radar, adding that since they didn't know how big the dungeon was, it would help him find and rescue all the survivors. Closing his eyes, he added that they thanked him for his cooperation. Sung-hoon, smirking, replied that he was going to get something out of it in the end, so he would accept his thanks after completing his work. After these words, he put the radar in his inventory and said to himself that it was very strange that there were no journalists here. Not far from him, the military, police, hunters and some from the department stood aside. Shifting his gaze to the side, the guy asked himself if there were no sponsors of hunters here, like in China, and it could not be that the states did not have them. After a short pause, he spread his hand to the side and used the equipment. The man who handed him the suitcase covered his eyes with his hand from the bright light. The clothes of the main character began to change. A powerful magical energy emanated from her. After that, he looked behind him out of the corner of his eye when he heard admiring cries that he was an amazing boy. Closing his eyes, he gave a thumbs up and said he was going. A very strong cold wind was blowing in the dungeon. Sung-hoon was standing in the snow. There was nothing but snow around him. Frowning, the guy looked around and said to himself that it was quite cold here, adding that the ice trolls had come from the dungeon, and it was no wonder that the climate was so cold. Putting a hood on his head, he said that it was necessary to find survivors first, after which he summoned an adaptation ring. Magic energy immediately appeared above it, and through the system screen, it was reported that the status update, magic protection, and temperature regulation had begun. Tightly gripping the staff in his hand, the main character said that it was time to start. Raising his staff to the sky, he used the light of detection. Waves of magical energy spread in all directions. After a few seconds, the guy shifted his gaze to the side. He scanned everything within a radius of 2 kilometers, but did not notice anyone, after which he said that he did not even know the size of this place. Throwing his staff over his shoulder, he added thoughtfully that since magic could not do this, there was nothing to be done. After these words, the suitcase handed to him appeared in his hands, and then the main character said to himself that one smart person told him that highly advanced technology is akin to magic, and he partially agrees with this. Thinking about it, he opened the device. Turning it on, Sung-hoon said to himself that if he worked in the dungeon, he would be able to lock things far beyond the range of his magic. In the next second, the screen lit up. Then the guy began to move the slider, after which he heard a signal for help. He immediately brought the microphone to his mouth, and said that he was the rescue team and he was already on his way to them. On the screen, the guy saw dots of blue and red and realized that there were only 9 survivors, but they were quite far away, and surprisingly all survived, which is good. Suddenly, Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows in surprise and said in a low voice that there were not just survivors here. Next to the red dots, a text appeared saying that they were ice trolls. Closing one eye, the main character imagined monsters and said to himself that the radar detected others, and it seems that these are also ice trolls. After thinking about it, he introduced the types of trolls and orcs from different dungeons. He then introduced the 2 ice trolls and said to himself that they grow a new horn every time they level up. The protagonist then drew a monster in his head and added that after 9 horns, they look like a crown, in which case they may assume that the monster has reached the level of a demigod. After leaving his performances, the guy put his hand to his chin and said that these trolls are weak compared to the others, but they are damn annoying monsters who have immunity to cold and the ability to breathe fire, after which he wondered if they could feel his presence. After all, they were walking right in his direction. He watched the 3 red dots approach him, and asked himself what he should do. After a short pause, Sung-hoon lifted himself off the ground and said to himself that trolls could smell and recognize their prey 3 kilometers away, because they had a pretty amazing sense of smell, so he needed to take care of them before he left, and since they were coming right after him, he thought they would chase him if he ignored them. Thinking of this, he rose a dozen meters above the ground. From the sky, the protagonist saw 3 ice trolls approaching him. One of them suddenly opened its mouth and roared loudly. Hearing this, the guy smirked and said that they were quite noisy. Immediately after these words, he unleashed his powerful magical energy on them. Everything in the small cave shook. The girl raised her head and excitedly asked what those vibrations were, to which the man behind her replied that it must be a rescue team and monsters were fighting, but they would definitely lose. Then, the third of the team looked at him with displeasure and ordered him not to talk nonsense, adding that their supplies had run out, and if this rescue team lost, then they would all die here. Not far from them, a girl sat next to the wounded and replied that everything would be fine, because she believed in this team. As suddenly, feeling a strong push, the girl with blonde hair shifted her gaze. The man, raising his head, exclaimed that there was something above them. Suddenly, from a transmitter that was standing nearby, the voice of the main character was heard, who said that he was entering. Immediately after these words, the ceiling of the cave was broken. The girl immediately raised her machine gun and asked with displeasure if it was true that they had not brought monsters with them. From the rising dust and smoke, Sung-hoon's leg appeared, who replied that as a rescue team, he couldn't do it because he was here to get them out of here. Dusting off the snow, he introduced himself as the hunter requested by the CIA. When the guy was asked if he was alone here, the main character took off his hood and replied that based on the information he received, a tank named Miller was here. A girl suddenly came out of the shadows and said that she was the current leader Jessica. Hearing this, the main character raised his eyebrows in surprise and said to himself that she was a support, and the one from the list who did not have a last name. At this time, the girl, frowning, asked discontentedly where the rest of the people from the rescue team were, adding that here, including the leader, there were currently 5 people unconscious. Jessica put her hand on her elbow and, when the protagonist asked her if she was a support in the group, she firmly replied yes. Suddenly, she frowned in displeasure and asked menacingly if he had really come alone. Then the guy closed his eyes, smirked and replied that he was alone. However, they shouldn't worry because he was enough to handle this situation. With hatred and anger in her eyes, Jessica continued to look at her savior when she suddenly said that she knew about him. Taking a firm step towards him, she added that she had heard something about him from the CIA, that he was the first to clear the dungeon alone. She then poked her finger at his chest and added that she had a high opinion of his ability, but by coming here alone, he had made a terrible mistake. Hearing this, the young man pushed the girl's finger away and mockingly asked if she was speaking. There were many dangers in this place. After asking this, he used the invocation. In the next second, a dead ice troll fell to the floor. Miller's eyes were surprised by what she saw, and she asked if he had killed the troll himself. The girl from their team and the man raised their eyebrows in surprise and asked if he had killed him alone and in just a few minutes. At this time, the protagonist folded his hands and said that if Jessica needed to hide because of these guys, then he thought that the problem was with her team's skills. Hearing this, the girl maliciously bit her lip. After a short pause, she exhaled heavily and said that she recognized that he was strong, seeing how he was able to kill a troll in a short period of time. Turning around slightly, the girl added that she wouldn't tolerate bullying their team members because they too could deal with a troll in the end. But the reasons why they failed was a dangerous boss, and if not for this monster. Hearing this, Sung-hoon smiled contentedly and asked boss then. Turning away, he suddenly said that he was sorry if he made them feel uncomfortable. But first of all, he wanted to take a look at the state of their allies. They would talk later. Jessica watched from the sidelines as their savior helped restore mana to the team's healer. She saw the powerful magical energy that emanated from the protagonist's hand, and wondered if he could restore someone else's mana. Her eyes were full of surprise, with which she said to herself that she thought that it could only be naturally restored after some time. Imagining her family's coat of arms in her head, the girl said that she was born into the Rothschild family, a family that has focused the world's finances on its palms since time immemorial. Jessica, as part of a great family, was properly educated, and as long as she withstood the rigors of training, she would certainly become an important asset to the family. One day, however, she woke up, her eyes lit up, but fortunately, the family, which had a huge number of people in it, had a plan for the awakened and was given even more influence and responsibility accordingly. People began to admire her, but this power was not free. After leaving her performances, Jessica leaned over to the dead ice troll and said to herself that it was early in his head, even though the sound was much louder and the trolls he was hunting were more than just one, as they usually move in groups of 2 or 3, and it was because of this that she was given the dangerous mission of clearing the dungeon for the well-being of their politics and economy. After these thoughts, she shifted her gaze to the side. The girl looked at the protagonist, who used his magical energy, and said to herself that his codename is the First, and he is an awakened Korean who possesses several abilities, and the limit of his powers is unknown. But he won against the Chinese martial arts user Takon and crushed her, even though she was named by the hand of China itself. While she was thinking about it, Sung-hoon was restoring mana and healing Jessica's comrades. Frowning, the girl turned away and added that this was not all. After all, he had killed these trolls without any injuries when the special team formed by the family could barely win. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she said to herself that she had to find out what kind of person he was and the secrets he was hiding, because she couldn't even imagine how much longer he was hiding. All this time, the main character continued to help her comrades. Next to Jessica lay the corpse of an ice troll, and the girl said to herself that they appeared from thin air, and the size of the weapon was not enough to kill the troll. Most likely the abilities of time and space were used. Thinking of this, the girl squinted slightly. Sung-hoon smiled with his eyes closed, and said to himself that he felt those stares on him. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked behind his back and added that she wasn't even trying to hide them, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Turning away, the guy added that based on what he could say about her mana aura, she had no hostile intentions, so there was nothing he could do about it, and then reported that the basic treatment was complete. When all the wounded crew members regained consciousness, the guy asked if no one else needed treatment, to which he was told that they were all alive thanks to him. Miller looked at their savior from the sidelines with a smile on her face and said that she thought they could at least believe in his abilities, adding that he was one of the cunning ones because he seemed to be hiding too many secrets. but everyone at his ability level was hiding one or two. The main character continued to smile broadly. After a while, he applied a return to the corpse of the ice troll. The monster disappeared in the same second. The guy then snapped his fingers and said that everyone must be starving to death. Putting his hand in the inventory space, he added that he would prepare something for them to begin with. Having said this, he put the burner on the ground. After a while, oil sizzled in the cauldron, and the main character asked about the boss of the monster that the surviving team had recently encountered. Miller stood behind the guy and replied that they had no choice but to hide behind the boss. With a deft movement, the guy tossed the rice and asked what kind of monster it was, after which he was asked if he knew anything about the Naga. Hearing this, the main character raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking ahead, he asked himself if this was the Naga he knew. Imagining a monster in his head, he added that the Naga was half snake and half human, a reptilian-looking monster that grew stronger with growth, and a monster with 4 or more arms was classified as a Nagalaza, which was taller than a Naga and its strength was on a completely different level compared to a normal Naga. Tossing the rice again, he asked how many hands the Naga had. Miller, holding a plate in her hands, closed her eyes and replied that she had 2 hands, but she was about 6 meters tall. Taking the ladle in his hands, Sung-hoon asked if she had any specific abilities, at the same time asking himself if she had only 2 arms, but she was so big. Then Jessica stepped forward and replied that she would tell about it, and Miller went off to serve the food. Jessica drew a picture of a Naga in her head and said that her screams create paralyzing waves, and she also shoots out of her eyes. Taking a plate of food, she added that the Naga is also good at creating a blizzard, and this is the most problematic ability. After listening to the girl, the main character brought his hand to his face and asked himself, after all, that this is the monster he knows, although the size is different. A few seconds later, he abruptly got to his feet and said that he had enough information, adding that now they should stay here and rest. Hearing this, Jessica frowned and asked if he was going to go alone, adding that he only had 1 life and shouldn't act so arrogant. The guy then threw his staff over his shoulder and replied that he would show her if he was arrogant with his result, while also saying to himself that looking at how worried and caring about his life she wasn't that bad. Stars began to appear in the night sky, and the main character said that it was a great time for the weather to become clear, adding that he would leave now, so he would leave food and water here, so the others should just wait for him here. Going outside, the guy said that he was closing the entrance, but before he could do so, a hand reached out in his direction. She grabbed him tightly by the hood. Sung-hoon fell to the ground, from Jessica stopping behind in a shaking voice, asked for forgiveness and asked if he was okay. Smiling through the pain, the main character turned around and asked if she really wanted something. Then the girl put her hand to her chest and asked in confusion if she could go with him, because her abilities would definitely help during the battle. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked how. Miller then emerged from the hole and replied that Jessica was raising the status of her allies by 20%, so she guaranteed that her abilities were very good. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his hand to his face in surprise and asked himself if 20% was amazing. After all, it was the level he could reach if he put the different buffs together. Suddenly, Jessica spread her hands in different directions and exclaimed that she would not be ballast, adding that she could use magic that believed in ancient England. Holding out her finger, she added that these are the abilities of separate systems. As soon as Sung-hoon heard this, there was a look of surprise and interest in his eyes, with which he asked himself, could it be English magic, could it be like Chinese martial arts, adding that then it seems that there are many things that he should learn in this life. After these thoughts, he lowered his hand and said that he was willing to take her with him, while saying to himself that she was also curious about his abilities, after which he said that she should follow his instructions during the battle, to which she firmly replied that she understood. Miller looked at them from the sidelines and said to himself that Jessica was too trusting, and the guy said to himself that after this mission, he would be able to advance to the 4th level using the compensation he would get, and it should be okay if he showed them a little bit of his abilities. Outside, a very strong and cold wind was howling. A mechanical device flew above the ground. The main character was on it. Jessica, her eyes full of shock, raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what this mechanical summoning was. Sung-hoon then looked at his partner out of the corner of his eye and replied that it was the golem he had created, although he was sure that she already knew about it. Jessica sat next to him and replied that she had watched a video of him fighting and his fiery fist, but it wasn't that big, to which he replied that it was just a scout model, and he had created it to be small and fast. Hearing this, the girl bit her finger and asked herself if it was just a scout model. But how did he do it? After all, it is not sealed, but she does not even feel the cold. With a smile on his face, the main character looked at his partner. He suddenly closed one eye and said that she looked as if she really wanted to know about many things. Jessica then lowered his hand and replied that she was sure that she was only a few people who were not interested in him, to which Jessica replied that there were things that he was also interested in knowing, and then asked why they didn't exchange information in such a case. Hearing this, the girl massaged her forehead and answered, of course, but he would not tell her everything just like that, after which she asked what he would like to ask her. Then Sung-hoon smiled and asked in response what kind of English magic she was talking about. Then Jessica spread her hand to the side and replied that it would be more correct to call it ceremonial magic. After imagining a cloaked man performing a ritual, she went on to say that by performing a certain ceremony, the caster can use specific magic, and they use magic to expand her capabilities, and the power of magic becomes greater as the duration of the ceremony increases. Out of the corner of his eye, the protagonist looked at his interlocutor and said to himself that this sounds like shamanism carried out by other humanoid species in his past life. When the girl explained everything, she looked at the guy and said that it was her turn, after which she asked what the source of his power was, because they already knew that his power did not depend on the Akashic system. Upon receiving such a question, Sung-hoon put his hand behind his head and asked if she was going straight to the topic. Narrowing his eyes, he said to himself that he was thinking about something he could tell her a little, but of course he wouldn't tell her everything, and then replied that it was knowledge from another world. Hearing this, Jessica frowned and asked what he was talking about. The mechanical creature continued to fly forward, and Sung-hoon replied that, as he had said, it was knowledge from another world, adding that the other dimension was a place that did not exist in this world. After listening to her friend, Jessica raised one eyebrow in disbelief and asked if it was true that he was joking, and if the other world was not fantasy. Then, closing his eyes, the guy laughed and replied that it should be hard to believe in the truth of his words, but in that world there are no monsters and awakened with abilities. But now it is his turn to ask a question that will have to do with the abilities that her people possess. As soon as the girl heard this, her eyes widened in surprise, and the protagonist continued to say that if ceremonial magic originated in England, he thought he could safely say that other countries had something similar, so he would like to know which country's abilities they were capable of obtaining. Jessica bit her finger at such a request and said to herself that even in her family it was secret. After a few seconds, the guy narrowed his eyes and said that if it was too difficult for her to answer, they could stop there. Suddenly, the girl closed her eyes and firmly replied that she would answer his question. Raising her hand, she replied that in addition to Chinese, there are also Indian, Dutch, African, and English that she has studied, and these are the ones they possess at the moment. From what he heard, Sung-hoon's eyes turned surprised, and he asked if it was really so much. Imagining a witch flying on a broomstick and a martial artist in training, he said to himself that he assumed that this world was not lacking supernatural powers among humans, and that was the first thing that came to his mind. But maybe for some unknown reason, the decrease in mana, the source of supernatural power, had led to a decrease in people with abilities over time. After leaving his performances, the main character closed his eyes and said that everything, as he thought, is America, but perhaps in this case it is only the power of the Rothschild family. Then he looked at his interlocutor and asked if she had learned English magic, to which she replied that this was another question, and now it was her turn to ask. As suddenly, shock appeared in the eyes of the main character. 2 ice trolls jumped out of the snow at once. Jessica's eyes were horrified by what she saw, and she shouted loudly that they were trolls. 2 monsters were flying directly at them. As suddenly, barely perceptible wires whistled in the air. They cut the trolls into many small pieces. In the next second, blood spurted in all directions. Pieces of the monsters' bodies collapsed to the ground. Out of the corner of her eye, Jessica stared at the corpses of monsters and asked what kind of weapon it was that could cut through trolls like that, and how ordinary wire could do such things. The main character looked at his interlocutor and asked if he should consider this a question. Frowning, the girl nodded and said to herself that their real weapons didn't work on monsters, after which she asked herself if this guy knew how to create a weapon that could withstand monsters, adding that then it would be the most secret information. When she finished, Sung-hoon closed his eyes. Holding out his finger, he explained that she just needed to seal the wire until she could break through the monster's defenses at once, to which the monster exclaimed in surprise that she already knew about it, and she simply asked how that was even possible. Opening his eyes, the guy smiled and replied that he thought she was expecting something grandiose, but it was part of his ability when he woke up, while also saying to himself that it wasn't a lie. After all, he used some of the power of the system, and if he shared this knowledge, it would undoubtedly help humanity, but he would be the only one who decided when to do this. After which he offered to finish asking questions and answering them, because they had already arrived. Jessica frowned at him. There was a cave not far in front of the guys, and the main character said that a strong monster was hiding inside, and he was sure that this was the boss's lair, after which he asked the girl if they didn't know where the boss was. Jessica looked ahead and replied, no, because he came to them himself, and during their first battle, this place was marked as unknown. Sung-hoon noticed the corpses of the first raid team and offered to take them with him on the way back. His companion looked at him out of the corner of her eye and said that in any case, given that there was no reaction from this boss, could it be assumed that he hadn't noticed them, and then asked what he would do. Then the guy smiled and replied that before they started fighting, he wanted to ask what kind of magic she could cast, because if they were going to fight together, he would like to know about her abilities. Closing one eye, Jessica replied firmly, well, adding that in addition to buffs, she can use 3 spells. All this time, the mechanical creature was in the air. The girl imagined 2 monsters, one of which was enveloped in black flames, and the other had a deep wound on its body, and said that the first spell was unquenchable fire, and the second was a deteriorating wound. Then she imagined a man who felt like lightning was spreading over his body, and said that the last spell was a nerve-excruciating pain, but these spells were much more effective when aimed at people. After leaving her performances, she looked at her interlocutor out of the corner of her eye and added that she could use them constantly until she ran out of mana, and although there were not many of them, they were quite useful. After listening to his partner, the protagonist closed his eyes and said to himself that even just by hearing this, he could tell that her magic was fundamentally different from his, but it would still be useful for him to know more. Without getting down from the iron machine, he suddenly asked if it would be able to use unquenchable fire when they started fighting, to which it firmly replied yes. As suddenly, the guy was enveloped in magical energy. Jessica cast this effect by raising her hand and saying that it was a buff that would last for 30 minutes. Hearing this, the guy clenched his hand into a fist and said that this buff alone was already a huge power, while saying to himself that the 20% boost to all his stats was much better than he had imagined, after which he added that he would lure the boss out by revealing his presence, so she had to be ready. Immediately after these words, he struck the top of the cliff with a magical attack. Huge stones immediately fell to the ground with a crash. At the same moment, the burning eyes opened. The Naga slowly crawled towards the exit. Jessica, at this time, closed her eyes, began to use the ability. The main character next to her, stretching out his hand, also used a magical ability. Suddenly, the girl turned around at him with a loud cry and asked if he had just done something, if he was just using his analysis skill, to which he replied in confusion that it was so. Jessica, hearing this, frowned in displeasure and exclaimed that his magic had destroyed her own mana during the cast, and so it failed. Hearing this, the guy put his hand to his face and said that he was sorry, while asking himself if her cast had failed because of his analysis magic, but it couldn't be, because the magic itself was completely different. While he was thinking about it, his partner turned away and asked him to be careful, because she doesn't treat people who invade her personal space very well, and it seems as if someone is trying to bully her. And then the guy asked himself if she had deliberately failed to scathe, because she didn't want him to use analysis magic, if she was taking revenge on him. A few seconds later, the Naga crawled out. A purple light appeared in Jessica's hands. Her eyes lit up brightly. Suddenly, an unquenchable flame began to appear on the Naga's back. Suddenly, the flames completely engulfed the monster. The monster's eyes immediately filled with pain. Screaming loudly, the Naga began to squirm in pain. Seeing this, the main character smiled contentedly and said that the monster was screaming in pain, and this was much more effective than he expected, after which he asked himself what he would do now, because the fire would continue to burn, and he would continue to take damage. Naga shook her head from side to side, as suddenly, her eyes were fixed directly on the guys. Without a trace of fear or doubt in his eyes, Sung-hoon continued to look at the monster and say that it had found them, adding that everything was as planned, as he would deal with it, and his partner should continue to maintain her fire spell. As suddenly, the naked lifted herself off the ground. She was slowly flying towards the mechanical creature, and the main character said that she was flying, but very slowly, and it looked like levitation or dash magic. After saying that, he also flew up, saying that it was time for him to go. Jessica, seeing this, frowned and shouted the name of her comrade loudly. Sung-hoon spread his arms and legs at this time and said to himself that he would normally need to focus on the spell and control his mana. But now the situation is different. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at his hand and opened the space. A small portal appeared next to it. From it, the main character took out a mana calculator and an auxiliary circuit of devices. A few seconds later, magic seals appeared on the end of his staff, as he was using explosive balls. The guy prepared for a powerful attack, because thanks to the support apparatus, he has more than enough mana. Frowning angrily, he said to himself that he would destroy the monster by force alone. Immediately after these thoughts, fireballs flew beside him. The Naga opened its toothy mouth. In the next second, 3 explosions rang out at once. The boss was nailed to the ground. Blood spurted from the monster's mouth. Seeing this, the main character raised his hand and said to himself that the pattern of mage fights is simple. You need to weaken your opponents while increasing your strength, but flying in the air, attacking from a distance and paralyzing the enemy sound quite cheap, but seizing the initiative in the battle itself to guarantee victory is the style of mages. Magical energy suddenly appeared above his head as the young man ordered to collect all the mana together and take a form by using the 4th spell. Those items that he took out of the inventory began to quickly accumulate magical power. Jessica watched her friend all this time, being on a mechanical creature. She raised her hand and said that it was the strength of a hunter who had reached the 50th level. A few seconds later, the main character's eyes lit up. Above it was a gigantic great piercing lance of mana. The Naga struggled to get up from the ground, as suddenly she raised her head, and her neck swelled. Seeing this, the main character raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what it was. Then Jessica frowned and shouted at the top of her lungs that it was a sound wave, and he had to be careful. The guy saw a bright light in the monster's mouth, and realized that it was easy to fix. Snapping his fingers, he used the silence ability with a wide smile on his face. At the same second, shock appeared in the boss's eyes. Naga clutched her neck, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, Sung-hoon took off, saying that it was his turn. He pointed the glowing thunder spear towards the monster. The monster, raising its head, saw a magical attack approaching it. A bright flash of light was visible from everywhere. In the next second, a terrifyingly powerful magical explosion rang out. With eyes full of shock, Jessica looked at it and shouted loudly that it was impossible. Under the main character, everything was destroyed. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked what the result was. But unexpectedly for him, all that was left on the ground was the monster's severed arm, and he realized that the boss had escaped after losing his arm, after which he wondered if he could only hold off the attack using a single barrier. But where did he run? After these thoughts, the guy turned to his partner and asked if she was maintaining her flames. Drops of cold sweat appeared on the girl's face, and she replied in confusion, yes, adding that her mana was still being consumed, but this flame did not go out even underwater. Hearing this, Sung-hoon looked down and said that in that case, it would be forced to come out eventually, while also saying to himself that the monster had been damaged by his spell and Jessica's flames, and had also lost his arm, but the results were still not satisfactory. Under his feet, everything was absorbed by a powerful magical energy. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly, and said to himself that he thought it was supposed to escape, but it seemed like it was going to attack. A snow tornado was approaching in their direction. The guy looked at him and said that he was thinking about the Naga being forced to show up because of Jessica's flames, while also saying to himself that the boss could apparently cause a snowstorm, and it seemed that he had a natural ability to control the ice, which was terribly ineffective because they spent too much mana. Sung-hoon smiled contentedly and added that he shouldn't underestimate the monster's abilities. After all, perhaps he could manipulate nature itself. And just as he thought about it, a naked muzzle appeared in the snow. Jessica, seeing her opponent, frowned and shouted loudly for her comrade to look in the same direction. At this time, the snowstorm was getting stronger. The main character, noticing this, narrowed his eyes and asked himself if he should try it, because he had the perfect spell just for such an occasion. After these thoughts, he held out a staff in front of him, at the end of which a magic seal appeared. In the next second, he summoned a miniature sun. It appeared right in the center of the blizzard. The snow began to slowly evaporate, and the main character said that he did not know if it could control the water or ice, but if it evaporated, there would be nothing left. Jessica's mouth dropped open in shock and asked herself if this was the power of another world. At this time, the guy stretched out his hand and ordered the miniature sun to expand. Immediately afterward, the blizzard created by the boss was dispelled. Thanks to this, the Naga, hiding in the snow, was discovered. Seeing her, Sung-hoon smiled contentedly and said to himself that now she could not hide, and it was time to finish what they had started, and although he could deal with her with magic, he would most likely be satisfied with that. The monster's black blood spurted in all directions from the wound he had received. As suddenly, the main character changed the grip of his staff. Jessica looked at her partner out of the corner of her eye and asked herself how developed his abilities were. Suddenly, the Naga's eyes lit up. But before she could attack, her chest was pierced through by the protagonist's staff. Blood spurted out of her mouth at the same second. A pool of black blood appeared under the monster. At this time, the guy looked at his partner out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that this was the last reinforcement. Jessica was frowning at this time and wondering if it was a spear, or if he had thrown away all his belongings, and if his physical abilities were on par with other high-level power hunters. A few seconds later, a small explosion rang out below. After that, a system screen appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that he had increased his level to 55 and now he could no longer enter the first-level dungeon. Running his hand across the system screen, Sung-hoon asked himself if it was because there were so many people here. Jessica looked at him out of the corner of her eye and asked how he could be so strong, even if he had knowledge of another world. Then the guy closed his eyes, smiled and replied that this was a secret of the company. Then he returned the staff to his hand and said that it was time to go after his comrades, because the exit had already opened. At the place where the corpse of the leg was, a portal appeared. The cold, strong wind continued to blow, and the main character continued to say that it was time to get out of this abandoned place, at the same time saying to himself that the work was finished, and it was time to return home and rest. After a while, the sun shone brightly in Brooklyn. There were many people near the dungeon. The military and hunters saluted the dead. There were coffins nearby. Mitchell stood next to the main character and said that she was very grateful to him for his work, because he really brought them all back and even the dead, to which he replied with a smile that it was not difficult, just a little tiring, because seeing how they treated the dead, it was the right decision to bring them back. The screen repeated the moment in which the main character used his strongest attack. The man looked at the bag full of eyes and asked if he was really that strong, adding that it was incredible. After the final attack, blood spurted from the Naga's chest and mouth. All this time, there was a satisfied smile on the face of the main character. Jessica turned to the man and said that was all she could write down in the dungeon. Then the man turned to his comrade and asked what he thought, to which he, adjusting his glasses, replied that only because of this video it becomes clear that even a hunter above the 200 level would not be able to attack the boss without consequences. There was no emotion on Bill's face as he added that although it was known that he was only at level 49, his ability to fly was a problem, and he didn't understand how he could be capable of such a powerful attack. After a few seconds, Jessica folded her hands and asked how a person who learns abilities other than those given by the Akashic system became so powerful in such a short amount of time. She gripped her hands tightly and added that from what she had seen, he had infinite mana. With that, Bill quickly typed something on his keyboard and said that they could safely assume that he was creating his own items, because even if he had acquired his power and knowledge by a method other than the Akashic system, it was impossible to become so strong in such a short period. As he finished, a hologram of the mechanical creature created by the protagonist appeared. The dark-skinned man looked at the hologram and added that it had only been half a year since he had awakened, so it was unknown how strong he might become in the future. The old man, after listening to his comrade, put his hand to his chin and said that if the main character did not increase his magic powers by leveling up, then he should spend time to gain mana. Suddenly he dropped his hand abruptly, because he remembered that he had heard that there was a large generator in his house, and then he asked if he really had a way to turn electricity into mana. With a smile on her face, Jessica looked at the old man. After a short pause, she silently shifted her gaze to the side. After a while, clouds floated across the blue sky on the beach. On a small table there was a red cocktail. The main character was lying on a sun lounger, when suddenly he heard a familiar voice that said that he looked like he had nothing to worry about. Raising his glasses, the guy looked away out of the corner of his eye. When he saw Jessica next to him, he said that he was surprised to see her here, because he had heard that it was a private island owned by the CIA. Then the girl smiled and replied that she also came here to relax, and in fact, her family owns this island, and they allowed the CIA to use this place at their request. Hearing this, Sung-hoon stood up and said that he didn't think it was a coincidence, and then asked if she had come here to see him. Jessica sat down on a sun lounger and replied that she believed there weren't many coincidences in the world, but he wasn't wrong. Then the guy closed his eyes and asked what was the reason for her visit. Jessica crossed her legs and talked about her ability to turn electricity into mana. Taking off her Panama hat, she asked if it was true that he had one. Upon receiving such a question, the protagonist smirked and said to himself that she seemed quite confident in her assumption and had good intuition, after which he firmly replied that this was true. In the next second, he created a lightning bolt between his fingers and said that, as she had already learned, he had the ability to turn electricity into mana and vice versa. Hearing this, Jessica jumped to her feet and exclaimed, asking if it was an ability and if it was possible to learn it. But before she could finish, the main character stretched out his hand in her direction and asked her to stop. Closing his eyes, he smiled and asked if this was what the US wanted or if it was a request from Jessica's family. The girl, realizing everything, sat down on a deck chair and said to herself that this was CIA territory, and they were most likely listening to them. After a few seconds, Sung-hoon got to his feet and said that this was not the best place to talk anyway, because many people were looking at them, and he would end his rest there. Hearing this, Jessica turned sharply. Mitchell was standing not far from them. Suddenly, the guy whispered something in Jessica's ear. The girl looked at him out of the corner of her eye. The main character, smiling broadly, moved towards Mitchell. Jessica put the Panama hat over her head a moment later and said to herself that she thought his conditions would be difficult, but it was almost impossible, and then wondered if he was even thinking about trading. And while she was thinking about it, Sung-hoon approached Mitchell and started talking to her about returning home. On the same day, in the evening, the main character returned home. Putting the bag on the floor, the guy began to call his mother. When he didn't get an answer, he closed his eyes and said to himself that she must have come out, and apparently there was no problem with protective magic, because nothing special had happened. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows in surprise, remembering something. Scratching his head, Sung-hoon wondered how his team members were doing and how strong they had become. In a separate room there were several magic balls. In one of them was Yun, and the protagonist said to himself that he had only been gone for 3 days, so it had been about 12 days in virtual reality, and they must have gotten used to it by now, after which he ordered the administrator to show him all the logs. The girl's eyes were closed. Approaching her ball, the guy asked to show information related to her, and the administrator replied that he would show the video. In the next second, the system screen appeared. From what he saw, Sung-hoon's eyes turned in surprise, and he asked if she had really come this far in just 3 days. At this time, in virtual reality, the knights raised their swords and shouted loudly that they needed to go on the attack and under no circumstances should they retreat. Warriors rushed into battle. Their opponents, goblins and orcs, also rushed to attack, but there was a satisfied grin on Yun's face. Suddenly, one of the monsters flew into the sky. The girl unleashed a powerful attack. 7 slashes of dragon fangs and a twisted slash of dragon fangs. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in her eyes as she said that she would defeat them this time. Monsters flew in all directions. The orcs smashed their heads to the ground as they fell from a height. Yun stood in a fighting stance. There was a satisfied smile on her face, with which she said to herself that she was now relatively used to the constant amplification, adding that it should appear now. Immediately after these thoughts, a loud cry was heard that a squad of wizards had arrived, causing the girl to rush away. The monsters continued to stand in place, surprised. Suddenly, fireballs appeared out of nowhere. In the next second, powerful explosions rang out. A squad of mages attacked the monsters and shouted loudly that no one should be left alive. Yun looked behind herself with a smile on her face. She looked at the huge flames and said that things were a little different every time, and due to them arriving a little earlier, she had managed to save a lot more aura than before, and in order to conserve mana, she would just let the others do the work, adding that she was thinking about being able to win this time. Looking at her hands, she continued to say that the aura was strong, but since she was able to get used to it so quickly, she needed to be more careful, because she always had to think about how to use it to the greatest effect. But suddenly, a furious roar was heard in the raging flames. The girl, hearing this, knitted her eyebrows and shouted loudly that he was here and she would definitely defeat him. The knights in front stood up in battle stances and shouted loudly that it was the ogre boss. Suddenly, shock appeared in the man's eyes. In the next second, his men were struck by a huge boulder that flew out of the smoke, and looked at it from the outside. Suddenly, the leader of the knights rushed to the attack and shouted loudly that it was necessary to protect the wizards, and he would take care of the main monster. The girl watched the old man run at the giant boss alone and screamed in her head that he shouldn't do that. Gritting his teeth in anger, the leader of the knights shouted loudly that he would destroy the monster. But immediately after that scream, the ogre destroyed the old man with a wave of his hand. At the same moment, Yun appeared next to the monster, who said to herself that at least because of this, the boss opened, and this was her 21st attempt. Stretching out her arms, she screamed at the top of her lungs as she used her dragon strike, while saying to herself that she wanted to get to the other levels already. Using a magical technique, she placed her hands on the ogre's leg. A few seconds later, the monster's leg exploded. The monster's eyes immediately filled with pain, and drool spurted from its mouth. He fell to the ground, and the girl jumped away, exclaiming that the first phase was over. The knights immediately rushed into battle, shouting loudly that the monster had fallen. Yun looked at it from the sidelines and said to herself with a smile that she had used a lot of aura for this move, but blocking the boss's movements was much more meaningful, even now if she attacked him from a distance. But before she could finish speaking, she saw the monster sitting on the ground, killing the knights approaching it, and said to herself that they were attacking again, and she just didn't know what to say about them, and then wondered if it was because it was a game. Resting her hand, she asked herself about it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she used constant enhancement and restoration, after which she said to herself that there was one thing left for her to do. While they distracted the boss, she had to restore enough aura to kill him in one hit. A powerful aura, similar to flames, emanated from her. The ogre boss bared his teeth as he continued to kill the knights. Yun, looking at this, exhaled heavily and said to herself that they were just part of the program, but it was getting on her nerves because they were dying for no reason, which was very stupid, and besides, this game was too realistic. But she didn't think she would lose with so much aura. Moreover, she had the experience of the previous 20 attempts. In her hand, she gathered a powerful magical energy. Knitting her eyebrows, she thought without a drop of fear in her eyes that the boss's body was protected by muscles, and the weakest areas were his head and joints, and if she wanted to win, she had to hit her head. While she was thinking about it, the monster continued to kill NPCs. Suddenly, Yun's foot landed on the head of one of the knights. The girl deftly jumped away from her. In the next second, a look of surprise appeared in the ogre's eyes. He immediately shifted his gaze, full of anger and hatred, to the side. Yun put her hands directly to the back of his head. Smiling mischievously, she exclaimed that she had caught him and now the victory was hers. Immediately after these words, she used her technique. Black blood spurted onto the ground. It also poured down the face of the defeated boss. A few seconds later, the ogre's head hung down. The knights, seeing this, smiled broadly and exclaimed that the ogre had passed out. At this time, Yun was shaking with joy and screaming in her head that she had really won. Raising her hands, she shouted at the top of her lungs that she was finally done, when suddenly a system screen appeared in front of her. Her eyes were surprised by what she saw, because she was informed that there was a disconnection from the server. The knights around her immediately began to disappear, and the girl began to shout that she had just killed the boss, after which she began to call the administrator. She began to disappear as well, continuing to shout that it had taken her 21 attempts, but she hadn't received any reward, and was it really all going to end? She wouldn't get anything. Before she had time to finish, she found herself in the room of the main character. Seeing her, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and said to himself that he had added a reward for completing levels for fun, but he hoped that the game would be more fun than training. Yen shook on the floor and said that she just wanted to get her bounty, and he could have waited a while. After all, it had taken her 21 attempts, and she couldn't even save herself, adding that he couldn't do that to her. The man grabbed a mug of hot drink with both hands when he was offered to drink it to keep warm. Yun sat in the chair and did not understand how her partner dared to forcibly disable her. Sung-hoon put his palm to the back of his head and admitted that he didn't think she would be so addicted, after which he thought that he had turned off the program when she had almost completed the level she had spent a lot of time on. The girl brought the cup to her mouth, and the main character reflected that it was not surprising that she was angry. Closing his eyes, the guy imagined the man and realized that it was like in those TV shows where everyone stops to see the violent reaction of the crowd. But he did not expect this. Unlike all these shows, the healer's pupils had shrunk sharply in size, and the hunter had noticed in his mind that although he had created a virtual reality, his body would remember everything he had experienced there, and the magic would directly affect the nervous system, so this method could be called the best for training. The girl was wearing iron armor on her body, and the fighter realized that this meant that everything was in sync, because he created a safety net just in case, but the user feels stressed every time he experiences pain or death. But he did not think that the healer would perceive it as an ordinary game, and this is frightening. Holding his chin with his fingers, the protagonist said that she had definitely managed to become stronger anyway, and then thought that she had become much stronger in just 4 days, although he never thought that she would actually defeat the orc herself. Closing her eyes, the young lady clarified if this was true, because she was just training her own aura. Resting his cheek on his arm, the awakened man explained that now her ability to use an aura of the 3rd rank or higher, so she could be called a genius. Pressing her knee to her chest, Yun asked what it was. Spreading his palms to the sides, the young man explained that this is the ability of the aura to be divided into 10 ranks, and then added that the level of using the aura indicates how successfully a person manages to use his aura. Pointing to the level scale, the wizard said that if you consider the time it took her to train, then it could be said that she was quite compatible with the aura in nature. The healer brought the mug to her mouth and said that she didn't know if it was good or bad because she had no one to compare it to, and then asked when he was going to pull these old people out. Raising his eyebrows, Sung-hoon replied that he would do it when they reached her level. The guys were inside the virtual reality capsules, and the main character said that he could say that it would take about 2 more days. Arching her back, the girl grinned and asked if it could be that she was a genius after all. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character did not understand whether they should continue, and then he noticed that the healer was probably tired, so she could go home and rest. Shifting his gaze to the side, the hunter said that her family was apparently worried too. Thoughtfully rounding her eyes, the young lady exclaimed that in any case she would like to go for a snack, because she missed Coca. There were glints of light in the boy's pupils. Raising a finger, Yun shouted that she thought she knew why people blessed this stupid drink. After all, eating there is much harder than training, and the fighter wondered that he most likely realized something about her fake smile and wondered if she had a very good relationship with her family. Lifting his foot off the ground, the protagonist admitted that he felt guilty for forcibly disabling her, after which he asked what she would like to eat, to which she exclaimed that she wanted everything that could be eaten with a cola. There was a view of a small building under the night sky. There were black lines under the ceiling, and the young man thought that magic was almighty, but it took a huge amount of time to lay the foundations. Sitting on the floor, the awakened realized that an incredible amount of resources were needed to maintain knowledge and spells. Squinting his eyes, Sung-hoon sighed heavily and stated that everything was already ready and he just needed to start. 2-color magic filled the space next to the protagonist, who was thinking that his mana had reached the maximum in his current rank, and his body was unable to withstand even more mana. Looking down, the guy decided that he had to improve the magic circle to increase the maximum mana he could use at a time. Lowering his jaw, the hunter exclaimed that he was starting. The human heart began to burn with fire. Bright white lines appeared in the space. The fighter sat surrounded by magical powers. Suddenly, the protagonist closed his eyes. At the same second, his pupils narrowed sharply. A bright flash of light formed near the body of the young man. The man's heart was blazing with a magical aura. The awakened arched his back when suddenly the system reported that 1 additional magic circle had been added, and he had managed to reach the 4th rank. Parting his lips, the wizard said that it was good. Rings of unusual particles surrounded the organ of the body, and Sung-hoon realized that he was now at the 4th rank. Taking hold of the box with both hands, the main character wondered what it meant that he could make clones of a living body. And although the ability to clone appeared at the 7th rank, but in this mana-filled house, he would be able to do it even at the 4th. Lowering his eyelids, the guy said that as a ruler, messenger and mana user, he commands. Furrowing his brows angrily, the hunter ordered to investigate the moment, analyze and create. The magic staff hit the floor, and the discovery began at the same time. Streams of magic scattered around the room, and the fighter talked about analysis, copying, life and tools. A stream of air swirled in space while the protagonist carried out the creation. Grasping the rod in both hands, the young man exclaimed that the living clone was complete. The awakened man stood in front of a bright flash of light. Squinting his eyes, the wizard muttered that everything was fine, because the cloning was successful. An unusual shell enveloped his brain, and Sung-hoon decided to apply life support. The organ hovered over the black box. The upper part of the box was covered with a blue veil, and at the same time the main character noticed that the target was stationary, and the permanent effect was applied. Rubbing his forehead with the back of his hand, the hunter breathed a sigh of relief and said that it had taken quite a while to create this. But everything was fine. The guy decided that it was time to finish, when suddenly the box closed, and the creator thought that it was a clone of his brain. Lowering his chin, the fighter, as a messenger of magic, ordered to assemble and connect, and then spoke about the permanent connection. After a moment, the protagonist stretched out his palm forward. Smirking, the awakened man realized that his thoughts were faster, because he felt his consciousness become clearer, a special ability that only mages from his previous life had, and then noticed that he finally had all the basics of a real mage. Throwing the box into subspace, the young man thought about an additional brain. Various devices were visible near the cloud, and the wizard explained that this was simple logic, namely something like a cloud for computers, because when you connect many computers into one network, you increase the efficiency of the information process. Scratching his head, Sung-hoon muttered that it was steamy, and then he thought that the more the better, but they are hard to create, and having too many is hard for the main brain, because the human body is not a machine, so you need to let it get used to it. After looking at the notification that the Akasha system was watching him, the protagonist noticed that he thought so anyway. Turning his head to the side, the hunter thought that she controlled billions of people, so it could be a strong god, or rather, a powerful deity. There was a view of a narrow river in the ground, and someone was heard saying that it had been a long time since I had been to the hunting ground for the last time. Throwing the axe over his shoulder, Dijin noticed that this was true, and wondered how long it had been since they had come to the fields to hunt. Grinning, Yun said that her partner spoke like an old grandfather who went out to play golf. Sanjin looked ahead and stated that he didn't feel any excitement at all. Closing his eyes, Sung-hoon mused that avoiding anxiety was an obvious result of all training, so they subconsciously felt confident due to the strength in their bodies. While the assistant asked if the tank would use his abilities, to which he replied that he didn't need them now because he didn't use them in training. Raising her eyebrows, the healer remarked that he should do this, because he might forget how to use them correctly, to which he clarified whether it was serious. With his eyes rounded in confusion, Jinsu wondered if they could really be here. The armored truck stopped on the road. The archer raised his hand and reported that this was an area where hunters were usually around the 100th level, to which his partner said that he was worried about the strangest thing, and although their mentor was here, they shouldn't have a problem, and then added that they were much stronger than before. The location of the guys was marked on the map of the area, when suddenly the system sent a warning that this region might not be suitable for their level, and the guy said that he had heard that this was where trolls appeared. While the gunslinger looked down and wondered if they had fought against orcs over and over again in virtual reality, Sanjin stated that it was true, and besides, not only trolls but even orcs appeared from time to time, and then clarified if he thought it was a high-level hunting area and offered to see if that those bastards had ambushed the soldiers to steal their weapons. Images of goblins appeared on the screen, and the fighter was indignant at what kind of orcs they were if they had weapons. The assistant looked away and stated that he was sure that the unusually high intelligence of the orcs was one of the tests for obtaining a hunter's license, to which the interlocutor said that it was so long ago that he had already forgotten everything. The hunter bit his lips, when suddenly he was informed that the monster was successfully attracted. The operator touched the microphone with her fingers and said that their target was a stone troll that was approaching 10 o'clock, after which she exclaimed that the estimated time of arrival was 3 minutes. The girl asked them to be ready, to which Dujin shouted that they understood everything. The soldier looked out the window and talked about how several drones had begun to scout the area to determine if there were other dangers, and then asked them to bring the target closer to the center to create distance from the rest of the monsters, and since they were high-level creatures, they would kill them one by one. Lowering his eyelids, the fighter noticed that his teammates heard them, so he suggested not to overestimate himself and not to divide. The guys got into fighting stances and pronounced the code words. Raising his eyebrows tiredly, Sanjin didn't understand where those young children had just heard such old-fashioned blows. The mechanical robot flew through the air. Spreading his arms to the sides, the tank shouted that the enemy was here, so everyone needed to prepare for battle. An enraged stone troll appeared, and the protagonist thought about how he had never seen them in a past life and wondered if he had adapted to his surroundings after leaving the gate. Folding his hands in displeasure, the young man stated that after all, trolls are known for their ability to adapt, but they can live not only in swamps, but also in ruined places. A huge creature has climbed the hill, and the operator reveals that the stone trolls can see have thickened skin, so you should be careful with it, and according to its level, it has great physical and magical protection. With a sly grin, Dijin replied that they understood everything, and then sent Jinsu to the right and Yang to the left. The ground under the big man's feet began to crack, and then he shouted that it was time to move forward. The warrior instantly jumped over the opponent's head. The hunter struck sharply. A bright flash of light appeared above the monster's body. The guy landed in front of the enemy's feet. Blue blood flowed from the monster's forehead, and the awakened man realized that it was weak, because he had struck with all his strength, but only slightly wounded him. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man thought that defense was all he had, and he was the one who had fought off monsters with the same level of defense, so now he could harm such a high-level opponent. The fighter put up his shield in front of him. At the same second, the troll hit his head on the metal equipment. Raising his hand, the monster screamed loudly. The orc clenched his jaw in bewilderment. Standing behind his fighting teammates, the mate shouted that the weakening had failed. Looking back, Dujin realized that he couldn't let him do it. The ogre's eyes began to emit a bright red glow. A stream of magic swirled over the tank's head, and it shouted that it was going to attack. With lightning speed, the projectile flew forward. An explosion abruptly occurred near the head of the stone troll. Jinsu let go of the bowstring. The opponent instantly tilted his torso down. The archer watched thoughtfully. Smirking, Sung-hoon mused that his arrow was capable of piercing the monster's head, which was the hardest part of its body, and everyone was doing quite well, considering that this was their first high-level creature hunt, and in that scenario, everyone would be able to adjust well. Standing on the roof of the truck, the guy shouted that he would definitely not miss now. Gritting his teeth, the warrior said that he would take care of the obstacles, so he could do it. Drops of sweat dripped down Jinseong's face. A cluster of magical particles formed near the archer's weapon. A huge monster in the distance was waving its arms. Suddenly, a hole formed in the opponent's leg. A white glow could be seen through the hole. Blue blood spurted sharply from the wound. Raising his head, the ogre began to shout loudly. Thrusting his spear forward, the Awaken exclaimed that he was immobilized, so it was time to kill him. The energy beam quickly rushed forward. The monster's limb was torn away from his body. The hunter began to run quickly to help. Yun jumped high into the air. A magical aura enveloped the healer's boots. A powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the clearing. The girl stood on the body of the slain opponent when the system reported that 1 minute and 2 seconds had passed, and the main character noticed that the hunt was a success, and they spent a little more than a minute. Shutting her eyes, the healer exclaimed happily that the last blow was hers, and this was a good experience. A view of a fallen building in the vicinity of Pyongyang opened. Climbing out from under the concrete rubble, the stranger muttered that he saw the light. The creature in the blue cloak stood in front of the abandoned houses and said that he no longer remembered how much time had passed since the last time he had been under the rays of the sun. Walking through an unusual liquid on the ground, the undead claimed that this was the place God had promised them. The skeleton's eyes glowed with blue flames, and at the same time he noticed that the others would soon be here, after which he added that he had to hurry. Lowering his jaw, the evil spirits told everyone not to be lazy and get back on their feet. The monsters began to follow the leader, who said that it was time to go to their master. Holding out his hand, the lich ordered the killing of all they could find. At the same moment, a crowd of dark creatures rushed to run. In Seoul, you could see multi-story buildings. The sky above the houses was glowing white, when suddenly a loud rumble was heard. Hovering in the air, Sung-hoon, as the ruler of mana, began to give orders. Stretching out his palm to the side, the main character decided to memorize this location and mark it with an eternal marker, when suddenly the system reported that due to the effect of the eternal marker, a teleportation portal was created. Bulging his pupils, the hunter exclaimed that this was great, because now he had finished writing down the coordinates of all of South Korea. Holding the phone in his hand, the guy thought that if he could teleport long distances at any time, he should know at least the important points, after which he wanted to check if he had missed something. Looking at the screen, the fighter remarked that he could cover the entire nation with this. But now it was time to go back. Suddenly, the protagonist's pupils noticeably narrowed. The awakened man turned his head sharply to the side. A white veil spread out in front of him, but he didn't know what it was. But he could feel that a strong aura was emanating from the north. A purple aura appeared in the sky, and at the same time, the young man realized that he had definitely experienced such dark and vile energy in his previous life. Closing his eyes, the wizard realized that it wasn't just a monster. At the same moment, Sung-hoon's mouth opened wide in awareness. The image of a skeleton appeared, and the main character cried out that it was the deceased, or to put it another way, a strong type of the deceased appeared. Looking into the distance, the hunter said that he needed to check it, after which he thought that it was quite far away, but if he had been lazy with training, he would have missed it. Putting his palm out in front of him, the guy remembered that he hadn't written down the coordinates of the northern part, so it would be a little difficult, but everything would be fine, and although it used some mana, it would be better to direct it manually. The fighter formed an instantaneous spatial portal in front of him. The magic beam quickly rushed forward. Dark leaves fell from the branch of a tree, and the protagonist said in his mind that the outskirts of Pyongyang were inhabited by humanoid monsters called hyenas. A lot of black silhouettes passed through the forest. Grinning menacingly, the monster shouted that the dead continued to advance endlessly. Holding the shield in his hand, the werewolf reported that they had taken too much damage so they should go back, to which the chief resented that they would have nowhere to go if they left their headquarters. A squad of hyenas rushed to attack, and one of them noticed that fighting against them on top of the black earth could be equated with suicide. The monster's eyes began to emit a bright glow, and the humanoids were surprised that they became deceased after dying on the black earth. Turning his head to the side, the beast asked everyone to pay attention to him and ordered them to get away from the black earth immediately. Suddenly, the creature's jaw clenched in fear. At the same moment, the hyena looked back. The monster began to touch the fur on his back. A moment later, his limb was bitten hard. The crowd of undead quickly covered the animal with their bodies. Dark blood began to spread on the ground. Sung-hoon's pupils bulged out in alarm. Sitting on a tree, the main character said that this is the land of the dead, because he had not seen such a thing for a long time, after which he thought that the land of the dead is a phenomenon when the shadow of death covers an empty territory. A purple aura enveloped the surroundings of the city, and the hunter said in his mind that if someone dies there, then they become deceased, and if their number increases, then the area of the land of the dead increases. The undead stepped on the grass, and at the same time, the fighter noticed that in addition, after increasing to a certain point, the deceased evolve and become even stronger. But that's not all. The monster's eyes shone brightly, and the protagonist said that the deceased usually develop when they consume living creatures. But here they only need half of the normal norm to develop, so to put it simply, even if they do nothing, they will receive double the boost from experience. In the center of the crowd was a lich, and Sung-hoon explained that the problem was that the land of the dead didn't appear out of nowhere, because it required shadow magic and a strong user of that magic. The white hair of a skeleton could be seen from under the black hood, while the protagonist realized that the land of the dead was now activated, so it would increase its power at a dangerously fast pace, and it seemed to him that it was the lich behind it all. Closing his eyes, the hunter decided to see how far it had spread, and then used his detection skill. The area was instantly covered with a mesh veil. Furrowing his brows, the young man stated that it was much more than he thought. Putting his palm to the trunk of the tree, the fighter said that it would not be so easy. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist noticed that after the fall of North Korea, everyone who died here would rise in the form of the dead, and did not understand what to do. Putting his hand on his side, the awakened man thought that strong dead like liches, vampires, or old mummies were definitely difficult to defeat, because they were strong mages in their own right, so they would create magic fields to win. Holding his chin, the young man realized that if such a thing had happened in his previous life, he would have simply brought high-level divine priests and blown up the evil spirits using divine powers, but there was no way he would be able to find them on Earth. There was a view of white clouds in the sky, and then Sung-hoon decided that there was nothing more that could be done. Suddenly, the main character picked up the phone. Through the screen, the hunter looked at the mountainous terrain covered with a black aura. In the middle of the crowd of monsters, there was a skeleton. Sitting on the staff, the guy was happy that it turned out to be a good photo. Squeezing his eyes shut, the fighter mused that he might be a degenerate wizard, but he was also a man of the 21st century, so there was no point in doing everything on his own, and then exclaimed that he would let the government deal with it. On the screen there were photographs of the Black Lands, and at the same time the man wondered if this was really happening, and did not believe that the pollution of such a large area would appear on the Korean peninsula. Raising her eyebrows sadly, the secretary reported that high-level hunters who specialize in search have confirmed that this is indeed the case. Putting his fingers to his hair, Desak asked if there was any action from the White House, to which the girl replied that they said that they themselves needed people and could not control the situation with the dungeons on their territory, and he asked what about Japan. Running her hand over the tablet, the assistant said that these guys are good at indifference. Standing outside the workplace of the president of HD Groups, the lady explained that this information was provided by the states, and it seems to her that the North American dungeons are also acquiring their own environment, to which the man anxiously asked if they were the only ones who did not know that the dungeons were connecting with reality, and if Intel branch had even begun to do its job. Photographs could be seen in the rays of light. Adjusting her glasses with her fingers, the secretary remarked that as he already knew, based on the situation, an entire nation could become a danger zone, and then added that especially if the contaminated area was joined by dungeons of the 3rd level and above. Shifting his gaze to the side, Desak said that many high-level monsters would multiply and displace them. Holding his chin, the man did not understand what to do, because they did not have enough personnel to take care of the dungeons, which are located north of the military border. A bright magical glow appeared in space, when suddenly a loud ringing was heard. Sung-hoon looked at his phone and noticed that Giziak had texted him that they had managed to sell the photos to the government for a decent amount of money, so he would send the money to his account right away. Putting his hand on his side, the main character remarked that the CEO was great as always, after which he added that it was very pleasant to work with him, but it would be even better if he could lure him to his side. The hunter looked at the golden item and said that all the rare materials he had asked for had been found for him, despite the difficulties, and then he thought that rare materials like titanium were incredibly difficult to obtain, given the amount in which they were requested. Raising his head up, the guy said that in any case, since such strong monsters as the Lich began to appear, then he needed to increase his strength, even if he had to spend money thoughtlessly, but he realized that the most necessary thing for him now was time. A bright glow emanated from the vase, and the fighter thought that today he would invent a strong assistant who could create time on his own. The protagonist put his palm to the screen, when suddenly the system reported that the authorization was completed, and the identity of the creator was confirmed. Smiling, the awakened man said that he would update it tonight, and decided to start a temporary shutdown of the system. A bright cube flew in the air, and at the same time a notification appeared that a temporary shutdown of the system had occurred. Stretching out his palm forward, the wizard began to do what he was preparing for. Raising his hands in the air, the young man thought that he had used everything he had accumulated up to that moment for the foundation of the magic tower. The wizard stood with his eyes closed. Magic circles appeared above all the objects in the room, and the wizard asked to divide his consciousness in the way he had grown his ego without it. Particles of light circled in space. Streams of magic enveloped the tall pillar, and Sung-hoon spoke of the head of the Tower of Magic. There was a bright flash of light, and then the main character claimed that it had been created. The hunter looked intently ahead. A powerful energy beam soared high into the sky. A cloud of magical powers appeared in space. Eyes and a mouth suddenly appeared on it, and the creature asked to choose it. Closing his eyes, the guy said that the object he created would be named Aina. The soldier raised his palms, and the assistant said that his name would be as ordered by the creator. Smiling broadly, the head of the tower admitted that he was glad to meet him, after which he added that he was completing the initialization. The protagonist held the sphere with trembling hands and was glad that it had finally happened. Tossing the ego artifact up, the awakened man shouted that everything was ready, and then thought that this was his personal secretary and reliable ally. Holding his chin, the young man explained that this was a companion who would help him use his own ego, and now he was as good as a baby. The wizard smirked as the assistant stated that he was waiting for the orders of the dear creator. Holding his interlocutor in the palm of his hand, Sung-hoon asked if he was able to view the memories that had been sent to him, to which he received a positive response, and then asked him to use these memories and start automatic learning. The main character noticed that he was allowed to access the internet, when suddenly Aina raised his eyebrows and asked him to choose the direction of automatic learning. Running his foot across the floor, the hunter decided that this would be the growth of his ego. Closing his lips, the guy said that it would be problematic to help him in his current state. There were stacks of books on the table, and the fighter said that first of all he would be able to learn the wisdom and knowledge of this world. The image of the famous physicist was visible, and Sung-hoon advised his companion to focus on the available scientific knowledge and make it possible to apply it in practice. A white veil spread out in front of the protagonist's face, and his assistant said that he was following the creator's command. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared, and the personal secretary said that the search for and use of internet access was taking place. Streams of energy swirled around the pillar of the magic tower, and a reliable ally said that he would try his best to study the information about this world. Throwing his hands behind his head, the hunter noticed that only one thing stood in his way. Putting his palms in his pockets, the guy called out to his mother when she greeted the director. Rolling up her sleeves, the woman said that Jisik had come and greeted the fighter. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the protagonist admitted that he did not expect him to drop by and not notify him. Grinning, the man explained that he had simply received information that he would like. Putting the mugs of coffee on the table, the lady advised them to drink until it cooled down, to which they thanked her. Looking at the interlocutor, the CEO revealed that the National Hunters Association had recognized him as a hunter with ancestry abilities, a new rank that had been created recently, and then added that this rank included people who already had unique abilities before the Akashic system existed. Closing his lips, the protagonist muttered that it was quite good when it was explained to him that witches, practitioners, shamans, and others who existed in ancient times were the best examples, and besides, the rewards would increase significantly and secret information would be available to him. Pushing the documents forward, the manager said that these were information about the original users. Flipping through the paper, the young man asked if it was written about a clerk from India. Looking ahead, Jisik revealed that he was a follower of a minor Indian religion, as well as a man who was made stronger by faith, and was once tasked with looking at it. A satisfied grin appeared on the face of the awakened man. Looking at the image of the girl, the wizard realized that this was the perfect time, and wondered if he would be able to lure her to his side. There was a view of the trees behind the mountains. A hole had formed in the body of the huge bird after the attack. Putting her fist forward, Yun exclaimed that this was the last one. Looking ahead, the archer noticed that her attacks were becoming more and more frightening, to which his partner replied that with such strength, she would be able to wipe the nose of any attacker of her level. Turning his head back, Dujin reported that they had finished here and suggested that they finish, to which the manager said that it was a good job. Slapping her palms together, the healer said that this hunting area was not so bad. Closing his lips, the tank asked what level she was now, to which she replied that she was 62nd, and asked what level he was, after which she received the answer that he was now at 65, and since they were in a high-risk zone, they were getting a lot of experience points. The man in the suit was waving a red rod in the air. Standing next to the military truck, Jinsu praised his partner for her good work, to which she remarked that he was also great, because the headquarters guards must be tiring. The soldier grabbed the handrail and called out to the leader. Holding the tablet forward, the subordinate explained that he should take a look. Looking at the photo of the Black Lands, Dujin did not understand what it was, to which he was told that it was an urgent report that a significant number of zombies had appeared in Pyongyang near the demarcation line. Lowering the corners of his lips, the strong man said that there were a lot of them, and then asked if they were all dead, and the priestess of light asked if this meant that they were too close, if it was a dividing line. The guy said that this was true, but wondered where they came from, to which the assistant stretched out his hand to the side and stated that they believed they were from a dungeon near Pyongyang. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise and said that the monsters looked disgusting, and asked if they were ending up here, while the soldier said that the headquarters wanted them to return immediately, because if the monsters moved further south, they could announce a mandatory gathering of all awakened to fight them. Turning his head back, Jinsu suggested that they go, and Yun said that they had done it quickly, so it was time to rest. Squinting his eyes, the team leader thought that it would be difficult to cope with such a number even for Sung-hoon, because there were too many of them. The news anchor looked ahead and said that now the deceased in the northern zone were in motion. Raising his hand, the strong man asked what their mentor was doing at the moment. Looking back, the young lady noticed that he hadn't surprised them with inventions for a long time, and then added that she thought he would soon show up with another absurd thing. Solar panels were attached to the roof of the house, when suddenly someone sneezed loudly from it. The main character squeezed his nose with his fingers, and his assistant asked if his creator had picked up the virus. Looking back, the hunter replied that this was not the case, and then added that someone must be talking about him. Looking at the personal secretary, the guy said that this was an assumption that came from experience, and then clarified what his progress was. The inside of the box seemed empty, and the companion said that by combining technology and magic, he had an interesting result, namely a 3D printer that uses magical power, and can also create even the most detailed magic circles, which are hidden from view, as they are applied inside the ring itself, and thanks to protective magic, if someone takes it by force, it will self-destruct. Smirking, the protagonist said that this was great, because his partner took care of even those things that he did not ask for, and then asked if they should make a trial version in this case. The device began to emit a bright glow during the printing process. A piece of jewelry appeared on the surface, and the awakened one realized that it was a ring with a triple spell that preserves life, and it was created instantly. Bringing the artifact closer to the light, the young man thought that even if he wore only it, the owner would be able to survive in any dangerous environment without food, water, and sleep, so it was most likely the best item for survival. Squeezing his eyes shut, the wizard decided that now he only had to put it up for sale and ask for $1 billion apiece, when suddenly the assistant called out to the creator, and he talked about a large amount of money. Placing his hands on his sides, Sung-hoon asked how long it would take to prepare for mass production, to which Aina replied that this time was expected to be about 2 weeks. Magical streams rushed through the air, and then the main character asked to prepare everything as soon as possible and install everything in A2, and if something was needed, he could ask the manager Hyunti, because he would know that this was his secretary. Looking back, the hunter asked how automatic learning works, to which he replied that at the moment he was collecting data on nuclear and atomic development, and the guy noted that in this case, they would be able to build a nuclear power plant soon. White clouds could be seen in the sky. A view of the base on the Yellow Sea opened. The wooden structure was broken, when suddenly someone began to conscript. Stretching out his hands forward, the dark mage asked those who had wandered in eternity to come. Suddenly, a magical portal appeared high in the sky, and the lich still wanted those who harbored great grudges to come. The souls of the monsters began to rise from the ground. The skeleton's eyes glowed blue, and then he shouted for them to open. A ray of light soared upward, while the deceased declared that death surpasses everything, so the passage of death must open where he stands. A bright flash of light formed near the surface. A black hole formed in the middle of the atmosphere. Holding his staff in his hand, the dark mage said that by the will of their master, he was conjuring the invincible and immortal general to come. A luminous silhouette came out of space. A knight on horseback descended to the ground. The warrior's eyes shone brightly, and then he greeted Calypso. Lifting his chin, the skeleton greeted Pailton in return. A beam of light emanated from the undead's pupils, and at the same time, he said that this was the place their master was talking about. Sitting on his horse, the invincible general asked if the army was ready, to which the lich replied that they had 20,000 wanderers, 2,000 infantry, 200 knights, and 20 mages. Turning his head to the side, the dark creature noticed that this was a good job. Lowering his jaw, the deceased explained that he should hurry up, because he already felt another god who was trying to interfere with their plans. The horse's hooves glowed brightly, and the immortal warrior said that he should not worry, because everything would go as their master wished. At the same moment, Pailton drew his sword from its sheath and decided that they would go north. Raising his weapon, the invincible general realized that it would be a march. Galloping forward, the evil monster thought that they would make the demonstration live. Narrowing his eyes, the knight exclaimed in his thoughts that the dead would come after their souls. The girl grabbed her chin, and Sung-hoon remembered that he had received a request for help from Jessica, whom he had met in America. The guys shook hands, and the main character reflected on the fact that he was offered to teach the use of the aura to hunters in every country, especially those under the jurisdiction of the Rothschild family, and this offer turned out to be better than he expected. Standing at the entrance to the premises a month later, the hunter realized that the first batch of students was finally ready to graduate. Entering the room with virtual reality capsules, the guy asked Ayn to disconnect and wake them all up, after which he thought that his personal secretary, who had grown rapidly since its creation, had finally gained physical form. The fairy folded her hands in displeasure and said that there were still those who could not reach the goal, to which the owner replied that it did not matter. Closing his eyes, the fighter explained that the pact was to teach them the aura for 30 days. Flying forward, the assistant replied that everything was clear to her. The companion's wings were shining brightly when suddenly there was a notification that there was a disconnection from virtual reality, and users needed to be ready to exit the simulation. Suddenly, the disciple capsules dissolved. The guys collapsed to the ground with a crash. His pupils bulging in alarm, the man said that he had been protecting the castle wall up to this point. The protagonist put his palms together. Squeezing his eyes shut, the awakened man shouted that he wanted everyone to be attentive, and then added that it had been 30 days since they had entered virtual reality. The girl furrowed her brows angrily and was indignant at his words. Sitting on the floor, the students said that the result of each person's training was different, but everyone at least had to learn how to use the aura, but they thought that it was impossible, because more than a year had passed, to which the mentor replied that the contract was for 30 days, and they all did a great job. With a smirk, the young man advised them not to forget about the contract clause that prohibits them from teaching others the knowledge they had gained in virtual reality, after which he added that if they opposed the contract, they might find out about the consequences, although they would regret it soon after. The girl raised her eyebrows in alarm while Sung-hoon stated that they would miss the ceremony. Snapping his fingers, the main character said goodbye to people. Suddenly, the students began to disappear into the teleportation beams. The hunter raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. Jessica clenched her teeth tightly in pain. Holding his chin, the guy muttered that it was not bad, because she stayed and resisted his magic, and then clarified what was on her mind. Drops of sweat were running down the girl's body, and she admitted that she wanted to propose to him. Helping the interlocutor to get up, the soldier asked her again. Tilting her head down, the foreigner said that her family wanted to sign a contract with him. Lowering her eyebrows, the lady explained that they wanted him to become their family's special hunter, so he could think of them as a partner. Squeezing his eyes shut, the protagonist wondered if he might refuse the offer, but would listen to her, and then wondered what the offer was. A moment later, the disciple held out her finger in front of the awakened man's face. Putting her hand on her side, Jessica said that they would give him their share, and then added that 10% of the proceeds came from the Rothschild family's business, but the condition was that he provided them with all the knowledge and did not hide anything. Looking at the fairy, the young man pondered that this was a rather extreme proposal, and then asked if she had the authority to make such a decision. Smirking, the girl replied that she had been approved by the elders of the family before coming here. Squinting his eyes, the wizard realized that the Rothschild family, who were rumored to rule the world from the shadows, was offering him an exclusive deal, and then clarified on what basis they were making him this offer. The foreigner lowered her eyebrows and said that she was doing this based on what she had experienced in the virtual world, and then added that his ability to transmit knowledge about the aura was amazing, but there was nothing special compared to that place. Some time ago, the lady was standing near a lonely tree, and now she was talking about how it was a trick of the flow of time, due to which the experience of 1 year is achieved in just 1 month. Raising a thumbs up, the student said that a wizard who could create such a device should be recruited no matter what. Smiling broadly, Aina noticed that this was true, and then exclaimed that the master was an amazing wizard. Sweat was dripping down Jessica's face, and she said that she couldn't help but notice it too. The girl asked if it was a fairy, and Sung-hoon lowered his eyelids and told her to leave it as it was, to which Sung-hoon asked if it was real, because she wanted to stay on track, and if you go back to what she was just talking about, it didn't matter how amazing he was, because there was a limit to what he could do. Putting the assistant on the back of his hand, the main character thanked the interlocutor for the offer, after which he added that unfortunately he rejected it. Frowning menacingly, the foreigner wondered what was the reason for this. Running his foot across the floor, the hunter explained that among what he knew, there was a saying that a wizard was constantly preparing for what was to come. Spreading his hands to the sides, the guy said that he firmly believed in the saying. Closing her eyes, the lady confessed that she had something to say, too, and then added that if he was not an ally, he became an enemy of their family, and they believed it. The protagonist pursed his lips when his apprentice remarked that she didn't know what he was preparing for. Clenching her hand into a fist, Jessica wondered how they could accept such an excuse together with other countries of the world, including the United States of America. Sung-hoon grinned slyly. Turning his head towards the girl, the main character thought that he had prepared in advance, because she would not be able to defeat him by force, but it was too late. The foreigner furrowed her brows. The student sighed heavily from fatigue and muttered that the negotiations had failed. Tilting his head back, the hunter asked if that meant she would face him as enemies. Twisting a strand of hair around her finger, the lady replied that this would not happen yet. Raising his eyebrows, the young man asked if she could convey his sincere greetings to the elders of her family or whoever was in charge of her. Putting her hand to her chin, Jessica admitted that she hoped that they would not take these words as a threat and force him to kill him. Closing her lips, the girl explained that if they fought, everything he had would be destroyed. Closing his eyes, the protagonist laughed and stated that he was looking forward to it. Suddenly, the awakened man snapped his fingers. The interlocutor instantly disappeared in the beams of teleportation. Aina was flying near the owner's head, when suddenly he became interested in her opinion. Rounding her eyes, the fairy said that according to the data she had added, the master would not be able to win against them in a short fight. The assistant wiped the back of the foreigner with a towel. Sitting down on the palm of the creator's hand, the private secretary noticed that he would not lose either, and if he fought in a protracted battle, he would win. At the same moment, the companion flew up, and the young man said that it was difficult to argue with what she had just said. The magical creature turned its head back, and at the same time, the mage reflected on how the completed Aina was the embodiment of the most magical tower, and since she had grown, he had already managed to gain enough strength to take control of the entire world. The fairy pressed her fingers on the keyboard, and Sung-hoon revealed that her speed was fast, and even compared to him, a great sorcerer. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist said that it was enough to catch a glimpse of her abilities to give the Skynet, from the movie he saw, to run for her money, and then asked what she was doing. Aina could see screens in front of her, and she replied that she was now hacking into the Central Intelligence Agency. After closing the textbook, the protagonist clarified what kind of outfit she was wearing, and then his assistant explained that this was her work uniform, and according to research, wearing a uniform in the workplace increases performance. A moment later, the spirit of the magic tower pressed the key. Smiling happily, the fairy exclaimed that it was cool. Looking sideways, the guy wondered why she was using such a primitive input tool, namely the keyboard, because one thought of her should be enough to gain access to the networks of this world. Closing her eyes, Aina said that according to her research, people believe in what they see, despite the results, and then the young man asked her again, and she noted that she decided that this would be the best way to show how hard she worked, and if she just sat there, she would look like she was just lazy. The teenager narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Lifting the corners of her lips, the assistant turned to him. A room with equipment appeared, and at the same time, the awakened man asked how many machines were ready to develop magic items, to which he received the answer that they had 817. Standing by the window, the hunter said that it was a good thing, as they were ahead of schedule, and suggested that they begin mass production of magic items, and also added that they could postpone the production of more machines for a while. Holding the spirit of the magic tower in his hand, Sung-hoon said that for the time being, they could start with 10,000 and start the power generation business at the same time, but they would need much more electricity than they did now. Looking ahead, the fairy asked to be granted to her. A view of the daytime sky opened up, and the main character said that if there is any useful information from what she hacked, then let her analyze it and give him a report later. The president's palace in Abu Dhabi appeared. A soldier's leg was visible. The soldier opened his jaw in surprise. The man noticed an unusual portal. Bringing the radio to his mouth, the soldier shouted that they had an incident at the entrance, and ordered to escort the VIPs to a safe place right away. The soldier, standing in front of the magical passage, repeated that they had an accident and believed it to be a portal. The shooter's expression was confused. Suddenly black legs appeared. A moment later, a demon crawled out of the portal. The girl opened her mouth contentedly. Touching the military man, the undead were happy with the catch, and said that he was full of energy. Lifting the fighter's glasses, the monster asked to look at her. The man's pupils lit up brightly. The monster, hugging the soldier, said that before he died, she would show him paradise. An unusual aura was visible. Suddenly, the soldier fired a pistol. The bullets struck the demon's face. Grinning, the undead noticed that it was a primitive weapon. The girls, surrounding the shooter, said that they would eat him, and added that there was a lot of food here. In pain, the man opened his mouth wide and screamed. A dead soldier lay on the floor, and then the monster said that now was the time to feast, and they would show the males of this world the best hellish pleasure. There was a view of the president's palace, and it was heard that it was a monster, but no one could understand where the hunters were, and at the same time they opened fire to kill. The reporter, sitting at the table, said that this was a live broadcast from the presidential palace. The demon waved the hand of the military man, and the journalist reported that the portal, which appeared very unexpectedly, is rated as a third-level dungeon with a level limit of 150 and opens near the country's government buildings. But fortunately there were not many casualties among government officials in the United Arab Emirates. A correspondent appeared on a small screen and explained that tragedies had occurred in some countries in Southeast Asia and Africa, as a result of which all government bodies were lost. There was military equipment on the road near the White House. Garrison turned to Chuck, his mouth wide open. Turning his gaze to the side, the man noticed that he had not seen his face for a long time. The feet of politicians were visible, and one of them said that he was sure that this zone did not belong to their jurisdiction, and the second said that now was not the time to worry about it. Holding out the tablet, a member of the government asked to look at breaking news from CNN. Near the Blue House in South Korea there was a portal. Frowning seriously, Garrison said that similar portals are popping up in other developed countries, and they are brazenly appearing in major government buildings, and added that this is not something they can simply turn a blind eye to. Touching his forehead, Chuck asked what kind of madness it was. The man asked for an explanation of everything else, to which Bill smirked and replied that thanks to this event, they could believe that the monsters that are born from the portal have some kind of common purpose, and unlike the previous ones, they attack specific targets with clear intentions. The politician, with his hands in his pockets, asked who he was and noted that he had not seen him before, and then the technical consultant in Prism's lab introduced himself. The old man, shaking his hand, clarified what he was trying to say. Closing his eyes, Bill explained that they couldn't talk about it publicly yet, but Prism Lab had been trying to communicate with Director Ankashi for a long time. After presenting the unusual energy, the specialist said that they also assumed that if they could communicate with Director Ankashi, they would be able to get further help. Looking ahead, the member of the government asked if he should pray. Garrison, frowning seriously, said that if it was really a god, then he could answer his prayer. Scratching his head, Chuck spoke about what it meant that there was a mysterious entity that opened portals and sent monsters here, and Director Ankashi, who gave hunters the power to stop portals to confront them, and then asked if that was what he meant, to which he received a positive response. Parting his lips, the politician said that he did not even go to church, but he did have Armageddon. A magical passage appeared, and at the same time, the man clarified that he was thinking about the portal, because he was sure that he was not just waiting for the all-powerful boss to do something himself, and it was heard that first he needed to assess the perimeter, because it was a dangerous adventure to enter the portal without any information. Raising his hand, the member of the government explained that if they waited, something told him that impatient countries could go in and come out with some information, especially like Korea in their days, after which Chuck said that the politicians there prioritize their safety first, and if they can close the portal near their government buildings, they will not hesitate to let the meat hunters in. Lowering his eyebrows, garrison noted that while they were gathering information, they had to protect the perimeter so that citizens would not panic. Holding the phone in his hand, the politician said that they were already doing this, but if he wanted to, they would turn to Slow Man and his team for help, and if it was them, their protection from the portal was almost always perfect. A red portal was visible, and it was heard that it was necessary to remember that this was already in all the media, and therefore if they could not quickly close the portal, then it was not known how events would develop. A view of the Korean Yanbian Autonomous Region opened. Terrible monsters were visible. Holding the weapon in his hands, Calypso said that it was a rather interesting weapon, and asked if it was called a machine gun. The knight abruptly broke the cannon. Clenching his fist, the invincible general said that these technologies of theirs were great, but they did not have a drop of mana, and added that this was a strange world. Paleton, standing beside the immortal warrior, explained that the use of mana had not yet been developed here. Opening his jaw, the Lich noticed that thanks to their knowledge of technology, they would surely become much stronger in a very short period of time. Calypso's eyes glowed blue, and he said that since such a great wizard was saying this, he must be underestimating them, and then asked them to tell him how the morale of their army was doing. The deceased, holding his staff in his hand, replied that it was taller than ever, and it was all thanks to his efforts on the front lines to destroy living beings, and especially the army they had raised from the dead to include in their ranks, and that it had further increased their strength. A magical aura swirled around the knight, and he said that it was beautiful, and then asked if it was because there were many living creatures in this world. Approaching him, the undead said that soon the living would surely strike back, and the invincible general wondered on what basis it was. Raising his wand, the dead man explained that the living here had poor mana control, but with the help of various technologies, they could very well observe the situation even from the sky, and they would definitely not allow them to continue increasing their army just like that. A bright particle of light appeared in the sky. The immortal warrior looked ahead and asked if this was the enemy he was talking about. A fiery bird appeared. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The legs of the awakened man were visible. Jean smirked and asked if they were the bastards who had turned Yangjiang into ruins. Calypso's eyes were glowing blue, and he asked a counter question, which wasn't obvious. Lowering his eyebrows, the hunter noticed that it was a monster that spoke, and added that it was not surprising then that they were able to create an army and set up camp. Turning his head, the knight said that it seemed that the previous ones had zero intellectual abilities, and the dark mage said that this was the way it should be, because they were in a hurry to prepare. Holding his staff in front of his face, Paleton said that he did not yet feel the presence of the other gods. The feet of the invincible general appeared, and then he explained that there was no time to lose, and since they had already made their move, the followers of these gods would also begin to act. Drawing his sword, the immortal warrior noticed that it was time to get rid of this man's company. The braid of hair moved to the side, and the guy wondered if they wanted to get rid of him, and if these bastard monsters took him for some kind of second-rate person. Opening his mouth wide, the awakened man exclaimed that he would tear them apart so that they would never be able to move again. The monster opened its mouth abruptly. The body of a magical creature was visible. Suddenly, the hunter was reincarnated as an azure dragon. Looking ahead, Calypso reported that he knew he was a werewolf, but turning into a mystical being is pretty good. An unusual energy appeared, and at the same time, Jean took advantage of lightning breathing. Drawing his wand, the Lich used the extended shield skill. A moment later, a bright flash rang out. A lot of undead appeared. Suddenly a bright ray appeared. The magic projectile struck the awakened man. The invincible general, holding a sword in his hand, said that it looked like he was much stronger than he thought, and added that he had already planned to rip off his head with one blow. Lowering his gaze, the hunter thought that this was impossible, and was greatly surprised that the scales, which even modern artillery cannot damage, were cut. Noticing the huge number of undead, the azure dragon muttered that the army had surrounded him abnormally quickly. Taking off sharply, Jean said that a close fight on the ground was not profitable for him, and therefore he would try to attack from the sky. The immortal warrior's eyes glowed blue, and he said that he had let his guard down since he didn't have wings, and didn't think he could fly. The deceased, opening his jaw, asked to leave it to him. The awakened one flew through the air. Looking down, the hunter noticed that if he simply destroyed the soldiers with lightning, he thought he could gain a few experience points. Raising his wand, the dead man said that his enemy would fall, and then used his gravitational control. The paw of the azure dragon appeared. Suddenly, Jean hit the ground. In pain, the mystical werewolf opened his mouth wide. Leaning forward, the dark mage used his ability to bind. Suddenly, magic threads surrounded the awakened man. The hunter lowered his gaze in bewilderment. Noticing the unusual energy, the azure dragon wondered if his mana was being absorbed and realized that he couldn't turn around. The knight's foot appeared, and he said that it was unpleasant. Approaching the mystical werewolf, Calypso asked what kind of fool he was, and said that it was a mistake to come here alone. Jean bared his teeth angrily. The invincible general raised his sword and said that his physical form would now join their forces. The pupils of the awakened man narrowed sharply. The immortal warrior waved his weapon. The knight furiously attacked the hunter. There was a powerful explosion. Suddenly, a magic beam appeared. A bright flash was visible. The azure dragon was lying on the ground. Opening his mouth, the mystical werewolf thought that this was unbelievable, because he had lost so miserably. A view of the purple sky opened up, and it could be heard that the dragon's remains are excellent material for improving the walkers they had just lost, and after completing the refining of the remains, they would resume the procession. A high mountain appeared. On top of it was an elder. An assistant, standing behind the head, reported on the land. Crossing his arms, the guy said that they had received a message from the chairman, and at the same time the gentleman asked what he had said. The young man replied that the forces defending the southeastern sector had been destroyed, causing the elder's body to shake violently. Turning around, the head asked if they had been destroyed, and asked about Jean. Closing his eyes, the assistant said that unfortunately he had been killed in battle, and thus the chairman called for an urgent conference. Standing on the mountain, the master said that if Jean couldn't stop them, then they definitely couldn't be negligent about it, because his ability to transform into a dragon was something that could only be dealt with by numbers, so they were leaving now. A view of the building opened. The girl, holding the jewelry in her hands, exclaimed that with this ring they will forget what it is to worry about their own weight, and it will help them stay in great shape, no matter what, and also added that this is a magical object that can satisfy hunger while maintaining the perfect shape of the body. A piece of jewelry appeared, and then the lady noticed that it was necessary to hurry, because the supply was limited, and there were only 3,000 copies left, and therefore it was impossible to be late with the order of the couple. Dujin's expression was surprised. Pointing to the precious object, the lady announced that they were now beginning to take their orders, and at the same time the awakened man said that he needed to receive it. Taking his phone, the hunter wondered if this was a scam, and whether people really sell such things in the so-called store on the couch. Looking at the screen, the guy asked who was calling at such a time. Bringing the gadget to his ear, the young man asked if it was the director, after which he replied that he understood. Sitting on the couch, Dujin asked if it was normal to go hunting on their days, and said that aside from the huge number of undead, there were a lot of third-level dungeons in the buildings in the capital now. The girl, crossing her palms, said that in 10 minutes they completely sold out all the copies, and expressed gratitude for the support. A view of a tall building opened up, and the awakened man was very surprised that everything had already been sold. White threads were wound around the trees. Suddenly, a terrible monster appeared. Clenching her fist, Yun announced that she hated spiders. A moment later, the monster viciously opened its mouth. The insect approached the white haze. Kicking the undead, the healer exclaimed that she should go away. Closing his eyes, the healer shouted that let the enemy die. The priestess of light fiercely attacked her opponent. The girl was waving her leg, and the awakened man asked if it was not surprising, and said that he did not think that she would take care of the spider's nest herself. Jinsu, holding his hand at his side, asked Dujin if he could do it, to which he replied that he could too. Opening his mouth wide, the warrior explained that he was the only strong man on their team who combined the forces of a tank and an attacker, so even one blow with an axe would be enough for these spiders. The guy, looking sideways, said that he was slow and didn't think he could hit that fast. Jinseon smiled and said that Yun had more aura points. The hunter, while watching the battle between the healer and the spider, noticed that she had good perception and ignored most of the damage, healing herself during the battle, which made her look somewhat like a zombie, and wondered if he could see how much her attack power was pumped, and also added that she was going to the city with these spiders, and perhaps she is the strongest in their team. The healer frowned menacingly. Closing his eyes, Dujin said that he might be in danger of losing the title of team leader, and asked if she was working too hard. Raising his eyebrows, Sung-hoon said that Young's leveling was really impressive. The boys, their eyes rounded in surprise, exclaimed that he had frightened them. Turning his gaze to the side, the fighter said that he thought he wouldn't come today, but he was here. Adjusting his glasses, the hunter asked when he learned to do this, since now he just appears out of nowhere, and the young man asked if this was a robber's stealth skill, and said that he did not notice until he was next to him. Stretching out his index finger, the main character replied that this was not stealth, but a simple teleportation spell. The pupils of the awakened sharply turned white, and it was heard that the healer was already finishing. Standing near the fallen spider, the priestess of light was dissatisfied with the smell, and noticed that it was sticky around. After a moment, the girl turned around. Raising her hand, the healer greeted the protagonist. The wizard grinned and greeted her back. Jumping from foot to foot, the healer asked when he came. Sung-hoon, stretching out his palm, asked her to stop. The main character covered his nose from the unpleasant smell. Snapping his fingers, the protagonist said that there was nothing to be done, and added that he would do at the expense of the establishment. Suddenly, the priestess of light was doused with a powerful stream of water. Then a strong wind blew on her. Yun's eyes were rather rounded. A team of awakened appeared from afar, and then the girl clarified if it was also his magic, and the wizard explained that it was household magic, which someone had developed out of a reluctance to do housework, and then asked if they could talk if their hunt was over. The truck took off. An unusual portal could be seen, and at the same time, Sung-hoon said that they must already know that a third-level dungeon had opened in front of the blue house, to which he was told that the media was talking non-stop about how this was a global crisis. Dujin, looking ahead, asked if they needed them to take care of the third-level dungeon. Turning his gaze to the side, the main character said that he thought that a request from the government would come soon. A view of the orange sun opened up, and the protagonist said that the problem was the difficulty of the third-level dungeons, and for him it was possible, but it would be quite difficult with the skills of each of them. The cockpit of the car was visible, and then the wizard noticed that with the study of the aura, they had all become much stronger, but this was not enough to clear the newly opened dungeon of the 3rd level. Closing his lips, Sung-hoon said that as they already knew, the environment inside the dungeons was extremely harsh. The warrior grinned and said that he was right, because he had heard that the dungeon was extremely unpredictable. A blue lamp appeared. Yun, closing her eyes, said that they should always be ready, and clarified about the use of the skill. The girl had a ring on her finger. The awakened man took her hand sharply, exclaimed that it was the ring of life, and wondered if it was real, and then the healer was surprised that he had heard of it too, and said that in their days it was a hit among hunters, and he asked what its effects were, and whether it could really relieve hunger. Touching his forehead, the protagonist muttered that she had indeed bought it, and added that now that he thought about it, it seemed like he had forgotten to take care of his team members. Raising his eyebrows, the healer turned to the leader. Stretching out his thumb, the protagonist noticed that it was a pretty good item for going to the dungeon, as well as a great acquisition, and decided that he would do something better, and at the same time the priestess of light announced that she had spent all the money on it. Raising his fist to his mouth, the guy said that they had deviated from the topic. Smiling slightly, the young man explained that the subjects were important, but the decisive factor was their proficiency, and so they would conduct a special training, and he had actually completed the modernization of training in the virtual world. The boys' expressions were confused, and Sung-hoon said that he had updated the virtual world, and so they would be able to increase their aura during training. Lowering her eyebrows, Yun said that this was exactly what she wanted, and her partner asked her to wait, and said that he still needed to prepare a little, adding that she knew how painful those few months were. Squinting, the main character said that he would negotiate with the government to buy some time, because they need 1 year in the virtual world, which means that within 1 month they must maximize everyone's capabilities. Advertising signs appeared on buildings on Hongdae Street. A lot of people were visible, and the protagonist said that negotiations with the government were almost over, and enro would be responsible for the power plant and the sale of magic items. The hunter closed his eyes contentedly. The girl was holding the man's hand, and at the same time, the young man said that despite the fact that so much had happened, people had not changed at all. Lifting the corners of his lips, the awakened man noticed that he had come here quite often before. The guy played the guitar, and the wizard said that he watched performances and listened to live music. Looking up, Sung-hoon thought it was a good song, and added that he had once dreamed of becoming a musician too. Turning his gaze to the side, the main character wondered what it was, and whether it was self-taught, and also said that there was something in it. Dark silhouettes were visible. The singer opened her mouth wide. The protagonist's expression was surprised, and he wondered why someone like this was here. Holding the microphone in her hands, the girl said that they were just simple wanderers, and there was no need to hate them. The vocalist parted her lips. The audience joyfully opened their jaws. Putting her palm on her chest, the soloist thanked everyone. Raising his eyebrows, the guy decided to watch a little longer. Hovering in the air, the young man muttered that it looked like she had come to Earth through a dungeon or portal. Looking down, the teenager noticed that he had always known that someone from the ancient race would someday arrive on Earth, but he could not have imagined that this day would come so soon. The singer looked up sharply. Smirking, the girl thought that it was the Lord of Mana. Lowering the corners of his lips, the awakened man wondered if she could see him. Opening her mouth, the vocalist said that it was the first time she saw such a skilled master as him in this world. The soloist asked if he could give her some time to talk, after which the hunter, keeping his hand in his pocket, said that it was communication magic, and wondered if it could be that some creatures came from the same world in which he had once lived. The wizard's gaze was confused and he couldn't figure out what to do, and he also thought that it wasn't so bad to meet a wizard of a different race, and then said that since she had gone so far as to contact him through communication magic, then he thought he should agree. Leaning forward, the girl replied that it was a wise decision, and added that she was currently staying at Hotel XX, and if he visited her there, she would be able to show him much more hospitality. Turning around, Sung-hoon said that he would be with her in an hour. A moment later, the main character went downstairs. The protagonist closed his eyes. Looking sideways, the guy hoped that this would not bring problems. Approaching the establishment, the young man muttered that if he established a good relationship with her, it would be even great. A cafeteria was visible, and the teenager noticed that a girl who was able to captivate other living creatures with the help of mana could become a better singer in this world, and then he asked for 1 cup of mocha. A view of a tall building opened. The awakened man scratched his head. Holding his chin, the hunter realized that he had come after all, and wondered what she wanted to talk about. Abruptly opening the door, the vocalist exclaimed that he had come. Looking ahead, the soloist said that she was grateful to the ocean for the opportunity, because it was a great honor for her to meet such a respected person as him, away from her home. Smiling, the wizard said that she was flattering him. A cozy room appeared, and at the same time, Sung-hoon asked to be allowed to introduce himself. Putting his palm on his chest, the main character said his name and said that, as she had already understood, he was a magician. Parting her lips, the singer explained that she was alien, and was also an elementalist and a sea maiden. The protagonist offered to start, after which he put a scroll on the table. Sitting on a chair, the guy said that in front of almighty magic, everyone would ask only one question, and the other would have to answer it truthfully, and then asked if she agreed. The lady opened her mouth wide and replied positively. Closing his eyes, the young man noticed that the Pact of Truth had been concluded, and muttered that once it came into force, the Pact of Truth ensured the truthfulness of the answer to the question posed, and in the case of a lie, the liar lost his life, and the pact was intended for people who did not have the appropriate authority, but this magic was quite useful for exchanging information. Suddenly, a sharp dagger appeared. Crossing his palms, the teenager said that he would ask a question first. Looking ahead, the awakened man wondered if the place where she used to live had a name, and if the name of a continent or empire could be anything like that. Bringing her hand to her chin, Ileona replied that she did not know the true name of the world itself, but her race called it Alasia, and the thing was that they had little contact with other races. The hunter's expression was surprised, and then the elementalist said that he remembered that the empire of men there was called Petron. Squinting, the wizard thought that as far as he remembered, this was an empire that flourished 300 years ago. Closing his eyes, Sung-hoon muttered that he was the cause of her death. Parting her lips, the sea maiden said that he must have come from the same place as herself. The main character, raising his eyebrows, was stunned. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist noted that this is why elementalists are a problem. Smirking, Ileona explained that their race was notorious for picking up on the slightest change in humans, and it was a unique ability of the wood elves and sea maidens. Looking ahead, the girl asked if she could ask him a question. Stretching out his hands, the guy said that he could ask. Sitting opposite the young man, the elementalist asked how long he had been living in the new world, to which he replied that he had lived here for 28 years. Smiling slightly, the teenager thought that he had been 28 years old since he was 28 years old, and said that it was rather trivial, after which he wondered why he should ask such questions. The sea maiden, lifting the corners of her lips, said that apparently this was both a short and a long period of time. The awakened man's expression was pleased, and he said that it was his turn to ask the question. Lowering his eyebrows, the hunter asked how she got into this world. The lady looked down sadly. The wizard's gaze was thoughtful. Opening her mouth, Ileona explained that the measurements had collapsed. After a moment, Sung-hoon frowned seriously. Leaning forward, the main character noticed that this was completely unthinkable. A black hole appeared, and then the elementalist said that he was right, that it was unthinkable. There were many girls in the water, and the sea maiden reported that there were no signs, and the dimensions suddenly fell on them, and the god they worshipped never saw them as a threat. Covering his mouth with his hand, the protagonist wondered if the reason was a quarrel between him and a Kalaman. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that even if God was not involved, there was a cosmic force that was always in play. Sitting on a chair, the lady asked if she could now ask a question, to which the young man replied that he wished. Looking ahead, Ileona asked what role he had in this world. Crossing his arms, the teenager said that he could not say for sure, but he believed that he could go against the nation. The girl put her hand to her face and said that she understood. Smiling, the awakened man suggested that he finish with the questions, and explained that he had nothing more to ask, and also added that he was pleased to meet a creature from his homeworld. The elementalist lowered the corners of his lips. After a moment, the hunter stood up, and the sea maiden said that she had a proposal for him. The wizard looked in her direction in surprise. Opening her mouth, the lady remarked that if he helped her, she would share the ancient knowledge of their race with him, and at the same time asked what he thought. Pushing back his chair, Sung-hoon muttered that her knowledge was not a bad offer. Turning his gaze to the side, the main character thought that it could be bad, and it depended on what she asked. Smiling broadly, Ileona said that they would begin negotiations. Crossing his palms, the protagonist clarified how he could help her. Closing her lips, the girl asked to save her race and provide them with a place to live in his world. Looking ahead, the guy said that it would take forever. Sitting opposite the young man, the elementalist said that he should find them within a reasonable time, and when he found them he would be able to proceed to salvation without much loss, and she added that this was her condition. Grinning, the teenager noticed that it was quite blurry, but it did not put much pressure on him yet, and then he asked which region. Looking ahead, the sea maiden said that since he had power equal to the nation, she thought he would be able to grant them a region and independence. The guys looked at each other. Raising his eyebrows, the awakened man announced that he would provide them with the necessary means, and upon finding the sea maidens, he would immediately begin a rescue operation. Standing up abruptly, the hunter asked if they could talk elsewhere in this case, to which he received a positive answer. Silhouettes of people could be seen outside the window, and at the same time, the wizard said that he originally wanted to search for more time, but it wouldn't be so bad if he started looking now. Suddenly, a bright flash rang out. Sung-hoon was standing by the elevator. Smiling, the lady said that it was a tower of magic that the master had built, and was surprised by the amount of mana. Bringing his index finger to his mouth, the main character said that he was quite uncomfortable when she addressed him so formally, and asked to call him by his first name in the future. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist clarified when she arrived in this world. Touching the glass, Ileona replied that the timeline of this world believed that it was a month ago. Looking at the girl, the guy thought that she would adapt quickly, since she had learned to make money by playing on the stock exchange for only 1 month. Lifting the corners of his lips, the young man noticed that she spoke Korean quite fluently, and asked how she managed to do this, after which the elementalist explained that people helped her. As she walked down the corridor, the sea maiden said that people's thoughts were much more complex here than in the world she was used to living in. Scratching his head, the teenager muttered that it was true, because even if the worlds were different, it would be quite easy for her to exchange knowledge with people through brainwashing. Suddenly the awakened man stopped in place. Red eyes appeared, and Aina asked if the master had returned, to which he replied that she surprised him because she had changed her appearance again, and Aina said that she was testing a battle golem with a full set of armor. The hunter, passing by the robot, said that he looked good, and asked not to conduct firepower tests indoors, as well as to be careful not to cause their guest any inconvenience. Opening her mouth wide, the fairy noticed that she had a different mana structure compared to other people. Turning around, the wizard explained that she was not a man, but a sea maiden, and added that he had promised her hospitality, and therefore let him prepare a room for her. Placing her hand on her chest, the lady gave her name, and announced that she would be under the tutelage of the tower spirit. Smiling, the assistant said that Ileona was registered as a guest, and greeted her into the master's tower. Aina, her eyes widening, said that the general analysis of the sea maiden race had been completed and was beginning to create a suitable habitat for this race, and then asked if it should include seawater, to which she received a positive answer. The girl looked in the direction of the robot. The elementalist said that it was a unique tower spirit, and at the same time, Sung-hoon, turning his gaze sideways, noticed that it seemed that modern culture had influenced her personality. An open door appeared, and at the same time, the main character said that despite how she sometimes seems, she still does a great job, and added that the lady can enter. A view of a huge room opened. Snapping his fingers, the protagonist explained that this is a great place for a private conversation. A moment later, a chair appeared. The guy was standing in front of Elian. Stretching out his hand, the young man asked her to sit down. Looking ahead, the teenager offered to talk a little about their cooperation. The awakened man said that he would like to immediately gain the knowledge of the sea maidens, to which the girl smirked and replied positively. An unusual energy flew near the elementalist's hands. The lady closed her eyes, and the hunter muttered that he didn't know how strong she was, but he clearly felt a powerful magical power. The wizard took his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, a magical aura appeared. Clenching his jaw, Sung-hoon wondered what it was, and whether it was the ancient magic of the sea maidens. A moment later, a drop appeared. Opening her mouth wide, Ileona said that this drop of water was a pure form of the knowledge of the sea maidens. The girl said that if he drank it, he would be able to get the knowledge he wanted, after which the main character, rounding his eyes in surprise, asked if he could definitely drink it. The protagonist raised his hand, and the elementalist explained that everything was fine, because it was just a copy. An unusual sphere was visible. With a wink, the guy thanked him for drinking. Suddenly, the young man put a drop in his mouth. The teenager took a sip. Suddenly, the pupils of the awakened man turned white. The hunter opened his jaw sharply. The wizard was sitting in a chair. Magical energy appeared. Sung-hoon touched his head. Smiling slightly, the lady reported that he had absorbed the knowledge faster than she had anticipated, and added that it was not that easy, considering that there was a huge amount of knowledge in this drop. Raising the corners of his lips, the main character thought that she was right, but she could process it all. But there was a lot of everything, and then Ileona said that now it was his turn to fulfill part of the promise. Crossing her palms, the girl asked if he could tell her his further plan of action, to which she received a positive answer. The protagonist's expression was satisfied. The guy said that he would like to discuss something else before that, and at the same time, the elementalist, with his eyes rounded, asked if it had anything to do with their agreement. Looking ahead, the young man said that it was quite possible for him to find sea maidens and provide them with a habitat suitable for life, but ensuring the safety of the aforementioned shelter was not part of their contract. The lady's gaze was thoughtful, and the teenager explained that this world is prone to change, and its development does not lend itself to their imagination. Sitting opposite the interlocutor, the awakened one reported that humanity in this world had only reached such technologies and culture in 10,000 years, and even if they provided a habitat, it could always be attacked by humans, or they could try to use various means to force them into submission. Ileona assumed that he already had some kind of solution, after which the hunter, raising his eyebrows, noticed that it was true, because he had a long-term offer for her. Smiling slightly, the wizard said that he would provide protection against any armed interference aimed at their haunt, and in return, they would grant a complete monopoly on special materials, elemental ores, and sea maiden metals. The girl looked attentively ahead. Closing her eyes, the elementalist said that it was not for her to decide, and added that he was undoubtedly the first strong wizard she had met here. With her mouth wide open, the lady said that, however, as he had said, she knew nothing of the power of the people of this world, and since this suggestion was about the pride and culture of her race, she felt that she should first discuss it carefully with the others. Smirking, Sung-hoon remarked that he understood that she would like to postpone this, and added that it was completely normal. Elian's expression was joyful, and she asked when he would proceed to fulfill his promise. Tilting his head, the main character said that right now. Suddenly, an image of Aine appeared, and at the same time, the protagonist asked to start the Great Space Project, and she explained that this would delay other projects, and asked if he wanted to continue. The guy answered positively, after which the fairy, raising her eyebrows, said that she was starting to carry out the master's errand, and the area for guests had already been prepared. Stretching out his hand, the young man invited the elementalist to follow him and said that he thought it would be to her liking, and besides he had prepared it so that she could learn more about this world, and she could also take her time and do it at her own pace. Placing her hand on her chest, the girl thanked him for his concern. Suddenly, a bright flash rang out. A magic cube appeared. The artifact was moving along the conveyor belt. A moment later, the robot had legs. Underneath it was a magic seal. The unusual symbol emitted a bright light. The cyborg disappeared in the teleportation beams. A view of space opened up. A bright glow was visible. The device is stuck in space. The silhouette of a robot appeared. There were many cyborgs above the planet, and at the same time, the teenager explained that this is an artifact that combines science and magic, namely the eye of a wizard. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the awakened man noticed that this was just some kind of miracle, and added that he should have done it in a past life. The devices emitted purple light, and the hunter reported that the world was in the hands of those who controlled the infinite space of space, and therefore neither the bridges nor other creatures entering this world through the portals posed any threat to it. Unbuttoning his shirt, the wizard said that the real enemies were the gods behind them. Aina looked at the master and said that among the functions of the sorcerer's eye were cosmic communication, ground observation, and the detection of magic. After hovering in space, the fairy said that the functions would be available in 36 hours, 32 minutes and 12 seconds, and they would start scanning for sea maidens when the installations were ready, after which Sung-hoon asked to scan the ocean as well. Raising his eyebrows, his private secretary noticed that the command had been accepted. Lowering his gaze, the main character thought that knowing the natural habitats of sea maidens, it can be assumed that they are hiding in all corners of the earth. The protagonist, being above the planet, muttered that at the same time he would be able to monitor the international movement of the Navy, and therefore he would solve two problems at the same time. Touching the screen, the assistant explained that a huge amount of resources are involved, and the purchase of Chinese steel, as well as African magic stones, continues. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he trusted her to buy resources, and added that it was not worth reporting such trifles. Looking to the side, the young man said that the Akashic system must still be watching him, and then wondered what it wanted. Suddenly, the spirit of the magic tower said that he had to see it, and then the teenager turned around and clarified what it was. Smirking, Aina said that this situation was in China. Stretching out her hand, the fairy asked to see. The awakened man's gaze was confused. Clenching his jaw, the hunter was perplexed. A view of the city opened. A high mountain appeared. On top of it stood Diakoyan. There were a huge number of undead on the ground. A lot of terrible monsters were visible. The girl's expression was menacing. A moment later, the pursuer raised her head. A huge bird flew to her. The eagle frowned gravely as he explained that it was time for a briefing and that she needed to return to her post, and added that he wasn't going to tolerate her antics just because she was a disciple of an elder. The lady, holding her hand at her side, noticed that she only wanted to study their enemies. The animal, opening its beak, said that it was stupid, not having the proper scanning skills. The bird flew up sharply and exclaimed that he should not forget their plan and not cause trouble, and added that he should return to his post as soon as possible. The eagle flapped its wings. Lowering her eyebrows, Diakoyan said that he was dissatisfied. The girl looked ahead. Standing near the cliff, the lady muttered that the government had decided to intervene. A huge number of undead appeared. There was a powerful explosion, and then the awakened woman realized that it was white phosphorus. A thick haze was visible, and the protagonist's pursuer noticed that most monsters are immune to physical attacks, but heat is especially effective on them. The monsters burned brightly, and at the same time the huntress explained that no one would like to resort to such weapons, but in war all means are good. Holes formed in the zombies' bodies, and Diakoyan thought it would be great if they just burned up. The monster's hand appeared. Lowering her gaze, the girl wondered if it worked. The silhouettes of knights could be seen. Suddenly, a skeleton in armor appeared. Noticing the dead, the lady said that they were not like the rest of the undead. Opening her jaw, the awakened woman wondered if these creatures were immune to fire. The zombies were burning brightly, and the protagonist's pursuer muttered that even those dead began to resist, but a second ago they were writhing in pain. The huntress's gaze was thoughtful, and she noticed that something had helped them by using some kind of spell, and if it hadn't been for that, the undead would have already disappeared. Frowning seriously, Diakoyan wondered if they could handle it on their own, and if it was worth calling for help. Shaking her head, the girl realized that only the elder would deal with this. A lot of shells flew quickly in the sky. Closing her eyes, the lady said that she would simply report what she saw. A moment later, the awakened woman jumped down from a high cliff. The pursuer of the main character quickly fell down. At the same time, sweat was dripping down Sung-hoon's cheeks. Putting his palm to his face, the protagonist said that things were bad, and added that these people created only problems because they did not understand magic at all. A huge number of evil spirits were visible, and then the guy muttered that using the heat of the Titan is a pretty good move, but the army of the dead is led by a powerful necromancer, and therefore the ideal conditions for the heat-resistant spell, and it is easier to say that they are under the influence of an anti-fire buff. Parting his lips, the young man said that the vast territory of magic decay or annulment would be enough. Lowering his eyebrows, the teenager could not understand what to do, and whether it was worth doing it for free. Aina, hovering in the air, explained that if he helped people, they would find out about them, after which the awakened man noticed that this was what was bothering him. Holding his chin, his private secretary asked if he was worried about the civilian population. Turning around, the hunter asked if she really thought he was so kind-hearted. Looking at the screen, the wizard said that the population of China was a tidbit for the leader of the undead army, and this worried him, and the appearance of a powerful lich would further aggravate their situation. Seeing Paleton open his jaw, the young man said that it was unpleasant, because if nothing was done, they would form a necropolis. There was an army of armed knights on the ground, and at the same time, Sung-hoon asked his assistant to look carefully, because before there was no need to worry about their number. But not now. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips in alarm and said that after the government itself dealt with this issue, he stopped observing. But now the number of dead has reached 10,000, after which he added that in addition, they are rapidly developing, and this can be traced by their routes. A crowd of undead stood inside the black space, and the hunter noticed that it was a soulless pit. A huge creature towered over the dead, and the guy said that it was a walking grave. Above the two powerful pillars, there were magical flashes, and they turned out to be ghostly towers. High in the sky, black death stars hovered. On a wooden bed stood a demonic coffin. The bonesmith swung his hammer sharply. Lowering his chin, the fighter said that they did not sit idle while they dealt with issues in the tower, and his partner added that they were serious against humanity. Looking down, the protagonist explained that their entire army is a snowball that has been allowed to roll freely down the mountain, and has now grown to a huge size, so they must intervene urgently before the situation gets out of hand. Lowering the corners of her lips in displeasure, Aina said that she believed that the master's personal intervention was not a wise decision. Looking back, the awakened man did not understand why this was so, because if they allowed them to complete the necropolis, he was afraid that nothing could help this world. The young man folded his hands, and his private secretary explained that the Chinese government was extremely corrupt, and even though they were helping them, they did not benefit from it, and then added that there was also a high probability that Chinese troops would intervene in the future. Raising a finger up, the assistant said that in this case, even without their help, the construction of the necropolis would not be completed. Stretching out his palm forward, the wizard clarified what would happen if they failed, because more than once the strongest armies had lost wars due to rash mediocre decisions. Placing her hand on her side, the fairy asked why they didn't share information with them if the worst could be avoided in this way. But until a clear leader appeared, they could not intervene, to which he thoughtfully said that it was worth distracting them from the conflict. Looking sideways, Sung-hoon agreed. Looking at the screen, the main character thought that in this case, more people would die. Rounding her eyes, the assistant called out to her master. Closing his eyes, the hunter did not understand why he felt so sorry for them, because in his past life and in the present, no one helped him, even when he needed it most. Furrowing his brows, the guy decided that they would remain neutral until they themselves asked for help, because it was not worth meddling in their own business. But it would be nice to share information, and if they really were doing so badly, then they would contact him. Putting her hand to her skirt, the companion announced that an electronic newsletter had arrived. Looking back, the fighter advised his partner to hurry up with the research of the newly arrived creatures, because if she managed to establish contact with them, she could accept them alive at any time, to which she asked if he was going to expand this business. Raising his palm, the protagonist replied that they made good money on the rings, so it was time to use this money. Folding his hands, the awakened man ordered to find several islands that would suit their budget, as well as to prepare for construction, to which she clarified whether these would be islands for sea maidens, and received a positive response. Pointing her finger at the screen, the fairy asked if her owner was sure that everything would go smoothly if it could lead to conflicts with neighboring states. Closing his lips, Sung-hoon explained that there were many exceptions, such as the Principality of Hada and Sealand, to which Aina noted that according to the data, they had never been officially identified. Lowering his chin, the main character said that no sanctions were imposed against them. Standing in front of the hologram, the hunter stated that in this case he could afford to use the islands, and the difference between them was that it largely depended on him whether they would wake up the next morning, and in the age of the awakened, strength was of great importance, and then added that after clearing the third-level dungeon, all countries would want to cooperate with him, and besides, the law of any world states that the weak obey the strong. A view of a military tent on the territory of the Chinese forward base for countering the undead opened. The man put his palm to the red circle on the screen. The soldier furrowed his brows angrily. Pressing the keys with their fingers, the operators said that they confirmed the coordinates, notified a fire and a direct hit, and also analyzed the damage. Leaning his hands on the table, the captain did not understand what was happening, and wondered if there were any results. Taking off the headphones, the subordinates said that they confirmed a direct hit, and then began to talk about smoke and fire. Putting his fingers to his face, the head asked if they were sure it was a direct hit, and then added that their firepower should be enough to reduce these rotten pieces of meat to ashes. The soldier turned back abruptly, and shouted that they had been sent a video from the observation point. Looking at the computer, the general asked if something had happened, to which he was told that he had to see it with his own eyes. The man's pupils sharply decreased in size from fright. Grabbing the screen with both hands, the soldier was outraged by the damage he saw. The eyes and mouths of the monsters emitted a bright blue glow. Bright orange spots could be seen on the bodies of the undead. The crowd of zombies began to turn away from the flash of light. A military vehicle suddenly flew over their heads. Tightly grasping the steering wheel with his fingers, the hunter wished his enemies death. The monsters shattered into pieces after colliding with the car, and the driver told them to get out of the way. The shooter instantly opened fire from a machine gun. Frowning menacingly, the fighter began to shout loudly. Blood suddenly spilled out of the zombies' bodies. As they rode forward, the Awakened informed the command post that the bait was moving according to plan. Important personalities were sitting at a table in the Chinese Undead Command Center. The chief closed one eye and declared that the first attack had been a failure, but no one could have thought that the white phosphorus would not take them. Ruang lowered his chin and noticed that the main branch of technology included internal resistance to fire, so he assumed that something similar had saved them. The soldier's pupils narrowed sharply, and then he wondered if it was true that there was something that cast a protective spell on these dead. The elder raised his hand and admitted that he thought it was, and then added that he believed that they needed to find out what else their enemy was capable of. With a sly grin, the head muttered that he was willing to get acquainted with all the opponent's abilities before the strike, and then clarified if they had already figured out the levels of their opponents. A man with unusual glasses on his face sat in a chair and said that most of their front lines were ordinary undead from the 10th to the 20th level, but there were often more powerful representatives among them, and they had also discovered huge vile creatures. Images of large monsters appeared in the picture, and at the same time the subordinate explained that they had received these photos during an air raid. Raising his hand, the hunter stated that they were more concerned about a humanoid creature than a giant lizard, as they assumed he was around 160th level and had an innate invulnerability to any physical attacks, and then added that after analyzing the enemies, he could confirm that at the time of the impact, they had a perfect thermal defense, which had now disappeared. Closing his lips, the general noticed that, as they had expected, the enemy had used a defensive spell with a wide area of effect, so it was probably not the only spell they had in store, but if there was one that could cancel all physical attacks within a certain range, then their situation would only get worse. The man put his fingers to his mouth and said that there was nothing left for them to do, because if the firepower didn't take them, they would have to send high-level awakened people there. 2 indicators were on the map of hostilities until the interlocutor stated that they had managed to lure the dead to the designated point. Pointing his finger, the man asked if their advanced hunters had managed to find the weaknesses of the enemy resistance spell. In turn, the man answered positively. 3 men were in the trailer of the car. Closing his eyes, the master said that the melee hunters would take their place in the possible ambush zone, and when the time came, they would launch a massive attack on their enemy from all fronts. The machine gun standing on the car began to shoot to kill. The monsters rushed after the car. The soldier held the firearm with both hands, after which a stunned look could be seen in his eyes. The warrior's head was cut off. The driver, continuing to move, asked what had happened, while the ally replied that the machine gunner had been killed, so it was necessary to shake off the monster. Starting to shoot at the point, the soldier wished the enemy death. The cars drove into the distance, making it clear that they were almost there, because the zone of action was visible. People looked at the approaching transport. Driving through the doors, the leader stated that the decoy team had just passed the entrance to the castle, ordering the gates to be closed. The monsters were visible through the hole. Zooming in on the image, it was clear that the dead were moving forward. Lowering the binoculars, the superior said that it was good, because everything was going according to plan. 2 planes flew over the roof of the castle. The pilots rushed towards the horde of monsters that glowed purple. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion. Far away in the sky, the silhouette of a creature appeared. Looking down, the villain said that he was curious about what these people were up to, and it seemed that they were well prepared for their arrival, but that they could not escape death, although their struggle looked very convincing. The monsters illuminated by the explosion were moving forward as the commander stated that their guesses had been confirmed. After all, the dead were under some kind of protective spell, and even if modern weapons were ineffective and firepower was completely useless, they had no other choice, so ranged hunters needed to prepare for an attack. The heroes were ready to attack as the man shouted that they would destroy the enemies in one fell swoop. A blue flash appeared between the wizard's hands. Suddenly, blue lightning struck the creatures. The monsters were in a purple haze, after which they were thrown back by the blast wave. Emitting a blue beam from his finger, the villain said that it was pointless, because trying to kill something that was already dead was stupid. The flesh of the undead began to recover. Opening his mouth wide, the giant spread his arms. The people held the seals when they heard that the Moz Han clan's spellcasters should be on the front lines. Making an angry expression, the wizard began to cast the spell. Suddenly the seal began to disappear. Golden bells appeared in the hands of the magicians. A projection of the spell appeared in front of the castle walls. The monsters were illuminated by light, after which they fell apart. Holding a staff in his hand, his opponent said that even in this world, there was a place for especially spiritual personalities. While in the blue barrier, the enemy applied a reduction in the spell area. The warriors, standing on the edge of the fortress wall, stretched out their hands with artifacts. Suddenly, confusion appeared on the man's face. The spell began to crumble into pieces. The men fell to the floor as the soldier believed that the number of Moz Han clans killed was rising. Turning around, the leader said that their spells had been broken, so the enemy's spell was stronger. Gritting his teeth, the interlocutor replied that this meant that they would no longer be able to use the clan, because he hoped that would help. Raising his hand, the superior told the Mozhan spellcasters to help their hunters by ordering them to send as many reinforcements as possible, as the left and right flags must be ready to attack. Looking at the explosion, the man said that they would send a signal and order them to prepare for battle, because they would show this pile of flesh what strategy meant. Knitting his eyebrows, the old man said that people should be careful, because these dead are different from ordinary ones. In turn, the master replied that they were too strong to lose, because it was simply impossible, ordering them to prepare for an attack, because the enemy was already there. Gritting his teeth, the soldier replied that the order had been taken into account. Holding a shield in his hand, the man shouted that they had just received an order to prepare for an attack. Turning his head, the warrior said that their opponents were to make money, so the main thing was to incapacitate them and chop off their limbs, asking them not to yield to the guys on the left flank. The allies raised their hands in the air, beginning to rejoice. The warriors rushed to the attack, after the leader's command. A lot of people were on the walls of the castle. The soldier cut the monster's body in two. The red-armored warrior continued to slaughter the dead. The warriors fought with two giants. Events take us to Gyeonggi-do, Namyangju. We find ourselves in one of the training centers. The protagonist was standing in the middle of the hall. Chuckling, he said that in just a month, they had grown a lot, they could already be sent on a mission. Seeing Yun swear as he attacked and said that if someone did less damage than her, he would lose healing for 3 days, he scratched his head, not understanding why everyone had become so rude. The monster opened its mouth. Yun struck, knocking the monsters away from her. Dujin cut off the monster's head. His comrade, swinging his spear, rushed at the creatures. Jinsu fired an arrow. Arrows pierced the monsters at great speed. Jingxiang, holding a spear in his hands, shouted, saying that this time it was all up to Sanjin and Jinsu. Sneering, he told Dujin that there were too many monsters here. He even wondered if he had enough mana and aura for the boss. Looking at the running critters, the man said that they could only count on Sanjin's new skill. Pouring mana into the staff, the young man shouted, saying that the mass destruction spell was ready, they didn't need to worry about mana. Jinsu smiled, saying that he had been waiting for this for ages. Mana gathered in his hand. A moment later, he fired many explosive arrows. Yun kicked the creature and told Uncle Dujin to break into the ranks of the monsters. The man swung his axe, crushing the ground under the monster's feet. He said that he wasn't really an uncle. The animals flew up. At this moment, the arrows spewed out a bright light. Waves of light parted from them. A second later, small drops pierced the creatures like hail. The monsters screamed and howled, disappearing. Some still could not find support. Yan smiled and said that Jinsu was the best at dealing with small mobs. Soon, only the corpses of animals remained on the battlefield. The arrows of light began to dissipate. Wiping away the sweat, the guy told Yun that he would not be jealous if he were in her place, because his mana was only enough for one go. Sanjin, looking at the archer, said not to worry, he just needed to look at his new skill. Mana swirled around the young man. Streams of mana flowed across the battlefield, which meant that the monsters were indeed leaving behind a healing cloud. Dujin, examining himself, said that his health had begun to recover. The girl, grinning, said that she had replenished her mana reserve. The full recovery in front of the boss happened as they planned. Turning around, the captain said that perhaps they could reach the end this time. Yun, frowning, said that he should normally try to distract the monsters. If he died as ridiculously as last time, she would personally eviscerate him. Dujin was surprised, and asked when their girl became so rude. The girl gritted her teeth and said that it was all thanks to her uncle, all because he, being the main tank, had died before he was healing. The man turned away and said that she was calling him uncle all the time. The archer tried to convince him, saying that although they were in the game now and they didn't care about death, but in reality, they would die. Dujin replied to him, saying that by focusing only on causing damage, everyone would make a mistake. Suddenly, dark mana began to accumulate. The darkness swirled, signaling the arrival of the monster. Yun stepped forward. She waved her hand. A moment later, a wave of energy emanated from her. She activated the mass protection with the help of light. A cloud of darkness swooped down. The girl's mana enveloped the entire group, hiding them. The demon opened his wings. Yun, raising her hands, said that after analyzing their battles, she was inclined to believe that the first time they died was due to an explosion. The boss's wing rose. Grinning, the girl said that she had seen this ugly face so many times that now it was like her own. Dujin narrowed his eyes and said that she was rude, and that Sung-hoon could watch them. Sanjin frowned and said to stop talking, he would attack first. The demon, opening his mouth, said that they, pitiful people, dared to break into his kingdom and destroy it. He would quench his thirst with their blood, and then please his stomach with the remaining flesh. The boss froze puzzled when Yun said that this monster keeps saying the same thing. Dujin, pointing to the enemy, said that the developers did a good job on him. Anyway, all villainous cutscenes should be built according to the traditional template. Mana has accumulated on the tip of the staff. Sanjin, who was standing behind the group, used a curse. A dark silhouette rushed towards the boss. The boss, looking at the darkness, said that he was too naive to try to put a curse on him. Gritting his teeth, he said that the curse made by humans was insignificant. The demon suddenly let out a stream of fire from his mouth. A ray of light rushed towards him. A moment later, the demon's throat was pierced. Jinsu, holding his bow up, said that it was too predictable for him, he couldn't be allowed to burn the curse. Frowning, the captain told Yun to be careful. He would now distract the enemy with a taunt, and they would only have 1 second. The boss, gathering flames in his mouth, cursed. Suddenly, darkness began to envelop his feet. Lowering his head, the boss shouted, saying that the curse could not affect the demon. Dujin disappeared from the place. The demon managed to substitute a horn to block the axe. The man smiled nervously, saying that the opponent's horns blocked his path. With a wave of his head, the boss threw the enemy away. Gathering the flames in his mouth, he was about to kill the tank. He put up a shield in front of him, asking him to wait. Dazhong's shield blocked the flood of fire that hit him. Yun, kicking the demon, said that this idiot told her to be careful. Trying to extinguish the fire, the captain began to run around the battlefield. The girl, frowning, said that now it was all over, someone had to come to her urgently. The demon created a strong gust of wind with a wave of his hand. Grinning, he asked how much longer they would run away from him. Jin Sung, spear in hand, rushed forward. His spear pierced the creature's leg. The demon opened his mouth and roared. He waved his tail, calling people cowards who attack in the back. The man jumped back. Turning around, the boss said that he had not felt pain for many years. Weakening his body with a curse, he injured him. Releasing a wave of mana, he shouted, saying that the jokes were now over. The burns on his face began to disappear. Dujin smiled and said that he wouldn't risk approaching the creature in the second stage. Slapping him on the shoulder, Yun said that she would only keep him healthy if he didn't die on the first blow. Pointing to the boss, she said that he must attack immediately. Grinning, the man said that they somehow separated. It seemed to him that they offended him. Shifting her gaze to the captain, the girl said that a strong body was his only advantage. It was time to take advantage of it. Pouring mana into his hands, the man said that he would just do it or die. Dujin rushed at the demon with a shout. The boss turned sharply. The captain of the group swung his axe. He gritted his teeth, saying that this enemy was too strong. Bright rays of light rushed towards the creature. The arrows hit the boss and exploded. The demon clenched his jaw in pain. Jinsu was running around the battlefield all the time. Frowning, Jin Sung told the captain that their archer was in danger. The tank roared and let out an aura. The demon turned around abruptly as Dujin said that he could stun the enemy for a short time. It should be enough to take cover. Turning to the enemy, the boss said not to even hope, because he would kill him first. Unexpectedly, a bright light covered half of his body. A moment later there was an explosion. Dujin raised his hand and said that the attack was not bad. The demon burst out of the smoke and dust and said that they couldn't stop him with such weak attacks. Jinsu, who was standing in the distance, tensed. Dujin, turning his head, told the archer to run. The guy concentrated mana in his hand, telling the boss to get out. When the explosion thundered, the captain said that he shouldn't have let the boss take off. They did a lot of damage. Yun, frowning, shouted, saying that the water attack was ready. The creature rushed towards the archer at great speed. The young man ran, barely saving his life. Smoke rose behind him. The monster burst out of the ground. Looking around, he said that none of them could fly, and as long as he was flying, they could not hide from him. The boss rushed after his goal. Jinsu involuntarily turned around. Dujin roared, saying that he would slow down the enemy, and they should start attacking. The boss stopped due to the tank's taunt. Swinging his spear, Jin Song said that they could rely on ridicule. A moment later he threw his spear. Blood spurted as the spear pierced the target. The demon's mouth dropped open in shock. Dujin threw away his axe and told Jiang that it was the perfect time. The girl immediately stood in front of him. The man leaned his foot on her hands. Yun threw her captain up. The demon turned his head. Dujin grabbed his leg. He gritted his teeth, saying that he had caught him after all. Opening his mouth, he roared, saying that it was time for them to go down. The demon and the man rushed down as Dujin increased his mass. The creature opened its mouth and roared. A moment later, they crashed into the ground with a crash. Yun, frowning, said that it was time for them to attack. A huge amount of smoke rose into the air. Dujin grinned as he received blows to his face. Bleeding, he said that no matter how much he resisted, he would not let him go, for his end had come. The demon gritted his teeth and cursed. Sanjin, pointing his staff at the creature, sent a curse and said that the enemy's defense was disabled. Yun, shrouding herself in mana, applied the Eternity Dragon buff. A moment later, a barrage of fire burst from her hands. Rays of light shot out from the man's spear. Jinsu, while in the air, fired an arrow. A bright flash of light flashed in the darkness. A powerful explosion lit up the entire dark space. The protagonist chuckled, saying that they had caught the boss much earlier than he expected. Scratching his head, he said that the group had become much stronger. He had underestimated the mastery of the Akashic system. A mere user would not be able to deal with a demon of this class. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said that perhaps they would be able to pass the third-level dungeon. It was time to convince them. The girl's head tilted slightly as the VR connection was interrupted. The liquid enveloping them began to change shape. The water spread on the floor. The awakened ones breathed heavily as they came to their senses. Sehun, smiling, said that they did a great job, and very quickly. Yun, covering her face with her hand, asked how long they had been there. Helping her up, the guy said that they had been there for 2 weeks. The girl, surprised, said that it felt like they had spent an eternity there. Aina, flying up to them, said that she was managing the time perspective. In order to reduce their stress, they needed psychological help after training in the virtual world. The members of the group, staring at the protagonist, asked if he had really entered their minds without asking. Sung-hoon, raising his hands, said that they had misunderstood everything. It was a necessity. Thereby he had made them safe, for everyone would go mad by experiencing death again and again. The girl, rubbing her chin, said that he was basically right, although it seemed to her that he was lying. Sticking his hand into the subspace, the young man said that he would never have thought that they would become so strong. Throwing the towel to the lady, he said that now they could not waste a minute, they had something to do. Smiling, he said that it was time for them to go on a new mission. The group members opened their mouths as they looked at Sung-hoon. They had just returned to reality, and hadn't even rested. Events take us to the Blue House. The paparazzi were constantly taking pictures. Everyone was discussing the fact that the infamous hunter who personally cleared the second-level dungeon brought a team with him. They are serious and determined. Yan, barely keeping her eyes open, said that she did not want to go anywhere. The captain was in solidarity with her. Examining the members of the group, people tried to understand if something had happened to them. Sung-hoon, smiling, said that he was aware of their successful negotiations with the government. Jisuk smiled back, saying that they were their last chance. So no wonder, now they are exempt from taxes and have access to the island and much more as they requested. Showing his thumb, the protagonist said that he could always be relied on. Looking at the portal, the reporter said that the day had finally come when the hunter and his team set foot in the third-level dungeon. Inside, the dungeon resembled an ordinary cave with glowing ore. Yun, raising her head, said that such ore could not be found on Earth. Looking at Sung-hoon, she asked why they were in such a hurry. He himself had said that they would not do it. The young man replied that while they were in the virtual world, a lot had changed. Lowering his eyelids, he said that the dead were slowly but surely taking over China. 2 ordinary hunters had died, they might have to fight them, and so they should become even stronger, and the dungeon would help them do so. The archer and the girls stared at the leader warily. Turning around, the protagonist said that he would maintain her power level. Taking the crystal in his hand, the young man said that it was a mineral. Raising his head, he said that he could not have imagined that a nest of gradients was located here. Looking around the cave, the girl asked what he was talking about. Grinning, Sung-hoon said that the gradients are the name of the race, they are people, and these creatures are the gradients, glowing minerals, and they are their doing. At the origins of this race were dragons. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that dragons raised the gradients. Among them there are queens who are in no way inferior to humans in terms of intelligence. Smiling, Yun said that these were far from the monsters they had to fight, then they had to act as if their opponents were humans. Inspecting the ore in the cave, Sung-hoon said that they should beware of the guards. They are dangerous because they are able to lift their matter in gravity. He doesn't say that they can capture anyone's mind, and that's not all, and their mana is different from that used by ordinary aura users. Imagining the throne room, he said that there was also a queen there. Queens were creatures created by the dragon himself. They are well developed physically, have excellent mastery of magic and have incredible resistance to spells. Rubbing his chin, the protagonist mentally said that hunters below level 150th could not clear this dungeon. Hunting the Queen of Gradients at such a level was tantamount to death. Dujin, smiling, asked if he really didn't need help. The guy replied that he had everything under control, so they just needed to climb aboard. Runes and mana circles spread through the air. A huge column appeared in the cave. A huge capsule-like creature appeared in front of the group. Inspecting the mana-exuding artifact, Sunwon said that it was a special magical support device, something like a tank of mana. Looking around the cave, the protagonist mentally said that with the help of this device, he could use Hepta spells more than 100 times and still retain the rest of his mana, and as long as he had mana, his abilities were equal to those of a 7th-level sorcerer. The young man, turning his head, said that enemies had arrived at them. Looking at the Gradion army, he said that the size of the nest made it clear that there were many workers among the enemies. These creatures resembled a swarm of ants. Yun, raising her hands, asked if everything was really so bad. Sung-hoon chuckled and said that it was better for them to think about what stats they would increase when they level up, because the number of ants did not matter. When the monsters rushed towards the guy, he told Ayn to control the combat control system. The spirit hovering beside him accepted the order. She closed her eye, activating the control system. The ground under the protagonist's foot was distorted. A huge piece of earth rose up. The Gradions roared as the wall of earth threw them back. Ants have gathered in a heap. Sung-hoon climbed the wall, ordering the Akashic system to skin everything it could. The guy was looking at the Gradions against the wall. Looking at the monsters, the young man decided that there were no more worthy opponents than the dragons created for the final battle. Pointing his staff at the crowd, he said that he would be the first. A small ball of fire was in the midst of the crowd. A moment later, a powerful explosion thundered. Looking at the field of fire, Sung-hoon said that magic was the best option against them. The protagonist whistled, raising his level by 7 points. Yun, being near him, said that there was a lot of experience here. Straightening up, the girl asked her uncle if there were any Gradions in this level. Dujin, who was standing nearby, said that he himself was curious. Judging by the fact that one spell was enough for them, they were too insignificant. but the amount of experience they had gained said otherwise. Suddenly, another field of flame appeared. Yun opened her mouth when she saw the notifications about the level up. Aina, flying up to the young man, said that the analysis of the dungeon was completed. 3,000 gradions were approaching them. After looking at the battlefield, the spirit began to search for a boss. Parting her lips, she said that the target was below them at a distance of 4 kilometers. Sang-hoon collected mana in the staff crystal. He smiled, saying that it was excellent. As the sphere formed around him, he said that it was time for them to finish here and visit the boss. The Reaper's silhouette appeared in the air. Yun's mouth dropped open in shock. Dujin opened his mouth and asked what was going on here. A huge silhouette of a Reaper with a scythe floated in the air. Frowning, the protagonist told Ain to cover for him, set the distribution parameters, subjects with health above 1,500, racial type, insects. Aina spread her arms to the sides, activated the magical support device and began marking. A mark appeared on the forehead of each gradion. The Reaper's side began to exude darkness. The protagonist waved his staff. The crystal in the staff flashed. The Reaper's scythe rushed down. Death swung his scythe. A thin incision spread across the cavern. The gradions ran to the wall. Suddenly they stopped and froze. The girl's pupil displayed a notification from the system about the level increase. The monsters' bodies began to fall off and fall. Soon they collapsed to the ground. The queen's mustache twitched. Sitting on the throne, the queen said that she did not feel the children. They clearly underestimated the strength of the enemy. The guard standing near the throne said that gradions with low levels could be resurrected. They would do it when there was time, but in the meantime, she should not attach great importance to losses. The gradion general, turning, asked the queen's permission to meet their guests in person. Closing her eyes, the girl said that they would all go together. Looking at her children, she said that judging by the energy raging above, their enemy was a very high-level powerful sorcerer. The generals involuntarily looked at each other. Raising her hand, the queen said that the gradions with passive magical protection would begin to hunt him. But they must not lose their vigilance. They must not spare their enemies. The generals knelt in obedience to orders. Closing her eyes, the ruler became interested. Dujin stepped onto the battlefield and couldn't believe that all the monsters were dead. The members of the group, examining the area, realized that there were only corpses around them. Smiling, the man said that the spell that had killed everyone in such a vast area seemed ridiculous. The protagonist turned his head and said that changing existing laws, that's what magic, fire, ice, lightning and other natural elements are for. They can be recreated even without magic. Yun turned her head and asked what would happen next. After all, he had caught the boss. The young man looked at her and said that the boss was still alive. This spell was not that powerful. Now he would move towards the finish line, avoiding the queen and high-level gradions. Suddenly, 3 huge mugs appeared in front of the girl. The protagonist stood in front of the group and told them to collect magic crystals from the monsters. There should be 3,241 of them. They should get more money. Stretching out his finger, he said that they should not forget about their antennae. They may still be useful to them. Looking around the cave, the guy said that it was safe here, so they could relax. Forming a magic circle under him, Sang-hoon said that he would go and look around here. A moment later he was gone. After shedding a tear, Dujin said that he already regretted signing with Sang-hoon. Looking at the myriad of corpses, he said that he felt like they were cheap labor for him, and were now paying for a ride on that thing. Lightning flashed in another part of the dungeon. The protagonist appeared in midair. At this point, the flow of magic was interrupted, making it impossible to teleport further. Smiling, the guy said that the queen was an ancient sorceress after all. Such precautions were justified. Aina, pointing to one of the paths, said that they should go there. The guy's eyes widened in shock. He grinned. Looking at the dark portal in front of him, he said that they were waiting for him after all. Upon exiting the portal, the gradion said that he had found them after all. The young man, closing his eyes, said that he had not even noticed them, and now he was not at all happy to meet them. The general, grinning, said that their queen wanted his head. They do not know why he destroyed the small Gratans, but his end has come. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, realizing that since the gradion was talking, it was at the peak of its evolution. The monster summoned weapons. When everyone rushed to him, Sang-hoon thought that he had not fought the gradions for a long time. His eye flashed. Thanks to their magical protection, these monsters are considered the best mage hunters, but with his level, things will go differently. A huge chunk of earth rose in front of one of the monsters. The general, gritting his teeth, said that it was useless. Thin cuts spread through the air. Gradion sliced the wall into pieces. Smoke rose up, making the protagonist's figure invisible. A moment later, the corpse of one of the generals was lying on the ground. The young man appeared behind the second enemy and attacked. The general, opening his mouth, roared. The protagonist grinned sarcastically. Gradion roared in a rage. Sang-hoon, lifting the enemy by the neck, sharply increased the gravity around him. The general rushed to him with a shout. The guy's body was cut into 2 parts. Suddenly, the body began to disintegrate into pixels. The gradion stared puzzled at the body of the enemy. The general shuddered, sensing something. The body of his comrade was chained to the wall. Shaking her head, the gradion shouted, telling Sang-hoon to show herself. The guy, suddenly appearing behind his back, said that it was easy to cope with such smart guys. His movements were predictable, because he was driven by fear and anger. The protagonist pinned the enemy's head to the ground. He was smiling. Sung-hoon sat down beside the corpse. He was able to win with ease thanks to their tendency to underestimate wizards. The cough spread through the cave. The general who crushed the wall behind him told the guy that he was a monster. A person could not have such strength as a magician. The young man rubbed his chin, saying that he could think what he wanted. Opening his eye, the Gradion said that he could not send him to the queen. His body sank to the ground. The young man, looking at the corpse, said that his devotion was stronger than even his sense of self-preservation. Turning around, Sung-hoon said that this was proof that the queen had great authority. Most likely, she was watching the battle progress using detection magic. The next battle would clearly be more difficult. The silhouette of the protagonist is reflected in the projection of the queen. Sitting on the throne, she said that she had sent them together to scout what skills he possessed, but they had been destroyed too quickly. Closing one eye, the ruler was amazed that the young man had achieved such skill in battle with only 4 rings. Looking at the gate, she said that she would find out soon. The protagonist stood in front of the gate. Aina spotted a powerful life form. Closing his eyes, the protagonist pondered. He knew how to defeat the queen, but it was difficult enough to organize the necessary conditions for this. A warrior and a magician were needed. A great magician, using his magic, must destroy her magical barrier. If you don't, the quantity won't matter. It also requires a strong warrior who can use his aura with ease, because due to her passive resistance to magic, the attacks stored in the aura are the only ones that can harm her. You also need a buffer zone, the bigger the better, to cover the warrior fighting the queen. A lot of healers are needed. Without this simple and traditional strategy, victory is not possible. The young man grinned. He himself would have lost without careful preparation. A powerful wizard and a strong warrior at the same time. Incredible resistance to magic. That was all the queen had. And if she was the boss of a 150th level restricted dungeon, it would only mean death to those who entered. The gates began to open. Sung-hoon's mouth dropped open in surprise. When the gates were fully opened, the queen asked him why he was not already inside. The guy, frowning, began to look around. A Gradion sat on the throne in front. Smiling, the queen asked why he was delaying. Looking at the young man ahead, she said that he was unusually cautious for a man who had destroyed her children as soon as he entered her nest. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, thinking that this child was crazy. Throwing up her hand, the queen said that it had been a long time since she had last spoken to a member of another species, so she wondered if the people in their world were also the dominant species. Sung-hoon, pouring mana into the staff, thought that he himself was interested in the portal. Therefore, he replied to the queen on the throne, saying that beyond this gate there is a world ruled by humans. Smiling, he asked what she wanted to accomplish by creating a gateway to their world. Gradion also chuckled, saying that this was a provocative enough question to start a conversation. Maybe he wasn't the one who destroyed her children. The young man standing at the gate said that they attacked first. The girl refuted him, saying that they should not have attacked. They just came closer out of curiosity. Getting up, she said that they should leave it. In addition, she knows nothing about this dimension. She tried to remember the reason why she was kept here, but her memory becomes more and more vague every day, so she remains faithful to the only goal, the prosperity of her race. The protagonist, frowning, said that they need not fight. If she can have a dialogue with him, then they can find peace. Prosperity usually originates in the world. Looking down, the queen said that it was unfortunate that the will of someone more powerful was restraining their movements. If she rejects his will, she will simply lose herself. Since he is a magician, he must understand it. Despite his level of intelligence, he has a nasty feeling that someone is controlling him. Sung-hoon pursed his lips, realizing that this someone had most likely opened the gate. Descending from the throne, the queen said that it was not her will, but that she was not inclined to tolerate loss. Releasing the aura from her body, she apologized for not satisfying his curiosity. A bright light radiated from her body. The guy gritted his teeth as he realized that fighting was really the only way. The ruler of the Gradions took on her fighting form. Smiling, she asked what it was like to be outside. Was it suitable for life? Closing one eye, Sung-hoon said that it was quite nice. Resting her hand on her side, the girl said that she had high expectations. A ray of mana rushed towards the young man. The protagonist barely had time to put the barrier in front of him. He jumped aside. The mana beam abruptly changed its direction. The guy had to spin up to dodge. His feet slid on the floor. The protagonist roared, telling Aang to trigger the dispel magic. The spirit immediately raised its hands. The accumulated mana immediately shattered into pieces. A moment later there was an explosion. Raising his staff in front of him, Sung-hoon said to use all his resources to destroy the opponent's magic. Suddenly, the queen was directly above him. Smiling, the ruler of the Gradion said that if the magic did not work, she would take a different path. The ground in the area was distorted and trembled from the collision of the queen and Sung-hoon. A madly powerful explosion rang out. The main character at the very last moment managed to raise his staff in front of him. A wave of terribly strong magical energy swept over him. This attack broke through the floor to the floor below. Sung-hoon was flying down. Suddenly, he saw a cloud of light approaching him. It was the Queen of Gradions, who had a satisfied smile on her face. In an instant, she appeared in front of the guy's face and said that he was just a wizard, after which she asked how it was that he was still alive after her blows. Asking this, she struck another blow. At great speed, the main character flew into the ground. After this, the queen hovered in the air. She looked down and asked why he didn't die, because the protection from magic should disappear after touching the queen's body. Sung-hoon then came out of the dust with a broken staff and replied that it was all thanks to the defensive magic on the staff and armor, although all the action had already disappeared as he trembled attacks, after which he asked if she even knew how much it cost. After a short pause, his opponent lowered herself down and said that he should give up all these ridiculous tricks. She stared at him and added that he had strange magical abilities that were not at his level, and then asked who he was. The protagonist put the broken staff in his inventory and replied that he was just a strong wizard tempered by black work, after which he asked if she remembered the dragon that created him, to which she asked if he was talking about the creator. But why was he asking about it? The guy moved the stone out of the way and replied that he was just curious about what he was thinking when he created such a child's body. Then he began to stretch his arms, adding that he had done the right thing by leaving his boys. After all, there would be a battle, and he hoped that no one would see it. The queen did not take her eyes off him, when she suddenly said that he did not look like a person dependent on external factors. Dropping his hands, the main character replied that she was right. Suddenly he frowned and added that if necessary, he would not make out who was a woman or a man in front of him, because he could kill, because he was just such a magician. His opponent's hair fluttered with her strength, as she said that she was getting curious now. Closing her eyes, she added that out of generosity, she would attack him once, because she had already seen this technique with clairvoyance, and the queen's eye could see through the effects of magic, so such tricks as illusions and transparency had no effect on her. Her hair moved even faster, as suddenly, finding herself in front of the main character, she struck a quick blow. At the very last moment, the guy managed to block this attack. Seeing this, the queen with glowing eyes asked herself how he blocked her attack with his body, even if there was no flow of power. Sung-hoon jumped back at this time and said that this eye was a complete fraud. Then he took a fighting stance and added that she didn't seem to have any other methods, and she just couldn't force anything, so it was time to fight properly. The queen's eyes were somewhat surprised by what she saw, and she asked if it was an aura. But as soon as she asked that, the guy appeared in front of her, using reflection, change, and destruction. With a single blow of his fist, he created an insanely powerful shockwave. But unexpectedly for him, the queen was behind him and said that he had indeed used the aura. Hearing this voice, the main character turned around sharply. In the next second, a madly powerful magical explosion rang out. Huge stones fell into the water. The queen was approaching her opponent at great speed. With a wave of her hand, she used space annihilation. At the very last moment, the guy managed to dodge this attack. Landing on the rocks, he slid over them. Sung-hoon then waved his hand. Standing in a fighting stance, he used the huge cloud technique and then repeated it. At this time, the queen's magical attacks rushed towards him. The main character barely dodged them. Looking at his shaking hand, he realized that he needed more practice in battles. Suddenly the queen was right in front of him and said that during the battle he could not think of anything else. Immediately after these words, she struck. The guy managed to raise his hands at the very last moment. His opponent swung again and told him to know the queen's power. The main character immediately jumped back. The queen, seeing this, rushed after him. A powerful magical explosion rang out. The queen laughed madly and shouted that she had a lot of fun fighting a good opponent. Sung-hoon, at this time, gritting his teeth, tried to block the attacks of his opponent. Suddenly, their fists collided, which created a strong shockwave. Then the guy blocked another attack of the queen. One of the blows fell on his fist. He blocked another attack with his palm. Surprise suddenly appeared in the queen's eyes, and she asked herself what it was, adding that her powers seemed to dissipate or seemed to her. Suddenly, the main character made a quick punch with his fist. A very bright and warm light appeared. He threw back his opponent, using the huge cloud 100%. The Gradion Queen's eyes glowed purple. A powerful explosion rang out behind the main character. Sliding across the ground, the dungeon boss was surprised that he parried her attack, and thought that he was not easy. Jumping off the surface, the powerful life form decided that it would just move faster. Leaving a thick haze behind him, the monster muttered that he should try to deflect it. The monster sharply attacked the protagonist. The undead swung her leg sharply. After a moment, Sung-hoon jumped back. Clenching his jaw, the guy said that the attacks were pouring in one after another, and he couldn't parry them all. Stretching out his palms, the young man exclaimed that then he would seize the initiative. The teenager's pupils suddenly narrowed. The awakened dodged the enemy's blow. Then the hunter waved his hand. The wizard lifted his leg off the ground. Baring his teeth, the protagonist wondered if the attacks had become even faster. A magical aura could be seen in front of the protagonist, and he said that he could not compete with it in speed. Suddenly, Sung-hoon grinned. Closing his eyes, the guy decided that he would not play by her rules. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man muttered that he would set his pace. Bright glare appeared. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The Gradion Queen opened her mouth in surprise. The boss of the dungeon covered his face with his hands. A moment later, a thick haze appeared. The powerful life form clenched its jaw in bewilderment. Looking down, the monster wondered what he was doing. A white veil appeared, and then the monster wondered if he realized that he could not keep up with it and gave up, or if he was just playing for time with a smokescreen. A human silhouette could be seen, and at the same time, the undead noticed that they could not be fooled by such a cheap trick, and added that they could feel the mana flows. The Gradion Queen jerked abruptly. The teenager opened his mouth wide. Suddenly, the dungeon boss punched through the body of the awakened with his hand. The hunter leaned on his rival. Parting her lips, the powerful life form announced that he had been caught, and asked if she thought the smoke would prevent her from finding him, and added that this was his end. The wizard's fingers appeared. Sung-hoon's eye lit up red. Sweat ran down the monster's face. The protagonist's body turned white, after which the monster wondered if it was a trap. A bright flash appeared in the air, and the undead exclaimed that it was impossible, and then asked if he had deceived her. The Gradion Queen widened her eyes in bewilderment. The protagonist released a flood of energy. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out. Whiskers detached from the creature's head. Yun, bending her knees, was surprised. A blue aura could be seen in the distance. Turning her gaze to the side, the girl said that they were noisy there, and hoped that he was fine. Dujin threw the red stone into the bag and said that she shouldn't be worried, and then asked if the master would have entered the battle if he hadn't been sure of victory. The crystals glowed brightly, and at the same time, the warrior said that it was better for her to take care of herself, because they still had a long way to go, and although he was talking about strength training, he did not say that it would be the work of loaders. A blue liquid flowed out of the monster's mouth. A huge crater formed in the ground, and the monster noticed that apparently it was not destined to see another world. Closing her eyes, the undead announced that he had amazing magical abilities, having used mana to fool her, and she had never seen such power. Raising his eyebrows, the awakened explained that after parrying, he created a golem and filled it with mana. Parting her lips, the Gradion Queen said that she had actually underestimated her opponent's strength, and added that if she allowed herself to be consumed by pride, it would be the last thing she would do in her life. The silhouette of a man was visible, and the boss said that it was a good battle, and then the system reported that his level was increased and the dungeon was cleared. The healer looked at the screen in surprise. Stretching out his palm, the healer exclaimed that they had cleared the dungeon, and at the same time, Dujin said that this was not a problem for Sung-hoon. Suddenly, the main character appeared near his partner. The priestess of light ran happily in his direction. The guys surrounded the master, and he asked if they liked the training, and at the same time they asked a counter question, how was his hand, to which he replied that it was not bad, but even such a trifle was already a real success, because he was going against the Queen of Greatons. A view of a high mountain opened up. Dark silhouettes appeared behind the fence. The magical passage emitted an unusual energy, and it could be heard that something was happening to the portal. The reporter, with his mouth wide open, shouted that it was Team Alpha, and they all returned. The journalists, noticing the awakened, noticed that all the participants were safe, and they were the best of the best, and also added that the third-level dungeon had been cleared, and the Korean team coped. I could see the Silton Hotel in Seoul. The protagonist's expression was joyful, and the correspondents reported that this was the first level 3 dungeon clearing in history, and all thanks to the Alpha team from Korea. Hunters appeared on the TV screen, and it was heard that the president had arrived to meet the team. A coat hung on a hanger. Yun, lying in the bathtub, hummed a song. Dujin was on the bed. Jinsu sat in a chair. The awakened held cans of drinks in their hands. Holding the smartphone to his ear, Sung-hoon said that he had already said that there was no need to worry, and added that she had been watching the news. Standing at the window, the main character said that he had to do it for safety, after which his mother said that she was very proud of him, but very worried, and her son asked her to calm down and sleep for a while. Smirking, the protagonist wondered if his mother would always be worried, despite his powers. Turning around, the guy apologized for the fact that the telephone conversation dragged on. With a wink, Mitchell noted that it was okay, because parents always worry about them, wherever they are. Turning his gaze to the side, the young man believed that she was not just there to visit him, and then the CIA employee explained that she had no choice because her superiors forced her to work day and night. Sitting down on the bed, the teenager said that he could imagine. Stretching out his hand, the awakened man invited the girl to sit down and added that he would listen to her. After a moment, the lady closed her eyes. Pouring a drink into a glass, the hunter asked if she would like to drink with him. Smiling slightly, Mitchell asked if he wanted to court her. Waving his head, the wizard replied that there was nothing of the sort, and he could refuse if he did not want to. Raising her eyebrows, the CIA officer said that she was just joking, and added that she liked men with a sense of humor. Looking ahead, Sung-hoon said that it was not worth playing with men's feelings. Handing the interlocutor a glass, the main character noticed that it was time to stop joking, drink and get down to business. The protagonist's gaze was surprised. The girl brought the drink to her mouth, and at the same time, the guy said that she was drinking whiskey as if it was soju. After a moment, the lady opened her mouth wide, and the young man noticed that he had said that she knew how to drink. Looking at the cup, Mitchell explained that her work was difficult because of some people. Stirring the ice, the teenager clarified what she had come for. Parting her lips, the CIA officer said that she was here with a proposal to clear the third-level dungeon right next to the White House, and even if he failed, he would at least provide them with information. Grinning, The awakened man asked about the information. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl asked if he knew about the situation with the dungeon that had shaken the real world, after which she said that if the third-level dungeon was replaced as in China, and then the hunter interrupted and continued that it would be difficult for them. Smiling slightly, the lady reported that they had found the reason for all this. The wizard's expression was thoughtful. Raising her eyebrows, Mitchell explained that exactly 720 hours after the dungeon appeared, it replaces the dimension in their world, and the dungeon outside the White House had existed for 21 days, with 9 more to spare. Holding a glass of whiskey in her hands, the CIA employee noticed that some countries were not aware, but many refused to clear the dungeons together, and if the replacement happened, they would fight, and besides, they noticed that they evolved depending on how many people died there. Looking ahead, Sung-hoon said that this is why no one is trying to clear the dungeons, and added that this was expected of the states because they love it. The girl, sitting on the couch, said that if the protagonist refuses them, then they themselves are ready to fight, and the top believes that Washington will soon turn into a battlefield. But if the protagonist shared with them any information about the third-level dungeons, then they would be better prepared to defend their territories. The guy smirked and said that he could tell them something, and asked if it would help, and also noted that if it wasn't the same dungeon, then his information was useless. Closing her eyes, the lady said that she understood, and explained that they wanted to roughly assess the complexity of this dungeon. After all, they were the only ones who were able to clear it. The young man brought the drink to his mouth. Putting the glass on the table, the teenager asked if he should be honest, and at the same time he talked about 10,000 people. Lifting the corners of her lips, Mitchell asked again about 10,000, to which she was told that they must all be above the 150th level. Opening his jaw, the awakened man said that this is if they want to arrange a fight right in front of the White House without precautions. Standing up abruptly, the CIA employee shouted that this was nonsense. Crossing his arms, the wizard remarked that when the replacement took place, they would see for themselves, after which he clarified why he would lie at all, and added that they would not be defeated by numbers, and everything would depend on the qualities of the hunters. Through tears, the girl asked about the small country. Looking ahead, Sung-hoon explained that they would also have a hard time, and even if they won, the destruction would be catastrophic. After a moment, the lady looked sideways. The look of the main character was confused. Frowning seriously, Mitchell said that he was too calm for a man who understood that the whole world was in danger. Pouring whiskey into a glass, the protagonist said that there is nothing to do without a plan. The young man's expression was thoughtful, and he muttered that the third-level dungeons could cause a lot of trouble, and entire countries would disappear from the face of the earth. The young man, looking down, said that the United States is a pillar of the world economy, and if it falls, then almost the entire economy will collapse, and it will not be able to recover. Parting his lips, the teenager said that he would take care of this dungeon. Smiling broadly, the CIA worker asked if he was serious, and then the awakened man said that he needed something in return, to which she replied that they would arrange everything. The hunter noticed that he needed a nuclear power plant, which caused sweat to flow sharply down the girl's face. Closing his eyes, the wizard clarified that they didn't have many abandoned stations there, and added that he only needed one. A view of the night sky opened up. A lot of sheets of paper appeared, and it was her that let him take it. Bill opened his jaw and asked if it was safe, and said that it was a whole nuclear power plant. Frowning menacingly, Harrison asked if he saw that they would suffer irreparable losses, and said that it was too late to compromise, for if the rescue cost them some abandoned station, it would be a good deal. With his hands in his pockets, the member of the government asked if they had found something in space, and then the technical consultant said that they had discovered it by accident, and it was something like a small satellite, and they also managed to find out that it was created from materials from the Earth. An astronaut was visible, and the politician asked if the satellite belonged to the main character, to which the man replied positively and added that the materials were exactly the same as he ordered, and at the same time the gentleman wondered what he was up to, and why he needed to go into space. A red portal appeared, and they could hear that they had been informed that Archmage Sung-hoon had arrived at the position. The president, turning his gaze sideways, asked if there was a chance to lure him to their side. A member of the government, frowning seriously, noted that judging by the latest data, this was almost impossible. The head, closing his eyes, explained that this meant that they could only rely on his favor if something happened. Covering his face with his hand, the ruler asked if he could be trusted. The soldier, lowering his eyebrows, said that they had quickly resolved the issue with the nuclear power plant, and now he had no reason to refuse them. A red portal was visible on the screen, and the soldier said that he had entered the dungeon and added that he was the only one who managed to clear the third-level dungeon, so they could only wait. Raising his palm, the man said that he could not relax. Squinting, the president asked if they had a backup plan. The Minister of Defense, parting his lips, replied that they had an immediate evacuation protocol ready, and they also trained the best hunters in 3 parameters. Sitting at the table, the head said that they would wait. Suddenly a bright flash appeared. Sung-hoon, finding himself in an empty dark space, wondered what kind of dungeon it was. Opening his mouth wide, the main character realized that he could not breathe. Violet energy appeared, and at the same time the protagonist activated the Ring of Protection, and the system wrote that the cleansing of the hero's status had begun. Raising his head, the guy asked what kind of place it was, because there was literally nothing here, and no gravity, no earth, and even an atmosphere, after which he added that this dungeon was radically different from the Korean ones, and if ordinary hunters came here, they would already be dead, and it doesn't matter how many of them there are. The young man's pupils narrowed sharply, and at the same time, it was heard that this was a humanoid life form. The teenager noticed a spaceship. Bright flashes appeared under the starship. Suddenly, magic projectiles appeared. A moment later, the awakened man rushed forward. Stretching out his palm, the hunter exclaimed that they were attacking secretly. A huge spaceship could be seen from afar. Unexpectedly, fighters flew out of it. The enemy thought that he was the last bastion of protection for his race, and they should leave offspring even in another dimension, and the wizard, hovering in the air, was surprised by the whole spaceship with a squadron of fighters. Sung-hoon looked up sharply. The planes fired a huge number of shells, and the main character wondered if it was just a space battle. Parting his lips, the protagonist offered to at least talk. The enemy replied that it was pointless, because before taking over the planet, they would annihilate all forms of life, and then the guy, spreading his hands in different directions, said that then they would fight. Magic balls appeared, and at the same time, the young man spoke about summoning terminals in subspace, and also added that after gaining access to the nuclear power plant, their forces would be equal. Smiling, the teenager decided to test nuclear energy, and asked his personal secretary to help him. Aina, appearing next to the master, said that she was doing it, and he suggested first destroying the annoying flying bugs. Magical flashes were visible. Glints of light flew not far from the awakened one. An unusual energy appeared on the ship, and the enemy noticed that the target was captured, and decided to open fire from the main gun. The hunter looked back sharply. Suddenly, a powerful surge of aura rang out. A bundle of magical power appeared. Sung-hoon, hovering in the air, said that it was unexpected. The fairy, spreading her arms in different directions, explained that after the teleporter, she applied the stealth effect, and believes that they cannot detect them. Raising the corners of his lips, the main character said that it was time to try out his new spell, after which he asked his assistant to install a protective barrier and prepare a reserve of nuclear energy. The protagonist was surrounded by a protective shell, and he said that the fusion of nuclear energy was successful. Stretching out his palms, the guy began to create coordinates. A moment later, the young man released a powerful beam, using the ability of nuclear annihilation. A spaceship was visible, and then the enemy exclaimed that a dense flow of energy had been noticed, and evasion was impossible. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The teenager was in a defensive barrier, and his mana reserve was used by 30%. The awakened man narrowed his eyes sharply. Violet energy appeared, and at the same time, the shield was stable. Unexpectedly, the starship shattered into small pieces. Unusual matter appeared, and the enemy said that this was the class of the apocalypse. Hovering in the air, the hunter muttered that he expected the power of nuclear energy to be fantastic, and converted this huge amount of energy into mana. Smiling, the wizard remarked that he would never have thought that it would be so powerful, since the spell of nuclear destruction is 8 times stronger than usual, and added that he could become even stronger if he got more energy. The magical substance emitted a bright light. Touching the material, Sung-hoon wondered what kind of matter it was, and thought that he had never seen anything like it, and also added that it was knowledge not yet known to him. Floating in space, the protagonist exclaimed that he would take it away and wondered how a wizard could miss out on new knowledge, after which the system wrote that the level was increased. Smirking, the protagonist was surprised by the new level, and then asked if there was only one, and the artificial intelligence reported that for the first time, he had managed to crush an enemy superior to him in strength and had obtained the achievement Disintegrator. Looking at the screen, the guy muttered that it was strange that there was only one, and added that it was unfair that the dungeon boss had given so little experience. Closing his eyes, the young man wondered if the system itself was avoiding him from becoming stronger, and then he said that his strength did not depend on the system, and therefore it was not a problem, but he still did not want to lose anything. A view of the high tower opened. Pailton could be seen in the distance. Calypso's eyes glowed blue, and he clarified the situation with the necropolis. Opening his jaw, the lich said that he should not hurry, because it was still early, and he had to wait until 69 solar cycles had passed. Holding a staff in his hand, the deceased asked the interlocutor why he had stopped the march, and at the same time said that the creatures in this world did not know about mana and gods, and therefore there should be no problems with them. A huge dragon appeared, and the invincible general remarked that not really, because they had knowledge of martial arts and the abilities of the awakened, but even so, they were no match for them, and therefore, if they continued to advance, they would quickly submit. The undead, standing in front of the immortal warrior, asked if it meant that he was going back, to which he replied in the negative and explained that there were too many of these creatures, and the soul he had captured told him that there were about 6 billion of them in this world, and if the country called Kidam suffered colossal losses, then other countries would not leave it just like that, and therefore it was wiser to wait a little. An unusual energy swirled in the air, and at the same time, the knight asked if he would have any trouble connecting their world with so many souls, and the dead man realized that this was a tactical retreat. Behind the villains was a dark silhouette. The girl grinned contentedly. The lady, closing her eyes, noticed that they definitely lacked restraint, because she was called to such a place. Looking ahead, Calypso said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Eilish said that he had never been disciplined, and then the invincible general, standing across from her, said that her title meant nothing here, and she asked if he was sure of it, and instead of throwing words around, why didn't they put it to the test? The dark mage asked the Queen of Shadows to calm down, and she, parting her lips, said that it was much more pleasant to talk to him, and asked how their plan was progressing. Opening his jaw, Paleton replied that they needed her help. Turning away, the lady clarified what kind of help. The immortal warrior's eyes were glowing blue, and he explained that this world was similar to their old enemy, because there was a machine god here, and therefore they believed that it would be better if she tricked them. Turning her gaze sideways, Eilish noticed that she remembered those battles, and added that it was absolute chaos on the battlefields. Looking ahead, the Lich said that he and Calypso were now focused on building the necropolis, and creating a path to their world, and mind control on her part, and therefore hoped that she would take care of these humanoids. Standing on the roof of the tower, the Queen of Shadows said that perhaps she would play with this world for a while. Smiling, the girl asked what their strongest nation was, to which she received the answer that they called themselves the United States. Leaving a dark trail behind her, the lady asked if they really called themselves that, and said that it was very interesting, and also added that she would be there then, and they would see each other soon. After a moment, the lady flew up. The deceased, lowering his head, asked Calypso what he would do. Looking towards the undead, the immortal warrior said that he would distract them. Lifting his legs off the surface, the knight noticed that battlefield control was his specialty. The dead man wished him good luck, and the invincible general, sitting on his horse, said that he needed to concentrate on the mission. Calypso flew away towards the sky. The dark magus eyes radiated blue energy, and he muttered that this world would soon come to an end. On the roof of the building was the flag of England. Sung-hoon extended his index finger and activated the nuclear destroyer. A bright flash appeared. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Flames enveloped everything around. By creating a protective barrier in front of himself, the main character hoped that he would not become the first mage in the world to die from his own spell. Smiling, the protagonist said that the power had grown, but he did not expect that it would be so difficult to control it. His personal secretary, hovering in the air, said that their main goal at the moment was to increase firepower, and added that the difficulty of the dungeons was increasing with each level, and it was to be assumed that nuclear energy would no longer be effective at the 4th level. The surface was blazing with bright flames, and then the guy noticed that everything would be fine, because she was with him, and Aina explained that it was very difficult with him. With her hands at her sides, the fairy said that inside the dungeon she only used 12% of her abilities, and asked her not to forget this, as well as not to let her guard down, and at the same time, the young man apologized and said that he would be more careful. Stretching out his palm, the teenager said that he was now quite strong, and thought that he would soon get a singularity. Looking ahead, the spirit of the magic tower asked if he was talking about the event horizon. Turning his gaze to the side, the awakened man said that for mages like him, the singularity only meant that he had reached a certain level. Crossing his arms, the hunter explained that a magical singularity is the moment when a wizard becomes powerful enough to control aspects of the universe at will, and he has recently started selling life rings. The assistant of the main character was near his shoulder, and he muttered that if you wear such a ring, then people no longer need food, after which he wondered what if he sold them in large quantities, and added that he could help the whole world cope with one of the global problems. A powerful aura appeared, and Sung-hoon thought that it was not so difficult, because thanks to the mana from nuclear energy, he could automatically create such items, and when he received more powerful magic, everything became easier. The back of the protagonist's head was visible, and he said that thanks to thermonuclear fusion, he could easily pass through dungeons of the 3rd level and below, and hordes of enemies, or single targets. All of them would be instantly destroyed. Frowning seriously, the young man noticed that with his current ability level, he could control the amount of energy received by fusion, and no one would be able to cope with such power. Artificial intelligence wrote that its level was increased, and the young man, hovering in the air, said that apparently the boss was dead. A view of thick clouds opened up, and then the teenager wondered where the exit was, and hoped that he was not at the very epicenter of the explosion. An island appeared in the distance. The seashore was visible. The awakened one raised his hand, and it was reported that he single-handedly cleared the 3rd level dungeon, and was also called the savior of the United States and England, and the hero from Korea. In the comments, viewers discussed what the hunters are doing. Eliona was sitting on the sofa. Suddenly, the girl, smiling, called her queen and said that she had just been informed that 2 more had been found. Closing his eyes contentedly, the elementalist remarked that this was wonderful. Rounding her eyes, the sea maiden asked if it was Sung-hoon's savior. Standing near the TV, the lady said that he really was incredible. Lifting the corners of her lips, the creature from the world of Alashia explained that this guy was not as simple as he seemed. Turning around, the girl asked how he felt about the queen, because he scared her a little, and added that she was just swimming in the ocean when he appeared and pulled her ashore. Looking ahead, Eliona said that he should just look, because he was already like a demigod, and all the future and fate of the sea maidens rested on him. Aina, in the body of an android, shook hands with the president, and the main character said that after clearing the London dungeon of the 3rd level, There were only 5 days left before the discovery of another dungeon, and also allowed the private secretary to settle all issues with other countries. The protagonist, shuffling his legs, muttered that the Korean government tried to play on the fact that they had a say in the negotiations, but it was unsuccessful, and the countries that saw what he was capable of refused them. Imagining a powerful explosion, the young man said that he had cleared dungeons in countries with which Aina had already completed negotiations. Parting his lips, the teenager said that all of these 59 third-level dungeons had been cleared quite quickly, and he was becoming more and more powerful. A magic tower in Namyangju appeared. The awakened man entered the room and asked his assistant to report to him on the situation, to which she replied that not counting the 59 countries in which the dungeons had disappeared, there were still 147, and elite hunters were already gathering there. Touching the screen, the fairy said that the graph shows an approximate development of events, and judging by it, many countries of the third world will fall. Frowning seriously, the hunter thought that he had done everything he could, tried to clear them as quickly as possible, but apparently this was his limit, and he did not have much time. Closing his eyes, the wizard muttered that he had managed to cover so many countries only thanks to the United States and their promptness in providing a nuclear power plant. Sitting in his chair, Sung-hoon asked how many nuclear reactors were ready for use. Smiling, the spirit of the magic tower announced that 28 units were already ready, and 12 were still under construction, and now they were using only 2 of them, and in the next 682 hours, all 42 units would be ready for use. Raising the corners of his lips, the main character said that this was good, because at least he could rely on it, and added that he could not lag behind. Standing next to the protagonist, Aina said that many people were interested in the master's abilities, and she had analyzed many foreign companies and they were watching him, after which he said that so be it, because all his battles took place only in dungeons, and therefore they can only speculate. Lowering his glasses, his personal secretary remarked that their opponents should not be underestimated, and concluded that firepower, hunter abilities, and science were the main goals for them at the moment. Fingers crossed, the guy said that he would put them in their place if they came, and added that the Earth was in huge trouble due to the fact that many countries had different interests, and thanks to nuclear fusion, it had a huge firepower that surpassed entire nations, and therefore they shouldn't worry about them. Holding his hands behind his back, the assistant advised him to be careful because the chance of a collision was still above 0. Grinning, the young man said that he knew, and asked how she liked her new body. The fairy, turning around herself, replied that it was better than she had expected, and then the awakened man said that she had yet to meet many people. Closing his eyes, the hunter muttered that he could finally feel free and create his own institution, and Aina could personally solve all the small problems. Raising his palm, the spirit of the magic tower said that she also had a certain proposal, and then the wizard specified which one. The assistant offered to build an interstellar complex, which caused the protagonist's pupils to narrow sharply, and he wondered if he heard correctly. Tapping on the keyboard, his private secretary noticed that he understood everything correctly, and added that he was about to show him. A huge starship appeared, and at the same time the fairy explained that it was a 12-kilometer space base with its own weapons. Smiling, Sung-hoon said that it was 3 times the size of the thing he had destroyed, and asked if she wanted to build it, and if it was possible. Turning his gaze to the side, the spirit of the magic tower said that she had already completed the layout and drawing according to the shards examined and the data of the last battle, and she was sure that it was a good idea, and if they could save money and resources, then why not build it? Squinting, the protagonist said that he doubted that the main defender of the magic tower could offer anything useless. Aina was standing next to the master, and a question was heard whether the countdown was starting to completion, after which the guy said that if they use all the resources that they have, then a working prototype of the model will be ready in a year. Looking back, the assistant reported that while examining the ship, she had come to the conclusion that underground construction would be less efficient, but it would be safer for them. Raising the corners of his lips, the young man asked if she thought that the enemy was aiming to attack the Earth, to which his personal secretary replied that he believed that it was, and therefore they should be prepared for all outcomes, because it was not known what the plans of those mystical creatures who created dungeons were. A view of the spaceship opened up, and the teenager muttered that without a doubt it was something really worthwhile, and the defensive systems were impressive, and also, thanks to this ship, it would be able to spread its influence around the world, for example, because of the possibility of orbital bombardment. The fairy, clenching her fists, turned to the awakened one, who thought that he needed to look for answers in space, and added that nuclear fusion should be enough to fight against these enemies. The spirit of the magic tower held his hands behind his back, and then the hunter said that he would give the go-ahead for the construction, but he would have to postpone it a little. Touching the screen, Sung-hoon explained that they needed to think about resources, and at the same time, asked to send drones to Mars to start building factories. A view of the red planet opened up, and it was heard about the creation of a portal for transporting resources, after which the main character said that he believes that 30% of the total power should be enough for this operation. Aina recommended starting with automated warships, and then the protagonist, raising his index finger, said that their combat power is still enough, and they can postpone it, and it is better to focus on something more effective. The assistant turned her gaze to the side. After a moment, the fairy closed her eyes. Suddenly, it was heard that there was a high activity of the dungeons, which made the guy frown seriously. His private secretary looked away. A map of the world appeared, and it was said that it had begun. A view of the city opened. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. A bright flash was visible. Holding his chin, the young man noticed that most countries were doing well, and then he asked what had happened to China and Japan, and added that it looked like their capitals had already been absorbed. A huge dragon was flying in the sky. A terrible monster hovered in the air, and at the same time, the teenager said that Japan had to be ready for this, and therefore he was sure that they had first-class hunters in the air. Suddenly, planes appeared. The fighters fired several missiles. The shells flew to the monster. The eye of the undead glowed blue. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out. The girl, stamping her foot, exclaimed that even the state could not be relied upon. Standing on the roof of the building, the lady wondered if they had allowed this huge thing to fly directly over the capital, and what would happen next. Opening her mouth wide, the awakened woman used the skill of amplifying the sound. Looking at the dragon, the huntress asked where he was going and asked him to fight her. The girl abruptly rushed from her seat. A bright flash appeared behind the lady. Turning her gaze to the side, the awakened woman said that he was fast. The huntress slid across the ground and decided that she would fight here. Flames swirled around her finger, and at the same time she summoned the ghosts of the past and the future. A moment later, summons appeared. The monsters were standing in front of the enemy, and at the same time, Sung-hoon was surprised that the summoned monsters were stronger than their summoner, and muttered that it was a very interesting ability. The girl abruptly stretched out her palms. A lot of paws appeared under the dragon. Magical limbs surrounded the enemy's body. Frowning menacingly, the lady said that her rival had been caught. Waving her hand, the awakened woman shouted that let the undead fall. The enemy quickly rushed down. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. A moment later, the dragon opened its mouth. A purple mark from the blow was visible. A bright flash appeared. Clenching her jaw, the huntress said that the ghost's palms should have halved his strength, but he easily dealt with them, and then ordered the ghost of the future to attack. Then the monster jumped high. The monster dealt a furious blow to the enemy. The creatures fought the undead, and the main character noticed that this girl is better than it seems, because she can fight the boss alone, and added that after all, the world is huge. A view of the dark sky opened up, and at the same time, the protagonist reported that although her combat power was lower, it seemed that her ghosts were immune to the boss's attacks. Aina, looking at the screen, explained that it was Kazuki, a 231st level spirit summoner, as well as the strongest hunter in Japan, and said that she had received protection from some gods of thunder and wind, and therefore she had resistance to these attributes. The guy crossed his hands and listened that at least Japan had to hold back this substitution. Turning around, his personal secretary said that due to the failure of the attempt to close the portal, the damage done to the city was already beyond their expectations, and the flying boss had made all the perimeter defenses useless and the small monsters had already fled, and that was why now they were only confronted by Kazuki. Touching his chin, the young man clarified how bad it was. Standing near the world map, the assistant replied that all government buildings, including the Prime Minister's office, had been completely destroyed, and it was impossible to transmit road traffic, and the number of monsters was increasing exponentially every second, and the estimated damage was 85 trillion. Touching his forehead, the teenager said that it was very stupid, because if they asked him for help, it would be much cheaper. But because of their pride, they simply lose resources. Smirking, the fairy noticed that relations between Korea and Japan had always been strained. Pressing his hands to his body, the spirit of the magic tower reported that China, which had lost most of its hunters, had plunged into chaos due to the replacement of the third-level dungeon, and that most of the countries had also fallen to the onslaught of monsters. A blue screen appeared, and the awakened man wondered if the countries in which he cleared the dungeons were holding back the troops. Lowering his eyebrows, the hunter asked her if she thought they were avoiding him or asking for his help. Raising the corners of her lips, Aina said that the United States would undoubtedly do something, and said that she had collected all the information, and also added that the United States was putting pressure on the UN. Sitting in his chair, the wizard asked if the UN was still in business. Holding out his hand, his private secretary replied that organizations such as the UN were necessary at a time like this, and soon the leaders of the countries would try to solve it, and they could watch this battle or help them, and the choice was theirs. Leaning his head on his arm, Sung-hoon said that if one of the friendly parties suffered losses, the others, sooner or later, would suffer them too. Looking at the master, the assistant asked if he planned to help the UN. Looking ahead, the main character said that for now they will just watch. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noticed that they would strengthen their positions and accumulate resources. Suddenly, the fairy noticed a notification about the call. Turning around, the spirit of the magic tower said that it was a sea maiden, and explained that she wished to speak with him. Raising his hand, the guy asked if something had happened. Turning his gaze to the side, the young man said that they needed to meet, and therefore he should send her here. A moment later, teleportation beams appeared. Aina, looking in the direction of Elian, greeted her, and she greeted her in return. Standing up abruptly, the teenager said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then the girl thanked for the invitation. Smirking, the awakened man noticed that everything was fine, and they didn't need to belittle themselves so much. The hunter asked about their clothes, and at the same time, the elementalist looked down and explained that she always dressed like that, and clarified that it was wrong. Snapping his fingers, the wizard replied that everything was fine. Suddenly, the walls began to be covered with a white veil, and Samhoon suggested that they get down to business. Pointing to the chair, the main character asked them to sit down, and asked if they had any problems. The lady's expression was pleased, and she said not at all, and added that she was very grateful to him for saving her race and giving them a place to live. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that this was part of the treaty, and therefore there was no need to thank him. Closing her eyes, Ileona said that many people in this world were not so honest in this regard, and he had done his part, and so she made a decision. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the guy asked again about the decision. After a moment, the girl lowered her head. Sitting on the surface, the elementalist announced that they, the sea maidens, recognized him as their lord. Opening his mouth wide, the young man asked the lady to stand up. Ileona noticed that she had heard that in this world they worship their master, and clarified whether this was true, after which the teenager, taking her hands, asked a counter-question, where she heard it. Blushing, the girl replied that since her arrival, she had learned about the culture of the land by watching dramas. Smiling slightly, the awakened man asked why she wanted to serve him, and what kind of dramas she was watching. Looking sideways, the elementalist said that everyone would find shelter in the shadow of the great tree. Covering her face with her hand, the lady said that although her level of magic was higher now, the potential inherent in it was simply incredible, and it was vital for their race to protect someone stronger until death. Scratching his head, the hunter said that it sounded like a wedding contract, not a patronage, and then Ileona remarked that he could see it as he wished, and also added that friendship with those who were not their enemy was an old commandment of sea maidens. With a satisfied grin, the wizard said that they would discuss their new contract. Aina, her eyes rounded in surprise, said that the creation of the necropolis in China was completed. A ballistic missile called JL-3 was launched from a submarine into the sky. The live shell left a bright trail in the air. There was a view of the mountainous area in the city of Necropolis in Liaoning province, and someone was heard asking if they had launched a nuclear missile, to which he received the answer that it would soon fall to the ground, and then asked if there was any information, because they needed to come up with a solution. Stretching his palm forward, the man explained that this dimension was quite an interesting place, so they didn't have the slightest idea about magic, and this item contained all the information about their strongest weapon, namely atomic energy. Pilton absorbed the black magical stream, and then thanked him for a very useful artifact. Raising his hand, the deceased said that it was surprising, and admitted that he thought that the name Apocalypse Radiance would be better suited to this force. Eilish turned her head back and stated that there was no time for that, and then added that it would be better for him to say if he would be able to protect them. A nuclear missile flew in the sky, and then the skeleton replied that he would do it without any problems, because he understood the nature of this force, and although the science is really amazing, they will be ready for anything. A bright glow surrounded the dead man's silhouette, and he said that he would add more resistance to the barrier later. The altar in Necropolis was shrouded in a purple aura. The ballistic projectile rushed forward rapidly. Suddenly, the warhead began to fall down. After a while, a veil of smoke formed on the surface of the earth. Military weapons were lying in the pit. Raising her head, the Shadow Queen noticed that he had managed to prevent the explosion by simply turning her to stone. Standing next to the interlocutor, the dead man said that, as she had already noticed, everything here is based on science, so they will not be able to withstand magic. Holding on to his staff, the Lich explained that with such a simple spell, they could easily nullify even their strongest attacks, and then asked if it was any wonder, to which the ruler chuckled and said that she wanted to see their faces after the only hope had turned to stone. A bright screen appeared, when suddenly someone was heard shouting that the signal from the nuclear warhead was lost. The commander opened his mouth wide and asked what had happened and why there was no explosion. Sitting in a chair, an employee of the Missile Launch Control Center said that they did not know what had happened and what they should do now. Folding his fingers, the military said that the plan did not work, but they should clarify the situation. The general narrowed his eyes and ordered his subordinates to contact the hunter's headquarters and prepare their nuclear weapons. The girl put the phone to her ear. The soldier turned her head back and cried out that they had received a message from Beijing, to which she was asked what had happened there. Lowering her jaw in alarm, the lady shouted that an army of dead men was marching on the city. Putting his palms to the table, the commander-in-chief was indignant that the enemies were able to get so close to the capital, and did not understand where their hunters were. A view of the building blazing with unusual flames opened. Knights pierced opponents with spears. Calypso appeared when suddenly someone reported that the replacement of the dungeon had been successful, and that they were already close to completing the construction of the temple, so there was no need to wait any longer. Looking at the warrior who saddled the horse, the man did not understand what it was. After all, it was clearly not an ordinary death knight. Pointing his finger at the screen, Sung-hoon asked why there were so many of them, and if Aina could analyze him, since it seemed that he was their leader, so they should watch him, to which she replied that she understood him. Squinting his eyes, the main character said that at least at the moment, Beijing has no chance. Lowering her eyelids, the assistant reported that an urgent call had arrived from Qian. The fairy in the body of a robot said that they were asking for support in the battle and offering a new nuclear power plant, to which Sung-hoon said that they didn't need another one and asked if they could give up Liaoning province, because their territory was already filled with the walking dead, and it would be very problematic to recapture it, so it was worth trying to get them to negotiate. To which Aina clarified whether he really hopes that China will give him territory, because many will be against their proposal. Grinning, the assistant replied that everything was clear to her. Putting his hands on his sides, the main character explained that they simply had no choice, and if China lost Liaoning and Beijing, it would be a disaster for the whole country, after which he added that when he finished the negotiations, he could report to him, and in the meantime he would check the situation. Suddenly, the guy began to disappear in the teleportation beams. Black smoke began to spread in space. A powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the dilapidated street. Xuan grinned angrily and shouted that every warrior was like a boss. Calypso lowered his sword and wondered if it was true that those who had inherited the power from the machine god called themselves Awakened. The blood-stained man lay on the ground, and at the same time, the invincible general noticed that they were doing well. But this was the end, because there were only 2 of them left. Ji-wei reached forward with his hand and told the demon to be silent, because he must be the cause of all this chaos. The eyes of the commander of the indestructible defensive forces shone brightly, and he declared that even if he burned himself to ashes, he would also turn him to dust. The immortal warrior abruptly took off. Muscles were visible on the hunter's back. Resting his hand on the ground, the fighter activated the indestructible body. Beckoning the opponent with his finger, the dead man said that his request would be fulfilled. The warrior took off and began to shout loudly. Raising his sword above his head, the dead man was surprised that his enemy rushed into battle like this. A bright impact mark appeared in the air. Calypso's eyes emitted a blue glow, and then he exclaimed that his rival was telling the truth, and then said that he was holding his sword even after strengthening his body. Frowning menacingly, the hunter began to shout loudly. The invincible general abruptly turned his head to the side. A white magic ring appeared in the air. The deceased quickly avoided the collision. Jinwei tried to push the enemy off his feet. With his mouth wide open in rage, the warrior didn't understand why Shuang was just standing. After all, this was his chance. Opening his mouth, the commander of the assault squad let out the breath of a dragon. A powerful fiery stream approached the Reaper. A powerful energy explosion occurred in the middle of the city. A huge column of smoke rose to the sky. Running his tail along the ground, the fighter began to laugh loudly and asked how he was doing, since no one had ever managed to survive after his dragon breath. The silhouette of the deceased could be seen through the white veil, and he was heard saying that this was arrogance, and such a thing could not harm him. Shuang's pupils instantly narrowed in fright. Stepping on the head of the awakened one, Calypso declared that not only he had the power of the gods, and then added that they had the abilities of Akasha, but they were protected by the god of death. Lying face down on the floor, Jinwei muttered that his partner needed to run. The stormtrooper commander tightly wrapped his fingers around the hilt of his weapon, and his opponent suggested that he flee if he wished, and then added that whether he died here or not, this world would soon become the lands of the god of death. The dragon's body began to tremble with fear, and then he did not know if he would be able to fight against this monster. The invincible general narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow on the ground. Raising his head up, the deceased asked why the sun was still shining. Bright rays broke through the clouds, and the immortal knight realized that something had happened to the magic of the storm clouds, but it was not clear how it was possible. The dead man's cloak fluttered in the wind, and then he wondered that such a vast spell that changed the weather couldn't end so quickly, and then wondered if there was a powerful mage in this world too. The monsters stopped near the edge of the portal. Looking ahead, Calypso noticed that these were the first problems that manifested themselves in the army of the dead not being able to set foot on the ground, which was illuminated by the sun, and then mentally informed Pailton that a high-level mage had appeared nearby, and that he had already dealt with that weather spell, so something needed to be done urgently, to which he replied that he understood, but suddenly he stopped talking. The deceased turned back abruptly. Resting his foot on the ground, the invincible general realized that his partner could not keep in touch, which meant that someone had interfered with him. From the black portal, someone was heard saying that it was interesting to be able to completely cover oneself with steel, and then applied restoration. With his pupils bulging in alarm, Shuang wondered who he was. Lying on the ground, Jinwei asked if his ally recognized the famous Korean hunter. Shifting his gaze to the side, Sung-hoon said that he was a little late, but he had come to help them. Squinting his eyes, Calypso clarified whether his interlocutor was the one who broke the weather barrier. Frowning angrily, the hunter gave a positive answer and declared that he was now his opponent. The tail on the immortal warrior's helmet smoked in the air, and then he noticed that this was too high a self-esteem for a mage to engage a knight at such a distance. A moment later, a sword mark appeared in front of the boy's face. From the force of the attack, the ground under the feet of the deceased began to collapse into pieces. The protagonist sharply lowered the corners of his lips with concentration. Thin streams of magic emanated from the eyes of the invincible general, and then he was indignant that some sorcerer had dodged his attack. With 2 fingers forward, the awakened one used an eternal reinforcement of the 5th form called the piercing path. Magic rings surrounded the silhouette of the young man. A huge hole formed in the stone wall. Biting his lower lip, Sung-hoon said that he had forgotten to tell him that he was not a mere wizard. The fighters lowered their jaws in surprise and did not understand what else it was, and also wondered if this was a mage who fights in close combat, and whether they were taught according to the old curriculum. A valuable artifact was floating in the air next to the owner, when suddenly the main character used the detection skill. The structures were covered with mesh fabric, and it turned out that there were 200,000 dead within a radius of 5 kilometers, and there were no survivors, to which the guy said that although he did not care about survivors, these were 2 significant losses in such a short period of time. Putting his palm to the side, the fighter clarified why they did not go to a safe place. Stunned, the teammates began to hide in the teleportation beams. Suddenly, the portal slammed shut. Standing away from the enemy, the protagonist asked what tactics he would try this time. Furrowing his brows slyly, the young man wondered if he would be indignant if he used nuclear fusion in another country. Looking at the screen, the missile launch control staff asked where Sung-hoon was and how soon he would be there, to which others replied that they were already looking for him. Lowering his jaw, the man told everyone to hurry up. Turning back, the military man was surprised that the hunters were in this room, and they did not understand what the general was doing here. Gritting his teeth tightly, the commander-in-chief asked if they could see where they were, since this was the command headquarters of the department, and they should be in Beijing. Putting his hand to his head, Jinwei said that the Korean hunter had transported them here through magic tricks, and when they were asked if they had met a wizard there, he replied that this person was like the last ray of light, and they would not have been able to cope without him. With his pupils bulging in alarm, the soldier did not believe that this could be. At the same second, alarm notifications appeared on the screen. The girl opened her jaw in fright and exclaimed that she would notice a dense energy jump in Beijing. A cloud of magic rose high into the sky, but no one understood what was happening. Holding the sword in his hand, Calypso clarified whether this magic was the summoning of stars. Smiling maliciously, the protagonist said that his opponent guessed right, after which he added that there is nothing like sunlight fighting against the dead. The bright flash in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. The bodies of the crowd of undead were instantly covered in flames. With frightened eyes, the invincible general informed Pilton in his thoughts that his enemy had just summoned an entire star, so it was decided to retreat, but he needed to be pulled out of here, to which he replied through the interference that the gate was closing, and an unknown source was interfering with the signal. The hunter's pupils noticeably decreased in size, and then he shouted that he had nowhere to run, because this territory was completely under his control, and no one would interfere with them. Many magic rings formed around the bright star. The silhouette of the immortal warrior was enveloped in a blue aura, and he didn't understand why such a powerful magus was here. Squinting his eyes, the deceased exclaimed that he was asking the god of death to protect his faithful servant, and not let him die. A moment later, a powerful energy explosion occurred in the city. The screen began to emit a bright glow. The man put his palms to the counter. Lowering his jaw, the military did not believe in what had happened to Beijing. Hovering in the air, Sung-hoon declared that everything had burned to the ground as intended, so there was nothing like sunlight against the dead. Passing his palm in front of him, the main character suggested that China would be unhappy with such destruction in the capital, after which he added that he needed to take a breath, because it was not yet clear what to expect because of the steam curtain. Suddenly, the airflow swirled into a whirlwind. The guy's pupils increased sharply in size. The warrior rose to his feet, and his opponent noticed that it was interesting. The hunter began to quickly run forward and talk about how his enemy had survived the star magic attack, and then clarified if it was all because of his aura, although it couldn't be because there was a dead man in front of him. The eyes of the immortal knight radiated a bright glow, and then he wondered where the sorcerer came from. Closing one eye, the fighter declared that no mage could summon an entire star, so he was the one and only wizard in this world. Spreading his legs wide apart, the deceased said that he had already managed to survive starlight, but his ability was an order of magnitude stronger than from other worlds. The protagonist abruptly shifted his gaze down when the opponent asked to be allowed to ask a question about whether he was really from this world. Grinning, the young man explained that he would have to pay for the information, because he was not going to invest in the economy of the dead, and then he thought that although his interlocutor was dead, he was thinking. Standing in front of his opponent, the awakened man confessed that he was sorry, and then added that if he knew more about black magic, he could imprison his soul, because it is said to be quite highly valued. Black shards fell behind the head of the invincible general. Calypso narrowed his eyes and said that they would meet again. At the same moment, a powerful surge of dark aura appeared. The wizard slowly turned his gaze upward. A stream of the dead man's magic rose to the sky. Sung-hoon lowered the corners of his lips and said that his opponent had escaped after all. Looking at the remains of the limbs of the undead in front of him, the main character noticed that the abilities of a warlock would not hurt him, so he needs to learn how to capture souls in such situations. Touching his cheek with his finger, the guy asked if it was true that everything was solved with the problem of China. Standing in the middle of a huge crater, the hunter confessed that he hoped they would give him Liaoning province, even though he had destroyed their capital, and then called out to his assistant. Folding her hands, Aina said that his success rate was 0, despite the fact that he had ruined everything here, to which the master asked if she really thought so. Looking at the personal secretary, the fighter said that although it was not spelled out in the contract, he would be upset in their place. Looking away, The protagonist did not understand why he did not do something good for this world, since it was time to work for the public, and then assumed that there was enough mana in their tower, to which his companion agreed. The magic sphere shone brightly, and then the young man decided to use nuclear fusion to its full potential. Closing his eyes, the awakened man asked to use the mana from the tower as well, and in his mind he said that the coordinates had been obtained and the time had been set. Spreading his arms to the sides, the wizard thought about the restriction for living beings and applied full restoration. A black silhouette of a man could be seen in front of the screen, and the news reported that an untold amount of energy had been spotted in the vicinity of the destroyed Beijing. Frowning, the soldier wondered what else he was up to. Lowering his jaw, the subordinate called out to the commander-in-chief and shouted about the atmosphere of Beijing. The drone was flying in space while the general ordered an aid to display on the screen. Looking up, the man did not understand what it was. Members of the United States government clenched their teeth in alarm. Captains from Japan were also looking at the screen. The chief of the United Nations rested his palms on the table. A bright flash of light appeared on the surface of the earth. Unusual lines began to emerge in the sky above the crater. Human silhouettes appeared in the teleportation beams. The man bulged his pupils in fright. The general jumped up from his chair and asked if everyone saw this, to which his subordinate remarked that he wanted to say the same thing. Standing in front of a huge hologram, politicians realized that the people who died in Beijing had begun to be resurrected. The woman raised her eyebrows in bewilderment. Grabbing his mother's hand, the child called out to her. The lady turned her head back sharply. With anxious rounded eyes, the little girl wondered what had happened. Bulging her pupils, the parent remembered her daughter's bloody body and thought that she was sure that she and Mingming were already dead. At the same second, the citizen hugged the child tightly. Tears flowed from the woman's eyes, and then she muttered that her daughter was alive. After a moment, my mother sadly lowered the corners of her lips. In the sky, she noticed the silhouette of a man, while her child quietly said that she could not breathe. A joyful grin appeared on Sung-hoon's face. Sitting down in a chair, the man was surprised that the main character was able to bring them back to life. Putting his palm to his face, the important person noticed that not one, not two, but several thousand at once. Adjusting his glasses with his fingers, Bill said that he understood what his magic was capable of. The old man threw his head back and said that it was not magic, but a miracle, and suggested whether he should believe in anything, and his assistant said that their agents were reporting that China had made a treaty with him in which they promised to give up Liaoning province in exchange for protecting the country, so it seemed that they were doing very badly, and now this country cannot refuse such conditions. Looking to the side, the chief asked what the secretary thought about what the team of analysts was saying about the possibility of the formation of an independent state of this hunter, and did not understand whether they should help him. Putting his hand to his cheek, the technical consultant replied that he believed that they should do it. Standing on the balcony, the employee said that if this video gets online, then his reputation will skyrocket. The young man hovered in the air in the middle of a blue aura, and the observers said that it was possible that some would exalt him as a deity, but they needed such an ally. A view of the spacious conference room opened up, and it turned out that a month later the United Nations Hunters Peace Organization had been created, with its headquarters in the United States of America. Warboats raced across the sea when troops from developed countries were sent to protect humanity from the attacks of monsters from the dungeons. The members of Team Alpha appeared, and it became clear that they had all been summoned as well, thus earning their own fame, but despite their busy schedules, they continued to train. Yun was smiling broadly, and their aura training was the key to becoming true masters. The healer jumped up sharply, and at the moment this girl is the strongest candidate, although not only perseverance is important here, but also luck, because you never know what results await in the future, when suddenly the system announced that the fifth magic circle had been created. A bright glow burst out of the protagonist's chest, and his status changed dramatically from a magician to a wizard. Drops of sweat ran down the hunter's face, and then he thought that he hadn't relaxed either, because he had finally managed to get the 5th rank and accumulate enough strength to be called a wizard. Shifting his gaze to the status window, the young man noticed that he was at level 146, although he had already cleared 40 level 3 dungeons, and under such circumstances, ordinary awakened people would be at level 200. Pressing his finger on the screen, the protagonist exclaimed that he was worried about things he could not influence, so he decided to spend all the remaining points to increase his luck. A mesh pattern was painted on the ceiling, when suddenly someone called out to the master. The young man abruptly turned back and asked what it was this time when Aina said that China had requested a meeting with him, after which he asked if they had enough of their personal files. Lowering her eyelids, the private secretary explained that it was about the Liaoning province that he had requested. Running his hand through his hair, the awakened man noticed that the necropolis had been built there. Closing her lips, the fairy in the android's body said that the problem was that this territory now belonged to them, after which she added that China did not know when the next attack would be. But after they had conceded this strategic point, they would not be able to counterattack, and besides, with the increase in the number of living dead in the province, incursions on the border were increasingly noticed. Closing his eyes, the wizard agreed and said that his territory was his problem. Putting his hand in his pocket, Sung-hoon invited his partner to see who they had sent this time. Stretching out his palm forward, the man greeted the hunter. The main character closed his lips and said that he was glad to meet him. Pointing to a large table, the soldier invited him to sit down. Squinting his eyes, the general said that the reason they had called him today was because they needed to deal with those dead, and then added that the scouts were reporting that they had started building some kind of building, so they believed they couldn't let them finish it. Lowering his chin, the guy noticed that they tried to interfere with them and failed. The army chief bulged his pupils in alarm when the soldier spoke about the atomic bomb. Furrowing his brows, the commander-in-chief didn't know how he knew about it, and whether he had used a satellite or hacked into their base, but it was suspicious. Folding his fingers, the man confessed that they did not know how these damned deceased managed to eliminate their nuclear warhead. Sitting in a chair, the protagonist said that now they are trying to hush up the matter with atomic weapons. Raising his hand, the military man explained that it was their strongest weapon at that time, because they could not allow the zombie army to take over their citizens and land, after which he began to talk about hasty decisions and clarified whether he had burned Beijing to get rid of them. The young man closed his lips in confusion. Raising his finger up, the awakened man said that he had then resurrected thousands of citizens, and then asked if they thought that the city was more important than their people. The chief of the army put his fist to his mouth. Sitting across from him, the commander-in-chief said that he had saved many lives in Beijing and had become a symbol of hope for the people of China, so he thanked him for that. Looking at the teenager, the man was quietly indignant at what kind of young people are now, and at the same time, the young man called him an old man, after which he was asked to get down to business. The soldier stared ahead and promised to help him eliminate the dead in Liaoning province, after which he added that it would be a gesture of goodwill on their part, as they only wanted to thank him for saving ordinary citizens, but wondered if he would refuse this offer. Closing his lips, the awakened man was indignant at his words and assumed that he just wanted to take the provinces back. Running his finger over the fabric, the young man did not understand how it was possible to advance his own troops at such a time, and whether he wanted the whole world to see that China was on his side, or whether he could get the support of the people in the provinces. The assistant turned her gaze towards the owner, but was silent, when suddenly he announced that he was forced to refuse. Jumping up from his chair, the man asked why he refused. Raising his palm, Sehun remarked that as he might know, Liaoning province was now his land, and therefore the problems on it were in his competence. Furrowing his brows angrily, the military realized that this was a very presumptuous guy, although these hunters were always so impudent, when he suddenly asked if he could really solve this problem on his own. Grinning, the main character asked the interlocutor not to worry, because he has good training. Turning towards the commander-in-chief, the awakened man said that China only needed to keep an eye on the borders, because there was a chance that some might escape to their territory. The army chief clenched his jaw furiously when asked when they planned to start. Looking at his personal secretary, the protagonist called out to her, to which she said that she was waiting for his command, and at the same time her master advised the general not to bother himself with this. At an altitude of 350 kilometers above Liaoning province, metal objects were flying in space. Suddenly, the drones began to break through the atmosphere. The assistant put his hand to his mouth and whispered to the chief. The young man smirked and noticed that he had already been informed when the man asked if something was falling directly into the province, and when he had time. Biting his lips, the wizard said that he had to leave, because he needed to deal with the elimination of those dead. The heroes began to disappear in the teleportation beams. The rainy sky was covered with a purple aura. The spider-like robots began to fall quickly to the ground. At the bottom of their bodies were red indicators. A crowd of monsters scattered throughout the province. After the humanoids fell, there was a burst of bright energy on the surface. Small mechanical assistants began to fire at the dead. Calypso recreated a body for himself from parts of other zombies and was surprised that their army was losing in numbers, and then added that the enemy rolled over their barrier. Grasping the staff, the Lich noticed that this was not simple brute force, so he believed that this was the army of the hunter who defeated him, because his skills were beyond their expectations, and these golems were now beyond their strength. Behind the skeleton was a woman's form, while the undead spoke of being led by himself. Sung-hoon was hovering in the air above the magic towers when suddenly someone ordered the two to act according to the plan. The pupils of the deceased sharply decreased in size, and then he promised to try to buy some time. A lot of shots rang out on the battlefield. The skeleton abruptly stretched his arm forward. Surrounded by a purple aura, the huge monsters moved forward. A surge of black energy burst out from within. Stone shards flew through the air. Gray smoke rose to the sky. Suddenly, the main character descended to earth. The guy's eye lit up red. The Lich abruptly began to run in a circle. Lowering his jaw, Paleton noted that leading the army directly into the enemy's citadel had been a rash decision, for he had never met such wizards before. While the undead was trying to shout "Why don't they talk?", a live shell crashed into his head. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred behind him. With his hands out in front of him, the hunter used a double-star shot and apologized that negotiating right in the middle of the field was not his favorite pastime. The dark mage collapsed to the ground with a crash. Looking down, the fighter said that as one sage had said, the one who took the first step wins, and he himself had simultaneously destroyed the magic circles on his head and near his heart, so that he should be finished by now, and then added that he was sorry, because he could have talked to him, but he did not have time for that. Approaching a large stone, the protagonist asked what it was, because he felt how it exuded spiritual power, and if it was something like an altar to their god. Pulling his hand back, Sung-hoon asked his assistant to report on the situation, since they were still holding an advantageous position, but the opponents were counterattacking, after which he added that their army's attacks were continuing, although the leader had been eliminated, and asked if they had several commanders. With his pupils bulging in alarm, the main character thought that he was a magician, or rather the only one who commanded them. Suddenly, the guy pushed off the ground with his foot. The hunter jumped abruptly to the side. Streams of air began to break through from under the ground. The fighter began to quickly run away from the holes in the surface. At the same moment, the protagonist furrowed his brows in fright. A magic circle formed behind him. A cloud of white smoke appeared in the space. The young man held out his fingers in front of him. Tilting his torso downwards, the awakened man did not understand how he could move if his magic circle had been destroyed, and then declared that it was not a mere lich. The skeleton held the magic cane tightly in his hand. The head of the deceased was restored in the rays of energy, and then he explained that this was correct. But in addition to everything else, he was also a devoted novice of the god of death. The undead's pupils narrowed sharply, and he reported that it seemed to him that it would not be difficult to start negotiations with him, but he did not expect to be attacked without warning. Standing near several towers, Paleton remarked that as long as this altar was standing, he would not die, because his god was watching over it, to which Sung-hoon stated that he knew that the priest of the altar could not die under the protection of his own deity. Frowning, the main character thought that his enemy is very annoying, so it will not work. A purple aura surrounded the silhouette of the dark mage, and the young man realized that he now saw that the altar of Necropolis was constantly feeding him with mana, so even his nuclear fusion would not work. Lowering his jaw, the dead man said that the hunter would not be able to defeat him here, and then advised him to accept it. Tilting his head down, the fighter asked if he really thought he had come here without an additional plan, and asked Ayn what the situation was there. Pressing her hands to her body, the fairy said that they controlled the distance and continued to attack the necropolis. But it is worth noting that the number of new dead is constantly growing, and the territory itself is under anti-magic, so apparently the artifact is nearby. Frowning in displeasure, the protagonist said that he thought he would deal with it quickly, and his assistant added that teleportation and nuclear fusion are impossible due to anti-magic, so it is recommended to start the second plan. Standing in the middle of the city of the dead, the fighter said that there was nothing he could do, but he would like to save this place to learn more about these necromancers. Suddenly, the protagonist's pupils narrowed sharply. At the same moment, the young man formed a protective barrier around himself. Looking ahead, Paleton used the binding ring of death and decided to test how long the man would be able to hold out, because as long as he fed the item with mana, it would not disappear, and death would be his only way out. Running his fingers over the magic sphere, the young man noticed that his barrier had failed. Gritting his teeth in anger, the awakened man wondered if there was enough mana. Raising the staff up, the deceased noticed that this is a very amazing device that will be able to support the ring for a long time, although it is difficult for him. Dark circles appeared near Sung-hoon's security pod, and his opponent clarified how about another one. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist decided to use a strategic retreat. A huge boulder was surrounded by a white veil. The space began to fill with a bright aura. The hunter instantly jumped up. Air currents rushed after him. Raising his head, the guy realized that, as expected, fighting in the necropolis was too dangerous. But he was not only good at magic. Looking back, the soldier ordered his private secretary to move to the background. The strategic shuttle IOD flew high above the planet. The metal drone was hidden from prying eyes with the help of invisible plates, when suddenly an order came to disable the optical camouflage. The long sword appeared from a recess in the mechanical observer, and it was said that the concentration was 50 tons of tungsten. Mana was injected into the tungsten core, and the coefficient of friction was 0. The protagonist flew upwards at high speed, and the target of the strike was Necropolis in Liaoning province, after which the drone received the coordinates and began to check its readiness. A bright yellow flash appeared over the surface of the planet, and then the awakened one revealed that kinetic bombing was a hypothetical type of warfare that was created in the United States of America during the Cold War, but was never completed due to technical limitations. After hovering in the air, the young man realized that the main problem was to provide enough power to accelerate the tungsten to at least half the speed of light, which was impossible only using Earth's gravity, but he had a simpler solution in the form of magic, so gaining half the speed of light would be quite easy. Magic circles floated in the air. Sung-hoon let out a bright yellow light in their direction. The protagonist smirked and muttered that as expected, necromancy doesn't stand a single chance against sunlight. Putting her palm to her face, the fairy said that the projectile would soon be visible, after which she added that there were 5 seconds left before hitting the target. Raising his head up, the hunter replied that he saw it. The mantle of the deceased fluttered in the wind, and then he noticed that the ring of death was lucky, but he did not understand if his enemy had flown through the clouds to use the light of the sun. The pupils of the skeleton were emitting small streams of magic, and he said that it was strange, and this guy was clearly not someone who so easily retreated. Holding out his palm in front of him, the fighter mused that the logistics and kinetic bombing scheme had been completed by the United States Army, but in the end they were stopped by the ultimate speed and the unbearable price, so the prototype was never finished. but all the problems of physics could be solved by magic. Releasing a bright beam forward, the protagonist noticed that it was quite easy and decided to apply acceleration. The energy flow went straight to the surface of the Earth. A bright flash could be seen in space. Paleton raised his head sharply. Sun circles fell on the altar. At the same second, a powerful explosion occurred on part of the planet. The awakened one covered his face with his hand to protect himself from the shockwave. Looking down in surprise, the young man asked Ain to report to him on the situation. Holding the binoculars to her eyes, the fairy confirmed the destruction of Necropolis and reported that 98% of the dead had been destroyed and all the golems had also been eliminated, but it was worth noting that the shockwave was much larger than they had anticipated, to which her master remarked that everything was fine, since those monsters were from the assembly line. Smiling, Sung-hoon said that the destructive wave was spreading throughout China, so the entire country could be affected by strong earthquakes. Hovering in the air in front of a yellow column of smoke, the main character decided that he needed to carry out all the restoration work, and then added that it was worth stopping the seismic wave and collecting all the dust that had risen. Instantly the whirlwind swirled, and the young man said that atmospheric stabilization had begun. Black particles began to fly away from the body of the deceased. The undead pupils emitted a bright glow, and at the same time, he admitted that such a powerful and deadly attack had surpassed all his expectations. Hovering in the air due to the lack of legs, Paleton stated that he was amazed that the altar had been crushed in the blink of an eye, and then added that the wizard had only achieved such power by mastering the science of this world, so he should study this world thoroughly. The skeleton's hair fluttered in the wind, and he said that he would meet with the wizards again, because he still had a couple of secret tricks. A magical portal appeared in the crater. Flying up to the clouds, Sung-hoon said that they were gone, and his personal secretary said that he confirmed the atmospheric stabilization and completion of the cooling of the surface. Putting her hands on her side, Aina asked why her master had let him go. Sneering slyly, the protagonist explained that this bastard was an acolyte of the god of death himself, and if he killed him, then their god could unleash all the wrath on him. Looking at his assistant, the hunter stated that they needed to work on their mistakes after this fight, as he still had room to grow, and then added that if he stopped the invasion of the god of death, then he would finally have time to mind his business. The rays of the sun were breaking through the clouds, and then the guy said that first of all, he needed to think about what to do with Liaoning province. A week later, a leaf floated in the green liquid. Upon entering the room, the partner in the body of an android reported that she had managed to make a lucrative deal with the UN. Turning his head back, the protagonist praised her and asked her if she got what they wanted, to which she replied that they officially recognized their ownership of Liaoning province, and they also agreed to support the declaration of the formation of a new nation, after which she was asked what their conditions were. Lowering her jaw, the private secretary said that they would like the master to put the golems into mass production. Swiping his finger across the screen, the young man asked if anything had been said about their orbital weapons, to which he was told that they were clearly concerned, but had not made any direct statements. Looking up, the awakened man noticed that this meant that they had decided to act slowly, or were waiting for others to make the first move. A tree sprout appeared inside the huge flask, which surprised the observers. Grinning happily, the wizard said that everything worked out. Standing in front of the test tank, Aina said that the seed that had been developed by her master had finally sprouted with the help of mana fertilizer, to which he replied that it was so, because with the help of these seeds, they would be able to restore Liaoning province. Putting his palm to the glass, the main character said that in this case he would go, after which he gave the go-ahead to invest money in the mass production of golems, and thinks that they will need help. The fairy in the robot's body smirked and muttered that she understood him. Only a white cloud could be seen in the sky. The lonely tree grew to a huge size. Leaves bloomed on its branches. The sun's rays broke through the foliage, and the hunter said that this is a tree that was created by man using genetic technologies. The guy looked up and thought that it was just a replica recreated with an imitation of real structures, but it would absorb mana and gradually purify the nearby lands. But the necromancy that had corrupted this land could only be purified by this, and the tree itself would produce mana through photosynthesis. A slight grin appeared on the protagonist's face, and then he realized that he could cope with two things at once. A view of a powerful trunk opened up, and the awakened one realized that the fruits of this plant would be overflowing with mana, so that even deserts could be ennobled with it, and then clarified whether it was really surprising. A piece of black cloth swept through the air. Descending to earth, Calypso noticed a copy of the world tree and said that it never ceased to amaze him. Raising one eyebrow in bewilderment, Sung-hoon asked what he was doing here, although he should be aware that they had been given the opportunity to leave. The invincible general smiled maliciously and said that he was the commander of the 128th Liberation Regiment, and had come to negotiate with him. The protagonist's pupils shrank drastically in size from fright, and then he thought that if it wasn't there, then they would have enough firepower to take over the whole world, and wondered if it was only 128th. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy asked if his interlocutor claimed that they still had at least 127 legions with them, to which he replied that their armies were endless and called him a heretic. Slyly furrowing his brows, the hunter was indignant at his rudeness and stated that he was sure that their god was not the only one in this world, after which he added that there were countless of them, and many wizards and magicians did not bow down to a single one. The immortal knight's face radiated a bright glow, and he explained that he had not come to philosophize on the subject of religion. Turning his head towards his opponent, the fighter remarked that he was here to negotiate, but did not understand what he was talking about, and then advised him to remember that he would not allow them to break into this world again or build their altars here, to which he replied that he had already understood this. Angrily lowering his eyebrows, Calypso said that at the moment they do not want any of this, because they only want freedom of religion. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and did not understand what he had just been told. The evil spirits looked directly at the interlocutor and said that he would be brief, because he wanted to preach their religion and become a missionary. Closing his lips, the young man thought that he had not expected this, so he did not know what to do, when suddenly he noticed that if you think about it, they are all dead, and it follows that in order to accept their religion, you have to die. Dropping his hands, the invincible general said that he understood his concern, but that all living beings would also be able to accept faith and know their dogmas, and when they realized that death was not the end of the road, they would accept their God. Folding his hands, the wizard asked why he had come to him if he wanted to be a missionary, to which he replied that since their troops had been defeated, he was following the second plan, and then added that all living and non-living beings can coexist in peace, and every life comes to an end at some point, and that is why they teach their followers not to be afraid of death, but to accept it in the soul. Holding his chin, Samhoon clarified what their conditions were. The cloak of the dark creature fluttered in the wind as he explained that if he allowed their faith to be preached, they promised not to attack the inhabitants of this world, and he must accept that any man could become like the dead at will, and then he swore in the name of his master. Stepping on the grass with his shoes, the young man thought that if he took into account that this was only the 128th Legion, then a direct confrontation with them was dangerous. But on the other hand, he could not just trust them, which will help you make the right decision. The immortal knight threw the ball forward and said that this was general information about their planet, which was named Earth, as well as everything that was happening to it at the moment. The protagonist put his hand under the cloud of black energy. At the same moment, the young man asked his assistant to look at this, to which she spread her hands to the sides and agreed. There was a sly grin on the skeleton's face, and he noticed that the wizard was cautious, but there was no reason not to believe him. Samhoon looked at the bright flash as Aina reported that the analysis was complete, and it showed that it was a pure collection of knowledge, after which she clarified whether to direct it to him. A magic ray instantly pierced the head of the main character. Suddenly, the guy's pupils narrowed noticeably. Parting his lips in fright, the hunter realized that this was information regarding dungeons and the system. Lowering his chin, Calypso declared that he knew what it was, and death would soon hang over his world. Putting his fingers to his hair, the fighter said that the Earth, or rather its dimension, was coming to the end of its life cycle, after which he thought that he now knew that this Akasha mentor was an extraterrestrial being who was responsible for any breaks in their dimension, and those dungeons and awakened people were just a byproduct of his intervention. Clenching his fists, the invincible general asked what would happen now, and whether the protagonist was ready to negotiate. While he thought that if all this was true, then he did not have much time. Lowering his jaw, the young man agreed and said that he would allow them to do missionary work as long as everything was peaceful. An unusual object began to fall out of the black portal, and the undead noticed that this was great, because the treaty that would be signed in the name of God could not be broken. Awakened in bewilderment, his pupils bulged. Putting his hands in his pockets, the wizard realized that it was the heart of a dragon. The immortal knight's head was enveloped in a magical glow, and he said that as compensation for their immutable deal, he thought that would be enough. Grasping the artifact in his palm, Samhoon thought that at first glance it would be enough to power 3 nuclear reactors at once. The shell of the beast's organ shone brightly, and then the main character remembered that they usually have limits to mana reserves, but with this he will be able to achieve much greater results. Standing in front of the interlocutor, Calypso stated that the negotiations were over, so he was not allowed to interfere in their affairs on this planet, but promised that their mission would be in peace with the creatures living here, after which he added that he hoped that the next meeting they would talk as friends, to which he agreed. The guy silently watched as the undead disappeared in the teleportation beams. Lowering his jaw, the soldier sighed heavily. Looking up, the protagonist said that they still had a lot to do, when suddenly Aina said that he would succeed, and he replied that he hoped so. A view of a huge copy of the world tree opened up, and then the young man thought that according to Calypso's information, this dimension did not have much time left. The planet was shining brightly, and the awakened realized that Akasha's mentor was constantly trying to stabilize the rifts in the dimension, but they did not know his true intentions, despite the fact that it was interesting to watch his attempts. Various surfaces inside the transparent shells flew past the globe, and the young man realized that the creator of the system was using the shards of long-extinct dimensions to patch up the holes in their world, and these fragments were dungeons, clearing which awakened people received in return karma, which was only the source of the power of the Akash. An island fell in the middle of the ocean, and the wizard realized that dungeons that were not cleared in time would consume the world in which they appeared, and this is called the replacement phenomenon, so it must be assumed that no matter how dungeons are cleared, their dimension will be restored. The 3 monsters stood next to each other, while the hunter mused that the problem was the process itself, because the balance would be further destroyed, and soon the size of their dimension would begin to increase. But at the moment, the Earth had a chance to withstand the third-level dungeons, and it would only get worse from here. Holding his chin, Sung-hoon decided that the dungeons of the 4th and 5th levels were much more difficult, and humanity could be wiped off the face of the Earth. But if he survived these shards, the monsters at the 6th level would be like gods. Pointing his finger at the large tank, the protagonist realized that even he himself would not be able to resist them, so he needed to find another approach to solve this problem. The guy decided to leave this matter under the responsibility of the laboratory employee, to which she closed her eyes and replied that she agreed. Turning his gaze to his private secretary, the hunter asked what was going on with the design of infrastructure on Mars, to which he was told that everything was going well, and then suggested that the battles here would become more difficult each time, so they needed to think about the future. Stretching her hand to the side, Aina asked if they should pay attention to the new generation of hunters. Turning his head towards the interlocutor, the fighter asked her to provide him with a list of the best hunters around the world and asked what place she was in, to which she agreed and replied that she was 7th, after which the owner asked why she was here and not in the main body, and she explained that it was in the training room. Drops of liquid fell to the floor. Yun tilted her head down in exhaustion. An object fell into the palm of her hand, and then she reported that she had heard that the girl was also listed in the ranks of the combined forces of hunters, and asked if she was overworking, to which she replied that everything was fine. Taking a towel in her hand, the healer noticed that she had been told that the protagonist only took as partners those who had reached the level of master, so she needed to work even harder. The news showed an image of a copy of the World Tree, and the host revealed that Liaoning Province, which was previously attacked by terrestrial creatures, is now regaining its original appearance. The reporter asked if the audience saw that the tree was already 2 kilometers high, so that soon that battlefield would be completely cleared, when suddenly the young lady, sitting in front of the TV, asked if her mentor had done it, to which she received a positive answer. Parting her lips, the healer sighed heavily and wondered if she would ever reach his level. Aina looked at her interlocutor in bewilderment, and said that she would succeed. Yun sharply bit her lips in sadness. Adjusting her glasses with her fingers, the assistant explained that with her talent and perseverance, it was possible, but she only needed a little push, so there was no need to rush so much. Raising her hands up, the girl began to scream loudly. Grinning happily, the healer thanked the fairy in the android's body for her support, and decided to continue studying. An image of Sung-hoon was displayed on the screen, while the young lady said that she would do everything possible to be on par with him. Stretching her fingers forward, the hunter muttered that she could reach. Suddenly, the space began to crack. The healer parted her lips, stunned. Her eyes widened in surprise. She did not know if her hand had reached. The interlocutors were simultaneously transported to another dimension. Putting her hand to her cheek, Aina said that she had told her that she would succeed, after which she explained that enlightenment comes when it is least expected. The pupils of the main character instantly decreased in size. Jumping up from his chair, the young man felt Yun's dense aura and wondered if she had managed to reach the level of a master. A powerful blow was dealt to the black object. The girl got into a fighting stance. Raising his eyebrows in amazement, the hunter thought that it was like an ordinary shockwave, but there was something to it, and then said that he thought she had succeeded in conceptualizing, so now it was safe to say that she had reached the level of a master. Smiling broadly, the healer exclaimed that she was a genius, and her interlocutor admitted that he did not think that he would see her grow so soon. Shifting his gaze to the side, Sung-hoon clarified what it represented, because it looked like a long-range attack, but there was something else here. Clenching her fist, Yun didn't understand what he meant. Scratching the back of her head, the girl agreed to show if she was asked to do so. Sharply stretching her hand forward, the healer began to make the sounds of blows. A flash of light was seen on the whipping equipment, and at the same time the apprentice clarified his opinion on this, to which he wondered if she was really a master. Closing her eyes, Aina reported that according to her calculations, the young lady was attacking the target and ignoring the distance. Holding his chin, the main character stated that the concept depends on the characteristics of the personality, but even in his past life there was nothing like this, to which his personal secretary suggested that this could be influenced by modern trends in education and culture. Stretching out his palm in front of him, the guy asked why they didn't do a little test. A protective barrier formed around the training equipment. Turning his head back, the hunter asked the healer to attack again, after which he added that the barrier has anti-teleportation properties, physical resistance, as well as magical protection, to which she clarified whether she just needed to attack, and received a positive response. Clenching her fists, Yun advised her inanimate opponent to hold on. At the same moment, the magic circle rushed towards the dome. The protagonist and his assistant bulged their pupils in bewilderment. Looking at the mesh cloth, the young man exclaimed that it had hit the target and completely ignored his defensive abilities. Lowering his jaw, the awakened man declared that it was surprising, and then wondered if the concept of a blow that always reaches the target worked in her mind, but realized that in order to achieve the desired goal, she did not take into account the necessary techniques. Smiling broadly, the girl asked for his opinion. Squeezing his eyes shut, the wizard replied that it was incredible and simply beautiful, and he himself reflected that with the help of inexhaustible willpower, the hunter controlled the aura, which was beyond earthly laws. Pointing his finger forward, the young man noticed that she still needed to train, otherwise the aura would not develop, and in his mind, he said that beings who do not obey the rules of the world, but create their own, are called masters, and now they can say that Yun is at the level that will allow her to deal with dragons without too much trouble. A view of a burning planet called Mars opened up. Standing on the hill in front of the magical golem manufacturing factory, Sung-hoon asked how far they had come, to which the companion replied that they had managed to reach the 1,000 golem mark so far when they had increased their production capacity tenfold 2 months earlier. Looking at the interlocutor, the main character in a business suit said that they would expand production to 10,000, and after reaching the desired mark, they would be engaged in the main project of the carrier ship. There was a bright magical glow in space, and then the guy clarified why they didn't have a snack, and then said that 2 months later, the world had completely stabilized after the dungeon crisis, and although there were riots in countries where military power is completely mana, but most developed countries had already solved their problems with replacing dungeons, and he himself had already begun to prepare, after all. In the future, higher-level dungeons await them. The protagonist thought that Yun was already a master, but this was only the beginning of her journey, and if he wanted to compare the balance in the world, then he needed to take a closer look at the talented personalities among the hunters, as Diakoin appeared and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Smirking, the young man answered her in the same way. Lowering the corners of her lips in displeasure, the girl asked if they knew each other, to which Sung-hoon replied that he was a nugget from China, who was a rather promising person. Pressing her palm to her fist, the hunter apologized for such an unexpected visit, but she had something to say to them. A large chandelier hung from the ceiling. The evil healer furrowed her brows angrily. Closing his eyes, the guy asked her not to make such a face, because this is their guest, and she realized what he was doing while she was away. Placing her hands on the table, the talented hunter thought that this was the same healer from Team Alpha who had become an attacker. With her pupils bulging in alarm, the lady wondered that she couldn't tell how strong she was, and wondered if that meant they were on completely different levels. Sitting on a chair, the soldier asked what had brought her here. Diakoin put her fist to her chin. Looking straight ahead, the awakened woman stated that she knew that he was gathering a team from all over the world, and that he needed powerful hunters, and then asked if she could join his team. The young man's pupils instantly narrowed in surprise. Stretching her palm up, Yun shouted that she was protesting and disagreed. Clenching her fists, the healer exclaimed that she was quite enough to be a melee fighter. Putting his cheek to his hand, the wizard asked the guest to tell why she should join his team. Smirking, the lady said that her goal was to get better. With a thumbs up, the Chinese hunter explained that fighting alongside such a powerful leader would only help her become stronger, and besides, all her actions were done independently of the Chinese government, and then added that as far as he knew, hunters most often had a mutually beneficial relationship with the government of their countries, but it did not concern her. Closing his lips, Sung-hoon realized that her independence in this matter would only benefit him, and such beauties are never superfluous, and with her talents, she is just an ideal candidate. Putting her head on the table, Yun began to talk about her poster, and her mentor suggested that she should learn from her. Stretching his palm forward, the protagonist accepted the offer and decided that their agreement should benefit both parties. Looking directly at the other party, Diakoin thanked him and promised that she would not let him down, while the healer muttered that she would not let him down either, and did not know if it seemed to her or if she had a built-in translation machine. The setting sun shone brightly in the sky. A group of people were standing in front of a huge estate in Mexico City. A military helicopter flew high in the air. The man stepped onto the grass when suddenly an announcement was heard that the command had arrived, and an order was given to the first group to monitor the perimeter, and the second group to take up sniper positions. Jessica waved in greeting. Approaching the tied man, the girl asked if he was a drug lord named Carlos. The perpetrator lowered his chin and was indignant that she knew his whereabouts. Stretching her fingers forward, the huntress explained that if he was alone, then there was a chance that she would let him live, because she did not need to kill him. A bright flash of light appeared in front of the eyes of the bandit, who did not understand what she was doing, when suddenly the system reported that soul subjugation magic had been applied, and the target's resistance to magic was unsuccessful, so the target was subservient to Jessica. Carlos bulged his pupils in fright, wondering what it was. Looking down, the lady explained that these were the rules of the system, and that he should know it as a hunter, and then added that for the rest of his life he would obey it in everything, even if he was ordered to kill his firstborn. A view of the burning surface of the planet Mars opened up. Standing on a cliff, Sung-hoon stated that he had decided to give a little training to the new crew members to learn their abilities. Smirking, the protagonist remembered that Diakoin believes that she is in no way inferior to master-level fighters, and judging by the tests that have already been conducted, it can be said that she can be Yun's partner. Turning her head back, the girl said that she did not expect anything less from him than to be transported to Mars. Closing his lips, the hunter explained that here they could not worry about the surroundings and fight at full strength, after which he asked her not to linger, because she did not know how strong she was now, but if she did not give her best last time, she would lose. Folding her hands, the healer exclaimed that this was well said, and her rival would show what she was capable of. Lowering her chin, the mighty fighter from China said that she had heard a lot about her opponent being the healer of the Alpha team and at the same time the best attacker, and then added that she had indeed attracted the attention of her country's government. Shutting her eyes, the young lady thanked her, although she was embarrassed. Placing her palms on her sides, Team Alpha remarked that since this was her first time, she wouldn't give her all, while the protagonist muttered that his apprentice was weak in compliments. Furrowing her brows menacingly, Diakoyan stated that if she considered herself an elder, she should always be attentive. Passing her hand in front of her face, Young suggested that they start. The girls stood on the hills opposite each other. Shifting her gaze to the side, the healer remembered that she had heard that her opponent was strong in close combat. Suddenly, a powerful hunter from China rushed forward. The young lady abruptly dodged the attack. Blue strands of hair flew in the air. The awakened woman threw a circular kick. The healer tried to cover her face with her hands. With her mouth wide open in fright, the attacker shouted that her opponent needed to stop. Having created the sphere with the help of the mage of the commandments of earth and heaven, the fighter declared that she would not do it. A magical stream, followed by an explosion of earth and heaven, rushed forward abruptly. Spreading her hands to the sides, Yun shouted that her enemy had gone away in earnest. Furrowing her brows angrily, the member of Team Alpha used the dragon's eternal slashing boost and struck the void. A bright flash of light appeared in space. Standing in the middle of the white smoke, Sung-hoon was surprised by what was happening. Closing his lips, the protagonist suggested that the ability to control energy and aura would allow Diakoyan to withstand Yun, and the proof that a person has reached the level of a master is the concentration of the aura, which in martial arts is called ki concentration. The stone hills began to fall apart into small pieces, while the guy realized that the outcome of the fight depended on their conceptualization. The healer lifted her leg sharply. Lowering her jaw, the young lady sighed heavily and wondered if her enemy was still on his feet. Bulging her pupils, the mighty hunter exclaimed that she had thought that the attacker had also reached the level of enlightenment. After all, she had repelled her attack with concentrated ki, which was a decent level. Raising her hand, the healer asked if she had taken it seriously. Lowering his jaw, the protagonist shouted that if his student did not give her all, she would lose to the newcomer, and then asked if this would not hurt her pride. Shifting her gaze to the side, Yun noticed that he should have said that she was so strong. After all, she almost got hurt for not being ready. Suddenly, the girl parted her lips. Closing her eyes, the member of Team Alpha agreed to play seriously now. Stretching her hand forward, the healer offered to fight again. Diakoyan looked at her opponent in bewilderment. At the same second, the attacker's fist began to fill with energy. The pupils of the mighty huntress sharply decreased in size, and then she realized that she was in danger. Jumping to the side, the lady wondered what it was. After all, it didn't look like cheese concentration. A moment later, drops of blood spurted out of her mouth. The awakened one instantly flew far back. A white veil formed under the cliff. Suddenly, the girl broke free from under the collapse of stones. Gritting her teeth tightly in anger, the fighter shouted that she was sure she had evaded. Seeing the magic circles, Diakoyan thought that her rival was attacking again. Crossing her arms in front of her face, the mighty hunter decided that she needed to defend herself. At the same second, she missed a blow to the chest. From the force of the attack, the lady flew down the cliff. Blood was flowing out of her mouth. Pushing her foot off the ground, the awakened woman did not understand what was wrong with this aura, because she could not evade it or deflect it. Pulling her fist back, Yun remarked that it looked like she was cheating a bit, and then suggested that she end it. A clump of smoke spread on the surface, when suddenly it was heard that her opponent did not want to give up without a fight. Lowering his eyebrows in alarm, Sung-hoon noticed that the fighter from China was preparing to attack. The girl wrapped her fingers around her wrist. Diakoyan approached her opponent, and she thought about the fact that she did not even notice how they were approaching her. Smiling maliciously, the mighty huntress exclaimed that she only needed to catch her to start the attack, to which she asked how she managed to get so close that she was not even noticeable. A moment later, the lady kicked and squeezed the ground, after which she explained that she could also cheat. Raising her knee, the awakened woman warned that her rival was about to get it. Both girls rested their feet on the ground. Yun's eyes widened in fright as her opponent was about to whirl. The healer jumped back abruptly. The healer opened his mouth wide in pain. Diakoyan, standing in front of her rival, asked if she hadn't said she would give it her all. The priestess of light bared her teeth menacingly. The elder's disciple lifted her feet off the ground. The attacker stretched her hand forward. Once behind her opponent, the awakened one clarified if it was the first time a melee fighter had fought one-on-one, and added that she had very slow reactions. Sung-hoon, crossing his arms, said that this was expected of Diakoyan. After all, she has a lot of experience and makes great use of her strengths, and going to close combat to prevent Yun from using conceptualization is a great decision. Smirking, the protagonist said that the ability of the Elder's Apprentice means teleportation through subspace, and added that this is a bad opponent for a healer, but this is also part of the battle. At the same time, the girl laid the healer on the ground. Lifting the corners of her lips, the lady asked why she didn't give up. The priestess of light placed her palm on the surface. Suddenly, the melee fighter began to stand up. The attacker's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment, Diakoyan jumped back. Looking ahead, the girl thought that this was recklessness, and then asked if she was crazy because she had broken her arm to free herself. Yun tilted her head down. An unusual energy swirled around her wrist. The lady's expression was confused, and she wondered if it was regeneration, and then exclaimed that it wasn't fair. Lowering her eyebrows, the healer clarified what it was, and then explained that this was one of her abilities, because she was primarily a healer. Clenching her fist, the Priestess of Light said that let her rival prepare, because now she would definitely give her best. With a flick of her hair, the Elder's disciple said that the battle with ignoring the wounds was frightening, but it still wouldn't change anything, and added that she could heal as much as she wanted, but she would just break it over and over again. Suddenly, a melee fighter approached the enemy. Yun frowned menacingly. The healer attacked powerfully with her hand, and at the same time, Diakoyan wondered if it was so strong. Suddenly, the healer pushed the enemy aside. The Priestess of Light noticed a blue glare. Suddenly, the girl hit her rival on the head. The melee fighter looked back sharply. After a moment, Yun stretched out her leg. The lady narrowed her eyes in pain. Looking ahead, the protagonist muttered that she had abandoned conceptualization and switched to hand-to-hand combat, and now it was impossible to predict the outcome of the battle, and also wondered if the healer would be able to defeat Diakoyan if she gained more experience in hand-to-hand combat. While fighting the healer, the Elder's disciple exclaimed that she was in pain even with the block, and the young man wondered if she had become stronger because she had concentrated all the aura around her body, exceeding the limits, and noticed that her body was seriously damaged, but she could heal, and therefore this melee fighting style well emphasized the fact that she was a healer. The young man's gaze was focused as he said that Diakoyan's situation had deteriorated noticeably, because she couldn't break the distance due to Yun's conceptualization, and in close combat, she lost in brute force, and the only problem was how long the Priestess of Light could hold out. A white haze could be seen in the distance. A view of the night sky opened up. The girls fought with each other. Closing his eyes, Sung-hoon muttered that it was all over, and given her lack of experience in close combat, Yun did her best. A moment later, the girl hit the ground. The healer fell off her feet. The protagonist, flying up to them, said that he didn't think they would fight for so long, and even as an aura user, he would bet on Diakoyan to win. The protagonist stretched out his palm sharply. The healer hung head down, and the guy thought that he must have underestimated Yun too much. The young man raised his partners, and then he noticed that it was very rare to become a master of the aura in just a year, and perhaps she was one of the geniuses of the century. Suddenly, his personal secretary appeared behind the master. Looking back, the awakened man said that she was just in time and asked if he could carry the two to the break room. Opening her mouth wide, Aina exclaimed that now was not the time, because a new dungeon had opened, and at the same time, the hunter clarified in which country. An unusual glow appeared, and the assistant explained that it was not on Earth, but here on Mars. Looking at the screen, Sung-hoon asked to see the recording as he didn't understand what was happening. Turning her gaze towards the owner, Aina reported that they had not set up surveillance on Mars, because they did not even think that surveillance would be necessary, and then explained that this was why they could not find the dungeon, which at least appeared near the factory, so they were able to find it in time. There was a view of sharp peaks bursting out of the ground, and then the private secretary told me that it was 30 kilometers away, and that information was being gathered as quickly as possible. Putting his hand in his pocket, the hunter remarked that given how it worked on the ground, they could assume that all dungeons were formed in the same way, and then asked if there were any signals about the movement of monsters, to which the interlocutor replied that the monsters had gathered about 20 kilometers from the dungeon, and her boss said that they had definitely discovered the factory, and asked to see whether there are intelligent beings there. On the screen, the guy noticed a huge monster, and exclaimed that it was a rudimentary life form called Agram. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist revealed that he was familiar with this species, and although the hierarchy was tied to brute force, they were still capable of negotiating, and then suggested that these creatures had an element of cold, and clarified whether they were affected by the environment of Mars. Looking sideways, the fairy in the robot's body asked if he would take care of them right now. Scratching his head, the awakened man stated that he needed to install a protective barrier around the factory first, and also asked his companion to take the golems that were used for production, and then added that once they created a line of defense, he would try to talk to them. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man said that it was also worth increasing the production of the sorcerer's eyes, because they needed to monitor the entire solar system to prevent such a thing. Touching the screen with her palm, Aina said that it would take time for them to spread their eyes throughout the system, and her master said that in that case, their priority would be to set the eyes on Mars, and the others if possible. A blue aura swirled around the postponed peaks, and the wizard revealed that the Agrams were a race that could coexist with humans, and according to his data, the monsters from the dungeons that appeared did not receive power from the Akashic system. Hovering in the air, Sung-hoon noticed that unlike the Ant Queen, he might be able to resolve the matter peacefully. But first he needed to see if he could count on such a thing at all, and if he could, it could be that an entire race would be under his command. A madly powerful explosion rang out. The Agrams flew in all directions. The main character looked at all this from a bird's eye view. All the monsters were looking at him, and he was saying that this was a warning for them not to dare to approach, because this was his territory, and he would not allow them to rule here, because he was the lord of these places, the wizard Sung-hoon. The eyes of the Agrams burned brightly. They did not take their eyes off their opponent, Suddenly, the guy, frowning, shouted loudly, asking who their leader was, and ordered to show up. One of the Agrams stepped forward and asked him to wait a while. After that, he began to run away. Aina suddenly appeared next to her master and reported that there were only 1,781 Agrams, and among them one class of Viscount, and presumably he was their leader, as well as 23 individuals and nobles who were scouting the area. In the distance, only the outlines of the mountains were visible, and the main character said that he thought that this was an Agram reconnaissance group sent to search for information about the factory. Suddenly a huge representative of the Agrams appeared. Seeing him, Sung-hoon smiled and said that he was the same Viscount. A huge Agram hovered over his subordinates and asked if this human mage had called him, but why was he interfering with their movement? Then the guy knitted his eyebrows and replied that this was his territory, and they were the ones who invaded him without permission, after which he asked if he understood correctly that he was the leader of these Agrams. Without moving from his seat, the Agram replied that it was so, after which he apologized for invading the territory of a human mage, but they had not come here of their own free will. There was not a drop of fear in the eyes of the protagonist when he asked how he felt about talking, since this was the way the circumstances were. With a light nod, the Viscount accepted his offer. The whole sky was strewn with stars. After a while, the main character, without coming down to earth, said that he realized that they came here driven by something from the outside. He kept his eyes on the Agram, adding that it didn't change the fact that they were invading someone else's territory, and then asked what they would do about it. Upon receiving such a question, the Viscount narrowed his eyes and asked in response what the human master desired. A powerful magical energy emanated from the guy, and he replied that he needed everything that belonged to their race. Knitting his eyebrows, he added that once they entered his land, they became his property, after which he asked if this was not obvious. Immediately after this question, magical energy was released in his direction. The Agram Viscount showed his aura and shouted loudly that he would not pretend not to hear his words, adding that the Agrams do not obey humans. Song-hoon, hearing and seeing this, smirked and said that everything was as expected, after which he asked what was the point then if they just agreed. As soon as he asked this, the Agram attacked him. Lowering his hand, he said that it was a duel, and the victor would take all, and he, like a great king, began the battle, for he was the king of the Agrams. He frowned furiously as he unleashed his power. But when the dust and smoke cleared, the main character appeared, who said that he calls himself a king, and it's funny. Under the protective barrier, he smiled and added that he was the first to start the fight. Seeing his opponent, he rounded his eyes in surprise and exclaimed that this man was able to survive his attack. Suddenly, the guy raised his hand and said that it was his turn, after which he used the 5th level of the Titan Hand instant spell. A lot of magic seals appeared above his opponent. In the next second, a powerful magical attack descended on the king. Immediately after that, a madly powerful explosion rang out. The Agrams, who were watching the fight from the sidelines, suddenly shouted, asking if their great king was dead. Then the main character looked at them out of the corner of his eye and replied that he was not dead. The Viscount lay nailed to the ground, and the guy asked him how he felt. Smiling broadly, he added that if he wanted, they could fight for a very long time, but this was the first and last time he had treated him lightly. Then the king of the Agrams waved a white flag and said that he surrendered. His subordinates, who were looking at him from the outside, began to ask each other what they should do now, if this man was their king, since their king had lost. But unexpectedly for them, Sung-hoon frowned and shouted loudly, ordering everyone to be silent, because they saw for themselves who came out victorious. He looked at the monsters and continued to say that from now on, they were his property, and should obey his orders, and they should also be proud to be the first citizens of this land. Stretching out his hand, he added that they must colonize the land of this planet except for the factory, and this is his order as master. The Agrams, hearing this, began to raise their hands and shout loudly, praising their new great king. Aina appeared next to the owner and asked if he was sure that he did not want to tie them to a contract, to which he replied that it was okay, because they were much simpler than she thought. After looking at the monsters, he added that he had no idea that the Agrams would be the first colonizers of Mars, to which the fairy replied that it was only Mars, and she thought they would be a beautiful native species given their strength and vitality. All this time, Mars was watched. With the help of special devices, it was even possible to see the factory of the main character. The man sat at the table and looked at the hologram, saying that Sung-hoon's object located on Mars was of incredible proportions, and it was much more impressive than in her previous report, and from the report that he saw now, he was not only building some buildings, but also subduing unknown monsters. The old man frowned and continued to say that no matter what, the power that the Rothschilds could not control should not exist, and would do everything possible to find the sources of his power. Jessica stood in front of his desk and replied that this man was very sensitive to the dissemination of his personal information, and she had difficulty finding out from him about the presence of foreign knowledge. The old man kept his eyes on her, saying that he was the kind of person who was difficult to negotiate with, which meant that she had to listen to him carefully, that since the advent of the Akashic system, everything they knew about the world had changed, and now there was an object that could compete with them in terms of influence. His eyes were full of anger and hatred, with which he continued to say that it was not any organization or nation, but only one magician who posed the greatest threat to the Rothschild family since the beginning of their story, and he was sure that they would do the right thing to eliminate him as soon as they had the chance. From these words, shock appeared in the girl's eyes, and she asked if he had already made up his mind. Then her interlocutor opened the portal in front of him and replied that this was only his personal opinion, and the family itself had not made a decision, to which she decided to say that if the head of the family thinks about one thing, then everyone will take his side. Hearing this, the old man looked at Jessica and replied that he could sense her rebellious tone, after which he asked how much she had become friends with this man. Upon receiving such a question, the girl frowned and replied in confusion that this was not the case. But before she could finish speaking, the old man said that if she had no intentions, then she should forget about these thoughts, because when their family made a move, everyone ceased to exist. After a while, the man who was shown on the news frowned and shouted that the dungeons were valuable, adding that he was categorically against the current policy of clearing dungeons as soon as they appeared, because how many resources could they get if they waited for the replacement to happen and the monsters to respawn? Raising his hand, he continued to say that the future of humanity was in danger and everyone should know that they were getting half of the world's oil reserves just by fighting against monsters, so the dungeons should be treated as a valuable asset of their country. Hearing this, the protagonist knitted his eyebrows and asked in displeasure what this idiot was carrying, and the man continued to say that it was obvious that they saw the message when the dungeon first appeared. They evolved because they can't destroy enough monsters. Suddenly, the guy was slapped on the back with all his strength as he shouted in displeasure that he never thought that someone who was talking such nonsense could be elected as a national deputy. Sung-hoon immediately grabbed his back, and his mother, who was standing behind, told him to watch his expressions. After all, he is a well-known person in society and cannot say whatever he wants, after which she asked why he was so angry at this news, because it was not like him. The protagonist was holding his back with tears in his eyes, and the man on the TV kept saying that respawning is a phenomenon in which normal monsters appear from a dungeon if the boss is not eliminated, and according to the study, they can potentially prevent dungeons from appearing if they eliminate normal monsters, and therefore they can safely control them. The woman, hearing this, took a sip of some coffee and asked if it was a problem, because they were talking about safe measures. Was it bad? And the MP went on to say that it is good for ordinary citizens as well, because the safety of people, the cores of monsters, they have found a way to effectively provide these resources, which will reduce the cost of goods and the real estate will stabilize. After these words, the main character smirked and said that it bothered him a little. He continued to stare at the TV screen when he suddenly heard a disgruntled voice asking who the hell came up with this, if they were going to create a dungeon protection law so soon, adding that if talk of such a thing persisted, then there was definitely someone powerful behind it. Sung-hoon frowned and ordered Aina to find something about it. At this time, his mother sat down next to him and asked how he was doing with that pink-haired girl, adding that he should bring her back because they had to eat together. The guy, hearing this, wiped the spilled water and explained that Yun was part of the team and his colleague. Then the woman brought the cup to her mouth and said that he should think about marriage, because all her friends were already looking after their grandchildren. Suddenly, immediately after these words, Aina appeared next to them. She smiled warmly and told the protagonist that she had found them. In surprise, the boy's mother poured coffee and asked in confusion who she was. Then Aina bowed and said that this was her first meeting with her in person, but she did not expect that she would also be here, after which she introduced herself as the closest assistant of the master, and the main character, seeing her, said to himself that she had come here on purpose. After the explanation, the girl grabbed Sung-hoon's arm and said that something had happened, so they had to go, and asked the woman why she was so impatient. When the guys disappeared, she added that Aina should come back when her son was gone, to which she replied well. Finally, she said that her son should not date two at once, to which he, turning around, shouted loudly that she had misunderstood everything. After a while, several system screens were opened in the virtual space. Aina raised her eyebrows and reported that she had been watching the movements of people wanting to preserve dungeons around the world, and the Rothschild family was behind them. The protagonist sat in a chair while his subordinate continued to say that the government looked like it was confident that it could safely run the dungeons with the data they had, and since they could handle the substitutions, they would try to maximize their profits as soon as possible. Hearing this, the guy bit his finger and said that this would not work, because if the dungeon clearing was slowed down, the Akashic administration could introduce even more drastic measures to replenish interdimensional energy. And if dungeons appeared all over the galaxy, he was not sure that he could cope with them alone. Aina glanced at Sung-hoon out of the corner of her eye and reported that due to the appearance of the third tier, many high-level hunters had lost their lives, and for the safety of the new hunters, the governments were taking a safer approach so that they could level up without any problems without even risking their lives in the dungeon. Then the main character folded his hands on his chest and replied that it was not that he did not understand their position, but, opening his eyes, he said to himself that the Akashic system would never work until they contributed to the replenishment of its energy. Suddenly, he stuck out his finger and offered to warn the UN about what could happen if they neglected to clean up the dungeons, and they also did it with the US and China. Getting up from his chair, he went on to say that he wasn't sure if they would buy into the claim of destroying humanity, but he would try. In the place where they were, everything was well lit, when suddenly the guy ordered Aina to invite Jessica to a meeting, if possible, because in order to find out about the plans of the Rothschilds, it would be faster to meet her. The water flowed slowly and slowly in the river. The street was lit by sunlight. Aina walked next to the master and reported that not only the UN, but also the United States and China rejected his proposal, saying that all this was unfounded, and they also said that the forecasts and assumptions of one person would not be the decisive factor in their policy. But she was sure that this was their way of minimizing his influence over them, to which he, closing his eyes, he replied that it was expected. But he hopes that it will come at least in a while. But before he could finish speaking, he saw a black figure sitting under a tree. Jessica, sitting in the shade, was reading a book. Sung-hoon walked over to her and thanked her for taking the time for him. Then the girl looked at him out of the corner of her eye and replied that she did not think that he would call her first. Aina was looking at them from the sidelines all this time. Lush clouds floated across the blue sky. There was an empty glass on the bench, and the girl asked if he really said that such a crisis of the dungeon was possible if everything was left as it was. The main character looked at his interlocutor out of the corner of his eye and replied that if the world chooses to protect the dungeon for free resources, then the second wave of substitutions will begin. After which he was asked if there was evidence to support these words, to which he firmly replied no. Hearing this, Jessica put her hand to her forehead and said that then it was more difficult. She sat next to him and added that as a fellow magician, she believed him, because the words of a powerful wizard could not simply be ignored. The guy continued to look at his interlocutor, who suddenly said that it was nevertheless difficult to influence the whole world with just words. Jessica rose to her feet and added that despite his influence, it was still a matter of politics, after which she was asked what if her family agreed with him. The girl then turned to Sung-hoon and replied that of course, with the strength of her family, it was possible to change her views, and then asked, but what reasons do they have for doing so? Because even if they assume that he is not lying, it is still his speculation. Then the main character smirked and asked in response, is it possible that even if he says that politics will be the reason for the beginning of the apocalypse? At these words, Jessica's eyes turned in surprise. She rested one hand on her side and asked in displeasure if there was anything else he hadn't told her. She suddenly pointed her finger at the guy and added that in this case she had a counteroffer, after which she asked how about joining their family, because as a family member, he could easily resolve the crisis on the spot. Upon receiving such an offer, the guy frowned. He did not take his eyes off his interlocutor, when suddenly he replied that he had already rejected this offer once, because he did not work for anyone, to which she replied that they offered to work for them. Jessica smiled and explained that he could become a real member of the family, but she said that he should marry her. Aina, standing aside, looked at the river. Sung-hoon, upon receiving such an offer, frowned and asked if she was satisfied with a loveless marriage, adding that she would do her best to find the source of his strength. Jessica didn't take her eyes off the guy when she suddenly said that he wasn't one of those people who messed around, just let it go, because he was someone who would use her family to do whatever he wanted. Squinting slightly, the protagonist replied that she was not mistaken, but he would only marry after he knew his partner enough, so he would pretend not to hear her words. Hearing this, the girl smiled contentedly and offered to start dating, after which she asked, after all, that she did not seem unattractive to him. After these words, the main character lowered his head in confusion. After a while, the ducks were swimming on the water, and Jessica said it was a shame. She folded her hands over her chest and added that although he was indifferent to everything, he even so, to which he, putting his hand in his pocket, asked if she was serious. Then the girl frowned and displeased said that a minute ago he had said that humanity could come to an end, after which she asked if he really didn't want to marry her, even if the world was going to perish soon, adding that apparently he didn't like her very much. Suddenly, Aina's eyes showed contempt, with which she said that it was all the master's fault, and she recommended that he take some lessons in manners. Standing next to Jessica, she rested her hands on her hips and added that she was disappointed in him, to which he asked why she was on her side. After a short pause, Jessica lowered the corners of her lips and said that it wouldn't help anyway, because their family wouldn't stop the dungeon trade, and if he went against them, they would immediately turn their backs on him. Hearing this, Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he wasn't saying that there was a good reason for such actions. Then his interlocutor turned around and replied that the dungeon looks like a way to maintain the world economy in the eyes of many people, so the opinion of one person is nothing compared to the decision of the majority, and this is her last warning, because he should not underestimate her family, because if they decide that he is against them, they will immediately make their move, and now he must do his best to protect what is dear to him and not to regret when he loses everything. The mother of the main character at this time with a smile on her face was doing household chores. At the same time, Yun and Takun were killing monsters in the dungeon, and Jessica continued to say that they were the Rothschild family, and they were very good at hitting the enemy's weak points. As she finished, she exhaled heavily. After a few seconds, the girl smirked and said that if there was nothing else to talk about, she would go, because she needed to return faster, since she did not warn the family to leave, but she hoped that they would not have to fight against each other at the next meeting. The main character silently scratched his head after these words. He looked at the back of the departing Jessica and said that they seemed to need an alternative. When evening came, the sky began to take on pink hues. Sung-hoon was walking down the corridor and saying that he should stay out of politics, and Aina, walking beside him, was reporting that the World Alliance had started broadcasting about dungeon management, so it was illegal to visit the dungeon until the laws were passed, which was why Korea had started monitoring the entrances 3 days ago. The main character, hearing this, said that it seemed that the world would turn upside down again, when suddenly he raised one eyebrow in surprise, seeing something ahead. A few steps away from him stood Takon and Yun, who wore a strange helmet on her head. With a loud scream, Yun immediately ran up to the guy and asked him to take off what was on her head, to which he replied in confusion that he thought she had gone hunting in the Amazon rainforest, after which he asked why she needed it. Takon then put her hand behind her head in confusion and explained that this object had fallen out during the hunt, and it looked like a helmet. So she jokingly put it on her head, after which she asked if it was really not a cursed object, and Yun suddenly screamed that she couldn't take it off. Placing his hands on the helmet, the young man raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that as an aura user, she should be able to break simple curses with ease. But suddenly there was surprise in his eyes, and he wondered if instead of a curse he felt a terrifying power. Immediately after this question, he found himself in another space and heard a voice that told him that we hadn't seen each other recently. But now his name was different. Sung-hoon immediately turned around. In front of him, he saw a goddess of fire and metal named Erigma, who was smiling and saying that in any case, his distrust of humans still hadn't changed, and then asked if it was Yun, adding that she had seen him make a soul contract with her. The protagonist frowned and said to himself that she was the goddess of blacksmithing, fire and metal, the creator of dwarves, adding that any craftsman worships this creature. But gods should not exist in this world, unless it is the influence of the Akashic system. He was staring at the goddess when he suddenly asked why she had come here. Then Erigma brought her hand to her face and answered, just because she could do it, because this dimension was originally closed, but now it was open, which was why she was here. Hearing this, the guy frowned and said, "This is news." After a short pause, Erigma folded her arms over her chest and said that his magic was amazing, but he still didn't know everything, to which he replied that it was true, and then asked why she was looking for him. Then the goddess narrowed her eyes slightly and replied that he could not be careful, because she had come to ask for a favor. From what he heard, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes, and he asked what other favor. Erigma then turned into a bright blob of light and explained that her children would soon go to Earth, and with that, the 4th level dungeons would be summoned, and when the protagonist asked if she was talking about dwarves, she replied that it was true, and she wanted him to save them and help them settle here. After listening to the goddess, Sung-hoon folded his hands on his chest and said that he understood that the dwarves and her consciousness, but that it was extreme to involve the goddess in these matters, after which he asked what she really wanted, to which she replied that he had always been unusually rude, but her goal was development, because if her children survived, they would take root in this world and become missionaries to recruit her worshippers. Hearing this, the guy smirked and said to himself that now everything was clear to him, because she was here, like the undead who had devastated China, for the affairs of her religion. After a moment's thought, he said that he agreed to her proposal, to which Erigma smiled warmly and said that she was grateful to him. Suddenly, the guy knitted his eyebrows and added that it was not free, after which he asked what his reward would be. Then the goddess, laughing, stuck out her finger and replied that she had just talked to Akasha about it, so she would give him what they call a quest. Immediately after these words, a system screen appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that he had received the quest Erigma's request, and as a reward, he would receive power over metal, and the guy immediately realized that this was the power he really wanted in his previous life. The goddess was looking at Sung-hoon with kindness in her eyes when she suddenly asked if it was true that this was the ability he longed for, adding that the power over metal would certainly help him, as he loved to tinker with things. Suddenly, she showed on the system screen where the dungeon was located, and said that it was already open and it was under the Earth's crust, after which she wished good luck. Suddenly, shock appeared in the eyes of the main character. He ended up in the hallway where he was holding Yun by the helmet. Looking to the side, the guy said to himself that this helmet was capable of telepathy, because the goddess communicated with him through Yun. After these thoughts, he jerked off the helmet from his girlfriend's head. Yun, who was sweating on her face, exhaled heavily and exclaimed that she was very frightened. Sung-hoon, holding the helmet in his hands, suddenly smiled and asked if it was true that they had time, adding that they should follow him into the dungeon. Takon raised her eyebrows in surprise. Yun, holding her face, asked if it was a dungeon, adding that she thought they were under surveillance, so they had to go all the way to the rainforest to hunt, to which he replied that they could just pass unnoticed, since no one had found this dungeon yet. Lush clouds continued to float across the evening sky. The system screen showed the continent on which the dungeon was located. After a while, the guys stood in front of the portal. Aram looked at the bright light ahead and said that it really was here, in such a place. Her eyes were full of surprise. The protagonist standing next to him smiled and thanked her for joining this unofficial visit to the dungeons while the world is not accessible to them, and it was probably difficult to agree, since it is now illegal. While saying to himself that since he cannot predict the difficulty of the 4th level, he invited another strong hunter who mainly deals damage. Aram smiled warmly in response and replied that she was actually grateful to him, because she had been disappointed with her height lately, and besides, if nothing was done with the dungeon, it would lead to disaster, and she personally opposed the government's decision to operate the dungeon for profit instead of playing it safe. The clerk looked at the protagonist out of the corner of her eye and asked where the rest of the group was. The guy looked at the girl and replied that they would arrive later, and he had to teleport them secretly, so he invited them in advance, at the same time saying to himself that she was the strongest healer, and taking into account the registration of the dungeon by the 4th level, he needed a healer, since Yun was now a member of the group who mainly dealt damage. Suddenly Takon, Yun, and Eliona appeared not far from them. When the boys entered the dungeon, a system screen appeared in front of the protagonist, informing them that they would not be able to leave the dungeon until they had defeated the boss, and they would not be able to leave the dungeon until they solved the problem of the dungeon, after which the boys said that everything was as expected from a 4th level dungeon, adding that killing the boss was not enough to clear it. Standing next to him, Aram suddenly said that it was still amazing, because she never thought that she would see such landscapes inside the dungeon. The whole team stood on the edge of the cliff, from where a picturesque view opened. Songhoon, hearing this, smiled and asked if this was her first time in the dungeon. The girl then raised her hand and replied that it was so, adding that when the 3-level dungeons were formed, the maximum level for them was 150, and she was already 200th at that time, but since then, she had studied the dungeon as much as possible, to which he replied that he expected a lot from her. Yun, who was standing nearby, looked at them when she suddenly asked, after all, that this was the first time he had assembled a full-fledged team. After all, he always did everything himself, but was a 4-level dungeon really so dangerous? The protagonist looked back at her and replied that he wasn't sure about it, and since this was his first experience in a 4-level dungeon, he just prepared as best he could, after which he was asked if he thought he should have invited more than 6 people, to which he immediately replied that this team could be rated as a master class or higher, and that is why he excluded the other members of the alpha team. After saying that, Yun looked at the commander with eyes full of shock, who saw this and asked if something was wrong. Then the girl, closing her eyes, put her hand behind her head and replied that she didn't know it, because she thought that his goal was just to create a team of girls, and Takon folded her arms over her chest and said that she thought he was trying to seem like a hero or something like that, to which he displeased to ask who they even thought he was. Suddenly, Eliona standing behind turned to the protagonist, who turned around and asked what was wrong. Then the girl looked into the distance and replied that she had checked the area, but it was strange. Looking at the commander, she added that there was not a single living organism here, and her scouting skills operated within a radius of 5 kilometers, but she did not sense any animals or even insects. Looking over his shoulder at his comrades, Sunghoon asked in surprise if there was any life in the environment, and then asked himself what was going on here, since the goddess of fire wanted him to save the dwarves. After these thoughts, he looked down and said that they seemed to need more information. As he spoke, he summoned the sorcerer's eyes, which began to emerge from the portal. They rushed up, and when asked what they were, the guy replied that they are called the eyes of a sorcerer, but they can be thought of as drones, because they move and collect information. The protagonist then looked at Aina and asked her to report as soon as she discovered a living organism. Aram brought her hand to her face and said to herself with a smile on her face that she thought he was a mere mage, but he had some interesting tools. But the problem was that she didn't know if he was trustworthy or not, but she would find out depending on how he solved everything here. Suddenly she raised one eyebrow and, looking away, said thoughtfully to herself that she seemed to have seen him before, but she did not know where. But just as she thought about it, a madly powerful explosion rang out in the distance beyond the mountains. The whole team looked in that direction at the same time and asked what it was. Then Anna used her sight and replied that at a distance of 23 kilometers, there was no sign of mana, which meant that it was a chemical reaction. Sunghoon looked at the black plume of smoke rising into the sky and realized that it was dwarven explosives. After a short pause, he smiled, looked at his comrades and said that there was something there, which meant they needed to go there. Immediately after these words, he lifted himself off the ground. Yen rushed after him, asking him to wait for her. While in the air, she frowned and said that it was not so easy to control. Then Eliona smiled and explained that the arcade ring would control levitation and movement, and she just had to think about it, and it would execute. The guy looked at them and said that he should have let them practice flying first. With that, he frowned and shouted loudly that he would go forward and that Eliona should lead the others. In the next second, it accelerated, leaving a shockwave in its wake. Young's eyes were surprised by what she saw, and she asked what was going on here, how he could even be so fast. But unexpectedly for her, someone flew next to her at great speed. The girl looked at the magic trail in front of her and asked who it was. Could it be Yerim? A few seconds later, surprise appeared in the protagonist's eyes when he heard a familiar voice asking him if she could go with him. Yerim flew on the same level with him and added that he didn't know what was going to happen, so it was better than going alone, to which he replied, of course. At high speed, they were flying towards the explosion, and the guy said that she was pretty good, and he didn't think she would master the arcade ring so quickly, to which she replied that air combat was her specialty. Flames raged at the sight of the explosion. There were dwarves nearby, clad in battle armor, shouting loudly that they were here again, but they had just used the last dragon bomb, which meant it was time to get their hands dirty. Monsters climbed the walls in huge crowds. The dwarves, shields in front of them, attacked with spears and swords, shouting loudly that they could not retreat. Sung-hoon and Aram watched this from a bird's eye view. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in the guy's eyes, because he understood that these were dwarves fighting a flood of monsters. But after taking a closer look at the monsters, he asked himself what they were, if they were metal robots, adding that he didn't remember them from his past life. But they didn't look strong, but their number caused problems. Yerim, who was looking down, suddenly asked, "Those who fight against the monsters are humans?" The protagonist turned his gaze to his partner and replied that they were not quite human, but similar, while asking himself if he should say that they were dwarves. Frowning, the girl asked what they needed to do. This question made Sung-hoon's eyes look surprised. He stared at Aram and said to himself that he had heard that many prominent rankers often did what they wanted, but she was a little different, because she was quite famous for her good character. After a short pause, he looked down and said that the dwarves should be a clue to the dungeon problem, and then asked if she could reduce the number of monsters, because if so, he would be able to take care of those near the wall from the castle. The flames continued to rage, and a black column of smoke rose into the sky. The protagonist looked at his partner out of the corner of his eye and said that she should only focus on reducing the number of monsters as much as possible. As soon as he finished, the girl took off, shouting for him to leave it to her. The guy looked after her and said to himself that she was the same as when they first met, because once she started, there was no trace of doubt. With that, he looked down and asked himself why he didn't start too. At this time, the dwarves fought fiercely and shouted loudly that they must hold the lines at the cost of their lives, because if they broke through, everyone would die. Suddenly, small lightning bolts appeared in front of one of them, and he asked himself if it was static electricity. Shock appeared in the dwarf's eyes from what he saw. A ring of lightning appeared around the main character. The guy himself, raising his hand, smiled contentedly. With a wave of his hand, he pointed the lightning ring downwards. This magical attack hit the monsters below perfectly. They died quickly when attacked by lightning. The dwarf gritted his teeth and asked himself if this was a human mage, and if there were still human survivors. At the same second, he slashed the monster in front of him and shouted loudly that no one should die, because they had reinforcements. When the ability ended, only a white mass remained of the monsters. But suddenly it began to come together. In less than a minute, a huge paw struck the ground. A lot of monsters have gathered into a huge monster. Seeing this, the main character frowned and asked himself what it was all about, if they had really united. The dwarf, as soon as he saw this, shouted at the top of his lungs that the monsters were coming straight to the gate, which meant that they had to be stopped urgently. Huge stones immediately flew from the walls, because everyone understood that if the gate collapsed, they were finished. Boulders fell directly on the monster's head, causing no damage to it. Sung-hoon, seeing this, immediately stretched out his hand. An incredibly powerful electric magic attack unleashed on the monster. But unexpectedly for him, the monster changed shape and regenerated again, which made him wonder what they were at all. The dwarves who defended the gate were unable to get to their feet. The monsters slowly approached them. Looking at this, the guy gritted his teeth and said to himself that an attack over a large area would not work, because it would hit the dwarves as well. Suddenly, Takoan took a spear and said that she would borrow it. Immediately after these words, she carried out a crushing attack. In the dust and darkness, her burning eyes were visible. A small rock fell on the dwarf's helmet, and he said that this woman must also be part of the reinforcements. Then the girl smiled and laughed. She put her hand to her side and said that she had always dreamed of a scene in which there was only a narrow bridge between her and the horde of enemies. The monsters slowly approached her. Takoan, frowning with a wide smile on her face, shouted loudly that they could not pass, because this bridge was hers. Immediately after these words, a powerful electric explosion rang out. The main character smiled and shouted loudly that the girl was great, because she arrived just in time. Takoan closed her eyes after this and said to herself that this mage did not know how to read the atmosphere, because he just stole all the attention. She watched the guy destroy monsters from the sidelines, and said to herself that if he were weaker, she would give him a good beating. After these thoughts, she looked at the monster and added that looking at the number of enemies, she didn't think she could stand there and do nothing. At this time, Yerim, waving her hand, shouted loudly that she must burn them to ashes. At the same moment, a powerful explosion rang out beneath her. Sweat poured down her face, and she was breathing heavily as she said that there was no end to the monsters, no matter how much she attacked, and at this rate all her mana would run out. The monsters continued to emerge from the raging flames. Suddenly, the girl looked into the distance in surprise. Her eyes were full of shock, and she wondered what it was. In the distance, she saw a divine light when she suddenly realized that it was a mass resurrection. Healing power slowly descended on the wounded dwarves. Fallen warriors rose from the dead. Those who were alive looked at this power and shouted loudly that it was the power of the gods. Along with Takoan, the clerk arrived at the right time and used her power. The main character looked at her out of the corner of his eye and said to himself with a smile on his face that this quest would be much more difficult if he went alone. Suddenly, Ileona in the sky used her magic. Looking at her, the guy realized that this was ancient siren magic, the spirit of the wind, which meant that he should also help. A few seconds later, a strong wind rose. A few seconds later, a powerful electric tornado appeared. With each passing second, he grew stronger, destroying the monsters below him. Seeing this, the dwarves rushed away, shouting loudly that they needed to be on the alert to avoid being attacked by their allies, but they could already be said to be alive. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard Yerem's voice in his head, who said that she had encountered an unknown creature, and this enemy had an extremely high concentration of mana, and he was also trying to speak to her using telepathy. Yerem's eyes were full of surprise. She looked around and wondered what this place was. After all, she had just been in a 4th level dungeon with the team, but she had found something strange and it was trying to talk to her, and then, before she could finish speaking, she turned around abruptly when she heard a voice in her head saying that he thought she was another tasty treat, but she was not from this dimension and seemed to have an akashic tool. The girl immediately used fire magic and shouted loudly, ordering to show herself, saying that he felt all her emotions, doubts, anxiety, discomfort, and then asked if she was curious. Immediately after these words, Yerem noticed that her flames had died out. She looked at her hands and wondered if her abilities were not working. At the same moment, she turned around abruptly when she heard a voice that it was very weak. But he couldn't take away the akashic gift, but he could seal it with a little effort. The girl saw a giant shark in front of her. At the same moment, she was underwater, having lost all her air, and asked herself if this giant monster was a shark. But when she was underwater, she added that she could not breathe at all. Yerem reached for the light she saw above. She descended lower and lower into the shark's mouth and heard a voice in her head that said that she had a weak consciousness that collapsed under the slightest pressure, so she must taste with admiration the fear, confusion, and uselessness that she felt. Gritting her teeth, the girl screamed in her head that she needed to get out. The shark's jaws began to close as she wondered how she could get out, her eyes filled with fear. A few seconds later, the monster's mouth closed. Yerem was left alone in complete darkness. Suddenly someone grabbed her hand tightly. Closing her eyes, the girl screamed loudly. The protagonist hugged her tightly and asked if she was okay, adding that he didn't know what she saw, but they were just hallucinations and he had put a mental barrier in place, so it should be okay now. Yerem opened her eyes with difficulty and said that these were terrible hallucinations. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy looked behind him and said that she should rest first and not rush back to the fight, because as soon as the situation stabilized, he would look at her again, but that she tried to answer that she was fine. But before she could finish speaking, Sung-hoon snapped his fingers and retorted that she was not okay at all, because mental damage would haunt her if it was not healed, so he would send her instead of resting for his people. Before the girl had time to say something, her eyes were filled with surprise at what she saw. She appeared in the place where the rescued dwarves and Eliona were. Eli One turned to the girl and asked if she had returned alone. Then Yerem put her hand to her face and replied that a similar situation was under control here, to which she replied that everything was correct, because the enemies had just retreated, and Takon was also successfully fighting off the enemies on the other side. Yerem looked at the plume of smoke in the distance, and said that she wondered what kind of monsters they were, as they were on a completely different level than anyone she had ever fought, and her companion said that she hoped Sung-hoon could take care of her, to which Sung-hoon replied that there was no need to worry, because she wouldn't be surprised if he also has a spare body. At this time, dark magical energy was emanating from a hole in the ground. The protagonist was there and heard a voice in his head saying that the opportunity to eat a shard of Akasha had eluded him. Hearing this, the guy knitted his eyebrows and asked what it was, because he was not a creature, but not a ghost either. Not far in front of him, he saw a bright ball of magical energy, which told him that he was the devourer of dimension number 47. An incredible powerful force emanated from him, and he went on to say that across the universes, all the dimensions and all the time, he is an organism that gathers the essence of all life. They are mass, dimensional devourers are all one. Sung-hoon kept his eyes on his opponent, and said that he had not asked him to tell him, after which he asked Dana if she could find out what it was. The fairy immediately appeared beside him and putting her hand to her chin, replied that she lacked data. After all, it was a monster that he was unknown about even in his previous life, so she couldn't even tell if it was an organism. Suddenly, a bundle of magical energy unleashed its power. Ana's eyes looked surprised, and she immediately reported that she had detected a burst of high-frequency psi wave energy, so she created a barrier. Powerful magical energy surged over the main character. The young man, resisting, frowned and asked himself if his power could be commensurate with the ancient dragon. The Dimension Eater did not slow down when he suddenly said that he had a strong and extremely high-level mental barrier, adding that he had fought with creatures like them in the past, wizards and mages. Sung-hoon, hearing this, smiled and asked mockingly, "And so what?" adding that although he had not fought with anything like him, he said to himself that things were bad, because the enemy knew who he was, but he did not know what he was. Suddenly, the paw of the devourer appeared, who said that he could smell the Akasha coming from him, and this is the most delicious smell of all. For a second she announced that the state of the enemy's energy was changing. The monster took on a new look. The smile disappeared from the protagonist's face, and he asked if he was going to transform when the enemy was right in front of him, and if he thought that he could be neglected, after which he ordered to count down 5 seconds to a nuclear explosion. Immediately after these words, a small magic ball appeared in front of the Dimension Eater. At this time, the main character jumped high up. The monster looked at the magical sphere in front of him and asked what it was. At great speed, Sung-hoon flew out of a hole in the ground and ordered Aina to set the maximum barrier level. In the next second, there was a madly powerful explosion. After a while, a black column of smoke rose into the sky. There was a barrier in front of the guy that protected him. The fairy used her gaze and reported that she could still detect the enemy, but it seemed that he had used up 30% of his energy. The main character looked at the epicenter of the explosion and replied that this monster withstood the nuclear explosion closely, but this is exactly what he expected from a 4th level dungeon. Stretching out his arms, he added that if it didn't work the first time, he would just repeat until he killed his opponent. Having said that, he carried out another magical attack. A powerful explosion rang out again. The dwarves stared at this with eyes full of horror and shock and asked each other what the hell was this, if they were going to divide the continent in half. Another nuclear explosion rang out, and then the dwarves asked who their leader was. The girls looked at the same picture and replied that he was one of those who hit a lot. The protagonist was completely protected from the explosion thanks to his barrier. He suddenly smiled and said that he had hit with 2 more nuclear explosions, but the monster didn't even budge. At this time, the Dimension Eater took on his new form and said that the target had been identified as a great magus, so he had transformed into a natural predator of magi, dimensional ascended beings 2801, and now he was starting the hunt. Immediately after these words, he disappeared. From what he saw, shock appeared in the guy's eyes. The monster appeared directly behind him and ordered him to fall to the ground. At the same second, the main character flew down. At great speed, it flew into the ground. Lying on the ground, Sung-hoon said that his opponent could use telekinesis, after which he ordered Aina to classify the enemy as a medium and help him. The fairy immediately appeared nearby and, raising her hand, said that she was taking control of the merger of the 12 nuclear reactors, as well as starting support and applying the barrier. But as soon as she finished, the Dimension Eater fell on the boy's barrier. Opening his huge mouth, he shouted that the great magus would not run away from him. The protagonist, seeing this, gritted his teeth and said to himself that the first nuclear attack definitely hit him, but it was able to fully defend itself against the second one, and if he couldn't use similar attacks, then. But before he could finish speaking, his barrier cracked, and Aina immediately informed him about it. At the same second, the guy waved his hand and said to himself that it annoyed him, after which he used anti-gravity. The Dimension Devourer flew upwards. He could not move, and at that moment a flash of light appeared under him. Suddenly, a powerful magic beam struck the monster directly into the shoulder. The Dimension Eater looked at his wound. There was a hole in his shoulder. The protagonist smiled with his arm outstretched and said that the disintegrating beam would not leave him unharmed. Then the monster stretched out his hand in his direction and said to himself that 3% of the structural integrity of the body had been destroyed, so he activated necrosis at the cellular level, after which he applied the analysis of characteristics and the search for a countermeasure. Looking at this, Sung-hoon frowned and asked if he really had a way to resist necrosis, and it looked like they would be at a disadvantage if they let it drag on, which meant they needed to find some time to prepare for an attack that could finish him off at once. Suddenly, there was a madly powerful explosion. The protagonist managed to fly out of the epicenter, after which he ordered Aina not to let him near him, as they should not reveal all their cards, and she should mainly use disintegration. The Dimensional Eater looked in the direction of the guy and asked if he was already running away. Immediately after this question, he rushed in his direction. At this time, the main character was collecting magic in his hands. They flew at such a speed that only magical traces were visible. Less than a minute later, explosions began to appear in the sky. The Dimension Eater would fend off his opponent's attacks with a wave of his arms. Aina kept her arms outstretched and told her master that the enemy was already facing necrosis. After these words, magic seals began to appear in the air. But unexpectedly, the monster's eyes lit up, and he said that he had finished analyzing this skill and it would no longer work. As soon as he said that, the magic seals shattered. Seeing this, Aina frowned and reported to the protagonist that they could no longer use this skill, as the enemy had fully understood this attack and had created an anti-magic formula to prevent mana being summoned. Then Sung-hoon smiled and replied that everything was fine, and the fairy should focus on protection. He had a small magic cube in his hands, and he said that like the 5th level, it was the limit. Immediately after these words, he dived sharply down. The guy landed on the ground with a crash. He then turned to his opponent, who did the same. The Dimension Eater stared at him with glowing eyes and asked if he was already giving up, adding that he should stop fighting senselessly and hand over his biological data. Then the protagonist knitted his eyebrows and replied that without the correct order there will be no result, so whether it is pointless or not, he will know. Nevertheless, he must have a special power, because he can see through the magic formula and inject his psychic power into the weakest link to break it, and his psychokinesis is so detailed and skillful that he could render the protection of the magic formula useless. A powerful magical energy emanated from the monster, when suddenly he said that talking to the prey was useless. As soon as he said that, the guy threw a cube towards him and asked how about it if he didn't want to talk to him. There was a look of surprise in the monster's eyes. From the small cube, a madly strong magical energy began to emanate. The Dimension Eater would look at the magic sphere in front of him and ask what it was, and the protagonist would answer that it was a formula with a 3-level defense spell, so he wouldn't be able to come up with a countermeasure so easily. Then the monster unleashed its power and shouted that the spell was not subject to analysis, which meant danger. And as soon as he said that, Sung-hoon used the Star Collapse ability and activated the magic cube. Aina stretched out her arms and reported to her master that she was preventing the use of the enemy's psychokinetic power. Suddenly the monster, without moving, said that it was very interesting, because this was his end, but this body was only one of many. Hearing this, the guy smiled and asked if he meant that there were other structures that shared a memory with him. The black hole slowly began to devour the Dimension Eater, who replied that they would meet again, because he was his delicious prey. Immediately after these words, he disappeared into a black hole. The main character covered his face with his hand. His eyes were full of anger and dissatisfaction. Less than a minute later, he was looking at the huge crater and asking if it was over, adding that they should go back. After a while, the dwarves came out to the protagonist and said that he had saved them despite not knowing each other, so they were genuinely grateful to him, and in fact, they thought they were finished. Sung-hoon stood right in front of them and, after giving his name, explained that he had come here to help them at Arima's request, after which he was asked if the god had sent a human magician to save them. They were standing at the top of the ramparts when the dwarf suddenly said that they should go to a more suitable place to continue their conversation. One of the rooms was brightly lit by a chandelier under the ceiling. The leader of the dwarves sat across from the protagonist and said that this place was a sacred hideout for the dwarves, and even if he was ordered to save them, they never forget kindness. The dwarven king Thezard closed his eyes and added that he didn't know how to repay his kindness, because he believed that today was the last day they saw the sun, their supplies were gone, and in truth, since the whole world was in ruins, there was no point in holding on to it. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that he must know what situation he was in. Then the king opened his eyes and revealed that they also had a powerful wizard, and when the dimensions were broken and the earth and sky were turned upside down, they found out the reason. Bringing his hand to his chin, he added that everything had happened so suddenly, without a single sign or warning from their god, and in just a few days, the world they knew ceased to exist, and monsters they had never seen before began attacking them from all sides, and their wizard said that it was the consequences of the dimension break. After listening to Thezard, Sung-hoon knitted his eyebrows and said to himself that now that he thought about it, something came to his mind. Bringing his hand to his chin, he introduced Iliwan and said to himself that she had mentioned something similar, because suddenly the spatial gate opened, and the world inhabited by the sirens was soon destroyed. As soon as he thought of this, the king closed his eyes and said that after that, they fought the monsters day after day, trying to survive, adding that the world was about to collapse, and he believed that they only met because of survival skills. After all, they didn't have time to think, and to be honest, they defended themselves just not to give up without fighting. The protagonist stared silently at the dwarf, who suddenly asked him if they had a way to survive. Closing his eyes, the young man smiled and replied that there was only one chance, after which he explained that if they destroyed the leader of the enemies, the spatial gate to his world would open, and they would be saved if they passed through it. The king did not take his eyes off his savior, answering that now he understood everything, but they were already on edge, and he thought that today was the last day, because they had eaten everything they had, and were going to fall in battle, because they could not just die of hunger. Sung-hoon then looked at Aina and replied that he could deal with it quickly, after which he asked how much they had, to which she replied that they had enough food to survive for 300,000 people for a month. Hearing this, Thezard jumped to his feet and shouted loudly, asking if they could really feed 300,000. The main character got up from his chair and asked in response if there was a warehouse nearby, because it would be a good idea to bring them just in case. A few minutes later, he left the royal hall. He drew a picture of the city in his head and said to himself that there were about 200 survivors in it, and they had only milk and salt, as well as a large amount of beer. If they came here without any preparations, they would fail the mission, even if they defeated the enemies. The guy informed the guys about the Dimension Eater and devised a plan to deal with them, saying that first, since he could adapt to attacks, they should use different patterns in the fight. Suddenly, Aina raised her head sharply. She then looked at her master and reported that the drones had found other cities in which the surviving dwarves were present, and in total they had found 26 locations. Dwarven cities began to appear on the system screens, and the fairy said that there was not a soul among them in 7 places, but in the other 19 there were survivors, and according to the drone report, the enemies suddenly retreated for an unknown reason. Hearing this, the protagonist put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully asked if they had retreated in order to concentrate their forces in one place, adding that they had been facing highly intelligent enemies lately, while saying to himself that this was a great chance to save the dwarves anyway, and they should do it right now. After these thoughts, he approached Ileona and asked her to help him build the gate together. Evening came, and the sky turned warm. Using the coordinates provided by the drones, Sung-hoon and Ileona opened the multidimensional gate, and in this way, as long as the enemies make their move, they will be able to bring all the dwarves here. On the other hand, the Dimensional Eater is also preparing to launch a final attack on them, and thanks to Ileona, The protagonist has installed 2 nuclear fusion cores for summoning magic. In addition, he had prepared something for the final attack with the help of the dwarves and their blacksmithing skills to ensure victory. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in the guy's eyes. At this time, dark magical energy appeared, and the voice of the Dimension Eater was heard, who said that a change of target had been carried out, which caused the priority to be set on humans, and this was not an easy target. His strength grew stronger by the second, and he continued to say that powerful prey would initiate a mighty evolution, but they would not give up. However, they needed new strength to defeat their prey, so he searched for the appropriate form among all the civilizations they had absorbed. Suddenly, he unleashed his insane power, finding a new form and starting to evolve into a giant form and firepower. Aina immediately turned around when she sensed it. She looked at the huge black silhouette that was approaching them from behind the mountains, and said that she sensed the movement of the enemy, and an entity of undetectable size was approaching them. The main character immediately rose into the sky. Seeing the opponent, he frowned and said that this was not at all what he was expecting, and apparently the Dimensional Eater had refused the living form, after which he asked the fairy if there were any other opponents besides him. Clouds floated across the blue sky, and the girl replied that this entity was the only one in her field of vision. Sahun didn't go down when he realized that his opponent had merged into this large object, and then ordered Aina to measure the enemy's mana pool and call Eliona and the others here. A huge flying ship was flying in his direction. The guy's eyes filled with anger, and he asked displeased what it was worth, because something so big was flying in the air. Suddenly, a fairy appeared next to him and reported that the mana reserve measurement had failed, and according to the calculations of the mana wave energy, the mana wave should be at least 10 billion, to which the guy turned around and asked, "Isn't 10 billion not 5 times more than an ordinary dragon?" But as soon as he asked that, his crew appeared behind him, and Yun asked if it was a spaceship, and if they were going to fight it. The main character turned to his comrades and said that everyone should be familiar with the situation, because it will be a battle against an opponent who is beyond their expectations. Turning back to the ship, he added that, as he had said earlier, all they had to do was buy some time, because with this size and mana pool, most attacks would be useless, so they should only focus on survival. Yun then raised her fist and said with a big smile on her face that he could leave it to her since she arrived later, she would use everything this time, to which he replied that that was why he was worried. After all, she should not allow herself to let her guard down. After a short pause, Sung-hoon flew forward. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked behind him and asked Aina what was wrong with the dwarves, to which she replied that they had finished cooking and were evacuating, so he only needed to fuse with the nuclear fusion core. Hearing this, the protagonist sped up and ordered the ferry to do it. A huge spaceship was moving towards the dwarven city. It left a huge shadow underneath, but the Dimension Eater chose the shape of the spaceship rather than the shape of the organism to use the size to his advantage. He flew through the clouds in search of prey. Suddenly, a magical attack appeared in the air. A madly powerful explosion rang out, hitting the spaceship, which immediately found new prey and said that the enemies were above them. Eliona flew over the enemy with her arms and legs spread apart. She suddenly smiled and said that it was just as the president had said, indiscriminate attacks wouldn't do anything, and before the guys started attacking, she needed to take care of his defensive barrier. With that, a huge magic hand appeared above the Dimension Eater's barrier. Eliona ordered the giant's hand to fall, and the giant hand grabbed onto the spaceship. Seeing the result, she smiled contentedly and explained that this spell attacks the target mentally, and as soon as the attack works, its barrier should disappear, after which she told Yerim, who was nearby, not to miss the moment when the barrier would turn off. The huge spaceship leaned over and said that the energy flow was interrupted by the enemy's attack, causing it to lose altitude and 22 seconds before falling, so there was a redistribution of the barrier's energy. The protective barrier began to disappear, and Aram was already above it. She used the fire spirit and screamed loudly using the transformation. Leaving a trail of fire behind her, she threw herself down. From the collision with the ship, a powerful explosion rang out to madness. There was a hole in the epicenter. The Dimension Eater opened its eyes burning with red flames. Aram was inside. She smiled broadly and said that the monster would dance with her, after which she asked to replenish mana. Then the clerk stretched out her hand and used mana regeneration, for which she was grateful, because the form of awakening requires an insane amount of magical energy. Aram's aura grew stronger by the second, and she added that she would never have thought that teamwork could be so effective. Suddenly, monsters began to appear from the hull of the spaceship, and the voice of the Dimensional Eater said that the contact of a human woman with a shard of Akashic had been confirmed, after which he turned to her and told her that knowing how it would end, she was not afraid to reveal herself. Aram looked away. Suddenly, she screamed loudly, unleashing her power in all directions. Its insanely hot flames were moving towards the opponents. In the next second, it absorbed the monsters. When the fire went out, only ashes remained of the monsters. Aram was in shape and seemed to be created from fire. The burnt monsters slowly crumbled, and the Dimensional Eater said it was too hot. The girl then smiled and explained that she had absorbed all the warmth nearby, but due to the lack of mana, she couldn't use her strength to the fullest all the time, and this was the first time she had used so much energy in such a short time. Everything around her was destroyed, and the Dimensional Eater said that he was searching for a cold-resistant organism. A few seconds later, he completed his search and adaptation, after which tentacles appeared from the surface of the spacecraft. One of them opened right above Yerim, and the Dimensional Eater said that the most delicious thing was the trembling prey. With surprise in her eyes, the girl looked at her opponent. In the next second, the tentacle completely swallowed her. Yun's eyes were frightened by what she saw, and she excitedly asked if this was really the way it should be. Clerk, who was next to her, looked down and said that she felt the increase in mana pool, as well as the suppression process, so there was no need to worry, because she was alive, and she was thinking that she was going to hit the monster with heat from the inside. Immediately after these words, a bright flash of light appeared below. In the next second, there was a madly powerful explosion. After such a magical attack, the spaceship crashed to the ground, and Clerk said that this was their chance. Takon immediately stretched out her hand towards Yun and yelled for them to walk together, as she would be too slow alone. Flames raged on the hull of the spaceship, and the Dimension Eater said that there had been damage to the main hull, but its integrity was 94%, but it was an incredible force, and then asked if the goddess of fire had entered the battle. Suddenly a huge hand appeared from the ground, exactly the same hands wrapped around the monsters from all sides. Next to Elyon, the spirit of the Earth King Gangnam appeared, who said that he did not think that he would ever see a Dimension Eater here, and even with his power, this monster could not be held back for long. The girl looked at the king out of the corner of her eye and replied that she knew that. Gangram's eyes burned brightly, and he said that summoning him was a great feat for the likes of her, and she had amazing elemental mastery. He suddenly drew attention to the two pillars that the main character put up, and said that they were overflowing with mana, after which he asked if they really used the power of human structures, but what was the probability of success, because it would not be easy for a small organism to absorb such a huge amount of energy. At this time, Erin was in her own flames. Sweat poured down her face, and she herself breathed heavily. The girl looked at her shaking hand and said to herself that she still had a lot of mana left, but not enough stamina, adding that her body would not last long. Looking ahead, she saw monsters approaching and thought that she had passed the plasma phase and almost reached nuclear fusion, which was too much. Suddenly, Yun stepped in her direction and asked if she was okay. Turning around, Erin said no, as she was retreating, and she didn't think her body would withstand a few more attacks. Then the girl, closing her eyes, smiled broadly and said that she could trust her. At these words, Erin raised her eyebrows in surprise. Suddenly, Yun hugged her tightly. After a few seconds, the girl's eyes filled with surprise as her stamina began to return to her. When she finished, Yun stepped back and asked how she was feeling now, to which Yun replied that she was an excellent healer. Erin then looked at her partner and asked if she would like to fight her from now on. Then her interlocutor, closing her eyes, smiled broadly and replied that she could not, because she had signed some kind of contract with the main character, after which she asked if she wanted to join their team in this case. But as soon as she finished, a powerful magical explosion rang out not far from them. Takon looked at them out of the corner of her eye and shouted loudly that the monster was coming, so they should move instead of talking. Yerim, hearing this, smiled and told Jun that they would talk later. After these words, they both rushed to attack. In the next second, explosions began to be heard. The main character looked at all this from the outside. Wires fastened with harnesses lay on the ground. They were connected to special magic reactors. At this time, the Devourer's special weapon, the Great Extinction Cannon, was charging, and it was supposed to run out of charge in a few minutes. A huge black tower could be seen. Anya put her hands on the screen and reported that the mana cost was stable. She furrowed her brows and added that she was disabling the latest security protocol and activating the scope. She took aim and reported that the Great Cannon of Annihilation was ready to attack. The main character stood on a dais, ordering the fairy to pull the trigger. A bright light appeared. Propulsion antimatter was created by magic. It uses 28 reactor blocks. Matter in contact with antimatter causes universal decay. Yun looked away. After the first shot, the cannon would become useless. This weapon was too unstable, and it was quite difficult to make it work even with magic. The clerk looked at Ilaona. Diakoyan smirked, and Sung-hoon ordered her to take care of saving the team since he trusted her. In the middle of the desert, a loud sound was heard. The cannon fired. A blue beam of light rushed forward. The laser shone dazzlingly. Mana hit the target. Scattered particles could be seen in the air. The planet seemed to have split. Then, a huge black ball appeared. Yun walked up to her friend, pointing to a hole in the sky. Diakoyan smiled and said that if she had been late, there would have been nothing left of them. The young man turned around and said that he trusted her for a reason, and even if he tried to teleport everyone, he wouldn't succeed. The air was filled with particles of light, and the guy added that they had one chance to win, and there was absolutely no time to think. The wall was destroyed, and Ileona reported that the simulation was carried out correctly. The dwarven hideout was now safe. Yeren looked straight and asked if this was the end. Sung-hoon turned around and answered positively, thanking his comrades for taking some time for him. Then, a purple screen appeared in front of him, and his level began to rise. His eyes bulged in surprise as the system asked if he wanted to save the dungeon dwellers. If he agreed, he would lose the reward. The hunter arched his eyebrows in bewilderment, and said that any person would have a headache from such a difficult choice. Purple notifications appeared in front of the other members of the team. It must be more than one Sung-hoon who had received such an offer. Aram said with a slight smile that they had to save the dwarves. Yun raised her hand and said that her friend had to decide for himself. Ileona held a staff in her hand, telling the guy to think carefully. Sung-hoon turned around and replied that he would not abandon the dwarves. The sea maiden looked directly and asked if they should leave this place as soon as possible. After all, the last attack had caused huge damage to the dimension, and it was not safe here. There was a giant hole in the sky. Sung-hoon touched the screen and said that he had decided everything. The team immediately teleported. The young man closed his eyes and thought that he was glad that he would not have to move all these dwarves on his own. White clouds swirled in the sky. Liaoning, the territory of the World Tree. There was a green forest under the mountains. The dwarf furrowed his brows, asking if it was the earth. Yun raised her hands high and said that there are rumors that the forest appeared here in just one day. The fairy closed one of her eyes and announced that they had arrived in the center of Liaoning province. Sung-hoon turned around when she said that they didn't have enough nuclear reactors. His face turned white with shock. The fairy was right in front of him, saying that he had lost 28 reactors in the dungeon. Aram approached the hunter and called him. She looked to the side and asked what to do with the dwarves, because it would be reckless to give them complete freedom. The guy smirked and said that he would try to convince them to stay with him, because this race is an excellent warrior and excellent craftsman. The girl approached them, discussing whether they should have beards. The experienced hunter closed her eyes and asked her friend to take care of them. The clerk approached the young man and asked if they were done there. He turned around and said with a smile that she could go back to her room, and she asked for food to be sent as soon as possible. Ileona smiled and agreed when the protagonist asked her to take care of clerk's return. Then Sung-hoon clapped his hands. The three girls turned. He folded his hands and declared this dungeon cleared. It was time to return to Seoul. A purple sky could be seen. There were headlines in the news about the protagonist clearing the 4th level dungeon. The paparazzi were photographed. After all, Sung-hoon informed the world that the dungeon had been cleared. Initially he wanted to keep it a secret, but thousands of dwarves deprived him of such an opportunity. A lot of microphones were pointed at him, and he thought that the dwarves would be able to settle on his lands, so there would be much less problems, although their recognition by society still brings a lot of difficulties. The journalist furrowed his brows and asked if the hunter knew that attempts to clear dungeons were illegal. The news anchor was on the air asking if they should tacitly acknowledge the illegal actions of a powerful wizard. The girl sighed and said that the protagonist still decided to ignore Rothschild's decision. Elish put her hand to her face, saying that this guy had saved the dwarves, and Jessica asked if she knew anything about them. The vampire queen looked to the side and said that it was. She looked at the television and said that they were the products of myths and legends, known for their passion for alcohol and outstanding craftsmanship, their productivity comparable only to machines. The dwarf smiled as he looked at the building, and Elish said that this race was blessed by the goddess of fire herself, and they could surpass humans. The girl looked down and replied that these were bad prospects. The vampire turned around and added that Sung-hoon would be their main rival. His face was lit up by camera flashes, and the girl reported that he was a one-of-a-kind magical engineer. She put her hand on her forehead and said that this was the reason why the dwarves had sworn allegiance to him. Elish smiled and said that the protagonist was capable of creating objects and weapons with magical properties, and there were many mage engineers among the dead missionaries, but she had never seen such a thing before. Jessica sat in a chair, asking if the young man would take over the world. The vampire queen looked away and confirmed this, saying that if the foreigner teamed up with him, she would gain magical knowledge that would help her compete with the Wizard King. The girl looked away and replied that there was no difference in danger between them, and many politicians had already followed the lead of death. Elish closed her eyes and replied that they were not interested in political influence, and one day her interlocutor would realize that death was not the end at all, but only part of an ongoing cycle. The field leader furrowed her brows and said that she could not trust someone she had known for only a few days. The vampire looked straight and thought that the undead would establish their influence here if this girl obeyed their god. Someone knocked on the door. They both turned around, and Jessica told them to come in. Suddenly, surprise appeared in her eyes. The vampire queen turned away and asked her to contact her if she needed help. Then it evaporated. The servants of death had already managed to gain a foothold in some parts of the United States. The girl narrowed her eyes and thought that by promising immortality, they had taken possession of the souls of useless old men. She touched his chin and said that even normal people had been interested in organizing them lately, and that was another headache. Someone came into the office. The secretary approached the boss and said that someone wanted to meet with her. Jessica smiled and thought that the family had already determined a plan of action against the protagonist, and he himself decided to ignore their rules. There were dark silhouettes on the screen. Purple smoke could be seen. The hunter watched the live broadcast. Chansik held the phone in his hands, saying that Yun was very cute and that they couldn't be left behind. A destroyed dungeon could be seen, and the guy said that at this rate of development, his gap with the girl would only increase, and they would not be able to catch up. Sung-hoon was in the underground bunker of the magic tower. He looked down, thinking that it was impossible to clear this dungeon alone, and there was no way he could have done it without a squad. The heart of an ancient dragon appeared. The hunter sat on the floor, thinking that the public did not like him much, and he needed to hurry. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. Ileona was behind him, and the guy said he needed help. The girl opened her eyes wide when she saw the heart of the ancient dragon and asked if the magician wanted to increase his power. He smiled and replied that it was time to form a sixth ring. The sea maiden said with a smile that she would help him. The guy's luck was more than 700 units. He closed his eyes and asked the girl not to let the mana dissipate while he tried to add a couple of luck points. A golden light appeared. Ileona was standing next to the protagonist. The dragon's heart radiated streams of magic. Sung-hoon was surrounded by white light, thinking that it was an amazing power, but he shouldn't have expected anything else. The artifact shone even brighter. The magician was sitting in the lotus position. He couldn't tie the sixth ring to his heart for some reason. He gritted his teeth and thought that this was not good. His blood was boiling. His mana was spiraling out of control. Suddenly everything turned black in front of him. Aina could be seen through the darkness. Ileona stood in front of Sung-hoon, shouting that while he was unconscious, the fairy had tried to take control of the dissipating mana. But that was her limit. Energy swirled around the protagonist, and he thought that the problem was the aura, because the dragon's heart had awakened its uncontrollable power. He was covered in sweat and thought that the aura was attached to his body, and he needed to speed up the reversal of the aura and release all his energy. The sea maiden opened her mouth in surprise. A blinding flash flashed. The girl looked down. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise. He was lying on the lap of his assistant. Suddenly he jumped sharply. The young man asked with an awkward smile how long he had been gone, and Ileona replied that it had lasted about 3 hours, but his body had stabilized. The protagonist looked away. He took a strand of hair that became longer and changed color on its own. Suddenly Aina crashed into his faces. She closed her eyes and screamed loudly that she thought things were going to turn out badly. The mage arched his eyebrows in bewilderment and asked what had happened. The fairy gritted her teeth and replied that his body had undergone a metamorphosis. His aura had suddenly increased, and his body had tried to adapt to such a sudden increase in energy on its own. Sung-hoon put his hand on his chest and thought that this was definitely a rather risky plan, but the result is good, and now there are 8 rings around his heart. Ileona smiled and reported that he had completed the 7th level in its entirety and reached the 8th. He looked at his hair, thinking about how it was similar to what it was in his previous life. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and thought that now his senses were sharpened. He waved his hand and thought that he had seen a low-resolution black and white picture before, but now everything felt bright and clear. A flood of mana rushed forward. Suddenly the space cracked. The mage's eyes widened in fright, not understanding what had happened to his body. The sea maiden clapped her hands happily and praised him. He narrowed his eyes and thought that he had to train to control for a while. He pressed his hand to his body, creating energy around him. He then looked down with admiration. His heart shone brightly. It was already the heart of a dragon. The protagonist looked at the system notification and said that he was now a draconid. Aina flew up to him and told him that the plant was working. The young man looked ahead, saying that they needed to increase the amount of resources they had promised to provide, and now they would start changing the world on their own. I could see the buildings of the HD holding. Desak looked at his phone, saying that he didn't expect the protagonist to grow up so quickly. The director held a tablet in his hand, saying that they had noticed the constant movement of several trillion won in the market, and to a greater extent, they were targeting the technology corporations in the top 100. The president smiled and asked if the magic telephone was created by an infinite magic factory. He swiped his finger across the screen, calling the object incredible. The manager stood next to Desak, who said that now even civilians are able to use magic to make money. He furrowed his brows and added that they needed to check the stocks they were buying, as well as do everything to find out their plans. The man put his hand on the table and added that they should follow their target. A system screen appeared in front of them, and the president said that the citizens would side with Sung-hoon. Next to the host was a gadget. He said that magic phones not only contain useful practical skills, but also various skills against monsters. The Rothschilds' main home had plenty of windows, and Jessica said it had only been a month since the release, but they already had an impact around the world. She furrowed her brows and added that in just a month, their capitalization exceeded all possible indicators. The girl stood in front of the head of the house, asking if it had been decided to eliminate Sung-hoon. The old man furrowed his brows and said that this would be the best course of events. Jessica closed her eyes and said they would fail. The head looked at her silently. She clenched her hands into fists as he said she was weak. He announced with a smile that she was forbidden to participate in this operation. The girl opened her mouth wide and shouted that if they made a move, then the existence of their family would be threatened. The old man folded his hands and said that he respected her opinion on the matter, but she would have a different task. His silhouette could be seen through the large window, and the head of the house said that if they failed, he would leave her to deal with the consequences. Jessica looked down. He gave her the ring of the head of the family. The sky in Alaska was blue. Sung-hoon looked straight and thought that something was wrong. The monsters were walking through the snow, and the guy thought that it had already been more than 700 hours since this dungeon had formed, but the fusion had still not happened. Aina was behind him, saying that they were glacial giants. The hunter jumped over the monsters, which are very strong on their own. He looked down and asked if he should seal the dungeon gates, ignoring those exiting them. he was standing in the snow. A purple light appeared in front of him, and he decided to try to cover it with a spell. There was a huge portal in front of the mage. He raised his hand and said that the gate of the 4th level dungeon was filled with an incredible amount of energy. A shadow fell on his face, and he remembered that ice giants could hide in the snow. The weapons were rapidly approaching. The monster attacked the protagonist. He looked up and said that the giant should be ashamed. After all, he had ambushed being so huge. The enemy bared his teeth, surprised that such a small man had blocked his blow. He stamped his foot. The hunter rushed forward, thinking that he was as strong as the high dragons. The guy attacked the giant in the head. Snow flew through the air. The monster fell on its back. The protagonist looked straight and said that it was too simple, like a fight with a small child. Suddenly the enemy swung his weapon, shouting loudly. He stretched out his hand to the side. A white mist rose in the air. The mage put his hand on the surface. Standing next to the baton, he said it was weak. Then, he rushed to the side and came to the conclusion that the lesser ice giants were not his opponents. Sung-hoon then attacked the monster directly in the stomach. Black blood spurted from his mouth. The young man said with a smirk that he was able to defeat all the hunters of the earth without even resorting to magic. The enemy fell down. The hunter looked to the side and remembered that there were 2 of them. However, the second giant turned around and ran away in fear. The protagonist sighed and said that he couldn't let him go because their bodies could be disassembled into fine ingredients. Then, he ran forward with lightning speed. The guy knocked the monster off his feet. The enemy fell into the water. The mage was standing on the shore of the lake. The giant was sinking. Suddenly he abruptly climbed upstairs. Sung-hoon stretched out his hand and said that it was possible to make several billions by selling giant parts. He flew into the air, determined to return to the essentials. He stretched out his hand to the side and told the 2 of them to come back. The young man shouted with a smirk that it was time to lock the gates. The portal sparkled brightly. A white flash of light appeared. The passage was closed. The main character looked to the side and asked the fairy to report on the situation. Aina was there, saying that she had not found any disturbances in the earth. The mage stood in the middle of the snowy plain, saying that if the world needed energy, he would not let the dungeon disappear so easily. She looked at the system screen and said that a new 4th level dungeon had been discovered 90 kilometers away. Next to the portal, there were ice giants. The hunter looked to the side and said that closing the gate did not solve the problem. They were standing in the middle of the snow, and Aina reported that there were only 7 such dungeons now. The sky was blue. It was time for them to return. Namyangju Magic Tower. The protagonist directed a beam of light upwards. A small cube appeared. A magic circle was installed. The guy looked straight and said that the scientific theory of creating parallel universes helped a lot. He concentrated the energy in his hand and added that finally his nuclear attacks would not destroy everything around him. Suddenly his silhouette became monochrome. Sung-hoon turned around and thought that interdimensional magic would form a reality based on their reality. And even if he destroyed the created dimension, nothing would happen since it was artificial. Aina jerked her small wings, saying that her bond with her master had deteriorated due to the difference in size. The hunter looked at her and replied that he was just testing the work of the new magic, and the fairy reported that they had received a call from the US government. Suddenly, a purple flash lit up the space as Aina began to establish a connection. The mage closed his eyes and said that they hadn't called him since the last dungeon clearing. He went forward, adding that he was ready if they wanted to experience his progress. Yellowstone National Park. The mountains were covered with snow. Suddenly there was an interdimensionality. Sung-hoon looked down and said that the only monster that came out of this dungeon was the Slime King. The sky was blue. The main character said that slugs could only be killed by direct action on the core, but it would be difficult to penetrate several kilometers into the acid jelly. He gathered mana in his hands and said that he had the appropriate spell for this. He then released a stream of 8th level blessed magic. The beam struck the target. A loud sound swept through the park. White smoke rose in the air. The protagonist jumped up. He lowered his head and thought that the enemy was still alive. He touched the surface, not understanding where the slime core was. He gritted his teeth as he said that his target was 500 meters away. The Magus sat on the ball, using the seismic strike skill. A white flash appeared. Then the light turned black. In the middle of the mountains was a huge slug. The young man took the fragment, and said that this was a chance to deal with the boss of the dungeon and experience subspace magic. A ring of light appeared in the sky, and the hunter said that since his reincarnation, he had not yet been able to find any slimy materials, and he had a worthy specimen in his hands. Sung-hoon summed up with a smile that he had complied with the request of the United States. Suddenly he looked away. A multitude of warriors stood around him. Desmond said with a smirk that there was nothing personal about it. People were sitting at a round table, discussing the assessment of the enemy's magical abilities. The old man raised his hand and said that they would prepare for the worst and assumed that the main character had risen to the 6th rank. His colleague folded his hands and said that they should be wary of his ability to turn electricity into magic, and if the fight dragged on, they would be at a great disadvantage. He put his hands on the chair and added that everything should be done quickly and clearly. They had already developed an action plan and prepared nuclear weapons as a last resort. He furrowed his brows and said that they could only watch now, and this battle would determine the fate of their family. Above the table was an image of a magician. The guy turned around and thought that the mana from the nuclear reactors and teleportation were disabled. He was taken by surprise. Streams of magic swept past him. It was at least rank 3 magic. The American rushed to the protagonist. Ropes tied his legs. He turned around and a black aura overtook him. Dark smoke filled the space. Desmond laughed and said that the Dark Knights had given him this power. He was standing in the middle of the battlefield with a sword in his hand. Sung-hoon was far away, saying that he didn't expect the U.S. Army to pass on its knowledge to them. The villain smirked and replied that they were true masters who shared their knowledge without any ulterior motives. The young man touched his hand and said that people did not understand what it meant to serve death. The enemy opened his mouth wide and shouted that today they would finish off this guy and rule the most powerful country in the world. The mages began to attack. Ropes bound Sung-hoon's body. The knights ran forward with swords in their hands. They surrounded the protagonist, who thought that if they had attacked him before waking up, he would have already been killed. The enemies jumped on him, and he thought that during the time of hunting monsters, they had learned teamwork, and now they were using it against one person. Suddenly the scoundrel received a blow in the face. 2 more received the same. The magician approached the opponent and said that their calculations were wrong. He pressed his hand to his face. He said with a smirk that they would have finished him off a month ago, and that was why it was only a matter of time before an attack was made. The American lay on the ground, not understanding how this was possible. A loud cry resounded through the park. The old man watched through the ball. He furrowed his brows and said that they had lost a great chance due to too long preparations. His gaze was intense, and he ordered the use of nuclear weapons. The timer on the timer has come to an end. The protagonist turned sharply. He was blinded by a flash of light. At the same time, in Seoul, there were boxes on the floor while the child was happy about his new home. Jin-sung took the packages while his daughter ran around saying that there was a lot of space here. The man looked to the side and told the girl to be careful. His wife took the box and asked if he knew what was inside. A tall building could be seen. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion there. Black smoke filled the sky. Sanjin picked up the package. He shook her, wondering what was inside as the numbers on the timer decreased. Then there was an explosion in his apartment. The crowd stood in the street. Dujin was lying on the ground in a pool of blood. He gritted his teeth, not understanding how this man had managed to break through his defenses. There was a purple mist over the city. Someone was running fast and breathing through his mouth. Jinsu jumped around the buildings, not understanding who in his right mind could have staged an attack in the center of the city. Amazon rainforest. The huntress held a golden feather between his fingers. Yun looked to the side and asked if the monsters had learned to shoot. James approached her, saying that the girl was frivolous, but he didn't expect that she would be able to catch a bullet with her bare hands. The scoundrel smirked and said that he had to go all this way personally. Hiller was standing in the middle of the clearing. She recognized the Thunder Runner from the United States. She looked straight and asked if he had decided to become a criminal. The man furrowed his brows and replied that their superiors had decided to eliminate Sung-hoon and everyone associated with him. Suddenly, he was punched in the face. A shockwave passed. The American turned around and called loudly to his partner. Yun stretched out her hand, saying that she had nothing to talk about with her enemies. James opened his mouth wide, bleeding from it. Scoundrels were approaching the Hiller. She gritted her teeth and thought that there were too many of them, and she would have to try. There was a loud explosion, and the girl assumed that the government had recalled Diakoin back to her homeland because they knew it would happen. Suddenly, the ground gave way from under the girl's feet. Her eyes widened in fear. She fell to the ground, and James asked how such a small thing could be so strong. He was breathing heavily, saying that he didn't expect to face such power, and he didn't like killing talented fighters, but he couldn't disobey orders. Yun sat on the ground, thinking that she had no mana left to heal and was finished. The American grinned and invited her to join his team, where there is a wizard who wields the magic of submission. He touched the healer's face and said that if she agreed, he would spare her life. She furrowed her brows in displeasure when the opponent said that they had already done enough, so nothing would happen if they had one survivor left. The man smiled slyly, saying that everything was over with the Alpha team and the main character. The partner stood behind, saying that they didn't have time, and if her aura was restored then they were finished. The American raised an eyebrow and reported that among the losses they had 4 snipers, 2 healers and 9 damagers. James looked to the side and said that Yun was physically strong but weak in spirit, and had never killed before. The girl sat on her lap saying that it was true and that she would have trained to kill beforehand if she knew it would be like this, and the man said that he loves cute Asian women. Hiller, who was bleeding from her mouth, said that she would choose her own man. She was still sitting on the ground, and the American said he understood. The sword began to emit a blue light, and the man said that he really didn't like to be separated. He put the blade to Yun and told her that it wouldn't hurt her. Suddenly, someone grabbed his weapon. The scoundrel furrowed his brows, stunned. Long white hair was visible. It was Sung-hoon. He was standing in front of Yun. She looked up and noted the changes in his appearance. The guy turned around and apologized for being late. There was an explosion in Yellowstone 10 minutes ago. The man opened his eyes wide in horror. Nuclear bombs were dropped. The hunters fell to the ground. The protagonist stood with his back to them, saying that he had created a spatial pocket separating them from reality. He turned around and said that the boss was using his best hunter as bait. He raised his hand and decided to put them in their place. A ring appeared around the neck of the enemy. This appeared on other team members as well. The guy looked down and said that it was an enslavement spell, and the weaker the victim, the easier it was to cast. They turned around when someone shouted loudly. The hunter rushed forward, shouting loudly that he did not intend to listen to this nonsense any longer. The magician sighed and thought that there was someone everywhere who did not understand human words. Suddenly the enemy stopped and began to tremble. Saliva was flowing out of his mouth. He was suffocating. He then fell to his knees, and Sung-hoon said that their bodies would be punished as soon as they thought of attacking. The American gritted his teeth, crying in pain. Desmond arched his eyebrows and thought that he had to obey the protagonist in order to survive. There was a smile on his face. The young man approached him and said that he hoped that this American had the knowledge he needed. He looked down and added that he would let him live if he complied. Desmond raised one eyebrow and replied that he didn't know everything and they were just following the instructions. They were told that Sung-hoon was a threat to the whole world. There was a crowd of people near the mountains. The protagonist's eyes bulged in amazement when the American said that he was not the only one who posed this threat. He shattered the blade, saying that everything could have turned into an irreversible catastrophe, and Yun was a second away from death. The girl was covered with sweat. James created lightning bolts in his hands, shouting loudly that a nuclear explosion should have killed the guy 10 minutes ago. The wind blew over the Maga's face, and he said that it was starting to annoy him, and he should have dealt with the matter long ago. He then raised his hand and suggested that the Rothschild family was watching them closely. The American gritted his teeth when the protagonist said that he was declaring their war, and until one side was completely destroyed, peace was not worth dreaming of. The ground trembled as the hunter used the incredible gravity skill. The enemy lay below, clenching his teeth. Then blood spurted into the air. Sung-hoon looked down indifferently. Then he looked to the side. Sparks appeared. James fell to the ground, screaming in pain. His leg was surrounded by a black substance. Sung-hoon approached the American. He forced a smile and said that he was ready to surrender, and that he was only following orders. The protagonist chuckled and said that he would have mercy if they asked before attacking his men. The woman was lying in a hospital bed. She had a red pendant around her neck, and the magician said that he didn't like to leave things unfinished. He brought his finger to James's face, using his mind scar skill. His finger went through the man's skin, and Sung-hoon said that he would be able to find out everything on his own. The young man's eyes turned red. He sat on the ground while the enemy shouted loudly in an attempt to resist. Yun arched her eyebrows in bewilderment. Pictures of what happened appeared in the mind of the main character. He opened his mouth and said in a displeased tone that there was nothing of value in it. The American trembled as he lay on the ground. Hiller approached her friend and asked if everything was fine. He patted her on the head and replied that everything was fine. He praised the girl for holding back the enemies. Yun closed one eye and asked if their team was intact. The guy stretched out his hand to the side and said that it was time to go back. A purple shimmer appeared in front of him. The main character looked to the side and said that sooner or later he would get the necessary information, and first he should find out what the United States would say on this matter. He furrowed his brows and asked where the President of the United States was. In the White House, loud cries of a nuclear bomb were heard at Yellowstone. The President closed his eyes and said that this situation jeopardizes his re-election. His colleagues were sitting at a long table. The old man looked to the side and said that the dungeon in the park had been destroyed, and Desmond and his team had died along with Sung-hoon. The protagonist appeared, who said that it was nonsense because he was still alive. The official stood up when he saw the guest. The magician smiled and greeted the president. The guards took out their weapons. The guy turned sharply. Aina raised her hands, forbidding these scoundrels to stand in her master's way. Suddenly, one of the guards slammed into the wall. The old man slammed his hands on the table, shouting that there was no room for cruelty. Dust rose. Sung-hoon walked forward and said that they misunderstood him. The president raised his hand and asked what made the protagonist break in so unceremoniously. A bright light appeared. The man gritted his teeth and asked what it was. This light came from the protagonist, who said that he was declaring war on the president. The man sat in a chair, saying that the hunters used nuclear weapons to destroy the giant slug, causing everyone to die. The young man smirked and said that he hoped his interlocutor was lying. The president covered himself with sweat and asked his guest to moderate his ardor. The hunter closed his eyes and clapped his hands. The head of the White House relaxed, breathing heavily. Sung-hoon furrowed his brows and called the US president a puppet who knows nothing. The old man looked at him with displeasure and asked what he was talking about. The guy crossed his arms and replied that the Rothschild family used American hunters and nuclear weapons to kill him, and the president doesn't even know. He looked to the side and said that it wouldn't be difficult for him to destroy everyone in an instant, but there was no need for that. The head of the White House was covered in sweat and asked what the protagonist was going to do next. The magician turned around and replied that he wanted to destroy the Rothschilds and their accomplices, and if the American government began to protect them, he would consider it a readiness for war. He then teleported, leaving the guards lying on the ground. The president stared straight in a daze. The old man slammed the table and shouted that they couldn't stand idly by. He opened his mouth wide and added that they had a responsibility to help the Rothschild family. Suddenly, The head of the White House opened his mouth and ordered everyone to be silent. He straightened his tie and said that they didn't understand how strong Sung-hoon was. He presented a white silhouette of the guy and added that he was not human. Then the man put his hand on his face and said that the main character is much scarier than Rothschild, and for now they should just watch. The wind blew the American flag, and the president concluded that the one who won would be their ally. Loud screams were heard in the Pentagon that the commander had been killed. The commander of the Air Force died of frostbite in his office. Director Conrad was found petrified. The fire was burning in the North American mercenary camp of the Rothschild family. The hunter was sitting against the wall. Desmond furrowed his brows and apologized to his comrade. Titan was bleeding, saying that he thought his acquaintance had died from a nuclear explosion, but he suddenly came to attack his crew members. The American looked down and said that slaves exist only to follow orders, they don't need reasons. Suddenly, the hunter clenched his hand into a fist, shouting furiously. He swept Desmond off her feet. The ring around the boy's neck shone. Black smoke appeared in the air. In the Pentagon, communication with the director of the CIA was lost, as well as with the Titan team. The old man sat in an armchair, saying that this adventure had failed. Someone came into the office and said that there was only one option left. The man's eyes bulged in surprise. The head of the house straightened his tie and said that he needed to prepare for the visitor's visit. He looked to the side and asked the others not to retaliate if he died, and to continue to live with the memory of him. The blue sky was visible. Sung-hoon looked down, saying that he did not feel a living spirit in this building. Aina crossed her arms and said that they had tracked him through the memories they had collected, and the head of the Rothschild family was undoubtedly here. The main character was floating in the air, saying that now it was time to take the last step. Events take us to the Rothschild estate. The corridors of the manor were decorated with paintings. The protagonist, looking at one of the paintings, said that there was no one here. As he stopped, he said that they probably knew he was coming, but there were no guards there, and he asked Ain if he had found any signs of life. The spirit, flying up, said that a powerful anti-magic had been found in the mansion. It could not be deactivated by any methods. They must find and destroy the magic circle that nourished it. Continuing down the hallway, Sung-hoon asked Ain to open the selection criteria and the report. The girl flinched as she activated mana detection and energy detection. Pointing to the floor, she said that a unique magical structure had been found that did not meet earthly standards. To be more precise, it was powerful dark magic. After breaking through the floor, the guy said that they had to go there. As he began to fall down, he said that they would find out now. The protagonist chuckled, realizing that the head of the Rothschild family still had one ace up his sleeve. Red as blood, mana emanated from the corpses. The old man sitting in the chair said that he didn't think he would have to summon a demon, and 1,000 souls were not enough to summon a demon. The butler, closing his eyes, said that they would have prevented Miss Jessica from being alive. Sacrificing them was the best decision. Then the head told him that he should have gone with her. Looking at the red tornado ahead, the butler said that he would only be a burden for the new generation, and shouldn't the butler follow the master even into the depths of hell? As the mana swirled, the head of the family asked how long it was left until the end of the ritual. The servant replied that the death cult had offered them this contract on behalf of their god, and they could only trust them. The demon opened his wings and scattered the mana around him. He grinned and laughed. Throwing his head back, Josmer said that he had overcome the deadly boredom of time and space to appear before them. The old people were stunned with shock and disappointment. The demon, spinning like a ballerina, said that he had not been in the human world for a long time, but now he was ready to fulfill absolutely any wish. The head of the Rothschilds grinned, asking if he had enough strength. Josmer pointed to him and said that he could easily solve all his problems, he just had to choose the poison he needed. Everyone in the hall froze, feeling awkward. Suddenly, the ceiling broke. Putting the handkerchief to his nose, Josmer asked the contractor if he was waiting for anyone. Parting his lips, the old man ordered the guest to be finished. The demon narrowed his eyes. The protagonist, standing in the middle of the dust, said that the head of the Rothschilds was hiding like a rat in the basement. Sneering, he asked if he was willing to fight him. Gritting his teeth in anger, the man asked if he had no manners, or if the door was not made for people like him, and he had specifically asked everyone to leave the estate. Sung-hoon walked towards the owner of the manor, and said that it was too easy to get lost here. He should have asked someone to guide him. The demon turned to the guest and asked if it was really so difficult for him to at least knock. Sneering, he said that he didn't know who he was, but if he really broke into someone else's territory, he would have to punish him. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Josmer, with his hands on his hips, asked if he knew him. If so, who was he? The protagonist, standing in front of the demon, said that he was guided only by the external appearance. The summoned man narrowed his eyes, deciding to look into the mage's soul. His eye widened sharply as he realized that it was Kratora's in front of him. Aina, crossing her arms over her chest, asked the master if he knew him, who smiled and said that in their previous life, fate had brought them together as many as 3 times. Shifting her gaze to the young man, the spirit said that the memory was confirmed. He had fought against him 3 times and won 3 times. The young man, smiling, said that the enemy was still strong, then he was at the 9th level. Pointing at him, the demon shouted, saying that he could hear everything. Besides, back then, he simply could not fight with all his might. He ambushed him when he was weakened by an unstable summoning. Only cowards do that. The old man sitting in the chair said that he had not called him for talk. Gritting his teeth, Josmer said that he had interrupted what he had been waiting for so long, and 1,000 souls for such a prey was not enough. The butler, turning his head, said that he could not refuse. The contract was offered by the god of death himself. The demon abruptly released his aura, saying that the pawn was not allowed to interrupt him. The figure of the summoned man loomed over the butler. The head of the Rothschilds raised his hand, telling him to stop. Stroking his beard, he asked if he could not defeat him. Taking on his usual form, the demon said that now he would lose anyway, unless he replenished his strength, and the power in human souls to fight him. He needed many souls to fight him. Aina, looking at the master, asked why they did not attack. He, shifting his gaze to her, suggested waiting. After all, their enemy was an elite demon, albeit an idiot. A simple ambush could not defeat him. The guy narrowed his eyes, realizing that the contract was offered by members of the death cult. These fanatics make everything very complicated, and they were talking to him about neutrality. Looking at the demon in the distance, the young man mentally said that he was incredibly lucky, because out of all, Josmer was summoned. If you use your knowledge wisely, you can easily win. The fire broke out, consuming the contract with a huge number of souls. The demon grinned and clenched his fists, saying that he would finally be able to put this bastard in his place. They had gathered many souls when they were only mortals. The emaciated old man said that he had to spend a fair amount of dollars. In their world, people literally sell souls. Now he has fulfilled his part of the deal. Now it is his turn. Events in the Rothschild estate continue. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the estate. Josmer, destroying everything in his path, said that nothing compares to human souls. He is full of mana. A cloud of dark mana detached from him. A moment later, a powerful explosion thundered. The protagonist flew up. Closing one eye, he said that he was a crazy bastard who would find a loophole everywhere. A cloud of darkness rushed towards him. The young man formed a barrier in front of him. A cloud of darkness exploded. The smoke and darkness began to dissipate. As blood flowed from his mouth, the protagonist asked Ayn to apply the healing. He wiped away the blood, mentally saying that it was too difficult to fight against the demonic beasts. Even if he managed to defend against the attack, it would still be followed by many incurable effects, so it was difficult to fight them without sacred power. If not the curse was lifted, he would simply die. Stretching out her arms, Aina applied the cleansing and dispelled the curses. Josmer took off and asked if he liked the greatest power. Grinning, the demon said that as long as it was just a warm-up, if he used all his strength, there would be no wet spot left of him. Besides, he seemed to have become weaker. The protagonist, holding out a staff in front of him, said that he would talk nonsense after defeating him. Besides, it is not only strength that determines the winner. Josmer, gritting his teeth with anger, asked if he would at least ever not respond to his pretentious speech. The demon's pupil flashed. The infinity wand in the guy's hands drew energy from nuclear reactors, using a ball that had access to subspace. Josmer, looking at Sunhoon, said that he hadn't felt such a huge amount of mana even in the demon world. The guy himself, hearing his words, said that there was also a more efficient type of energy on Earth. He would show him what real power was. A huge sword appeared in the sky. The demon's mouth dropped open in shock. A moment later, there was an explosion from the collision of the sword and the demon. Cracks spread across the blade. The dark mana exploded. Grinning, the demon said that he didn't expect to have so much mana. Frowning sharply, he said that the guy couldn't use this artifact effectively at the 8th level. Suddenly, his arm separated from his shoulder. Mana of light enveloped the demon's hand. Smiling, the protagonist said that mana solves all problems. He will see if he survives the attack of 100 swords of purification. A huge number of swords appeared in the sky. Josmer, looking at the magic circles, asked how this impudent man could use such magic so disparagingly. This blasphemy. Bright streaks of light rushed down. Many explosions thundered in the sky from the collision of the demon and the swords. Josmer covered the area with dark energy, blocking attacks. The demon's eye flashed, then he said that the endless flow of mana nourishes an ordinary person, so he can lose. Grinning, he said that he was ready to make sacrifices for the sake of today's entertainment. The dark mana spread from his body. A mana sphere formed around him. Sunghoon, smiling broadly, said that he was predictable. A moment later he found himself near the enemy. His bracers shone, then he said that demons are vulnerable in their true form, and the bracers were made by the ability granted to him by the goddess of fire. The demon, gritting his teeth, was horrified and said that this could not be. There could not be an Orichyrakon here. The protagonist struck at the enemy's core. He narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that Orichyrakon was a purification material. It was extremely effective against creatures like demons. Josmer's pupil shrank. The bright light was shattered by the guy's blow. As the body began to dissolve, the demon said that he would lose. Suddenly, the dark mana parted from him. He used dimension shifting. Sunghoon covered his face with his hand, realizing that the demon had managed to recover. The demon's body began to recover. Josmer, assuming his true form, said that here in the demonic realm his actions were useless. The young man, parting his lips, said that he was not too different from the god of war. After creating a magic circle in front of him, Sunghoon said that he had created and tested a weapon that was capable of destroying an entire dimension. The tip of the cannon came out of the portal, Then the guy said that it was created in order to use the same infinite amount of mana. Frowning, the protagonist said that to win, he only needed to survive. A bright light illuminated the demon's face. The space collapsed, cracks parted along the borders. The helicopter flew over the former battlefield. Flying over the plane, the cameraman said that such a mystical landscape can be observed in Buckinghamshire. Due to the extremely high temperature, the mountain began to melt, taking the form of glass, and then froze in an unknown way. Showing the Rothschild family territory on the screen, the reporter said that they believe it all began here, in the basement of the residence, where several unidentified corpses were found. The girl clapped her hands and said that he had managed to defeat the great demon Yasmer with sheer power alone, and as expected, he had to avoid any clash with Sung-hoon. Raising her hand, she said that the head of the Rothschilds was too stupid for this, because she had warned him more than once, but his competitive nature did not allow him to retreat. Garrison frowned and asked if she hadn't taught this family how to summon demons. Elish closed her eyes and said that it was her part of the deal. Did they people ask customers who they were going to kill by selling them weapons? Sung-hoon also traded knowledge, so he couldn't blame them. It would be better if they cared about their well-being. The man turned around and asked what she was talking about. Smiling, the vampire said that because of this battle, the spatial crack had become larger, and soon the demons would take advantage of it to enter their world. They would come here just like them, wanting more resources. Garrison turned when Elish said that a race that longed for blood, flesh, and souls would come to them, that they enjoyed a growing number of followers among the living, that humans were weak to temptation, and that the contract with the demons could lead them all to an end. As Chuck walked into the office, he asked Garrison if he knew how busy he was. The old man, frowning, said that he was too late. Now they needed his help. The man, smiling, asked what he should do before what's on the screen. He was powerless, and it didn't seem that Elish would do much better. Turning around, the minister said that he was taking care of the hunters' affairs and they needed him to mobilize them. Chuck's surprise said that they could do it through the official channel. Looking at the screen, the old man said that he couldn't, so he called him. At this rate the war would soon begin. He must already know that the Rothschild supporters have appeared. It is necessary to eliminate them, otherwise they will interfere with the creation of new relations. Frowning, the man said that he would gather the hunters if the president was notified. But what about Jessica? Didn't he want to avenge his father? Elish raised her hand and told her not to start, for their god was interested in her identity. Garrison, gritting his teeth, said that their faith had nothing to do with their politics, and did it not interfere too much in their affairs? Closing his eyes, the vampire said not to be upset, because this is just one small matter, it will not cause any problems. Sighing, the old man said that among the surviving Rothschilds, she was the only one with a high level of control. They needed her as much as she needed them. Chuck grinned and asked if they could say such things in front of strangers. Glancing at the screen, Garrison said that half of the government was vampires. Nothing new. What was more important now was that no one should come into conflict with the Archmage. Events take us to the Federation of Korean Industry. After the fall of the main owners of the Rothschild capital, Korean corporations lined up in front of the protagonist, shaking his hand. The HD Group, with whom he has been associated for a long time, was one of the first to help him and held an event. Even world leaders and politicians desperately tried to contact him. Looking at the flag of the United States, the young man understood that the biggest change had occurred in his relationship with them. He met with the president. He did not want expansion, but he was not left without a gift. Sung-hoon raised his eyebrows, the president acknowledging his personal diplomatic qualities. Frowning, the old man recognized the people living in his territory as an official nation. This had not happened since the formation of Israel. He, as an individual, was given huge privileges. Taking a pen in his hand, the president signed a document approving the guy as the head of one of the states. The protagonist smiled and shook hands with the man. After the deal with the United States, he began to receive interesting letters from the leaders of other countries from the UN headquarters. Sung-hoon even spoke at the UN. He grinned, then he was already recognized as an influential figure in the world of politics, so the speech at the UN meeting was just a formality. The guy was smiling. There was a person in this world who had power equal to that of the United States. This country understood that the Awakened could wipe out an entire nation from the face of the earth. After the incident, the entire team, except Yun, shook hands with the protagonist and resigned. Looking after them, the guy was sad, but he understood them. It is hard for them to live, constantly being in danger. The girl standing next to Sung-hoon said that she didn't think that they would all decide to leave. A bright future awaited them with him. The protagonist, closing his eyes, said that they were used to fighting monsters, not humans. They needed to take care of their families. Turning around, he said that they also realized that they would not have the strength to follow in his footsteps. He was also sorry, but he needed to learn to let go. And where was Yun now? Looking at the sky, the girl said that she was now in Africa. Events take us to the Cape of Good Hope. Yun, standing on the edge of the cape, listened to the information about the breakup of the team. Smiling faintly, she said that the breakup of the team did not mean that she could no longer see them, and now she had more important things to do. She needed to gain strength as soon as possible, a lot of strength to defeat all the enemies and stay alive. Aina, smiling, said that she then needed to become a level above the Aura Master. It was possible. Yun, looking at the spirit, said that it was impossible. She replied, saying that Alina told her that if she became higher than the master, she would get closer to the god himself, but only the chosen one, who is born once every few centuries, is capable of such a thing. Crossing her arms over her chest, Aina said not to worry, because her talent would help her ascend. Out of 9,800,000, she was the most talented. Flying up, the spirit said that the aura did not lend itself to many talented people. However, she had comprehended it in a year. According to her data, she definitely had a chance to ascend. Suddenly, the ground shook, and then the girl said that was why she had come here. Aina's eyes flashed, then she said that the field monster boss appeared directly on course. He was known as Abaddon. A huge creature crawled out of the sea. The monster's mouth shone with the energy gathered within it. Abaddon, feeling the mana flowing, walked towards the two guests. Yun chuckled, not afraid of facing an SS rank monster. She rushed straight at the creature. A moment later there was a surge of mana. Sunghoon smiled as he said that she was getting stronger every day. Aina, approaching him, said that he had not met such a talent even in his previous life. The young man, thinking, asked what would happen if she became stronger than him. The lady replied, saying that the power of the Akashic system strengthens Yun. The awakened power system has limitless possibilities, so the girl was now easily running over the monster's body. Suddenly, her body was thrown away. A smile appeared on Yun's face. She was happy to fight the monster. Sunghoon, looking at the screen, said that he had previously feared that if she was near death, she would fall into a state of depression. But in fact, he had nothing to worry about. At that time, chaos was going on in England. The city was burning. The captain of the squad, raising his submachine gun, ordered not to retreat. With their defeat, everything would end. Steam and smoke from explosions and fire spread around the area. The staves shot out streams of mana. A moment later there was an explosion. The captain flew away, losing his arm. The soldier stood up and said that if they were not going to send them reinforcements, at least let them retreat. Suddenly, he saw the eye of a creature in front of him. A huge mutant stood in front of him. A second later, his body was torn to pieces. The girl trembled, hiding behind the wall. She looked at the machine gun next to her, and involuntarily hiccuped. The girl covered her mouth, but she had already attracted the attention of the monsters. Standing behind a broken pillar, she prayed to the gods that these creatures would not come near her. The monster grinned. He destroyed the rest of the column at a run. After that, the creature appeared near the girl. In his jaws was a soldier's hand. The girl moaned, losing her arm. Blood flowed from her mouth. As she lay on the ground, she thought it would be better to shoot herself. A huge number of creatures rushed towards her. Smiling sadly, the soldier asked her mother for forgiveness. Suddenly, a wild frost spread across the battlefield. The monsters were imprisoned, turning into statues. The protagonist, waving his hand, cracked all the ice. Grinning, the young man said that horror was happening here. Tuna was eating a man. A bright light fell on the girl's body, starting to heal her. Raising his hand, Sunghoon said that by leaving the EU, Britain had lost the opportunity to receive even minimal assistance. Sitting down, the girl said that her hand had been bitten off in this way. The protagonist, grinning, said that he had ordered those monsters. Shifting her gaze to the young man, she realized that he was the same archmage from Korea. Taking off, the guy said to rely on him and retreat with the squadron. Sunghoon sped up sharply and rushed away. The girl, looking after him, said that she was alone. Everyone had been dead for a long time. Suddenly, human figures appeared on the battlefield. The captain came to life again, staring at his hands. The soldier stood up and said that she had heard the story of how he resurrected the people of China, but did not think it was true. Smoke and fire spread throughout the city. Events take us to the North Sea. The young man, staring at the portal, said that now it was clear where these creatures were coming from. Looking down, he said that this was why the British government had failed to detect the dungeon and warn of the monster attack. The portal was 700 meters below sea level. Looking at the figures of fish, the protagonist decided that they were performing some kind of ritual. Suddenly, the portal expanded. The guy pulled back a little, being surprised. Seeing the eye in the portal, Sunghoon realized that these monsters were enlarging the passage to release the dungeon boss into the world. Taking the infinity wand in his hand, the young man said that he could not allow this to happen. Ice mana burst from his wand. Ice began to spread across space. The waves rose on the surface of the sea. A moment later, huge blocks of ice burst out of the water. Sunghoon, taking off, said that half of the North Sea was already frozen. His eyes widened in shock. A huge whale escaped from the sea. Taking off, the divine essence in the form of a whale said that these intrigues would not stop him. The archmage sneered, saying that this entity exuded so much energy that it would be enough to become a true god. His hair swayed as he said that the British government thought he wouldn't notice their drones, but then he only hoped that their actions wouldn't scare them. Looking at the whale through the screen, the scientists reported that, according to their estimates, this creature has thousands of times more mana than the boss of the third-level dungeon. The Prime Minister leaned against the table, shocked. The old man, parting his lips, ordered to contact the Queen and say that they might have to seek asylum in the United States. A bright beam of mana shot out of the whale. The protagonist barely managed to dodge. The amount of his mana made the barrier useless. He turned sharply, feeling something. An explosion comparable to the explosion of a nuclear warhead occurred on the territory of England. Bright light flooded the screens. The Prime Minister, gritting his teeth, said not to be idiots and do something. Don't they understand what an attack by such a huge monster can lead to? Looking at Sung-hoon's figure on the screen, he said that all they could do was pray for him to deal with the monster. The young man, frowning, said that this creature was not aiming at him. Kit, standing in front of the Archmage, said that he would kill as many people as he had killed his brethren. There were only 500,000 left. A beam of mana burst out of the whale. The protagonist, turning sharply, applied a distortion of space. He was able to change the trajectory of the beam. The beam turned out to be too powerful. The Archmage tried to deflect the damage by distorting space, but even that was difficult for him. A stream of mana flew directly over London. Kit, as if grinning, said that even such a powerful wizard still could not give up protecting his insignificant appearance. Aina held out her arms and said that their defensive spell would not be able to cope with the creature's attacks. The protagonist, confronting the monster, repelled all its attacks. In an instant, he created a subspace and moved the whale there. Cracks immediately began to appear in the space. The whale, with a sweep of its tail and fins, tore apart the subspace. The young man coughed up blood. The spirit turned, worried about her master. Wiping the blood, the guy said that he was fine. Impatience did not allow him to correctly assess the strength of the enemy. He could not forget the fury with which he had escaped from the dungeon on his own. He had chosen the wrong way to fight such a huge creature. The boss flew up and said that being such a small creature, he was able to create a dimension. His pupil flashed as he said that he might be a problem for him in the future. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock. The strongest vibrations hit his body. Blood flowed from his mouth, nose, and eyes. He had suffered severe brain damage, and he needed to use the remnants of mana and the chest of knowledge to recover. The protagonist began to fall. He did not have much time left to resurrect the English. His respawn spell was limited. He was not a god and could only revive the dead for 10 minutes. Looking at the carcass of the beast above, he said that he had to finish it off in 10 minutes. Having plunged into the sea, he decided to first get rid of his tracks. Gritting his teeth, Sung-hoon told Aina to pour all the mana of the magic tower into him. Keith, flying over the sea, said that the humanoids were too weak physically. Turning around, he said that now nothing was stopping him. It was time to finish what he started. The protagonist, hiding in the water, decided to spare no mana to hide his presence. An orb of mana appeared around him. A huge obelisk burst out of the water column. Keith stopped. Looking at the obelisk, the young man grinned. A moment later, 2 more obelisks appeared, forming a pentagram of despair. Kit, finding himself in the middle of the obelisks, decided that the mage had survived after all. Mana accumulated on the tips of the obelisks. A ray of mana rushed towards the creature. Opening his huge mouth, the boss said that he would destroy everything here. Suddenly, the energy in his mouth weakened. A moment later, it was completely dissipated. The young man climbed out of the water and said that it was too late now. These obelisks were made of adamantite. They drained all the energy from the creatures, and he had enhanced this effect with his spell. The boss's eye exuded strange mana. Then the creature asked the guy if he really believed that he could be defeated by a human spell. Suddenly, a huge magic circle appeared above the whale. Sung-hoon, raising his wand, said that he did not even doubt it, for he had created this magic circle to finish him off, a demigod. The obelisk rested against the monster's barrier. The protagonist raised his head. He was preparing for battles against the gods, even if Director Akashic did not stop the restoration of the dimension. The mana around the whale swirled. The obelisks, taking advantage of this, absorbed a lot of energy. The explosion of the obelisks created a wave that spread throughout the sea. As a result, the Prime Minister, shaking hands with the protagonist, expressed gratitude on behalf of all England, but the guy rejected the gratitude of the English nobility, and the government itself transferred to him the ownership of Withensea, which had been turned into ruins. Withensea was officially renamed Cyrenik. Now the city is considered the place of residence of a new race, the Sirens. These creatures were similar to mermaids, so the world recognized the rights of the dwarves and the Mirren, and Sung-hoon was chosen as their representative. 3 days later, at Cape Hope, Yun still hasn't stopped fighting Abaddon. The young man summoned the status window and said that he had killed the demigod, but had only gained a little experience. Many high-ranking hunters were already at the 300th level, and he hadn't even reached the 250th level. Watching the battle, standing on the cape, the guy said that the Akashic Director was discriminating against him. As soon as he got the 9th rank, he would immediately regain all the experience he had taken. Events take us to Alaska. The Awakened rushed to attack, saying that even giants were bleeding. Ordinary people fought giants. Joe, gritting his teeth with anger, asked if they could not rest. Blood spurted from the giant's wound. The monster fell to the ground. Desmond fell to his knees and said to be careful. They were dealing with S-rank ice giants or even higher. There were more of them, and they could take brute force. But the next wave was coming, and they wouldn't have enough mana for it. Seeing the giant appear, he said that for now, they had followed Sung-hoon's order and reduced the number of these monsters. Turning around, the captain ordered a retreat. Joe, glancing at the leader, asked if retreat was a good decision. Desmond, running away, said that the commander himself had asked them not to take any chances. The giant stomped on the ground. He threw his spear at the people. The spear rushed at the back of the group leader. A huge amount of snow rose after the collision of the spear. Desmond fell to the ground. Glancing at Joe to the side, he asked how he was doing. Trembling all over, the man said that he was still alive. But he still had to take the blow. He could not even think that the shock wave would be so powerful. The giant, grinning, said that they were insignificant dwarfs, and really hoped to escape from him. Desmond chuckled and said he didn't think he could help them again, so they had to save their lives at all costs. At that moment, the second giant appeared and said that the king needed the dwarfs alive. They could not be allowed to die. Frowning, the captain of the squad asked if this could be considered luck. Chuckling, the giant said that after they tore off their limbs, the tiny heads and bodies would come in handy. Desmond, clenching his jaws, said in his mind that these monsters behave like humans. If the monsters got to the civilians, it would be the end. Suddenly, a flood of mana cut through the air. The monster turned. A moment later, the top of the giant evaporated. Explosions thundered. Desmond covered his face with his hand. Looking at the fire in front of him, he assumed that reinforcements had arrived. The girl, soaring in the sky, told me to get out of here. The man sneered, saying that only one hunter could use such powerful heat rays, and that was Yoram from Korea. He had heard of her. But in fact, she was even stronger. He didn't expect to meet someone stronger than himself after studying the death cult's aura. Starting to run away, the captain led his squad. Yoram, soaring in the sky, said that Team Ace from the United States was indeed working under the command of Sung-hoon, although it was the strongest in Korea. But it was also running under the command of the Archmage. Glancing at her hand, the girl said that with it, her power was growing, and now she could do things that she could not even dream of, and the increase in mana effectiveness also played a role. Looking at the ruins, she said that she couldn't do it alone. These giants were smart. Suddenly, in the distance, she saw a lone figure of a monster. A terrifying aura emanated from the giant. The girl's eyes widened with fear. The monster grinned, saying that the earthlings weren't so bad. Unfortunately, he had more important things to do, so he would let her go. Looking at Yerim flying away, he said goodbye to her. The girl flew away screaming. She was sweating profusely, realizing that the enemy was too strong. The protagonist stared at the sky. Yun picked up her phone and took a selfie. The young man, looking at the student, decided that what she had done in the end was her new technique. Aina, hovering nearby, said that the girl has become even stronger. Her new ability is that the attacks penetrate deep under the victim's skin and explode inside. Squinting, the guy asked why Yun always exceeded his expectations, even though he was not an expert on aura issues. But such an attack was impossible, and such an attack could not be blocked. Aina, crossing her arms over her chest, said that a strong monster would be able to resist the attack, but a weaker enemy would be struck down in one blow. The protagonist, after thinking about it, told the spirit that she seemed to be laughing, who, hovering next to him, said that now she understands why people love games. Teaching Yun, she felt as if she had an SS rank character in her hands. Aina looked up, saying that the opening of a new 4th level dungeon was beginning. A mana explosion occurred in Alaska. Sung-hoon stared at the screen. Aram turned around, saying that a dungeon had appeared. Huge mountains appeared out of nowhere. Desmond chuckled and said that if they were a little too late, the allies would only have to collect their bones. The formation of the dungeon would cross all boundaries. The helicopter rushed to the highest mountain. 12 hours after the appearance of the dungeon, night fell. 128 assault auto units took up positions, and the Air Force was also ready to be dispatched. Looking at the soldiers below, the protagonist said that the US is not willing to sacrifice its territories, even though it could give up Alaska, which is not of high value to them. Aina, hearing him, warned, telling them to be careful with them, because the United States is the main customer in the golem market. The spirit, thinking about it, said that a field boss had been discovered. Sung-hoon, looking at the girl in the distance, said not to bother. Now Aram will tell everything herself. Flying up, the girl asked when he arrived here. The young man, raising his hand, said that he had just arrived. But what kind of boss did she have? Looking at the sleeping Yun, the girl said that she had met a subspecies of ice giants, but she was unable to measure its strength. Then the protagonist said that since she could not do this, then the number of monsters could not be defeated. Summoning the system panel, the young man said that he would look into its memory and go back an hour. There would be no side effects. After examining the entity, he said that the giant himself provoked the appearance of the dungeon. Raising his hand, the guy said that all that remained was to do what he had always done. Coexistence with giants was impossible, because they devoured people. Chuckling, he said that it was gratifying that the current situation was different from the one they had encountered in the dwarven dungeon. Events take us to the space station. One of the cosmonauts pointed into the distance. The man frowned. A spaceship began to appear right in front of them. The US Prime Minister was alarmed. A massive object was found over Alaska. Its length was about 12 kilometers. Garrison, frowning, asked if the Archmage had spoken about this ship. After receiving confirmation, he said that they had promised them the same. Now is a great chance to see the ship in action. They need to call the analysis team immediately. As Aram looked up, Aina said that Hanamaru's orbital bomber had reached its destination. The girl's mouth dropped open in amazement. Glancing at the barrier in the distance, the spirit said that powerful interference did not allow the boss to determine the exact location, but they had unexplored territory marked by the sorcerer's eyes. Raising his hands, the young man said that the territory was quite vast. However, there was not a single soul there, so they would easily destroy it. Aina stretched out her arms, saying that the Ascalon heavy cannon of mass destruction was ready to attack. A ship in space fired at Alaska. A ray of mana rushed towards the earth. Soon he was over the mountain. Mana spread across the sky like the northern lights. The protagonist, stopping smiling, said that the magic-piercing weapon did not work, which meant that the boss was not so simple. Aina's eyes sparkled, then she said that she did not have any valuable data. One phenomenon was revealed. The powerful energy in the distance began to take shape. Seeing the humanoid in the distance, Sung-hoon said that he wanted an easy victory. Something like this was not part of his plans. The spirit, looking at the master, said that with Hanamaru, they would be able to defeat the enemy, even if it took longer. If the ship was damaged, the self-healing system would be activated. Smiling, the young man asked the spirit to take control. At this moment, Yun suddenly jumped up. Turning around, she said that the enemy was right in the sky. A bright flash appeared in the sky. The protagonist's eyes widened. He was amazed. Looking at the flashes of light, he realized that the monster had turned off its magic detection field by approaching. The ice mutant had an impressive physique and incredible knowledge of sorcery. The girl, looking up, said that this giant was smaller than the others. Grinning, the boss said that he wondered who dared to attack him. It turned out that the woman he had pardoned had brought friends with her. Sung-hoon gritted his teeth as he realized that the enemy was similar to a whale. However, he was also unlike his previous enemies. He was stronger. The ice giant king, soaring in the sky, told the guy that he had impressive mana for a human. He raised his head, feeling something. Mana gathered in the cannon. A moment later, there was an explosion in the sky. Smiling, Sung-hoon said that this was a chance. Pouring mana into the ground, he told us to wait for his command. Mana lines spread across the ground like a net. The girls opened their mouths in amazement as their leader cast the spell. The young man raised his hand and used Ascension magic. Immediately, a stream of mana burst out of him. The guy's body was overflowing with mana. He used a hoax. The protagonist, grinning, said that now they were on equal terms. The king, trapped in the ice, said he was annoyed that he was chasing technical magic. A giant of ice was fighting the ship at that time. Raising his hand, the king of giants told his subordinate to move away. He stretched out his hand in the direction of the ship. Suddenly, a fiery flash appeared nearby. The giant turned. Bright light and heat flooded the boss's figure. The young man jumped. He rushed forward, telling the girls not to come closer. Sung-hoon rushed straight into the blue haze of fire. Watching from afar, one could see waves of mana radiating in the sky. Shock waves formed spheres. The protagonist and the giant collide with their fists. Both hands were trembling. The young man gritted his teeth. The monster king frowned and said that it took a huge amount of mana to level up the vessel. He would never believe that a rank 8 person had more mana than an ancient dragon. However, mana was not infinite. The monster threw the guy away. Sung-hoon crashed into the ground. The titan immediately landed on it. The protagonist held out his hands in front of his face. Opening his mouth, the archmage applied conceptualization, decomposition. A burst of mana flooded the area. The girls froze, feeling the shock wave. Yun frowned. Parting her lips, she said in surprise that Sung-hoon was already returning. Yerim, looking at the clouds of smoke, said that their speed was too high, she could not track the movements. The king of the giants was gloomy. Glancing at his hand, he said that this power was only available to aura masters. However, a mere mortal had not only reached the 8th rank, but had also gained absolute power over the aura. The protagonist, looking at the giant in the sky, realized that he would not survive a direct blow. He gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that conceptualization and decay were completely out of place here. This creature was much stronger than he thought. Hanamaru was still battling the titan of ice. Rising into the sky, the guy decided that the trap he used against the whale would not work, because this opponent was smarter than the previous one. Grinning, the giant said that there would always be a more excellent creature in nature, and now he would be convinced of it. The young man's mouth dropped open in amazement. The air he breathed became colder. The monster spilled mana from his body, trying to freeze everything in the area. The protagonist stretched out his arms in front of him. The shield formed was able to block the cold air. The guy roared as he used a 6-star attack. Explosions thundered on the battlefield. Only Sung-hoon's figure was untouched by the explosion. The young man clenched his jaw as he saw his opponent ignore the star spell. If it wasn't for the hoax, he himself would have already died. The king, who appeared behind the enemy, said that in battle you should be more careful. The monster threw the man away with a blow. The archmage crashed into the ground at great speed. The protagonist closed his eyes in pain. A sphere of ice mana appeared above him. A moment later, it fell upon him. Yun, frowning, said that if they continued, her brother would lose. Looking at the smoke in the distance, the girl told Yerim that they should help her brother. The giant swung his hand to strike. Sung-hoon teleported behind him. Turning around, the boss said that this trick would not work twice, after which he cast an antibody portation field spell. The young man narrowed his eyes, realizing that the enemy was trying to harass him. Yerim enveloped herself in fire and roared. She fired a beam of plasma at the enemy. The giant shuddered, sensing danger. He immediately turned around and blocked the beam with his hand. Grinning, the king said that a human woman should not dare to attack him. Had she forgotten thanks to whom she was still breathing? The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. he understood that Yerem's attacks were nothing for a demigod. Suddenly, the monster shuddered, feeling pain. His hand was melting. A moment later, the king dodged the plasma beam, losing his arm. Sung-hoon's mouth dropped open in shock. Yerem used the flame god transformation and now became the embodiment of fire herself. The young man attacked the enemy from behind, deciding not to miss the chance. He clenched his fist. The giant, turning around, said that the rat was too predictable. The monster formed an icy hand in place of the old one. The girl inhaled the cold air. It touched the heart of the enemy. A moment ago, looking at the clouds of smoke, Yun said that Sung-hoon was retreating. Shifting her gaze to her friend, she told her to try to stop the giant king at least for a moment. The girl grinned, saying that if she set up an ambush, then it was quite possible. Summoning the system panels, she said that her stats had changed a lot lately. Her flames would make him shake. Yun stared at her friend, who was shrouding herself in fire. She wrapped the mana around her hand, saying that she too should prepare. Standing up, she cleared her mind, focusing on the attack. Yerem let the fire of Arigma slip from her hands. The monster's hand was melted by fire. At that moment, the protagonist rushed to attack. The giant turned around, and Yun opened her eyes, seeing a chance to attack. The titan, forming an icy hand, said that such damage meant nothing to him. The girl's eye flashed. After defeating Abaddon, her conceptualization reached the divine level. The blow of emptiness was struck at the heart of the enemy. Two figures froze in the air. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in amazement. He had just been on the verge of death. Blood gushed out of the demigod's mouth. Starting to vomit blood, he said that he did not understand anything. Turning around, the guy decided that it was Yun's attack. Looking at the girl in the stance, he said in his mind that he knew that she had gained new skills after hunting Abaddon, but now her strength exceeded all his expectations. As a mortal, she had the power to resist a demigod. The lady was sweating after such a difficult attack. The giant's body began to transform into ice. The guy, looking at the boss, decided not to let him respawn. Raising his hand, he summoned a mass measurement cube. Yun, falling to her knees, said that now it was all over. Blood escaped from her mouth. Such attacks do not pass without a trace. Yerem's scream was heard in the night sky. She tried to wake up her friend. Events take us to the Coliform, Los Angeles. We find ourselves in the headquarters of the undead army. The elevator reached the 5th underground floor. Jessica, looking around the catacombs, said that it was quite audacious to build such a thing underground and behind their backs. Paleton, turning around, said that he had already warned her that by renouncing the human principle, she was completely at his mercy. The lady smiled and said that she knew all about the undead god, whose true name could not be pronounced, but for the sake of her family, he would allow her to do so. The lich turned to the girl and said that he was wise and benevolent, that the likes of them respected the freedom of others, but that if her will contradicted the divine, he would have to convince her by force. If she had thought it over, which race would she prefer? Jessica, straightening up, said that she wanted to become a vampire. The lich tried to convince her, saying that the skeletons did not need lunch. Besides, everything would go much faster, but Jessica insisted. We find ourselves in the magic tower of Namyangju. Aina, calling on the system panels, said that Hanomara has dealt with all the remaining giants. The US government admires his combat capability. Sneering, the guy said that there was no better way to enrich himself than the arms trade. Looking at the huge screens, he said that there were only 3 4th-level dungeons left. The first was dominated by plants, the others were dominated by draconids and the kraken. The draconids were rarely seen, so their intentions were unknown to them. The plant race was currently busy creating the forest. It posed the least threat. Supply chains across the Atlantic Ocean were stopped due to the rampage of the kraken. The protagonist, after thinking about it, said that the sirens would deal with it themselves. Bringing Yun to the screen, Aina said that she had some problems. Rubbing his chin, the young man said that it was illegal to listen to other people's conversations. The spirit replied, saying that she was not a person and the laws did not apply to her. The girl entered the apartment. She was told by phone that her mother had been arrested for battery. Now she is under investigation. She also asked her daughter to become her defender. Yong, running around the city, asked her mother why she was doing this to her. Sung-hoon, parting his lips, said that it might be all because of him. Aina replied to him, saying that it was already difficult for them to find a common language before, but recently their relationship has escalated. Some groups interested in Yun's new power are persecuting her mother. The spirit, hovering beside the young man, said that she hadn't asked for help as it was a family problem. The reason for their conflicts was Yun's mother's many businesses. She had once contracted with HD Group to pay off the debt. After that, Sunja opened a new business, food consulting. Q&Q became a global franchise. Crossing her arms over her chest, Aina said that Sunja was a fraud. The problem was with investors. Their business is not so simple, starting with lobbying, and the main company is owned by a mafia group. The spirit, looking at the screen, said that ordinary people always lose to the mafia, which subjugates politicians and laws. The protagonist smiled nervously, saying that these idiots are not afraid of Yun at all, and she recently killed a demigod. Sighing, Aina said that this is why she showed him that video. He lacks empathy. He needs to be more attentive to the people around him. As the guy stared at her, the spirit said that unlike him, Yun was still an ordinary 20-year-old girl. Even though she was extremely powerful, he shouldn't forget that she was a simple, law-abiding young girl. only he could afford to commit crimes. The protagonist closed his eyes. Sighing, the guy said that if she had asked for help earlier, everything would have been fine. Parting his lips, he said that the fraudulent business is difficult to remove, so it needs to be gotten rid of. Projecting the events that are taking place, he said that from now on they will start investing in the business of the girl's mother. They do not need to invest too much, just as much as it takes not to go bankrupt. Smiling, he said that he would take care of the company bought by the politicians personally. They did not dare to persecute his people. The events take us to Seoul, the headquarters of QNQ. The lower part of the building was clearly shabby and old. When the subordinate reported about the guest, he, sitting at the counter, scolded him, saying that today was a corporate day, he needed to drive the guest away. Glancing at the guy near the entrance, he said that today they do not accept anyone. Waving his hand, he said that now everyone grows their hair like Sung-hoon's. The protagonist grinned. Even though the man was weak, he still had a contract with Akashi, and many members of the mafia had awakened recently. The protagonist shifted his gaze to the side. Everything around was dotted with cameras. The guy easily dodged the man's attack. Turning around, he said that he had a very important business to do. The young man, snapping his fingers, said that he was also glad to see them. Suddenly, all the windows of the headquarters shattered into pieces. The guard shouted, saying that they had been attacked. Kwon Sung, sitting in his chair, said not to panic, because successful businesses always have their enemies. They just need to point the camera up so that they can see the face. The subordinate stood up and stretched out his hand. Seeing that his face was smeared with pixels, everyone was surprised. Then the head said to block all entrances and get ready for battle. Frowning, Kwon Sung thought that Sung-hoon had no reason to attack them. The man sat down, leaning against the wall. A huge crowd ran into the hall. The protagonist stood in front of the crowd. Smiling, he said that there were more of them than he had previously thought, and that they were all hunters. But why did the mafia group have so many hunters? A huge number of hunters crowded ahead. Cholbin held out his hand and said that he seemed displeased with their latest moves, but that to attack them alone would require not only brave but also stupid. They were no strangers to meeting uninvited guests. Cholbin fully equipped himself. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that before attacking, she would analyze how many crimes they had committed. A wave of mana spread through the hall. Cholbin froze in place. Various numbers appeared in the air. The man, looking at the number, asked where it came from. The young man frowned and said that it was magic that showed the number of their crimes. Gritting his teeth, the group commander said that it was not in his right to judge how they lived. Dodging the blade, the guy asked if it was necessary to kill more than a dozen people to join the gang. Cholbin swung his blade several times. The young man, blocking his attacks, said that he saw all his crimes. Stomping on the floor, he said that he had committed 42 sexual assaults and 137 beatings. After punching him in the face, Sung-hoon said that he had also committed 34 murders and 12 desecrations of corpses. Slamming his opponent into the floor, the young man called him a nonentity. Bleeding, Cholbin could not believe that he had been defeated with his bare hands. Sending a ray of mana at the enemy, he said that it was time to rid the world of him. People began to look at each other, being frightened. The young man gathered into spheres and said that Korea could not be sure of its well-being when criminals like them were walking around Seoul as if nothing had happened. All the hunters put on their equipment, preparing for the attack. The mafiosi began shooting, believing that even an archmage could be killed with a bullet. The young man, putting up a barrier in front of him, said that they were too naive. Stretching out his hand, he decided to identify those whose crime rate was above 70. Exclamation marks appeared over some of the mafiosi. Rays of light immediately rushed into them. Arrows pierced the mafia. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, realizing that it was a mistake to give power to criminals, even if it was done to restore the stability of the dimension. But still, such a thing is too irresponsible for the Akashic. Screams and explosions were heard throughout the headquarters. People ran upstairs, wanting to escape as quickly as possible. The men gritted their teeth as they said that the police and Senate didn't pick up the phone. But why did Sung-hoon decide to attack them? The archmage appeared in the corridor and said that it was because they had contacted his subordinate's family. The culprit gritted his teeth in fear and anger. The young man shot an arrow from mana. An arrow pierced the heart of the enemy. The corpse fell to the floor, frightening everyone. The protagonist, frowning, asked who he was after eating human flesh. Kwon Sung transformed into a tiger. He attacked using space slashing. The guy, forming a barrier around himself, blocked the attack. The head of the mafioso was amazed to see that the attack did not even leave a scratch. He directly used his ability. Sung-hoon suddenly appeared in front of him. A multitude of magic arrows pierced the tiger. Frowning, the protagonist said that he would destroy everyone associated with this organization. A reporter, looking at QNQ's headquarters, said much of the building had been damaged and engulfed in flames, and they could not currently contact those who remained inside. Several deaths were recorded, and the survivors were carried away on stretchers, who screamed that Sung-hoon was the culprit. However, the video surveillance system was broken and could not determine the identity of the criminal. Soo-yun, jumping up, said that this was all happening because an uneducated fool had gained power, so he said that it was necessary to pass a law on the control of the awakened. Sanjin, worried, said that he probably thought that by hiding his face, he was relieving himself of all responsibility. Sungkyun narrowed his eyes and said that they would do anything to arrest him. Gumsa chuckled, saying that the prosecutors would support them. Soo-yoon sat down in his chair and said that this archmage had crossed the line. Besides, it was worth paying attention to his company. Factory of Infinite Magic. A Korean citizen who did not pay taxes. It was just nonsense. Sanjin raised his hand and said that hunters were already exempt from taxes on dungeons and hunting. But it was too much to exploit these loopholes in the creation of the company. It was high time to deal with it. It was necessary to start working in that direction. Pouring himself a whiskey, the man thanked everyone for participating in this meeting. Soo-yoon took a glass in his hand and said that this archmage was making an insane income from his company. He had received more than 200 billion this year alone. But he didn't know how society worked. Having earned a large amount, he had to pay back some of it. Throwing his hand over the back of the sofa, he told Sanjin to instruct his journalists to aggressively attack the mother of this idiot, so that everyone would know her as the mother of the murderer. Soo-yoon chuckled. If he could subdue this arrogant hunter, then he could think about the presidential election. Suddenly, the figure standing in the darkness said that she would not let him go now after what he had said about his mother. The protagonist, frowning, said that all the parasites had gathered in one place. He could not have imagined that it would be so difficult to find them in Korea, where there are cameras everywhere. The head of the prosecutor's office jumped up, asking how he got here, bypassing the guards. Sung-hoon, straightening his hair, asked if he meant those beautiful ladies. Chuckling, he said that if he was talking about those overly aggressive old people, then he had taken care of them. They had sinned enough in their lives. Soo-yoon pointed at the archmage and asked who he was to break in. The young man, squeezing the space, asked if they really did not understand anything. A handprint appeared on the man's throat. Picking up the congressman's body, the guy said that by going against him, he should at least be prepared to die. Sungkyun frowned as he shouted, saying that this is one of the representatives of the citizens of Korea. He can't just do what he wants. Or is he going to fight against the government? Sung-hoon looked at the man. He smiled when he saw that his moral rating had reached 98. When the congressman's body trembled, the protagonist said that he had never seen such a thing before. So how many people did he send to hell? Waving his hands, the man begged for mercy and promised that he would settle everything. Smiling, the guy said that he had seen hundreds of people who committed suicide after contacting them. He should at least behave like a villain. Foam escaped from his mouth. A moment later, blood spurted in all directions. Sanjin fell on the sofa and was horrified. The protagonist, turning to the remainder, asked if they would beg for mercy. Sungkyun, gritting his teeth in anger, said that he imagined himself to be a judge, being just an ignorant hunter, a murderer. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He narrowed his eyes, saying that he had really broken the law. Everything in the neighborhood went dark when he said that their crimes simply could not be judged by the laws they themselves had invented. Events take us to a city in Africa. The TV presenter said that Congressman Soo-hyun, as well as the police chief, the district attorney and many others, were found dead last night. Many cautiously assume that Sung-hoon has something to do with this, because the blurred silhouette looks like him. Yun's mouth dropped open in shock. Sitting on the bed, she asked puzzledly if it was all because of her. Aina, appearing next to her, said that she was right. Looking at the TV, the girl said that this method was too noisy. Sung-hoon, of course, is the most strange person. Something like this and she can do. Takun came out of the shower and said that it was too stupid. If she had the power, she had to use it. Were they really going to mock them like weaklings? Raising one eyebrow, she said that if she were there, she would have already dealt with everyone herself. It would be a lesson for her. Having power, she must do everything so that fools do not use her. Sighing, Yun asked what was wrong with being law-abiding. Takun opened the refrigerator and said that she should then continue to live like an idiot. She opened a can of beer. Straightening up, Takun said that acting so loudly was not like Sung-hoon. He could deal with them in a way that no one would know. Events take us to the Blue House of Korea. Sung-hoon, sitting in an armchair, asked if they hadn't called him here. The man sitting in front of him asked if he thought he had crossed the line. Jung-soo frowned and asked why he had done this. The young man smiled and said that they were all criminals. He had simply rid society of their poison. The president slammed the table and asked if he wanted to say that he was going to kill people because they did not meet his standards. Raising his hand, the guy said that his subjective standard had proof. He didn't just kill people as he wanted. The man's eyes widened in surprise. The number 3 appeared in the air. Sung-hoon, lowering his hand, said that this is an agnia that measures moral rating. It is not wrong. The spell reads all the dirty deeds lying on his soul. With its help he can calmly judge a person. Squinting, he said that his unequivocal rating was incredible. That was the whole thing. Jung-soo frowned heavily as he looked at the guest. A short time later, the news showed a man who said that this morning there was finally news about some people from QNQ Food who went missing. But they don't know how or when they returned, and the police arrested these individuals in connection with an emergency presidential decree. After these words, the camera was transferred to the prisoners and it was reported that it turned out that the organization was created by several representatives of Congress and the mafia, and their only goal was to extort money from customers, which is why many citizens are in complete shock. Aina, who was watching the news, suddenly turned around and said that releasing those with lower criminal indicators was the right decision, and the president, as promised, denies his involvement in this incident, which means he is a reliable person. The main character, after listening to his subordinate, took a few steps forward and said that in this case, they would just let the South Korean president deal with it, and anyway, it was time for them to act, to which she replied that everything was already practically on hold. Sung-hoon then smiled and said that she had to ensure the survival of humanity during the next manifestation, as he couldn't delay it any longer, adding that she had to start the Human Survival Project Operation Z. After a while, a huge shadow hung over New York. People opened their mouths in shock. A huge structure hung over the houses. At the same time, there is a magic tower over London. The same thing happened in Beijing. Exactly the same magic tower appeared in Tokyo. At that time, in old Cambodia, a zone of lawlessness, clouds were floating across the blue sky. One of the men pointed a gun at the prisoner and laughed, and his comrade told him to finally kill them. Suddenly a shadow fell on him. At the same second, the number 93 appeared. The man and his companions picked up and asked each other what it was. Suddenly, a powerful magical energy appeared in the air. At great speed, the obelisk, a humanoid golem, a silver knight, killed the opponents in front of him. Those who saw it immediately opened fire on him. The bullets didn't even leave a scratch on the armor of the creature that said it had to ensure safety and preserve humanity, so any criminals above the moral index of 70 would be suppressed. The prisoners stared at it with eyes full of fear and shock. In a few minutes of creating the main character, all the criminals were killed. Garrison was immediately informed that the humanoid had been discovered by a dark pillar and was now in conflict with a military organization in the area, causing him to wave his hand and shout loudly, ordering him to find out what it was. Suddenly, a subordinate turned to him and said that there was a broadcast on the global channel, and the old man immediately realized that it was Sung-hoon, and ordered him to be taken to the main monitor to see what he would say this time. A few seconds later, the protagonist appeared on the huge screen, who said that this is something inevitable to ensure the survival of humanity, and he would like to apologize for erecting these structures on his country's airfield without any consent, adding that these obelisks, placed in the largest cities of the world, will strengthen the defenses against monsters from dungeons and portals. And they will also pay attention to the restoration of lawlessness around the world. The huge obelisk was still in the sky, and the guy kept saying that he had absolutely no intention of coming into conflict with the existing governing bodies of the nations, and he recommended that they take a step back if they planned to do so, and in order to speed up the rebuilding of areas where there was no functioning government, they would now be under his jurisdiction. Hearing this, Harrison gritted his teeth in anger, and said that he had taken them out again. Suddenly, images of different politicians began to appear on the screen, and the main character explained that Cambodia, Bangladesh, Myanmar and most of Africa and Southwest Asia had already shown their support. Garrison, hearing this, calmed down a little and said that he also had eyes, but the survival of mankind, after which he asked if it was not a roundabout way of saying that he would now rule the whole earth with his power alone, and Bill, who was standing next to him, adjusted his glasses and replied that in fairness, his support in areas without government was enormous, and then the old man said that the peoples in these areas were wiped out as soon as the dungeons appeared and became lawless zones where only hyenas can thrive. However, they must find out the reason why he created such a structure even in those countries that have their own armed forces like them, so they need to hurry up to contact the president. At this time, the obelisks in all regions were stable, and Aina reported that the area in the immediate vicinity was currently being monitored. Out of the corner of her eye, she looked at the owner and added that many countries, including the United States and Great Britain, had sent their protest about the obelisks through unofficial channels. There was no emotion on the protagonist's face as he replied that it was a small price to pay, which meant they had to step back a little and try to buy as much time as possible, adding that for the time being they couldn't do anything about it, but soon they would thank them, after which he asked how much time they had. On a small system screen, it was reported that there were 9 seconds left before the prophecy, and Aina replied that this was the time predicted by the goddess of flame Arigma through the dwarves. Hearing this, Sung-hoon folded his arms over his chest and said that Arigma's prophecy is never wrong, adding that fortunately, the gods are on his side for the dwarves being under his leadership, after which a system screen appeared informing him that the world would now move on to the next stage. Aina immediately detected the rapid increase in mana in the Earth's atmosphere and reported that the speed of portal manifestation had increased by 1000%, and the speed of dungeon manifestation had increased by 50%. The protagonist, hearing this, smiled and said that he thought that this time they would purify a lot of monsters, and even though he let these undead go berserk, the total number of monsters was quite low, after which he asked if this time was not a numerical problem. Dozens of red dots began to appear on the map, and Aina turned around and replied that they did not know the reason now, because they did not have enough information. Suddenly, one by one, red system screens began to appear with the inscription danger, and the girl reported that she had recorded a continuously rapid increase in mana density, and the speed of the appearance of portals on the ground was increasing, and there were currently more than 3,218. The guy looked at this from the sidelines and said that a wave of monsters was coming, to which his subordinate replied that everything was correct, adding that this was the same situation they encountered on Mars. There was not a drop of fear in the protagonist's eyes as he asked if they were coming out quite strong, adding that they just had to protect the factory on Mars, so she should pull away the related races in the area and focus on defense. He then put on his combat clothes and added that Aina should mark Earth as an SS hazard rating and send Yun and Takun. And now she was in charge of the strategy. And it was time for him to go, after which he asked where the closest place was. Turning to the owner, the girl replied that it was in Japan, to which he replied that he would quickly take care of it and soon find out where to go next. All this time, the obelisk of Sunghun was over Africa. Clouds floated across the blue sky. Suddenly, angry monsters appeared out of nowhere. Yun looked at them from a bird's eye view and said that she had never seen so many of them. Looking at the fairy above her shoulder, she asked if she should destroy everyone with SS rank in this horde, to which she replied that it was correct, and once she killed the boss, the wave would naturally dissipate. She then pointed out the location of the giant orc, from which a powerful magical energy emanated madly. Without hesitation, Yun stretched out her hands and asked how about seeing how hot the water was first. People who looked at the girl's magical power from the outside recognized her. They saw a bright flash of light and screamed, asking if this was the same healer from Korea who was notorious for being crazy. Yun, hearing this, looked behind her back in displeasure. She unleashed her power and screamed loudly, asking what man meant. Her magic attack was flying towards the monsters at great speed. In the next second, there was a madly powerful explosion. Yun, without descending to the ground, continued to look in the same direction. Suddenly, she saw the monster's leg and realized that, as you would expect from an SS rank, it wasn't enough since there wasn't even a scratch left on it. When the smoke cleared, the boss appeared, his eyes burning brightly. Yun raised her hands and said that she had encountered orcs many times in virtual reality. Bright magical streaks suddenly began to fly out of the obelisks, and people immediately saw this. The hunters, taking a closer look, realized that it was very similar to drones. Suddenly, there was a madly powerful explosion. Everyone immediately looked in that direction and shouted loudly that they didn't have time not to be distracted, after which they asked what happened to that crazy healer who fought the orc boss, if it was already over, and if anyone had seen anything. At this time, Yun was lying on the ground and saying that orcs using conceptualization were cheating, and it was not fair. Suddenly, a few steps away from her, the blade of the sword plunged into the ground. Then the girl, putting her hand behind her head, grinned and said that she had won anyway, and the king of the orcs with the hole in his chest quietly said that this could not be. Blood poured from his mouth, and he added that he, born to lead his lineage, had lost the battle with a human woman. Yun then smiled and replied that she thought he was stronger, even though she had better recovery and stamina. Immediately after these words, the boss collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, there was an explosion nearby, and the girl asked if this was a new squad of golems of the main character. The Silver Knights used magic to fight monsters, and Yun continued to say that she thought he was strong enough to go nose to nose against SS rank. The monsters were dying quickly from strong magical attacks, when suddenly Aina said that it was time to move on to the next area, as the smaller monsters could be processed by hunters and the defense system set up in place. But the problem was the SS rank monsters, as few could go against them except for a select few like Yun, who had attained ascended power. She then gave the girl mana potions and added that it was time for them to hurry, as their next destination was Egypt. Yun immediately drank the potion and asked if she should just fight someone like this boss, adding that it was a kind of stress, to which she replied that she would. There was no time because they were teleporting. Immediately after these words, they disappeared from the battlefield. At this time, in Washington, Silver Knights flew out of a huge obelisk. In the White House, a huge screen showed everything that was happening in the country, and it was also reported that monstrous waves had occurred in many densely populated cities, but they were able to safely evacuate most of the civilians, and currently, a combination of defensive squadrons and hunters was holding back the damage, and of course, without the help of the golems that came from the black obelisk of Sunghun, the damage would have been catastrophic. The president, hearing this, frowned and asked if the protagonist had predicted that this would happen, adding that it was time to show that they could succeed as well, after which he ordered them to report on the state of affairs and prepare to deploy their newest units. The Golden Knight, the U.S. Army's Universal War Golem, and the newest addition to the arsenal by customizing the golem bought from the protagonist with the latest technology, entered the fray. While the president was informed that they should be worried because the Golden Knight's performance so far has been overwhelmingly positive, so they have entered the mass production phase, and soon they will become a powerful superpower again. At this time, in Korea, on the eastern sea of Ulagando, there was a site covered with powerful magical energy. The protagonist, looking away at the system screen, asked if their success was because the golem was prepared by them, but it works even better than he expected. But that's exactly what you would expect from one of the strongest nations in the world, even though they are in bed with the death cult, and it's not an easy feat to come up with something of this caliber in a short period of time. Suddenly, the huge monster that was in front of him shouted that he couldn't move. The boy then held out a hand in his direction, causing him to scream in fury, asking how an ordinary person could have psychokinesis powerful enough to hold him back, and who the hell he was, to which he replied that a demon like him had no right to know, and he didn't need his identity. After saying that, he clenched his hand tightly into a fist and used the seal. The demon began to dissolve in the same second. His eyes lit up, and he opened her toothy mouth and screamed in fury, asking if this was a soul sealing, but it was impossible. Before he could finish speaking, he was completely sealed. Sung-hoon, having won, smiled contentedly and said that it was noisy, adding that most demons usually leave their main body in the demon realm, and that is why they are sometimes so easy to deal with. But of course, learning sealing magic powerful enough to seal a demon is a bit difficult. After saying that, he lowered his hands and said that it was the 58th demon he had captured, after which he asked what the current situation was. Aina immediately appeared next to him, who opened the system screen and reported that they had taken care of all the SS ranks in the Korean region. Hearing this, the guy looked at the fairy and asked if they hadn't counted somewhere around 300 people in the total number of SS ranks, to which she replied that 4 for Yun, 3 for Diakoyan, 12 for Yerim, and 5 American teams under direct control had been eliminated. Aina carefully looked at the system screen and added that they had destroyed all the monsters in the area of the city, and so far they had managed to avoid disaster, and when her master said that everyone had done better than he thought, especially Arim had done much better than he expected, she said that Arim's attribute had proven to be effective against many monsters, as she had just killed 13. Hearing this, the guy closed his eyes, smiled and said that it was fantastic, adding that they defended themselves from the wave much better than he had hoped, and the new model of golems from the United States helped a lot with this. Suddenly a system screen appeared with a bell, and Aina, looking at it, announced that Ileona had asked for a visit. After this information, the main character used teleportation and said that in this case, you need to take this chance and take a break, so Ileona should immediately come to the magic tower. After a while, the doors opened. Ileona went inside and asked for forgiveness, because Sung-hoon was most likely busy. Then the main character looked at her and replied that everything was fine, because they took care of everything that was urgent, after which he asked if something had happened since she personally visited him. The girl walked in his direction and replied that she hoped to ask him about the construction of a temple of her race. Hearing this, the guy put his hand to his chin and replied that she did not need to worry, because the dwarves had already built a temple for the worship of their god, so she could do whatever she wanted, and if they needed anything else, then let her ask right now, to which she replied that this temple would not only be for worship, so she believes that I must inform him about it. Knitting her eyebrows, Ileona added that they were trying to use dimension magic to invoke the power of the god, and when the protagonist asked if he could ask for the reason, she replied that as he knew, they searched everywhere on Earth, but they could hardly find survivors from their world, and since there were only a few people left alive, the future of their race was doomed. If they don't get any help, that's their god. After listening to the girl, Sung-hoon closed his eyes and said to himself that he saw the god of sirens, the goddess of water and life, the Parnatal, and they hoped that their god would give them the means to raise the cubs, and their concept of life was definitely different from that of humans. After these thoughts, he smiled and said that he understood what she wanted to say, adding that she needed tribute, to which she firmly replied yes. Putting her hand to her cheek, Ileona added that in order to call for power, they needed a high-quality tribute, after which she asked if she could ask him for help, to which he replied of course, because he had just what he needed. The girl immediately grabbed the boss's hand and exclaimed that she knew it was right to ask him, so she was very grateful to him, after which she asked if there was enough research material to compensate for this, to which he replied that there was no need for it, as it would be useful for him in the same way, and therefore there was no need for them to thank him. After a while, a lot of fish swam in the mermaid ocean. Suddenly, huge magic seals appeared. Next to them was Elian. Closing her eyes, she stretched out her arms. Opening her mouth, she used the magic of sirens and sang. The protagonist watched her from the sidelines and said to himself that it was the racial magic of the sirens, which was exclusive to them in the form of a song. Even he, who was called a great sorcerer in a previous life, could not hope to learn this magic, although it was possible that he would change his physique to become a siren. A whale was swimming not far from him. Suddenly, the magic circle was activated, and it seemed that the tribute was much greater than necessary. They tried to summon them to divine power, but the goddess herself came down to them and told Ileona that she was a child who stood at the center of the rebirth of the world, but this world was not suitable for her. If she felt sorry, she would send her and her kind to a world where they would enjoy prosperity and happiness. The girl then knitted her eyebrows pitifully and said that since they were under a magical contract, she thought it would be difficult, so she only hoped that she would listen to their request. A bright flash, a magical energy, appeared in the North Sea. The goddess looked at Ileona and said that she did not like the terms of the contract. Suddenly, she looked at the main character and said that if he gave freedom to this child, she would repay him, after which she asked if he agreed. Hearing this, the guy put his hand behind his head in confusion and asked himself why they had suddenly turned the arrows on him. When asked what he had decided, he lowered his hand and replied that he didn't care, because he respected her free will. Bringing his hand to his chin, Sung-hoon said to himself that he was sorry to lose Ileona's power, but there was nothing he could do about it, and the wrath of God was terrible. But Ileona was the main researcher in his magic tower. While he was thinking about it, the goddess looked at the siren and said that he was letting her go. All this time, Ileona stared at the boss, who whispered to her not to leave. The girl smiled warmly and said to herself that she could not even think that a wizard of such a high level was still a blockhead. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from the goddess's face, and she quietly asked if she could be But before she could finish, Ileona turned to her and said that she did not want to break this contract. Hearing this, the goddess kept her eyes on her child and replied that since it was her choice, there was nothing she could do about it, but she would help increase the number of her race, as she wanted. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his hands and exclaimed in his head that it was beautiful and he would give her whatever she wanted to explore. After these thoughts, the goddess spread her hands in different directions. Huge waves rose on the surface. Sung-hoon had to cover his head with his hands and say to himself that the goddess's power was only increasing. An ISS report reported that a giant woman was rising among the clouds over the North Sea. The height of the goddess reached the cosmos. It was visible from all over the earth. Pilton, sensing this, opened his mouth. He then turned to his comrade and said that he had felt a wave of divine power. Hearing this, Elish looked back at him and said that it was not a welcome rival, adding that the magical power of the earth was enhanced with the arrival of the goddess. But he hoped that it would not become for them. Suddenly, the two of them were enveloped in a powerful magical energy, and the Lich said that there was no need to worry, because the end was very close and they would not have time to spread their faith. But he should remember the advice that death gave him, because very soon the fate of the earth would be sealed, and countless victims would be reborn as their death-worshipping supporters. So they should not miss the great opportunity to increase their power. At this time, a powerful surge of magical energy appeared in the North Sea. The main character looked at all this from the outside. Suddenly a girl came down to the ground. Ileona took on her human form. Seeing her, the guy smiled and asked if it was really over. Then the girl smiled back and replied, yes, adding that now thanks to him, her race will be able to settle and grow in this world. Looking around, Sung-hoon suddenly said that it was ocean coral, and he had read about them in old books. But he was seeing them for the first time, and he was glad that everything worked out, at the same time saying to himself that just as elves worship the world tree, so the sirens pray to ocean coral, and it seems to him that their cubs grow on coral like fruit on a tree, when suddenly Ileona repeated that it was all thanks to him, because the offering was impressive. Closing his eyes, the main character smiled broadly and answered, that's good, after which he asked why she did not move to another, safer world. Having received such a question, the girl continued to silently look at the guy. Suddenly she began to disappear, answering that it was a secret. When she disappeared, the main character said to himself that he did not think he had the right to ask about it. Everything around him was imbued with God's power, and noticing this, he said to himself that it did not affect the dimension, but the earth had definitely changed, because the concentration of mana in the air, which was previously almost zero, had reached the rank of A+, that he knew that there was a god of death, the goddess of fire and metal Arigma, the goddess of water and life Parnatal and Engramenu, the god of the earth, the four gods that affect the earth, but he wonders what kind of god Engramenu is. After all, given his healing abilities, he must have holy power. At that time in India, the temple of fire was brightly illuminated by the rays of the sun. Inside, the girl used her holy power and heard a voice in her head that she should increase the number of believers, because soon there would be a new wave, and she should lead those in darkness to the light. The clerk, hearing this, knitted her eyebrows and asked if she could do it. The light in front of her became even brighter, and she heard a voice that told her that there was no reason to doubt, because she had enough magical abilities, so she had to be brave and lead the believers. To something she replied that she would go out into the world and help people. Clouds floated across the blue sky. A week later, the news began to be shown on TV, in which the man said that America did it, and now humanity is entering a new era, because now they have access to teleportation, this movement that they could only dream of before, and right now he will experience it for himself. From Los Angeles to New York is only a few steps. This is their new reality, not magic. The main character watched the news and said that everything was as expected from America, but they cooperated with the Order of the Dead and created this. His mother sat nearby and added that after she woke up, the world changed just before her eyes, as if she was in a movie. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes at her son. Leaning over to him, she asked him which one of them was his girlfriend, because she needed to prepare somehow, but he should know that if he liked her, then she did not mind. Having received such a question, the main character looked behind himself out of the corner of his eye and asked himself why they came here for the weekend, because they only complicate his life. At this time, the girl threw up what was in the frying pan with a sharp movement. Takon smiled broadly and shouted that cooking depended on the strength of the fire. A few minutes later, she put a special roast and Chinese-style pork and Zilong bao on the table. She then set down a plate of fried rice and shouted loudly that Yun wouldn't even try to compete with her in cooking. At the same time, Yun frowned and shouted back that the most important thing in cooking was to think about who it was cooking for, and the main character was Korean, so he would like Korean food the most. A few minutes later, there were ready-made spicy kimchi chiege, kimchi stew and kimchi and tofu, a whole set of 3 courses with kimchi. Looking at this, Sung-hoon narrowed his eyes and said to himself that he wasn't really very friendly with spicy food. At this time, his mother tasted what the girls had cooked and said that this was the first time she had eaten something so delicious. The guy saw a happy smile on his mother's face and said to himself that although girls spoil his day off, at least his mother was happy. Suddenly, a sushi tray appeared in front of him. It was presented by Elian, who smiled warmly and said that she was well versed in fish, so she learned how to make sushi, after which system screens appeared, which reported that the world had quickly stabilized and level 5 dungeons began to appear. In Brazil, in the Amazon, system screens appeared in front of 2 hunters, informing them that level 5 dungeons were unlocking, and one of the hunters asked the captain if he could see it, to which he replied that he was already upset. He kept his eyes on the system screen, saying that these were 5-level dungeons, even though they had only recently cleared all the 4-level dungeons, and then asked why so quickly. At this time, a fierce battle was taking place on Mount Fuji in Japan. 2 huge monsters were fighting each other, and Kazuki, who was standing nearby, looked at the system screen and said in displeasure that she didn't want to do this. Over England all this time there was a black obelisk of the main character. A girl in one shirt was standing by the window. It was Jessica, who smiled mischievously and said that change was happening faster and faster, but it wouldn't be a problem for him. At the same time, the CIA office in Langley, Virginia, had a huge base in which there was a loud cry that they needed to find out their location, mobilize all reconnaissance satellites, and even request cooperation with Russia if necessary. Garrison gritted his teeth in anger and shouted loudly that it was too fast, asking if they shouldn't give them some time to stabilize the situation, while saying to himself that they had just stopped the monster invasion, and now there were more 5-level dungeons, and then wondered what the Akashic system wanted from them. The magic tower in Namyangju was completely in darkness, and Aina reported that they had identified the location of the dungeons. Folding his hands on his chest, the main character ordered to display it on the screen. The girl then pointed to the image of the planet and said that the entrances were discovered one at each pole, and they also identified the race of monsters that appeared in the dungeons. At the North Pole, a huge portal was opened in the sky. Yun and Dyakoyan opened their mouths in surprise. Suddenly, angels in armor appeared from the portal. Upon seeing them, Sung-hoon frowned and said that they were typical appearances of holy beings, after which he asked which god they belonged to which Aina replied that they hadn't figured that out yet because too many gods used the symbol of wings and armor. Suddenly, Yun put her hand behind her head and asked why everyone was so worried. They were angels, aren't they on the side of humanity? Then the main character looked at her out of the corner of his eye and, putting out his finger, replied that everything was not quite so, because not all the angels were on their side. Putting his hand to his chin, he added that simply put, they were war machines without a will of their own, and they were like ants who did everything only for the benefit of their queen, and if their god was against humans, then they would be merciless towards them. After listening to her boss, Takon put her hand to her mouth and said that she didn't care because she wasn't a Christian and didn't care what her opponents looked like if they were, and Yun asked if they should at least try to talk to them before the battle. Closing his eyes, the guy replied that first they need to find out which god they serve, and everything else later, because I would like to fight with the gods, and he already senses trouble. After that, he looked at Ainu again and asked what was wrong with the South Pole. At this time, a portal to the underworld opened at the South Pole. The man who was there was looking carefully through binoculars and asking what else it was. A demon's foot stepped on the snow. They gritted their teeth furiously, and dark magical energy emanated from their bodies. 2 people from afar, and one asked the other if they should evacuate, because the monsters had even reached the South Pole, to which he replied that it was too early, because the order had not yet arrived, and in the meantime they needed to return to base. Suddenly the first breath of steam exhaled and quietly said that it seemed that he had noticed it. Suddenly, a demon appeared in front of them and asked if they were the inhabitants of this world. His eyes burned brightly, and he added that he would extract information about him from their minds. The man shook with fear and asked himself if it was really a demon, adding that he couldn't even breathe in fear. In front of him he saw a terribly powerful being. Suddenly, someone grabbed the demon's arm tightly. Takon appeared right in front of the opponent, who asked how she was able to get close to him. Smiling mischievously, the girl replied that it was a secret. Immediately after that, she pushed me to the ground. She then unleashed a crushing series of attacks using the abilities of the great heaven-shattering and reverse yin-yang palms. Blood spurted from the demon's mouth, and he screamed, asking how someone from this mundane world could harm his physical form, since it was impossible. He fell to the ground, and Takon, grinning, said that she was still worried about the battle with the demon, and it turned out that it was easy. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared in the sky, who said that her skill destroyed him from the inside, after which he asked if she thought it was too much, to which she replied that he was too late. The rescued people immediately recognized Sung-hoon, and the guy said that the demons did a good job, because it was not immediately possible to find out the coordinates. A magic cube suddenly appeared in his hand, and he praised Takon and said that although she was a low-level demon, she had defeated him with a single blow, and then asked if she had managed to change the rotation of yin and yang in the opposite direction. Hearing this, the girl knitted her eyebrows in frustration and asked how he understood it. After all, she had spent so much time on this technique, and he had so quickly revealed its essence. Without answering, the protagonist sealed the demon and said that it would be necessary to extract information about the dungeon from it. He then sent the 2 men to the farthest base and added that he would also need to get rid of all the monsters. All this time, Hanomaru was in orbit around the planet, when suddenly Aina announced that he was ready to destroy the demons. Sung-hoon looked at the portal and ordered a report to begin. Powerful magical energy began to gather in Hanamaru's muzzle, and soon the mana supply from the subspace was completed. Then the magic seals appeared, since the aiming was fixed, and all that remained was to remove the protection. And as soon as the report was finished, a shot rang out, which destroyed several black shields in front of it. Seeing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked himself if it was a black shield, adding that the shot was able to pass through 2 layers, but got stuck on the third. He protected himself and his comrades with a powerful magic barrier and added that Hanamaru was in stealth mode and could not be detected before launch. Aina suddenly appeared next to him and said that it could not be ruled out that their enemies might have reconnaissance, because a second before the shot, the formation of a protective barrier had been confirmed. Then the guy smiled broadly and shouted that there was nothing they could do about it, and since that was the case, they needed to add their mana, after which he offered to help destroy the barrier. A few seconds later, a madly powerful explosion of magical energy rang out. Hanamaru's attack has reached a level 5 dungeon. The ground around the dungeon shattered. The demons inside were dying, but one of them was protected and furiously shouted that it was impossible, because all of his personal bodyguards had been destroyed in one blow, and this attack had come from nowhere. The Demon King's daughter, Demon Princess Curiel, frowned furiously and shouted loudly, asking if they were attacking as soon as they walked out of this gate, adding that she would find and kill this cowardly bastard. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she used her distance vision. In space, she saw Honomura and screamed, asking if that huge piece of metal in the sky was what had attacked them. Her burning eyes were filled with hatred and anger, with which she continued to say that no matter what it was, she would destroy him. At great speed, she rushed into the sky, leaving a magical trail behind her. She released a powerful stream of dark magical energy from her hand. But he flew past Hanamaru. Suddenly, the princess missed a strong blow to the face. At high speed it flew down. Stopping, she looked sharply to the side and asked if it was an ambush. Below, on the ground, she saw several black silhouettes. Yun waved to her with a smile on her face. And while Curiel was staring at her, Takoan appeared behind her. Turning around, the daughter of the Demon King wondered if she had appeared without a sound. And as soon as she asked this question, the girl hit her opponent on the back with all her strength. At great speed, the princess flew into the ground. From such a collision, a small crater appeared in the ground. Takoan was in no hurry to go downstairs. Suddenly, Curiel, spreading her arms and legs, released her magical energy. Seeing her opponent again, the girl smiled and said that she was sturdy, and apparently she was one of the leaders of the demons. Suddenly, the daughter of the Demon King opened her mouth and shouted loudly that it was time for her to die. But before she had time to attack, she missed the attack from the side again. The princess flew back with a loud scream. Not far in front of her, she saw a powerful magical explosion. Suddenly, the princess frowned furiously and shouted loudly, asking where these attacks came from and who the hell was beating her. Suddenly, she saw Yun standing in a fighting stance and asked if it was this person again. At the same moment, Curiel attacked the girl, shouting loudly that she would finish with her first. Yun's eyes immediately showed a reflection of Diakoyan. The dark magic energy of the Demon King's daughter was blocked. Takoan held off the entire attack. Looking at her partner, Yun exclaimed that she expected it from her, adding that she could always rely on someone who had put all his stats into agility and protection. But now it was her turn, because she was the type to get angry, and it only took a few punches to tease her. After saying that, she quickly struck several blows in the air. At the same moment, the princess missed a few blows and asked herself what was going on. Her eyes were full of hatred and anger, with which she said to herself that her opponents had a large range of attack, but she couldn't see a single move, which made her unable to dodge them, as if he had missed a few steps right in prison, when she suddenly asked herself if this was conceptualization. Immediately after this question, Curiel split the ground beneath her. Standing up, she shouted loudly that if her conceptualization was based around attacks that never missed, then she had a way to solve it, and then used the Shadow Wall ability. A huge wall of demonic energy rose into the sky, and when Takoan asked what it was, Yun replied that this dark energy was pushing her away from the enemy. Frowning, she asked if she had done it against her conceptualization, to which her partner replied that it was very effective, adding that she should learn the technique as it would come in handy against her, and the blocking of vision made it more difficult to use conceptualization. Yun continued to stare at the shadow wall ahead and replied that she could still go into close combat. Suddenly, Curiel was right above her. The girl immediately raised her head and said to herself that this was what she had been talking about, that after blocking her vision, she would definitely try to close the gap. The princess immediately attacked her opponent, but she suddenly shifted her gaze abruptly to the side, asking herself if she had shied away from it. Yun rose to the level of the daughter of the Demon King and said that it was her turn now. Slamming her fist into the air, she used the exploding holy fist technique. The princess's defenses were immediately shattered, and she wondered if this was a holy attribute and if it was at a level enough to extinguish the dark energy in one hit. While she was asking herself about it, the girl was right in front of her face. At the same moment, the saint and dark energy collided with each other. Takoan watched this fight from the sky and said that she definitely could not do this, after which she wondered why her partner was getting stronger and stronger by the minute. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind her and asked why she was only looking. Turning around, The girl replied that he had scared her, after which she asked what had happened to the dungeon, to which he replied that everyone who appeared from it had been destroyed and only one remained, and that was the one who was fighting Yun, and he didn't think anyone else would show up, after which he asked if she still thought Yun could handle it all alone. Powerful shockwaves appeared in the air, and Diakoyan replied that she had some advantages, and if he hadn't asked them to let her live, then they would have already finished, and she was also not one of the weak opponents, so it would take some time, but she didn't think her partner would lose. The girls were preparing for another clash. Sung-hoon, looking at this, raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he should be helped. After asking this, he took out a special item, and when Takon asked what it was, he replied that it was a simple but strong 9-tiered magic crystal that was used for magical engineering, and she must know the story of Sun Wukong, who was tricked into wearing a restraining headdress. The princess frowned furiously and shouted loudly. She suddenly created a powerful demonic explosion and shouted loudly that it was time for her opponent to die. Purple smoke rose like a column into the sky, but when it dissipated, the daughter of the demon king saw Yun. The girl immediately launched a counterattack. Curiel collapsed to the ground. She couldn't get to her feet, asking if her shadow wall had been broken. Out of the corner of her eye, she stared at her opponent and wondered if an inferior person had enough power to suppress her, the demon princess, and besides, due to the excess of mana, she could regenerate. While she was thinking about it, Yun healed her injured eye. The princess gritted her teeth in anger and said to herself that even she could not do something like this. Yun's hands were enveloped in healing energy, and she said to herself that if she hadn't received training from the protagonist, she would never have dreamed of fighting a demon. Having completely healed her wounds, she asked her opponent why she did not get up. The daughter of the demon king struggled to her feet and replied that this was far from the end. After all, she didn't want to use it as it was a huge risk, but since she had no choice, she would see its true strength. Immediately after these words, her eyes lit up like they had never burned. She screamed loudly, and scales began to grow from her skin. Seeing this, Yun knitted her eyebrows tightly. She noticed the monstrous amount of mana that was coming directly from her opponent's heart, and realized that her opponent seemed to be on a completely different level than before. The aura that surrounded the princess was terribly strong. Curiel suddenly looked at her opponent, and said that she never thought she would show this form to a human again, so she acknowledges its power. Immediately after these words, she took off, and Yun realized that her opponent was advancing. But suddenly, her arm was torn off. The girl immediately jumped to the side. She could only see a trace of dark magic energy that was following the daughter of the demon king. Yun's eyes filled with excitement and pain, with which she said that she had barely been able to regenerate. Curiel stared at her opponent with glowing eyes and said that this was only the first blow, and now she would completely tear her apart. At this time, the girl caught her severed arm. Applying it to the stump, she used restoration. When the girl was completely healed, a bright flash of light appeared above her. Yun immediately frowned and said to herself that the princess was stronger than before, so she couldn't take attacks casually. The daughter of the demon king rose hundreds of meters into the sky. Suddenly, from what she saw, a kind of surprise appeared in her eyes. Yun took a fighting stance. Her eyes lit up, and she said with a smile on her face that she was ready to continue the fight. At the same moment, the princess unleashed her demonic power. At great speed, she threw herself down, shouting loudly that she was going to die. Yun was looking at her opponent approaching, when suddenly the protagonist said that this was his chance. Activating the golden rim, he threw it. The demon king's daughter, seeing the ring, gritted her teeth and asked herself what it was. Suddenly there was a bright flash of light. With each passing second, it grew brighter. Because of this, Yun had to cover her face with her hand and say to herself that if he was going to intervene, he should have helped first. Suddenly something fell to the ground next to her. It was Curiel, who had a ring on her horn. Sunhoon appeared in the sky at the same second, who said that she looked very cute, explaining that once activated, the golden rim reveals her true form, and she is younger than he thought. The princess's eyes lit up, and she screamed in fury, asking what the hell he had done to her. But as soon as she asked this, the rim struck her with lightning. The daughter of the demon king collapsed to the ground, screaming loudly in pain. After a few seconds, she barely raised her head and asked what the hell ring was, to which the guy replied that it was a golden rim, a ring of total submission, and if she didn't obey it, it would hurt her immensely. Closing his eyes, he smiled and asked what her name was. The princess, jumping to her feet, began to swear loudly, but suddenly said her name, after which she began to shout even louder, asking why she had just said this. Yun, who was standing to the side, suddenly asked the protagonist what he was doing, if he decided to help out of nowhere by watching her from behind, to which he replied that he thought that one of them would die during the fight, so he decided to intervene. Hearing this, the girl looked at her rival, who was writhing in pain at that moment. Sunghoon also looked at the princess, and said that they would treat her well during the cooperation, after which he asked what kind of demon she was. Tears appeared in Curiel's eyes, and she covered her mouth with her hands and replied that she was half a demon. Takon could hardly hold back her laughter, and the main character with a smile on his face asked who her parents were. The princess collapsed to the ground and asked to stop, after which she replied that her father was a demon dragon and her mother was a succubus queen. The guy kept his eyes on the princess, asking himself if the demon dragon was really taller than the succubus queen. After all, the succubi queen was a king-level demon, adding that some dragons had been demonized. Smiling contentedly, he thought that he should probably expect almost the same power levels from her parents, where these, unlike the lesser demons, high-ranking demons value their bloodline very much, and maybe this is the snot key to stop this dungeon problem. As he thought about it, Curio bit her finger and asked herself what she should do, because if her mom and dad found out, there was no telling how long she would be imprisoned. But suddenly, surprise appeared in her eyes when the main character turned to her. Sung-hoon closed his eyes, smiled and asked why they didn't become friends. In the center of Antarctica was the dungeon of the 5th tier, the gates of hell. The main character tried to touch them, but received a strong electric shock. Pulling his hand away, he said that he saw traces of dragon magic, and the princess next to him said that her father had personally seen this entrance, and no matter how strong the master, he would never close them. Aina suddenly appeared nearby, brought her finger to her chin and said that the energy enveloping the entrance was abnormally powerful, but they could close this entrance. But she did not advise it, because it was ineffective. The guy then looked at the fairy and replied that he agreed with that. After all, he specialized in magical engineering, not magic, which deals with space and time, adding that he did everything up to the level of the 4th dungeon somehow on his own, and then asked if it was time for him to go out with his knowledge to cooperate on a large scale. Hearing this, the Demon King's daughter raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if he was giving away his knowledge, unlike other magi, and if he was the same type who took secrets to the grave, to which he closed his eyes and replied that it had been the case before, but he had changed his mind. After all, this place, Earth, is a planet where people are completely opposed to others. By sharing his discoveries, and through joint efforts, he will be able to reach new heights. After listening to the guy, Curio smiled broadly and asked if even when they were high above the others in the sky, they were looking to climb higher, adding that it was not surprising that such a humble dimension had become the center of a big fracture. After all, some reincarnated being like him was literally holding him together, and this desolate world had actually existed long enough for level 5 dungeons to appear. Despite the fact that Akasha threw all his power at him, suddenly, Yun appeared behind and asked if they were talking about some kind of fantasy. Then the princess turned to her and asked if she did not know about it. Before she had time to tell everything, the main character clamped her mouth shut and ordered her to stop. They were suddenly approached by Takon, who folded her arms over her chest and asked why he left her alive. Wouldn't she cause more trouble? She was a demon. The Demon King's daughter's expression immediately changed, and she asked in displeasure if it was a fruit fly that wouldn't even last a few seconds alone trying to kill her. Before she could finish speaking, Sung-hoon closed his eyes, smiled broadly, and said that everything was fine and there would be no problems, because the demon races were extremely loyal to their contracts, despite their horrible personalities and killing for pleasure. And while the princess was furiously shouting that she would someday catch her soul and teach her a lesson, the ring on her horn activated. Tears immediately appeared in Curio's eyes from the blow, and she shouted loudly that it was very painful, and the protagonist, chuckling, said that if she calmed down and stopped thinking about killing, the pain would disappear, while saying to herself that although she did not willingly form this contract, it is still a valid contract. Yun looked at her teacher from the sidelines and asked her partner if he wasn't the worst thing they'd seen so far, to which she replied that it was absolutely true. At the same time, there was a clear blue sky over Seoul. Suddenly, an angel appeared and addressed all people. The inhabitants began to raise their heads, asking each other what it was, if it was an angel. In the magic tower in the command room, there was Aina, who was watching everything through the system screens. Suddenly, surprise appeared in her eyes from what she saw. At this time, the main character flew in front of his team and said that since they were all united, he wanted everyone to get along, to which the princess replied that she had no right to refuse, after which the guy said that all he wanted was for her to work with the team and not destroy or kill anything for fun, and for now she would restrain herself, he will let her do whatever she wants. Immediately after these words, he looked away when he heard the voice of Aina, who reported that the angels had begun to move. The fairy opened the system screen in front of her and added that she had confirmed the sighting. It was happening in many densely populated areas around the world, and she had a video in the magic tower. An angel in the sky said that their Lord had promised salvation, and those who worship their world would enjoy its glory, even after their death penalty was over, because their real savior, the god of war and eternity, Trakas. The main character watched this video and said that it was an astral sound, at the same time saying to himself that thanks to the holy power put into the voice, normal people would be positively impressed by this. The daughter of the Demon King pointed her finger at the little fairy who asked her to stop, and reported to the master that she was conducting a search for the god of war and eternity, Trakas. But after a few seconds, she said that nothing had been found in the database, but his level of holiness was above 1 billion, and the effect was amplifying. Without any emotion on his face, the guy looked at the system screen and said to himself that this would be a problem. After all, this is a missionary through the angels themselves, not a forceful invasion, and if the word war has entered the title of God, it will not remain peaceful for long. After these thoughts, he looked at Curio and asked if she knew anything about this god of war and eternity, Trakas, to which she replied that it was the first time she had heard the name. Upon receiving such an answer, Sung-hoon put his hand to his chin and said to himself that if it wasn't her, he didn't know the name, it must be an insignificant god, but he still lacked information. He then looked at the princess again and asked if it was true that she had said that demons had come to this world because the dimensions they inhabited had been destroyed, to which she firmly replied yes, adding that her father and mother had used their power, and they had fused with the most stable dimension, while they had put together the shattered remnants of their dimension. After listening to the demon, the protagonist looked at the angels again and said to himself that if the demons had done it, there would have been no reason why the angels, their god, would not have done it the same way. After all, the dimension they used to inhabit had been destroyed, and Trokaz had merged the dimension by putting the broken dimension together, and although this is unlikely, it is not impossible. Raising his eyebrows slightly, he added that he didn't like demons, but he hated angels even more. Suddenly, the princess with glowing eyes raised her fists and joyfully exclaimed, would they really fight against the angels again, adding that their blood, flesh, as well as their souls were a real delicacy. Yun, hearing this, furrowed her eyebrows in fright and asked if they ate angels, adding that demons were rude, and her partner folded her arms over her chest and asked if they should really kill this demon. And while the girls were laughing, Curiel tried to escape from the hands of the main character to start a fight. At this time, Aina opened the system screen in front of her and reported that the Agrams with the production base of Mars were requesting emergency reinforcements, because a 4th-level dungeon had appeared on Mars. Hearing this, the guy turned around abruptly and asked if it was right now, adding that this was his main base, which meant that he would go to Mars right now, and everyone else should alert the government around the world about these angels. With these words, he disappeared in a bright flash of light. A purple haze swirled around Mars. At the first base on the front line, the Agram attacked their opponents. Their magical attack struck the monsters that ran at them. Suddenly, the ground under the Agram trees shook. Suddenly, the monster under them opened its mouth. With a loud bang, he swallowed several Agrams at once. As suddenly the main character appeared, he immediately saw 3 Agrams that were levitating in the air. The guy immediately stretched out his hand in their direction. He pulled them to the ground, and they immediately exclaimed with joy that their great king was here. The Viscount immediately rushed towards Sung-hoon. He ran to the guy and said that they needed the king's help, to which the king replied that that was why he was here, after which he asked what was going on with the situation. The old king's eyes burned brightly, and he replied that there were too many opponents and many Agrams had been eaten. Hearing this, the protagonist raised one eyebrow in surprise and asked himself if the opponent could eat Agrams, which are made of pure element. Immediately after this question, Aina revealed that the unidentified monsters were currently in the body of the Agrams. She opened the system screen in front of her and added that with the Agrams' natural affinity for cold, they were resistant to any freezing effects, so she conducted a battle data gathering and target analysis, after which she reported that the enemy race had been overdrawn, and it was 96% the same as the one they had fought before. Sung-hoon kept his eyes fixed on his opponents when he suddenly asked if this was what they had seen in the Dwarven dungeon, adding that the Dimension Eater had said that they would see each other again that day. Frowning, he ordered Aina to tell everyone that the enemies are the Zacronade, who they have already fought before, adding that assuming that they have absorbed many species so far, they might lose if they lost their guards because this is a 4th-level dungeon. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared not far in front of them, and Aina reported that she had discovered large spatial gaps at the entrance to the dungeon, which meant that something was approaching. Powerful magical energy rose to the sky, and Aina said that this area radiates powerful magical energy, and the main character asked if it really rises to the surface, and if it is really a dungeon underground. Frowning, he exclaimed that as soon as the leader came out, they would let the great cannon of annihilation enter. The fairy opened the system screens in front of her and said that she was processing the request, after which she announced that the summoning of the obelisk from the Earth's atmosphere had been completed, and now obelisk number 1 and 2, the great cannon of annihilation, was ready, and now the charging of energy was underway. Suddenly, something swept over the guy at great speed. Suddenly, the monsters attacked him directly from the sky. The monsters' eyes burned brightly, and he said that he was in their memory, the sorcerer they had found in Dwarf Dungeon number 47, and this was the dimension in which he lived. Sung-hoon, who was under the protective barrier, smiled and said that if they remembered him, then they should already know that these attacks were pointless. Immediately after these words, the monster's body was torn in two. The princess who had destroyed him smiled broadly and exclaimed that they should destroy these guys as soon as possible. She then opened her mouth wide and began to collect the dark magic energy. After a few seconds, she unleashed a huge flow of this power in front of her. At the same second, a madly powerful explosion rang out. Resting her hands on her hips, Curiel laughed and asked how they liked her fiery breath. The protagonist looked at her from the side and asked if she knew anything about these guys, while saying to himself that despite how young she was still born of a dragon, to which she replied that it was a Zacronade, a race that eats other races, and if they lived, they hunted them, and most likely they could be called enemies of the entire universe. The Demon King's daughter suddenly frowned and added that they don't have magic power, but they have powerful supernatural abilities. After all, they can use the abilities of those races that they have eaten, and there are also numerous dimensions that have collapsed because of these guys, and if they allow them to stay even a little longer, they will increase their numbers like cockroaches, and they will be suppressed afterwards. She revealed that their dimension was also close to being captured because they had led the people against them. After listening to the princess, the guy smirked and said, racial abilities, which means adding that now that he thinks about it, they used various strange abilities when he fought them in the dwarven dimension, after which he asked how many were there, could it be an infinite number? A huge crowd of monsters was approaching in their direction. Aina opened the system screen in front of her and informed her that there were several entrances to the dungeon, and at this rate, they would undoubtedly be suppressed, and if they respawned as before, they might be in trouble, so they had to reduce their numbers before that happened. The great cannon of annihilation had been gaining energy all this time. After a short pause, Sung-hoon raised his hand above him and said that there was no need to worry, because if it came to attacking a large area, it was his specialty. He ordered the gate to be opened, and a bright flash of light appeared above him. The Demon King's daughter turned around with surprise in her eyes. Yun stared at the teacher. Takun looked in the same direction and said that this bastard was always doing something beyond expectations. The main character used the ability to summon a star. There was a smug smile on his face. A huge magical seal appeared in the sky, and the guy said to himself that this was not fire created by magic. It was one of the impulses that opened the gate to move part of the star's core. In the next second, a colossal magical power unleashed on the monsters. The monsters were dying with a loud cry of pain. A madly powerful explosion rang out. Aina, seeing this, raised her fists and exclaimed that 98% of the Zocranades on the surface had been destroyed, and the remains would be taken care of by the defense system and obelisks. Some monsters were still burning in the raging flames. The protagonist held his hand in front of him and asked what the situation was at the entrance to the dungeon, to which the fairy replied that due to the consequences of the attack, it was difficult to get a clear answer. A princess suddenly flew up to the guy and asked if he could tell her in advance next time if he was going to use something like this star, because she'd burned just by being near him, since she was a demon, to which he, closing his eyes, replied that it was the worst attack he could think of, she was just extremely vulnerable to it. Less than a minute later, a second wave of obelisks came to their aid. Suddenly, a powerful dark magical energy was released from the ground. Seeing this, the protagonist frowned and asked if he was coming out, adding that he thought it was stronger than from the dwarven dungeon, while also saying to himself that it had consumed all organisms before leaving. With each passing second, the magic power of the monster became stronger. Without hesitation, Aina waved her hand and shouted loudly as she used the great cannon of annihilation. In the next second, a shot rang out. A huge beam of magical energy rushed towards them. The eyes of the Dimension Eater burned brightly. The great cannon of annihilation's incredibly strong attack was blocked. This powerful force couldn't break through the monster barrier. Seeing this, Sung-hoon frowned and said to himself that it seemed that their opponent had come up with a solution to the attack that had hit him earlier. And while he was thinking about it, a new magic attack appeared in the air. She easily destroyed the obelisks. Several loud explosions rang out at once. Seeing this, Aina clutched her face and with tears in her eyes shouted loudly that this was her budget for the defense of Mars. The protagonist, hearing this, raised his eyebrows in surprise and said to himself that instead of having a budget on the obelisk, she should worry about an attack that actually penetrates their defenses, even though the defenses are at their weakest after firing a cannon is the great annihilation. Curio flew up to the guy and asked what he was going to do, adding that she thought they were better at spatial control than him, and he even had the body of a dragon, and the Zacranade that had absorbed the dragon was very strong, to which he said to himself that seeing how he defended himself from the attack, it would be difficult to hit him with brute force, and on top of that, he has enough strength to overcome the obelisk's defenses. Terrifying magical energy emanated from the Dimension Eater. Suddenly Yun landed nearby. She walked over to Sung-hoon and asked if it was the boss, but what was their plan? Out of the corner of her eye, she looked in the direction of the enemy and asked if it was an attack. But while she was asking this, the monster was using spatial distortion. The attack, which was supposed to kill the guys, suddenly rushed into space. Yun raised her head in surprise and exclaimed that if it wasn't for his protective spell, they would have been dead. At this time, the protagonist brought his hand to his chin and said to himself that Yun's conceptualism is the ability to hit the target no matter what. If they take advantage of it, then it is possible. From these thoughts, a snide smile appeared on his face. Yun's eyes lit up. She took a fighting stance and used the conceptualization of absolute precision. Her fist clenched and a bright light began to shine out of it. At great speed she rushed forward. The girl knew that her attack would always hit the target, no matter what, such was her will. Aban swayed uncertainly. He thought that his attack ignored his space and time barriers, but what was it? It was an immodest blow, and this unique property intrigued him. Hiller smiled and said that she hit him, but there was not even a scratch. The gap was too big. She asked her friend to see how strong their enemy was and how weak she was. The monster squinted slyly at these words. He analyzed her attack to see if she could be bypassing any defense, but something of this caliber was too pointless. His next step shattered the rocks beneath him. He soared above the ground. Everything around him turned pink. An energy wave hit the sky, crushing the ground under the feet of the cosmic being. Crithoras looked at his friend curiously and asked how it felt. Yun turned around and said that she could hit him, But there was no feeling that she could kill him. She had the feeling that she was poking an elephant with a needle. The monster rose even higher. The team was waiting. Everything was fine, the mage explained. The important thing was that she was able to hit. How hard it was, it didn't matter. The girl asked if he really had an idea. Crathoras replied of course. Whatever they lacked, he would provide it, and he would turn this needle into an anti-air gun. Aina grabbed her temples and began to detect a surge of energy in the core of the Zacronade. She reported that Rag was preparing an exclusive attack of the dragon breath. Yun looked at her leader in surprise. He smiled at her and said that he would give her all the mana she needed. She was definitely able to withstand it. A blue wave passed down the huntress's back, giving her a physical boost, and the mana transfer began. The girl's eyes opened wide. A moan escaped from her chest. A blue flash flashed on the rock for many meters around. Diakoyan looked at the fairy and asked if the hero was putting all his energy into the healer, who had noted the presence of an incredible amount of mana. Sung-hoon explained that by using the dragon ability, he had transferred mana, which was transformed by his aura. Healer concentrated. The leader asked if she felt the power of a 9th level great sorcerer, the so-called god realm. At that moment, a red aura began to beat out of the girl. The magician looked ahead seriously. He realized that the moment had come and now he ordered to blow up their enemy. He demanded to do so. Suddenly he looked at his hand. A look of amazement appeared on his face. He didn't understand what it was. The transformation wasn't over yet. In fact, Yun was absorbing even more mana than necessary. The aura around the girl intensified. The flow turned yellow. The mana that the hero gave her was not generous, and her body was naturally trying to absorb even more. Sung-hoon never expected her physique to ascend to such an extent. It was just that the problem was that she was unconscious. The huntress's eyes were glowing yellow. This would be the perfect change for her to ascend even more. Aina looked at the master anxiously and said that the monster was going to attack. He told her to stop panicking and said that things had become a little complicated. He demanded to buy as much time as possible while he was young. The fairy looked at the terrible mana flow ahead and said okay. Abaddon opened his mouth and a shot began to form inside it. He thought about his prey using the power of true ice. His scaly body curved and he used glacial breathing. The sky was covered with a bright and frosty light. Aina used the portal to save her comrades, after which she began to erect shields and began preparing for any enemy attack. The breath beam crashed into the erected barrier and began to crumble into several other, weaker rays. The fairy reported that the strength of the shield was rapidly decreasing. There were only 3 seconds left before exhaustion. Sung-hoon looked at his enemy in amazement. His assistant was using this expensive Hanamaru as a throwing shield. But at least they bought some time. There was an explosion. Shards of ice and cold steam scattered in all directions. The shield was exhausted, and the Nahomra fell. However, the enemy attack stopped, and the transfer of the remains of the shield to subspace began. Purple streams of residual energy remained under the starry sky. The girl's astral body floated through the void. The hero turned to her with a request to wake up. Yun slowly opened her eyes and looked ahead. She could hear Sung-hoon's voice in the distance. His core hovered high above her, radiating a pleasant light. He asked her to get up, asked if she was awake. Hiller took an upright position, flew to the core and answered yes. Although she was still knocked out, she heard the master's voice from the blue ball. Where she was, the teacher asked if she didn't remember. She passed out after he transferred his mana to her. Yun's eyes were amazed. She began to remember. The hero demanded to wake up immediately. Then the hunter reached for the huge cannonball, which had a sweet smell for her. Sung-hoon tried to tell her that this was not what she could eat, because it was his mana. Yun smiled broadly and thanked for the food. The mage asked to wait. He thought it was real madness. The cannonball released a strong flash. The hero in the real world abruptly broke the distance. He frowned ahead, puzzled by something. Aina looked ahead in surprise and asked what the master had just done. Diakoyan froze. She asked if she could see the halo of an angel. The healer's hair turned a bright white light. The mage explained that she had actually become a creature on par with a demigod. The girl looked at her hands and was amazed. She felt so refreshed. She felt like she was born again. Abaddon hovered in midair, looked at his enemy, and asked the hero what he had done when his prey suddenly became a demigod. Yan released a stream of aura. She felt good. She was about to attack again now. Her eyebrows furrowed. Her eyes lit up. She felt that she could do anything. The creature used his frost breath again and mentally said that he had been killing countless demigods for thousands of years. Yun calmly smiled back at him. She asked what it was. A moment ago, this attack looked intimidating, but she wasn't afraid anymore. Plus a bunch of martial techniques now came to her mind, so she used the art of time and space, its first form. Huge energy silhouettes of wings appeared from its back. Abaddon stopped attacking in fright, and a huge sphere rushed in his direction. 2 attacks collided. Aina began a status report. There was a complete destruction of the enemy. Also, a partial deformation of the crust of Mars due to the attack was detected. They will use nanomachines to repair the destroyed crust and recycle the scattered material floating in the atmosphere. Yun froze in a fighting stance. The hero said that he wanted the fairy to keep a close eye on the huntress and her height. The fairy replied that the girl really exceeded their expectations and promised to look after her. Shock froze on the Magus' face. He knew that she had talent, but her height was too abnormal. At this rate, she would be able to reach the gods. The healer looked at herself and asked why she was suddenly feeling so weak. The mana that the sorcerer gave her was just a consumable. Yun turned back and asked him to stop. Suddenly she began to fall. Sung-hoon stretched out his hands to catch her. He understood that the ward could not move a finger. He cast a levitation spell on her. The huntress was enveloped in a purple pillow. The girl asked what had just happened. Did she kill the enemy? She remembered almost nothing, but she had a headache. Yun returned to normal. At the same time, in one of the cracks in the dimension, the system began to turn on the dimension by 98%. The transition to hibernation began, after the last dungeon. The destroyed areas of the dimension are being glued together, with 2% left before the final phase. A request has begun for the transition of the last part of the measurement to begin the final phase. Aram hung in the air, covered in fire. She was a heroine who had been chosen as the goddess of fire. Yun stood on the ground and frowned at the ground. Yun, a young girl with an amazing talent that even the arrogant god of martial arts pays attention to. Jessica Rothschild, the servant who attracts the most attention from the god of death, despite being born human. Aina looked thoughtfully ahead, an object created due to the distortion of a dimension that should not exist. She turned to the master, who was smiling at her. A huge figure of the Wizard King appeared in space. The final test was near. So 6 months passed. The Earth, after the Battle of Mars, the strength of the dynamics of the globe changed. Eponymous saviors of the end, Zoroastrianism spread its power throughout the world at an abnormal speed. The god of light and wisdom named Ahura stood in front of the fire, or rather, he is only the one who calls himself this god. He began to give his power to his believers through messages. Because of this, Iran grew into a great superpower, more than the United States. Since the god decided to freely give away his power to his believers without any restrictions, this had to happen. Because of this, the angels of Trokaz from behind the 5th level dungeons, who were expanding their power with the US, essentially stopped the spread of their power. The two religions clash endlessly to extend their power over the other. Angels were also busy building a holy temple at the North Pole. The demons from the other side of the gates of hell in Antarctica showed great activity. The demons had an infinite lifespan. They spent an extremely large amount of time and used absurdly complex methods to achieve anything. Sung-hoon decided that he could just leave them. On Mars after Abaddon, 4th level dungeons began to appear there every day, and the hero was already too tired of it. These monsters coveted his property. Several glowing spheres shot towards the city over the wasteland of night. A 9th level magus was also flying among them. The wild tribe of monsters, led by their leader, was alarmed. He shouted at his tribe, not understanding why they were afraid of only one enemy. The goblin angrily looked ahead and ordered to use the sacrifice, to use the life force to increase the strength of the magic nullification shield. Something like magic has no effect on the magic nullification shield. Everything was flooded with bright light. Sung-hoon frowned at them. He knew that these trolls used magic that increased their strength with the sacrifice of life energy. But a barrier of this level couldn't stop him. The spheres turned into needles and pierced several fighters. The leader looked at his dead comrades in shock. The mage did a somersault in the air and used the void step. The intruder landed among the slain trolls. The chieftain looked at him menacingly and asked how the hero used his power on his nullification shield. If he was a demigod, and if so, did he desire sacrifices? In an instant, the gray-haired wizard came close to him. He didn't think he wanted to waste time with a primitive race like him. He raised his fist to exterminate. The chief took the blow. A hoarse moan escaped from his chest. Purple blood sprayed on the ground. The system sent a message about the completion of the dungeon clear. The guy looked at his hand in surprise and asked if he didn't need to use magic against these guys. He thought it would be good to learn martial arts when he got the chance. Aina said that trolls, even with some nuances, were never weak. They were just unlucky. Everything around was filled with bright light. The fairy looked around warily. A large-scale shift in the size of space was detected. They were being expelled from the dungeon. Sung-hoon looked at her in surprise and asked what it was. He had killed the boss. But could it be that it wasn't over yet? The system had reported a return. The clouds above the clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky. The hero found himself in the middle of emptiness. He did not understand anything. Aina flew up to him and told him that this was a manifestation of the dungeon. They killed the boss. But she did not understand why the dimension appeared. They lacked information. The magician asked the system what it was this time. An area with hills began to appear under his feet. At least the hunter noticed. Terraforming Mars could be done earlier. He suggested, thinking more positively. In any case, this is for a 4th level dungeon, after which he decided to return to Earth. Nam Yangju, Giant Gyro, the magic tower. Sung-hoon sat in the chair and looked at the demon. He said that he hadn't checked on her for a while. But what was she doing? Was she doing it on purpose? Curiel molested the hero's mother. The hero asked if demons have always been so social. The assistant replied that she believes that they are distinguished by personalities. Sung-hoon looked at Aina in a human body with interest and asked what about the fact that he had asked her to check? The girl stretched her hand forward and reported finding 3 confirmed locations. 3 planets appeared on the screen. Everything as expected. The guy frowned. Dungeons have manifested several times on Mars. The chance of dungeons appearing on other planets is very high. Are there any creatures that are on par with Abaddon in terms of threat? Aina put her hands behind her back and replied that there were none. There were no 5th level dungeons yet. The hero asked what about other intelligent life forms. the assistant confirmed only one race among the planets. A life form appeared on the screen in the form of energy beings. Aina was able to use telepathy. Their language has been established. They call themselves Kolben. They are aware that their powers are inferior to them, so they have a high level of knowledge that is at a completely different level than theirs. The magician asked what their level of threat is. The fairy replied that at the moment they do not pose a threat, then Jupiter follows in the report. The picture on the screen changed. Sung-hoon asked if anyone could survive on the gas giant. The girl said that an extremely large plant with an incredible amount of Terra mana forms the planet. The hero looked at the approximate image and asked, "Does it really look like the shape of the world tree?" The analysis has been completed. The giant plant that appeared on Jupiter is a kind of world tree. The world tree is currently terraforming the planet, collecting the energy of the appearance of dungeons. It uses the gas cloud to form the terrain. They estimate the terraforming time at 1,200 hours until it is inhabited by humans. The hero asked, "Does this really mean that the elves appeared on Jupiter?" A photo of long-eared creatures appeared on the screen. Aina noticed that the master was right. It seemed that the high elves who appeared from the dungeon were currently ruling the world tree, and if the elves appeared, the hero should say that Jupiter was now under the influence of some god. The sorcerer frowned. He concluded that the elves themselves are nature gods who are far more powerful than the self-proclaimed god of eternity. Trakos, however, since they are usually neutral, they will have no problem with them as long as they leave them alone. Aina adjusted her glasses and asked the hero if everything would be fine. After 1,200 hours, when the world tree finished terraforming the planet, there was a very good chance that they would want to go to other planets. Sung-hoon waved his hand cheerfully and said that everything was fine. He noted that the elves were extremely conservative. If they started causing trouble, he would send Yun. Since no magic barrier would work on her, she could become the greatest nightmare. The assistant agreed with this. She also showed the dragonborn that appeared on Saturn. Sung-hoon began to reason that these creatures are usually aggressive and technically advanced. They can become a formidable enemy. Aina switched the image and replied that fortunately, their development as a civilization is slow and their politics are almost non-existent. However, fully grown monsters are monsters capable of interstellar travel. She advised to keep an eye on them and not let your guard down. Good instincts may have to be watched in stealth mode. The drone was destroyed and interference appeared on the screen. Sung-hoon smiled and lay down comfortably. He ordered the fairy to just keep an eye on them. Despite their aggressiveness, they have a habit of obeying the strong. Aina suggested that if they introduced them, they could become a powerful military asset. Suddenly, Siren came out of the laboratory and waved at them. But she was standing too close to the camera and said that the hero should come to the laboratory immediately. She stepped back, clenched her fists, and said that everything was finally completed. The master did not know that she was done, unless she said what she was working on. He looked at the camera in exasperation and told me to sit down and explained slowly. He was curious about what they had done. Siren was indignant and was led back by her employees. The assistant apologized and explained that their girl was a little worried. But it was clear that what he had been waiting for so long was already ready. It was about the nuclear fusion reactor. It was completed. Surprise appeared on the hero's face. He praised Elion. After that, he immediately began to teleport. Soon he saw the reactor with his own eyes. Eliona approached the master, and he praised her again. The scientist said that it was the least he did to thank the hero for saving all her children. Sung-hoon watched the fusion process closely. He said that the girl was just in time. He had recently felt the need to urgently increase their power. The scientist smiled. The hero was very pleased to hear the news of the completion of the construction of the fusion reactor. She breathed a sigh of relief. She noticed that the master's feeling largely coincided with the prophecy. The guy looked at the technology. With its ability to convert electricity into mana and a nuclear fusion reactor that can create infinite electricity, it can theoretically harvest an infinite amount of energy. It has already surpassed the level of cultivation in its previous life, thus it is uncharted territory. An emoji appeared under the lamp. A voice said that the magic tower, the central Aina, had begun to establish a connection with the alloy reactor. Waiting for synchronization with the owner began. The master was required to approve the synchronization. Sung-hoon looked ahead and said okay. The hand rested on the touch panel. The system confirmed the owner's approval. Now the owner's mana heart would be directly connected to the nuclear fusion reactor. The magician's hair began to rise from the energy in the air. The endless electricity synchronized with the dragon's heart. Now he needed to prepare for the bestowal. Eliona shielded herself from the bright light. The 9 magic circles of the heart began to change their shape. The 10th magic circle. Infinity was formed. Sung-hoon shouted. His voice is filled with light. The transition to the 10th circle began. The magician hoped that this would not send him to heaven. A beam hit the sky from the roof of the magic tower. The hero remembered the idea that even if you were kidnapped by a tiger, you can survive as long as you are focused. Suddenly, the hunter's consciousness began to expand. He saw the entire universe. As expected, their universe is completely destroyed. It's much closer than he expected. His astral body was in the middle of the void of space, so their dimension would collapse and they would all disappear together. The system had sent a message about a hidden quest. The requirements for selection had been met. The Akashic system called the player directly. Does he agree? Sung-hoon looked ahead in amazement. He didn't understand what kind of hidden quest he was talking about. His finger pressed the yes button. The guy noted that it was some kind of suspicious. But he could not lose the chance to see Akash with his own eyes. He wanted to see what he wanted. His astral body swept forward through millions of light years. A wave from such acceleration spread throughout the cosmos. After a moment, Sung-hoon's feet touched the white floor. Incarnated in his body, he found himself in an unknown world. There was only a clear sky and a smooth surface of water covering the ground to the horizon. But the magician was not standing on the ground or on the water. Who was the owner of this meaningless dimension? The firecracker exploded. The system congratulated the hero on fulfilling the hidden requirements. The guy turned back abruptly and noticed a silhouette behind him. One of the awakened ones. Akasha said that he had been waiting to meet him for a long time. Sung-hoon looked at the one who had always accompanied him in amazement. His mother stood behind him and smiled. Akasha reported that thanks to hard work, the energy needed to repair the dimension was gathered. The hero looked ahead dumbfounded and asked if he had done it, and the answer was yes. In order to give the player a reward for getting the first place in clearing more than 138 dungeons, Akasha called him here. His suit began to appear on the hero's body while he was in complete misunderstanding. The guy looked angrily at the system and menacingly asked how he dared to take his mother's form. The system replied that it was strange. After all, this was the appearance of a person he trusted. Did he make a mistake when choosing his appearance? Suddenly, his ward Yun appeared in front of the magician. Akasha asked what about it, but the sorcerer immediately told him to forget about it. He waved his hand and asked who he was and why he was doing this. Yun looked at him in surprise. The voice said that he was the god of the Akashic system. The player must have known this. He guessed it from the data he gathered from the events of the past. His only task was to continue the mission he received from the original source. The guy thought for a moment and fell silent. He wondered if this was part of the creation god. After all, there were times when his power was unexpectedly great and he established the entire system. A power of this magnitude could not be used by most gods, including one of the most powerful. Due to his own limitations, he should have realized it earlier. He calmly looked at the unknown creature and said that he had one question: when it would all end. A cube appeared above the girl's hand. The voice of the system replied that they were reaching a climax. The energy to restore the dimension was collected thanks to the player's efforts much earlier than planned, so the hero's reward would be this box. Sung-hoon slapped his face with his palm and asked him to wait. He asked if Akasha could change his face first. It frightened him. The system replied that all the points he gave him were invested in luck, so this reward corresponds to the extremely high luck of the hero. The box began to emit a bright light. It was a special reward called a box of random titles. Sung-hoon froze and asked again if it was a box that had received the blessing of infinite luck. The clouds slowly floated above their clouds. Akasha explained that the player had spent all the points they received on luck and his luck was in first place by an overwhelming margin, even among all the owners of the dimensions he visited. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked how it was. Akasha replied that he had witnessed many dimensions, but this was the first time he had seen such a thing. When he reached the top, he gained a lot of experience. The player began to leaf through his statistics. The system reported that he greatly underestimated the value of knowledge about his previous life. The magician clutched the box in his hands and asked the god if he was hinting that luck was what actually brought him here. The system explained that luck is the only state that is very difficult to measure, even after he has poured so many resources into it. However, he asked to believe him. Luck is the only thing that affects everything. Has the hero ever felt that everything is going too smoothly? Yun opened the window next to her and smiled slyly. She assumed that the hero's luck had corrected all the bad. Sung-hoon smiled and asked if despite his grandiose explanation, the reward seemed rather dull. He wanted him to just pass out after opening this little box. To which Akasha replied that his task was to maintain the stability of the dimension. Too much interference in the life of a mortal would not be graciously accepted by others. Yun disgruntled the window with the information to the sorcerer. She explained that the hero was a wizard king, a creature that had slipped through the dimension itself. It was an undeniable fact that his existence helped his goal. He would give him one final piece of advice. She recommended opening the box as soon as his luck was equal to 1,000. Sung-hoon looked at the system with displeasure and asked what it meant. Yun lowered her hands and replied that she could not tell him anything more. This was his only advice. Let the choice be his, and let him choose. Sung-hoon revealed his luck score. There were still 12 points missing. In his mind, he asked if Akasha couldn't give him more information than simple advice. It meant that any other information would affect the limitation of the measurement. The word from God was a law of this level. It was difficult to believe with certainty what he said. The hero looked at Akash from under his brow and smiled. He with Yun's face smiled slyly at him. His girlfriend's face created by him. His appearance seems to be a deliberate mockery of him. However, at the moment, he had no reason not to believe it. The guy pumped his luck up to 1,000. The system reported leveling up. Sung-hoon became the first in the universe to do it. Now the very law of the universe flows in the player. Many gods show a keen interest in his high luck. Who now ranks second in terms of luck statistics. The sorcerer continued to climb the pile of windows in the system. The hero frowned. He asked if something like this always happens when he increases his skill to 1,000. If other stats have a similar effect. Akasha smiled slyly and said that there is, but usually they cannot be obtained. At the beginning of the dungeon, there were many people who poured their points into one stat, but they all died. The sorcerer looked at his hands in surprise and asked if he was a special case. Akasha answered correctly. Most stopped going before reaching the 100th level. The survival rate decreases dramatically if you focus on only one stat. Reality is often different from fiction or games. The hero noticed that in this case, the system is wrong in any case. Now he just needs to open the box. Akasha looked at him and explained that the box would spit out a stone if an ordinary person opened it. But what would come out of the box would depend solely on his luck. Sung-hoon smiled anticipatingly. Being a god must be burdensome. No matter what he does, he has to consider many limitations. Akasha folded his arms over his chest and suggested that he think of it as a simple favor. For everything that the hero did, he owed him a little. Why didn't he open the box? He himself was wondering what would come of it. The guy looked at the box and decided to open it. A bright light began to emit. The system warned that high luck was changing the law of the universe itself. A bright flash rushed into the sky. Akasha narrowed his eyes slightly. Waiting for the opening, the system reported that the hero had reached the end of all knowledge. Akasha opened the window. The system message announced that he had received the rank of SSS, rank of Librarian of the Great Library. The god noticed that the hero had received a suitable reward that was available to him. The authority to gain access to the records of the universe had been fulfilled. Sung-hoon smiled slyly and asked if the god was sure that he wanted to give the Akashic records to the sorcerer. The creature bowed its head and replied that if the hero had access to the Akashic records, he would be able to enter into virtue with knowledge that he could access right now. However, as he said, it was simply the result of his luck, and such a privilege meant that only when he was able to survive what happened. The wind blew and lifted the hem of the hero's robes. He asked if the god was talking about the final phase. He answered correctly. In order to restore the dimensions, he must already know that he had collected several shards of different sizes. This meant that several dimensions were intertwined with each other. The sorcerer looked at Akash in surprise, who asked if the hero knew who was creating these problems. It was Zakranid. The system explained that if she recovered one dimension, these beings would go around the dimensional boundaries to find prey, and as he saw, they became more powerful so as not to be easily subdued to the new power. Numerous dimensions and demigods were absorbed by them in the final phase. Yun smiled maliciously, wondering what would happen to this dimension in 1,200 hours. Her image began to disappear behind the interference. Akasha warned that the monsters would be here in 50 days, and this was the limit of time that he could spend with the hero. Sung-hoon looked at him in shock. The god hoped that the hero would live to see this moment, when the privilege he had received would take effect. The guy shuddered at these words. He threw his hand forward and asked him to wait. Fear froze in his eyes. Eliona turned to the hero. Sung-hoon looked at his assistant in surprise. He approached the scientist. She asked if it worked. She couldn't see his status. The hero asked how long he was gone after absorbing the energy of the reactor. The girl replied that only a few seconds had passed. The guy began to stretch his lower back and asked to wait a minute. He needed time to think. He felt that the time itself had changed a lot. Fortunately, his heart and dragon body are still stable, and in any case, Director Akasha said that the final stage is already beginning. Although he doesn't like that he looks down on him, but he must prepare. The player turned and called to the fairy, telling her to start counting down to 1,200 hours. Aina smiled, started counting down, and asked if she could find out what was going on. The hero waved his hand and said that at the end of the count, the last battle would begin. He needed to contact everyone. He called Eliona to follow him. He was going to explain everything to her on the way. The couple leisurely walked out of the laboratory. "I passed the unit." Sung-hoon informed his team of what was going on. He personally met with Akasha and they have 50 days until the final stage. All they can do is prepare to the maximum. This is all an important part of the battle and Yun's height can play into their hands. Yun will soon be able to enter the demigod realm. Sung-hoon turned to Elion and told her to take care of it. Mia had already contacted the dwarves. The girl promised to do her best. She smiled and warned that the dwarves had been under a lot of stress in preparing something like this for 50 days. Mars factories are working at a rate of 1 in 1,000, technically. They have 5,000 days to work on it. The hero was sure that this time was enough. Night fell. Sung-hoon and Aina watched the family from the sidelines. The master warned that he also needed to prepare. He glanced at the assistant and told her that he had let Curio go to the gates of hell. She would be back soon with an answer. She had left the connection available, so if she returned, he would need to call him. After that, he decided to use his new power and open the Akashic tunnel. The countdown began. Nebulae were visible at the end of the tunnel of light. Now the pieces of the dimension were completely merged. Now it was possible to transition between dimensions. The final phase began. The system asked the player to prepare for the final battle. Meanwhile on the ground, the manager approached the director and said that they had just received a system message. The hunters around the world had received a similar message regarding the final battle. He replied that as expected, the Wizard King's information was accurate. The manager asked, in that case, did they do everything right? Following his advice, they had already finished evacuating all the civilians? The director frowned ahead. He had just received a message that the evacuation of the civilized to the shelter had been completed. However, the hero said that there was nothing they could do. The president looked at him from the screen and said that a fight where anyone but the strongest hunter would be a burden. The director added that they were not able to contact the hero at all. The connection had been cut off after receiving the last message, so they could only pray to the gods. Meanwhile, in the asteroid belt, the planet blocked the light of the sun. The system reported great danger. An extremely dense gravitational field appeared around the exoplanet Cerema. The system confirmed the distortions of space and time. From the void, an ultra-high number of Zacronade fusions emerged. Approximately 250 million smaller Zacronades were discovered. However, the number was still increasing. Aina looked ahead anxiously. She warned that from now on, she would take control of the battle. Sung-hoon was standing on the space platform. There were a bunch of screens with important information around him. Smaller cranids were in motion towards the ground. The ferry began to track the movement. Asteroids raced through the void. Yun looked sternly ahead and asked where the hero was now. Aina, dressed in military costume, stood in front of her and told her that the hero would arrive at the scene in 24 hours at 10 o'clock. Their goal was to survive until the master came. Byakuyan contacted the ferry and asked if the hero was going to delay these monsters for 24 hours. She knew that it wouldn't be easy. Why don't they attack the monsters themselves to save time? The rest of the team joined the call. Aram said that they shouldn't take such a risk, because if they lost, the land would be destroyed. Aina smiled and said that this was their last battle, so they needed to concentrate. Because despite the number of these creatures that competed with the bosses of the 4th level dungeons, they would prepare a bombardment from dwarves, sirens, and other races. Aram closed her eyes and noted that it was a good idea if they just sent mid-level people there. The grenades would just eat them up and increase their strength. The fairy looked at her, agreed like a fire queen, and said that in order to minimize unnecessary losses, they would limit the number of fights with the Zacronade. Fortunately, they had 4 ascended people on their side. She never thought that 4 people would ascend even with the help of the system. Jessica turned to the commander-in-chief and thanked her for accepting the alliance. Aina turned to her and objected. It was she who should have thanked them, because the power of an ascended person is very valuable. Frankly speaking, she did not imagine that someone would be able to rise without the help of the master. Jessica smiled with a squint and replied that it wasn't easy, but unlike Mr. Sung-hoon, she did it to avoid this fight. Aina waved her hand and asked not to worry. A bunch of screens appeared in front of her. The fairy said that they were starting the operation. Everything was going according to the master plan. A huge fleet of spaceships was raised into space. And everyone made a warp jump once. New portals opened, inside which ships appeared. The crews found themselves at high speed many light years later. The ships arrived in the sector where the commander-in-chief was. All the guns were directed in the direction of the grenades. A portal of enemy creatures opened ahead. Aina informed that once they entered a radius of 50,000 kilometers, it would be necessary to start bombing and start a sequence. The girl frowned. As for the ascended ones, they can start acting as they see fit. Only they must not forget, they must hold out all day. Yun got in touch and answered without any problems. Everything froze in anticipation of the start of the battle. Aina waved her hand and ordered them to start firing. The huge fleet fired a volley of a dozen cannons. The missiles rushed forward through the vacuum. Monsters rushed towards them. A series of explosions rang out. One of the robots began to prepare for launch. He left the airlock of the space base and went out into outer space. Dozens of cars went to destroy otherworldly creatures. They were approaching a series of explosions. Yun has increased her size. A sphere of energy appeared in her hand. Her hand swung for a blow. A new explosion rang out. New creatures tried to break through the line of defense. The battle lasted for hours. Each ascended was smashing the monsters around them. 15 hours left. 10 o'clock. The wreckage of spaceships and monster bodies was carried throughout space. Young was covered in sweat. There was only 1 hour left. The girl asked herself, how long would this last? She looked around. She had an unlimited supply of mana from the fusion reactor, but she felt like it was on an emotional level. She was too tired. Jessica was behind her. She looked at her friend tiredly, and noted that she had killed more than half of all the monsters on her own. Maybe it was thanks to her that they had been able to hold out for so long. Suddenly there was a scream inside my head, dodge. At great speed, something swept past the ships, and almost the entire flotilla was destroyed. The energy beam that created this has come to naught. The ascended ones have grouped together. Hiller looked ahead, realized that something had happened to the protective barrier. Suddenly, Curio laughed and shouted that it was quite close. The demon rested his hands on his hips and told the little man to be grateful, because she had brought her daddy. Was it cool? She was standing on the head of a huge demon dragon. Curio leaned over to the dragon and asked how he was. If he joined the fight, then even with their main enemy there would be no problems. The dragon frowned ahead. He didn't want to upset his daughter. But according to him, from the opposite end of space, a murderous cosmic energy was coming from the opposite end of space to here. He looked at the explosions around him and decided that they were already too late. If it appeared before the transition between dimensions, it would be possible to stall for time. But now he could not be stopped by his powers. He did not want to get caught by him and become part of his power, so he might even have to commit suicide. Yun looked at him sternly and said that he shouldn't talk like a complete weakling, because it lowers morale. She turned to the commander-in-chief and asked how much time was needed. There were 56 minutes left. Diakoyan looked at the healer in annoyance and said that they would die. How can you detain such a monster for a whole hour? Suddenly, the main monster appeared. He curiously peeked out of the portal. He became interested. Because the awakened and even the dragon had gathered here, he wanted to eat them, but first of all, he needed to fulfill the goal. Far ahead he saw land. Yun flinched, not understanding what she was seeing in front of her. The creature had many glowing eyes. There is a planet on which the hidden energy of billions of living beings is felt. Suddenly he sped up and rushed forward. Yun's eyes widened, the main monster disappeared in an instant. Diakoyan turned furiously and shouted a teleporter. The goal of the interpostitial creature was the earth. Hiller screamed. A new attack began to form over her head. All the ascended ones looked at her in fear. An absolute hit of the energy of comprehension. It was a technique that hit everyone she comprehended. The girl made a blow with her hand and the technique rushed forward. The monster continued to rush to the ground, carrying a heavy rumble in the heads of people. The shot caught up with him, and there was a powerful explosion. Curio cheerfully spread her hands and shouted that the pink-haired woman had become very strong. Didn't the dragon mentally tell her that he didn't even think that she was human? However, in the darkness, the silhouette of the creature was still visible, which froze in place. The strength of this attack was not enough. The girl screamed angrily. The monster was covered in red light and looked at his hands. He realized that his body could evolve. A manacore appeared in its mouth, which began to crack as it emitted light. A powerful flash rang out. All the ascended ones froze in shock. But at that moment he appeared. The hero was standing on a huge white disc. Something fell far away from him. A handful of purple ashes remained in the white void. The monster wondered where it was. Sung-hoon frowned at him and replied that the consciousness of the Zekronods was just at the right time. The monster asked if he was the same human magician. What happened? He invaded the solar system and had already absorbed the planets. The guy replied that this was the horizon of thoughts and phenomena, the place where the dimensions meet. The monster said that he did not understand anything and asked for an explanation. The magician smiled and said that the creature got into an isolated space protecting the earth, and it takes a lot of strength to isolate the space for someone big enough like him. So he used the earth as bait and made this isolated place, and he immediately moved towards it, and everything became much easier. Particles began to rise from the pile of ashes, and the chronoid could not believe that fine space dust like him had locked him up, and his skill of premonition and finding danger was forgiving even to the gods. The magician smiled and said that even the gods did not know everything, but it was different with him, because he had access to all knowledge from the base to the end of the cosmos. The monster asked if this really meant that the hero was the owner of the Akasha knowledge mass, and the guy answered bingo. The creature regained its physical form and opened its mouth, declaring that its defeat was not yet predetermined. The villain looked at his body and saw the unsightly shape of a cyclops with a mouth on a thin body. Song-hoon smiled and said that now the chronoid had shown its true appearance, because this was the world of consciousness, not flesh. The monster released an aura. The hero said that he could not use the power of his blood, and for him, devouring bodies and stealing the power of the eaten, this was the worst place to fight, to which the villain asked if this meant that the hero was exactly the same. The guy got into a fighting stance and agreed. He said that although this place was created by him, it also creates the same restrictions for him, but he will have to put up with it in order to defeat a space creature like him. The creature's eyes widened. His body began to transform. It told him not to think that the hero was in a more advantageous position. Many consciousnesses that had been eaten up during all this time were united in him. Many copies appeared around the original, and Zakernade stated that he was not alone. Sung-hoon only grinned and beckoned with his hand. He asked if the monster thought that he did not know all this. He told him to come here so that he could show him what a magician who was different from everyone else was capable of. Immediately, the creatures rushed at him to attack. A rumble resounded throughout the space. A strong lightning struck. 4 months later, the aliens were taken under control, and their dimension was rapidly returning to normal. The elves from Jupiter, the dragons from Saturn began trading with the Earth. The elves made a fuss with their beauty. The order of death overtook all existing religions and began to dominate the Earth. The allies also now lived their own lives, and among them, Yun took first place in the ranking and became the main star of the Earth. Near the defeated Leviathans, she gave interviews and told that she was mainly engaged only in hunting. Many viewers were interested in her relationship with the Wizard King, which put an end to the problem with interdimensional creatures. There were rumors that they were dating. Is it true? Yun smiled cheerfully and said that she couldn't deny it. At that moment, the hero choked on coffee. He looked ahead with displeasure and complained that the girl was spreading empty rumors. However, this did not anger him. Attention shifted to a congratulatory message from the system. He didn't know what to do about it. The system offered the opportunity to rise to the level of a god and reign immortally as a Wizard King. At that moment, his mother called the guy to eat. He left his mug by the TV, went to his mother and said that it was also good to be a god, but now he just wanted to enjoy this peaceful state.